Chapter 1. You Are a Good Man. The eccentricity at the beginning is the supporting female character. The true heroine is about to make her appearance. Song Yuan never imagined that, just 10 days before their wedding, his fiancée Lin Shuiyao would propose to annul their engagement. He had devoted considerable time and effort to prepare for the wedding, personally inscribing hundreds of invitations, striving to create a romantic and unforgettable ceremony for her. After 3 years of a passionate relationship, he had finally reached this pivotal moment, filled with anticipation and excitement. Yet, in the instant Lin Shuiyao declared her intention to withdraw from the engagement, he was left in utter disbelief. For 3 years, Song Yuan had poured his heart and resources into Lin Shuiyao. He had financed her father's medical treatment, supported her brother's education, and even helped her family build a house. He had nearly exhausted his savings, never hesitating to give both time and money. Song Yuan, you are a good man, but I no longer wish to continue this relationship. Xiao Nianchen has returned, and I do not want to leave regrets in my life. Xiao Nianchen? Song Yuan scoffed softly, aware that Lin Shuiyao had a first love. He believed that as long as he treated her well enough, he could win her heart. It turned out that 3 years of affection could be eclipsed by a sudden reappearance. A sharp pang of recollection stabbed at him throughout these 3 years. They had shared every moment together, leaving traces of their love in every corner of their shared spaces. 3 years one could develop feelings even for a pet, let alone for a person. Though turmoil brewed within him, Song Yuan maintained his composure on the surface. He would not plead for her to stay. A woman who had changed her heart was akin to a soiled rag in his eyes, unworthy of his affection. However, in this moment of silence, Lin Shuiyao misinterpreted his demeanor, fearing he might become clingy. Song Yuan, I truly apologize. I admit you have taken excellent care of me, but marriage is not a trivial matter. Love alone cannot sustain us. She glanced at the meticulously prepared meal on the table and the birthday cake lit with candles, then resolutely continued, I am turning 25 today, an age where one desires to have it all. I do not wish to lead a mundane life with you. Xiao Nianchen has just returned and purchased a spacious apartment in the CBD, something that you could only dream of achieving after a lifetime of coding. I choose the latter over a small 2-bedroom apartment in a residential area. Thus, let us part amicably to avoid any misunderstandings. It would be best if we cease all contact. Her words were stark and brutally honest, revealing her disdain for his financial situation and her desire to seek higher prospects. Song Yuan chuckled softly, taking out his phone in front of Lin Shuiyao to block her contact. Then, farewell. He turned towards the entrance to change his shoes when Lin Shuiyao suddenly called out to him. Song Yuan, do you have nothing to say to me? Nothing you wish to ask? He paused momentarily, leaving her with a simple happy birthday before exiting with decisive grace. Lin Shuiyao stood in the empty living room, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. He just left like that. She began to doubt whether Song Yuan had ever truly loved her. Perhaps everything before had merely been an act. His calm demeanor during their breakup was entirely contrary to her expectations. She had anticipated that Song Yuan would plead with her to stay, his eyes red and begging for another chance, perhaps even kneeling before her. If that had been the case, she might have considered extending their time together by just one more day. However, he simply walked away, not uttering a single word of entreaty. What a scoundrel! Lin Shuiyao cursed him silently in her heart and resolved that within 3 days, he would undoubtedly come to beg her. After all, numerous invitations had already been sent out, and all their friends were aware that their wedding was just a week away. Men are particularly sensitive about their pride, and Song Yuan was no exception. Being jilted before his wedding would be a humiliation he could not afford. A vague sense of discomfort settled within Lin Shuiyao, prompting her to call her best friend. Darling, I broke up with Song Yuan, and he didn't say a word to make me stay. On the other end of the line, her friend erupted. What? Song Yuan dares to break up with you? I've told you before that men are the most calculating creatures. If you want to spend his money, spend it lavishly. The more he invests, the more he will cherish you. What do you mean by saving him money? Lin Shuiyao was momentarily taken aback, pondering if Song Yuan's swift departure was indeed due to a lack of investment on his part, thus making his parting less sorrowful. Her friend's words held a semblance of truth. Aside from demanding he hand over his salary, should I also request he allocate a monthly allowance for our relationship? Her friend retorted, of course. He'd barely give you a few thousand a month, and you're still feeling sympathetic for him? That's worse than being a kept woman. Which man enters a relationship without spending a dime? What he's doing is essentially taking advantage of you. How much did he offer as a breakup compensation? Is the house you're living in under your name? Lin Xiao fell silent, realizing she should have consulted her friend for strategies before broaching the topic of their breakup. Was it too late to ask for a breakup fee now? Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. She had not considered such complexities at the time. Her sole focus was on severing ties quickly, fearing Song Yuan might cling to her. Stop scolding me, the house is under both our names. He mentioned that this property was just a temporary arrangement, and he would eventually buy a larger one, intending to gift this one to my brother as a wedding house. Her friend sighed. Well, it's not a total loss. You're far too naive. Being in a relationship requires a touch of realism. Women like you, sweet and innocent, will invariably be deceived by men. Nevertheless, that love-stricken fool Song Yuan will surely come back to plead for reconciliation within 3 days. When he does, take him to notarize the property and remove his name, leaving only yours. Lin Xiao hung up, deep in thought she needed to discuss this matter with Song Yuan. Meanwhile, Song Yuan had summoned his friend Lu Qi for a drink at a bar. Song Yuan was a man who could move on with grace since they had broken up. He aimed to do so cleanly, recovering any assets he could. As a technical director at a prominent internet company, his income was above the national average. However, over the past few years, all the money he earned had been spent on Lin Xiao. With a monthly salary of several thousand, along with quarterly bonuses and year-end rewards, nearly all of it was consumed by her, leaving him with nothing each month. Moreover, aside from the 3 million savings acquired from selling his ancestral home used primarily for his father's medical treatment and the construction of a new house for his family, lavished the remainder upon Lin Xiao, indulging her with luxury handbags, exquisite jewelry, and high-end cosmetics. The only asset he could retain was the current residence he inhabited. I recall your aunt expressing interest in purchasing a property in Moonlake Bay. I am planning to sell my unit at a price 5% below market value. Would you like to take your aunt to see it? Lu Qi appeared taken aback. Are you changing residences? Did you not intend to reserve that place for your brother-in-law's future marriage? What prompted this change of heart? Song Yuan's heart sank momentarily. I left him with nothing. We have parted ways. Lu Qi was rendered speechless, astonished by the revelation. Among their circle of colleagues, it was well known that Song Yuan cherished Lin Xiao dearly. How could he bear to end their relationship? You're just bragging, my friend. I wonder who will end up groveling for the remote control when we return. Song Yuan's expression was grave, devoid of jest. Slowly, Lu Qi began to grasp the reality of the situation. Are you truly separated? I recall Lin Xiao's name being on the deed for your property. Song Yuan took a swig from his glass, striving for composure. Her name is indeed on the deed, but this is my premarital asset. I possess the proof of funds for the purchase. She has contributed not a single cent. The house is not hers. Well, that simplifies matters. Send me the floor plan. Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed a spectacle was unfolding. Lin Xiao must have assumed the house was hers long ago. Upon learning that Song Yuan intended to sell, would she not be heartbroken? Chapter 2. The mysterious beauty riding on him. Lu Qi was a man of action. A phone call to his aunt revealed an enticing opportunity. A property being sold below market value, situated on the prime floor of the coveted building. His aunt promptly arranged to view the apartment the following day. Song Yuan glanced at his work schedule. He had a project set to launch the next afternoon. However, he could spare an hour in the morning to accompany Lu Qi and his aunt to the viewing, thus they agreed on 10 o'clock. Lu Qi reassured him, all right, brother. Take it easy on the drinks and focus on your career. But breaking up at this juncture, what about the meticulously planned wedding you've prepared for so long? Our classmates have already received your invitations. How do you intend to resolve this? Song Yuan exhaled deeply. It wasn't just classmates. He had sent invitations to all his relatives and friends. His parents had even prepared the betrothal gifts and gold jewelry for the bride. How was he supposed to bring this to a conclusion? There was no way to conclude without a wedding. Song Yuan muttered, the wedding will proceed, but with a different bride. That night, after Lu Qi departed, Song Yuan drank alone until the early hours. As he observed the alluring figures swaying in the dance floor, he pondered the daunting task ahead. Where could he possibly find a woman to marry within just over a week? Having indulged in too much drink, he succumbed to drowsiness and unknowingly dozed off in his booth. When he awoke, he found himself sprawled on the grand bed of a hotel, with a half-naked, striking beauty perched upon him. Song Yuan nearly lost his composure. What was happening? He had merely gone out for a drink, rubbing his throbbing temples. He blinked in disbelief. This was no dream. A woman with an alluring figure and exquisite features was indeed straddling him, clumsily tugging at his belt. Her skin was fair and delicate, seemingly capable of yielding moisture with the slightest touch. Her captivating, shimmering eyes exuded a cold allure, unknowingly casting a spell under the dim light. She was audacious yet appeared inexperienced, struggling with even the simplest of belt buckles. Growing impatient, she commanded, "I'll give you 10 seconds to remove your pants." Taken aback by her assertive words, Song Yuan stammered, "No way. I have principles." Seeing him unmoving, the woman explained, "I was framed and consumed something unclean. Help me just this once, and I will take responsibility. Otherwise, I could perish due to the effects of the drug." Song Yuan, slightly inebriated, found his mind sluggish. Before he could respond, her soft, crimson lips pressed against his, while her petite hand glided down his abdomen. He felt the unsettling sensation of her wandering hand, sending shivers down his spine. Thus unfolded a night of debauchery. The next morning, a persistent alarm roused Song Yuan from his slumber. Rubbing his heavy eyelids, he felt something fall on his face. Upon inspection, it was a pair of exquisite jade earrings, accompanied by a note inscribed in elegant script. "I had to leave early for an urgent matter. Call me at 187-888. The room has been paid for." Good morning. Recalling the chaotic events of the previous night, he abruptly sat up, only to find the woman had vanished without a trace. The scratches on his body bore testament to the fervor of the night, and the memory of her slick touch made his ears flush with heat. Upon noticing the marks on the sheets, Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was her first time. Had he known earlier, he would have exerted less force. He lingered in bed for a while longer until an email notification interrupted him. "Dear Mr. Hacker James, this is the Information Security Department of M-Country. We sincerely invite you to join us. Feel free to propose your terms." Disregarding the message, Song Yuan promptly exited his email. As a world-class hacker, he specialized in targeting certain foreign websites that displeased him, maintaining a clandestine identity. He was perplexed as to how they had discovered his email address to reach out to him. Nevertheless, no enticing offer would persuade him. His allegiance lay firmly with his homeland. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Gu Corporation, a woman donned a high-neck top, revealing a faint, fresh kiss mark just below her neck, a remnant from the previous night. The executives seated around the table appeared despondent. "President Gu, it seems that we must enlist the help of the top hacker James to design our firewall. The rival company is pulling out all the stops against us." Confronted by a circle of executives, the woman exuded a commanding presence. "I will grant you one day to secure Hacker James for our company. The first person to make contact will receive a cash reward of 1 million. After lingering in bed for a while longer, Song Yuan finally rose. Upon returning to Moon Lake Bay, it was precisely 10 o'clock, and Lu Chi-S and had already been wandering the neighborhood for some time. She expressed her satisfaction with the community, particularly noting its comprehensive amenities and its dual school district status, with the subway just a few hundred meters away. "Xiao Song, why the rush to sell your house? Have you found a better one?" "I haven't settled on a new place yet. I just want to sell this one first." After exchanging pleasantries, Song Yuan led his aunt upstairs. At this hour, Lin Shuiyao had already left for work, leaving the house empty. They wandered through the apartment, and Lu Chi's aunt was pleased with the layout and decor, especially given the affordable price, leading her to decide to make a purchase on the spot. "I will transfer a deposit of 20,000 to you now, and I'll prepare the remaining funds to finalize the transaction in 3 days. Song Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the sale. He accepted the payment and exchanged contact information with Lu Chi's aunt, agreeing to finalize everything in 3 days. After bidding farewell to her, he tidied up the apartment, packing his clothes into a suitcase. He approached Lin Shuiyao's vanity, removing the watch from his wrist and placing it down. This watch, a birthday gift from Lin Shuiyao, had cost over 1,000, though not exorbitantly priced. It was the most cherished possession he had acquired over the past 3 years. Now, he was returning it to its rightful owner. His gaze fell upon the array of expensive cosmetics on the table, each small bottle priced in the 4 figures, all purchased with his money. Song Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. From the very beginning, this relationship had never been equitable. A marriage built on unequal contributions was bound to falter. Fortunately, they were not yet wed, leaving room for adjustment. Though he felt a pang of sorrow, he was grateful for her decision not to marry him. Reflecting on the fact that both his salary card and credit card were in Lin Shuiyao's possession, He promptly changed his passwords. Song Yuan opened WeChat, removed Lin Shuiyao from his blacklist, and sent a message. Lin Shuiyao, I have sold the house. Please take some time to pack your belongings and move out within 3 days. On the other side, Lin Shuiyao arrived at the company to organize some documents and print a few resumes. She worked as a staff member in the secretarial department of the GU Group. Although her salary was modest, she took great pride in being employed by a corporation ranked among the world's top 500. Lin Shuiyao had been so busy throughout the morning that she hardly checked her phone. Suddenly, the sound of the telephone broke the silence. It was a call from the sales associate at the LV store. With a slight smile, she answered, Miss Lin, the bag you reserved last time has arrived. We set it aside for you. When will you come to collect it? Lin Shuiyao's eyes lit up as she replied, I'll come by around noon. The GU building was merely a street away from the mall where the LV store was located. After what felt like an eternity, noon finally arrived. And Lin Shuiyao rushed straight to the mall without even pausing for a meal. She had been eagerly anticipating this bag for quite some time. And today was the 10th of September, the day when Song Yuan received his quarterly bonus and salary. She had informed the sales associate to notify her if the bag arrived today. When Lin Shuiyao finally held the bag in her hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This style was the embodiment of her dream accessory. If it weren't for Song Yuan's modest earnings, she would have acquired it much sooner, rather than waiting 3 months until his bonus was issued. The sales associate assisted her in processing the payment. Miss Lin, this bag is priced at $89,999. Please follow me to complete the payment. Elated with her new acquisition, Lin Shuiyao felt as if she were floating on clouds. She retrieved Song Yuan's salary card from her wallet and swiped it. However, as she pressed the card against the machine, she skillfully entered her password, only to be met with an error message. Incorrect password. Please re-enter. Lin Shuiyao was momentarily stunned. An incorrect password? She entered it again, but the same error appeared. Her brow furrowed in concern. All of Song Yuan's passwords were set to her birthday. So there should have been no mistake. Is there a malfunction with your machine? Could you possibly switch to another one? Chapter 3. 30 million to acquire his game. The sales assistant's expression shifted slightly. The machine they had just returned after serving another customer should not malfunction. Given that Lin Shuiyao was a loyal patron, frequently purchasing bags nearly every month, it was assumed that she could afford one. She retrieved another machine from the store and said, Miss Lin, please re-enter your password. Lin Shuiyao slowly and meticulously input her birth date, 1 digit at a time, to avoid any mistakes. After confirming, the machine displayed an error message indicating that the password was incorrect once more. The sales assistant kindly suggested, Miss Lin, perhaps you might try a different card? Continuing with this one risks locking it. Lin Shuiyao touched her wallet. A stark reminder of her extravagant spending over the years with Song Yuan, having long forgotten that her monthly salary was merely 6,500 yuan. In this bustling metropolis of Beijing, she could scarcely afford a decent apartment, let alone shop in such a high-end mall and enjoy VIP status at an LV store. Feeling the weight of the sales assistant's gaze, she was engulfed by embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into thin air. Simultaneously, resentment towards Song Yuan burgeoned within her. He must have secretly changed the password without informing her. It felt as though everyone in the store was watching, their eyes silently mocking her. Look at that impoverished soul. Shopping at LV without the funds to match, unable to even glance at her own reflection. Song Yuan had caused her a tremendous loss of face today. Lin Shuiyao resolved that when Song Yuan came to seek reconciliation, she would not so easily forgive him. Meanwhile, on WeChat, the familiar profile picture floated to the top as Song Yuan sent a message. Lin Shuiyao scoffed, not even bothering to read the content before deleting it. Hadn't he blocked her so decisively yesterday? Why message her today? She intended to make it clear to Song Yuan that she was not the type of girl who could be easily won back. Nor was she someone who would respond to him just because he reached out. He would have to face the consequences. On the other side, Song Yuan found himself engulfed in a sea of anxiety. The project at his company was set to launch that afternoon, and everything was progressing smoothly thus far. As the director, he was responsible for the final risk assessment. Fortunately, his team was both skilled and diligent, so his stress did not stem from work. Instead, it was the wedding he had been preparing for over the past 6 months that weighed heavily on his mind. With only 9 days remaining until the ceremony, relatives, friends, and classmates inundated him with congratulations on WeChat. In this brief span, where could he possibly find a bride? Renting one was hardly a viable option, though it lingered as a last resort. Just then, the phone rang, pulling Song Yuan from his thoughts. It was Lu Qi calling. Old Song. The game demo we developed together has caught the attention of Qiyue, a leading gaming company in the country. They are willing to pay $30 million for our original code and game concept. This is a significant matter, and I cannot decide alone. Shall we meet tonight to discuss? Song Yuan's brow furrowed at the mention of $30 million. For the average person, such a sum was substantial enough to easily purchase a spacious apartment in the CBD that Lin Shuiyao had mentioned. Yet, his ambitions extended far beyond $30 million. His life aspirations encompassed much more than mere domestic comforts of wife and children. From the inception of design through development, from the establishment of architecture to the final stages of testing and debugging, every facet of the game, every algorithmic logic, has been meticulously crafted by him and Lu Qi. Their dedication immeasurable by mere monetary value. He aspires to elevate this game, continually infusing it with innovative gameplay, ensuring it gains recognition among a vast array of gaming enthusiasts. Song Yuan responded to Lu Qi, "Let us meet at the usual place at 7 tonight." After work that evening, Song Yuan headed straight to the bar from the previous night. Lu Qi was still caught in traffic, so he ordered 2 drinks and settled into the booth from yesterday. Fragments of memories flickering in his mind. The previous day, after drinking too much, he had stumbled to the restroom, leading to the subsequent events. Song Yuan retrieved a pair of earrings from his jacket pocket, their texture exquisite and luminous, warm to the touch, crafted from fine mutton fat jade. He recalled that his grandmother possessed a similar pair, an heirloom of lesser quality, which had once attracted a collector willing to pay a 7-figure sum. As he scrutinized the earrings, he pondered the identity of the woman from last night, wondering who could so casually bestow such precious adornments. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shuiyao and her friend Xiao Shi entered the bar, taking a seat in a booth not far across the aisle. The moment Lin Shuiyao stepped inside, her gaze fell upon Song Yuan, who was examining the delicate jewelry. Xiao Shi nudged her with her elbow. "Yao Yao, don't forgive him too easily. A man gifting jewelry or any present is merely expected. You must acclimate to his kindness. Reconciliation too soon will only lead him to perceive you as easily appeased, unworthy of investment, and thus underestimate you." Lin Xiao scoffed. "I will not forgive him. He has crossed the line this time. Gifting is far too trivial for him." Xiao Shi wholeheartedly agreed. "When he approaches you, ignore him for a moment. Keep him guessing." "That is precisely my intention," Lin Shuiyao replied. The 2 women each ordered a cocktail and engaged in conversation about topics pertinent to women. While appearing to chat, Lin Xiao discreetly glanced at Song Yuan's booth every few seconds, observing him intently studying the earrings. She had to commend him. This time, his sense of aesthetics was indeed commendable. The earrings were to her liking, yet they seemed vaguely familiar, reminiscent of something she had seen before. Suddenly, a vision flashed in Lin Shuiyao's mind. Were these not the earrings worn by the formidable CEO of the Gu family? Just days prior, she had been reprimanded by that very woman, leaving her in tears. She could not be mistaken. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Shuiyao. The earrings, akin to those of the CEO, were not inexpensive. Song Yuan must have genuinely invested a significant amount to win her back, perhaps even depleting his savings. A shift occurred in her heart. Should Song Yuan approach her to speak, she would reward him with a smile. Meanwhile, Song Yuan remained oblivious to the pair of scrutinizing eyes nearby. Lu Qi finally arrived, half an hour late. "Old Song, what are your thoughts? 30 million is no trifling sum. Do we pursue the 30 million, or the game?" Song Yuan had contemplated this thoroughly at the company, responding decisively. "Lu Qi, I do not wish to sell. Let us establish a game company together, inviting a few talented juniors to help us expand it." Lu Qi smiled lightly and extended his fist for a brief but meaningful exchange with his companion. A silent agreement reached. "I will reach out to Professor Zhang to see if he is available this weekend. We could pay him a visit and ask for his assistance in recommending a few individuals." Song Yuan and Lu Qi, both distinguished graduates from the computer science department of Huada, had forged a deep friendship during a competitive event, united by their shared passions. Song Yuan replied with a thoughtful hum. "It has been quite some time since I last saw him. I genuinely miss him." The 2 continued their conversation about gaming before parting ways. As Song Yuan passed by the booth occupied by Lin Shuiyao and her companions, he unexpectedly caught sight of her. His expression remained impassive, eyes fixed ahead, treating her as a complete stranger. The 2 women exchanged astonished glances as he exited the bar. Chapter 4. The woman that night insisted on taking responsibility. Xiao Shi let out a scoff. What was going on? Was Song Yuan blind? He had waited an entire night and left without even offering an apology? Lin Shuiyao felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. She had assumed he would certainly come to apologize, even preparing her lines in advance. Yet, he had completely ignored her. She was so furious that words escaped her, her delicate face paling. Xiaoxi attempted to console her. Yao Yao, hold on. This is merely a tactic of a wretched man playing hard to get. If you bow down, you shall be defeated. Lin Shuiyao encouraged herself internally, affirming that she would not yield. Based on her understanding of Song Yuan, he would return within 3 days to seek reconciliation. Although she thought this, frustration still brewed within her, leading her to drink a few extra glasses of wine. By the time she returned to Moon Lake Bay, she had completely forgotten about Song Yuan moving out. Upon entering her home, she carelessly kicked off her shoes and collapsed onto the sofa. Song Yuan, my feet hurt. Could you give them a rub? After a long pause without any reply, her patience began to wane, and her tone rose a few notches. Song Yuan, are you deaf? My feet hurt. Still, there was no response. Enraged, Lin Shuya kicked the sofa and made her way to the bedroom. Upon opening the bedroom door, she found the room cloaked in darkness, and Song Yuan was nowhere to be found. On her dressing table lay Song Yuan's watch, the very one he seldom parted with, save for when he bathed. As Lin Shuya rubbed her dazed head, it suddenly dawned on her that she and Song Yuan had indeed broken up. He had moved out of their home. Half of the wardrobe stood empty, his belongings taken, leaving only the watch she had gifted him. Gazing at the desolate space, her nose tinged with bitterness. Song Yuan, who had always been at her beck and call, now pretended not to know her even when they crossed paths at the bar. The stark contrast in her emotions was difficult for her to digest. That heartless man, let us see how long he can maintain this facade. Wiping away her tears, Lin Shuya was convinced that Song Yuan was likely hiding somewhere, shedding tears himself. He was, after all, a man who valued his pride, and his heart must be aching 100 times more than hers. It was indeed a bit cruel to expect him to seek forgiveness in such a public setting. Lin Shuya found herself rationalizing for him, while simultaneously recalling her white moonlight, Xiao Nianchen, who had been back in the country for several days without them having met. She quickly picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Nianchen. Nianchen, when do you have time? Let us grab a meal together. On the other end of the line, his voice carried a hint of fatigue. I've been quite busy these past few days. I'm only free in the evenings. Where are you? Shall I come pick you up? Lin Shuya hesitated. She indeed harbored feelings for Xiao Nianchen, but wasn't he ready to let her guard down entirely. She wasn't a naive university student. Visiting a single man's home late at night could lead to predictable outcomes. Having experienced a failed romance, she wouldn't allow herself to be so easily compromised. Even if it was Xiao Nianchen, if he wished to pursue her, he would need to show some sincerity. Nianchen, I'm a bit tired. Let us reschedule. After hanging up, Xiao Nianchen sent her a transfer of 520 through WeChat, along with a short video of his home. Xiao Nianchen, good night. I will pick you up after work tomorrow. Would you like to see your new home? Lin Shuiyao pouted at the meager digits, wondering how someone who should be a rich heir could be more frugal than Song Yuan. However, when she opened the short video sent by Xiao Nianchen, her eyes sparkled with delight. Such a beautiful house was to be her new abode? She pondered the deeper meaning behind Xiao Nianchen's message. He must be considering this apartment as their future marital home. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly visit tomorrow evenings, and moving in with him would not pose any issue. Lin Shuiyao envisioned herself gliding through the spacious 200-square-meter home in her pajamas, and before she realized it, she drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Song Yuan checked into a hotel after exploring properties on an app during the day. He intended to rent a space suitable for both living and working, allowing him to develop his game while minimizing commute time. After all, he was incredibly busy juggling the development of his own game alongside his responsibilities at the company. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon seeing the last 3 digits of the incoming number, he felt a jolt of tension. Could it be? Song Yuan rummaged through his pocket for the crumpled piece of paper, confirming his suspicion as the number matched. It was the woman from last night. He scratched his brow with his index finger before answering, and the woman spoke first. I will be on a business trip tomorrow and will return in about 2 days. Think about what you want, and we can meet when I return. Her voice was crisp and commanding, exuding a powerful aura unlike any girl he had encountered before. Momentarily entrancing him, he recalled her from last night, her breath fragrant, delicate and sensitive like a blooming rose. Each of his movements prompting her to tighten her embrace and emit soft, yearning sounds. They had not ceased their passionate entanglement until the early hours of the morning. He mused that she must be a cool, decisive beauty in real life. When she realized he had not responded, she inquired, "Can you hear me?" Bringing his thoughts back to the present, he affirmed, "I can hear you. There's no need to meet. Just give me an address, and I will send the earrings back to you." Her tone was assertive, declaring, "I promise to take responsibility, and I will not go back on my word. Think it over. My assistant will reach out to you in a few days." With that, she abruptly ended the call. Song Yuan stared blankly at his phone, astonished. Had he misheard? It seemed he was the one benefiting from this situation, as she had mentioned wanting to take responsibility for him. It was the first time he had heard a girl speak of responsibility, stirring unexpected emotions within him, a sense of being valued and respected. Indeed, matters of the heart should be mutually consensual, with both parties held accountable. Reflecting on his first encounter with Lin Shuiyao, he recalled that she had initially consented and even instigated the intimacy, yet afterward, she sulked for several days. Only after he handed over his salary card, added her name to the property deed, and transferred 100,000 to her brother did he finally receive her smile. She had then proclaimed, "Song Yuan, I am not a frivolous woman." Reflecting on the matter, it becomes evident that her insistence on discretion stemmed merely from the absence of financial means. A realization he regrettably only grasped now. As rain began to fall outside, Song Yuan closed the window and nestled into his blanket, his mind troubled by numerous thoughts, leading to a restless night. At Moon Lake Bay, Lin Shuiyao was abruptly awakened by the thunder, instinctively turning over and reaching out in search of solace, only to encounter emptiness, prompting her to open her eyes wide in surprise. Outside, the storm raged with flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Lin Shuiyao curled up tightly, cocooning herself in her blanket, for she had harbored a fear of thunder since childhood. In the past, whenever a storm erupted, Song Yuan, regardless of how deeply he was asleep, would awaken and envelop her in his embrace. Suddenly, she found herself reminiscing about the days when Song Yuan was by her side, realizing how accustomed she had become to his presence over the years. With him around, she could relinquish all worries, for he would meticulously manage every aspect of their lives. Chapter 5. A tinge of regret. Lin Shuiyao found herself reflecting on Song Yuan, a flicker of regret coursing through her heart. She lamented having spoken too harshly that day, declaring that he would never reach the heights of Xiao Nianchen. In hindsight, those words seemed excessively damaging to a man's pride, particularly when comparing him to another. Anyone would feel disheartened upon hearing such remarks. She retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow, expecting an apologetic message from Song Yuan, yet the device remained ominously silent. How could this be? Had his line been disconnected? A quick check revealed she still had balance. To her astonishment, Song Yuan had not reached out at all, neither through messages nor calls. An inexplicable wave of grievance washed over her, and tears began to spill from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she felt an urge to confront Song Yuan, questioning why he could simply abandon her, especially knowing her fear of thunder without offering a word of comfort. 3 years of affection, and he could sever ties so readily. If it were another woman, one who coveted his wealth, would he have been so resolute in his departure? Lin Shuiyao considered her friend's assertion that she had demanded too little from Song Yuan, rendering herself inconsequential in his eyes. Huddled beneath her blankets, she dabbed at her tears, ultimately succumbing to the impulse to dial his familiar number, only to be met with a busy tone. It dawned on her that during their breakup the previous day, Song Yuan had blocked her contact right in front of her. She felt as though she were on a precipice, teetering towards emotional turmoil, and Song Yuan was pushing her to the brink. She resolved not to forgive him easily, even if he were to present her with exquisite Hetian jade earrings. She would not succumb so readily. Listening to the rain and thunder, she barely slept that night. The following day, she arrived at the office with dark circles under her eyes. As she powered on her computer, she received a call from Su Li, the president's assistant. Lin Shuiyao, what on earth did you compile for General Manager Gu's trip yesterday? Confusion enveloped her. Had she made an error in her organization? Assistant Su, is there a problem? How dare you even ask? General Manager Gu is furious. You need to go to the president's office and explain yourself. After hanging up, a weighty dread settled upon her. She dreaded visiting the president's office, where she was always subjected to the scathing rebuke of that formidable woman. As she recalled the previous day's tasks, her mind was clouded with uncertainty. With trepidation, she made her way to the top-floor office, gently knocking on the door before hearing a curt, "Enter." Upon entering, she was nearly buried under a pile of documents. Is this rubbish what you submitted? Hurriedly, she crouched to gather the scattered papers, feeling a pang of guilt as she replied, "Yes." Yu Shiyu, the president of Gu Corporation, was notorious as a ruthless figure in the industry, cold and decisive. Since taking the reins of Gu Corporation, she had propelled the company into the top 50 of the Fortune Global 500 in just 3 years. Entrepreneurs in the circle trembled at her presence, let alone a mere secretary like Lin Shuiyao. At that moment, Lin Shuiyao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Without lifting her gaze from the documents, Gu Shiyu inquired, "What is your name, and how much does the company pay you each month?" Lin Shuiyao took a deep breath before responding, "After tax, it's 6,005. Gu Shiyu cast a sidelong glance at her assistant Su Li and succinctly remarked, "You get what you pay for. Even ready-made documents can be printed incorrectly. Clearly, this indicates a lack of competence. Let's terminate this and hire someone capable. The salary is not an issue. Do not skimp on hiring." Lin Shuiyao felt a pang in her chest, tears nearly spilling forth. In the current job market, securing employment is no easy feat, especially within such a large corporation. Gu General, I will ensure the quality of my work. Please grant me another chance." Gu Shiyu, still engrossed in signing the documents, did not lift her gaze. "Why should I believe you?" Lin Shuiyao bit her lip, struggling to identify any advantage she possessed, and could only look to Su Li for assistance. Su Li interjected, "Gu General, we have an hour and a half until the flight departs. It takes 35 minutes to drive to the airport, and we must account for potential traffic delays. You have at most 5 minutes left to address this matter." Finally, Gu Shiyu set aside the documents and glanced at those standing below her, altering her stance. "Then let us discuss this upon our return. Please organize these proposals for me to review en route. We must depart now." Lin Shuiyao let out a sigh of relief, returning to her workstation still shaken. She silently prayed that the formidable woman would forget this incident upon her return. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Had it not been for Assistant Su's intervention, she would have been dismissed on the spot. She felt an overwhelming urge to vent and sought comfort. Retreating to the stairwell, she instinctively scrolled through her phone for Song Yuan's number, only to remember to call Xiao Yanqian instead. She dialed once, twice, thrice, but was met with the perpetually cold voice of a robotic response. Lin Shuiyao felt wronged. Song Yuan had never ignored her calls, always providing her with emotional support when needed. Contemplating this, she found herself missing him, wondering what he was preoccupied with and whether he was too anxious about their breakup to focus on coding. She opened WeChat and hesitated for a long time before crafting a message. "Song Yuan, can you come pick me up after work today? And could you bring me a cup of milk tea from that shop near your company?" After sending the message, a wave of regret washed over her. Was she being too accommodating towards Song Yuan? After all, he had not formally apologized. She recalled her best friend's advice. Yielding first might lead Song Yuan to perceive her as easily manipulated, forever the weaker party in their dynamic, never truly valued. Yet, the message was already sent and could not be retracted. Oh well, she'd ride in Song Yuan's car this once, conceding to him. Later, she'd make him kneel at the bedside to recite lessons on masculinity. Meanwhile, Song Yuan felt a heightened sense of anxiety, though it was not solely due to his breakup with Lin Shuiyao. Today marked the 8th day of the countdown to his wedding. Where could he possibly find a woman to marry? He sifted through his contacts, analyzing every single available single woman, but none seemed suitable for a whirlwind marriage. He could not simply conjure a woman out of thin air. His mother called to request that he return home after work, specifically urging him to bring along his fiancée. Song Yuan felt overwhelmed by the situation. Just as he was hesitating, a WeChat notification pinged on his phone. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Lin Shuiyao, her expression seemingly filled with questions. What could this young lady be anticipating? Song Yuan began to compose a message, determined to clarify the matter with her. Chapter 6. She was infuriated by Song Yuan. Song Yuan composed a message for Lin Shuiyao, stating, "I cannot go. Let Xiao Yanqian pick you up." After work, he drove alone back to his parents' home. Upon entering, his father pressed a card into his palm, saying, "Song Yuan, you are on the verge of starting a family. I regret not being able to purchase a decent wedding house for you. This is the savings your mother and I have accumulated over the years. It should suffice for a down payment. Discuss with Yu Yo and select a modest home that both of you find satisfactory. The burden of repaying the mortgage will be considerable, and your mother and I can assist with our retirement funds." A wave of emotion washed over Song Yuan, leaving a bittersweet taste in his mouth as he felt the weight of the card in his hand. He hesitated to disclose that he had already parted ways with Lin Shuiyao, nor could he admit that the money from selling his grandfather's ancestral home had almost been squandered. He returned the card, saying, "Dad, Mom, this is the fruit of your hard work over a lifetime. I cannot accept it. You are at an age where you should be enjoying life, not constantly saving for me." Song Heng shot him a knowing glance and insisted, "Just take it. Your mother has not been well lately. Do not add to her worries." For the time being, Song Yuan pocketed the card. Observing that his mother was still wearing the pants he had bought for her in his first year of work, he felt a pang of sorrow. After having dinner at home, Song Yuan chose not to return to the hotel, opting instead to stay the night. He gazed at the table laden with wedding candies. Suppressing his emotions, he realized he must find someone to marry quickly, even if it meant feigning a relationship. This wedding must take place. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiao waited at the office for half an hour after work, anticipating that Song Yuan would come to pick her up. She had even taken the time to touch up her makeup in the restroom. However, upon returning to her workstation, she saw Song Yuan's message. Her hands trembled with anger. What did he mean by that? If he had spoken those words to her face-to-face, she would have unhesitatingly hurled her phone at him. After calming herself for a while at her desk, the fury within her remained uncontainable. Song Yuan had forfeited his chances. She would not forgive him easily. He had suggested she find Xiao Nianqin, so she would do just that. Lin Shuiao promptly called Xiao Nianqin, only to be informed that traffic was congested and she would need to take the subway to his company. Though dissatisfied, she pondered that his insistence for her to come to the office was, in essence, an acknowledgement of her status as his girlfriend. Going to the company was inevitable. As the future lady of the Xiao family, she would eventually have to do so. With this thought, her mood lightened slightly. She squeezed into the subway with her expensive handbag. As it was rush hour, the subway was teeming with commuters. Lin Shuiao had not taken the subway in 3 years. Ever since being with Song Yuan, he had always driven her to and from work, never allowing her to endure the crowded train. Clutching her cherished bag tightly, she was overwhelmed by the unpleasant odors in the subway, and a man behind her continued to press against her. She vowed never to take the subway again. She could hardly bear it, nor could her bag withstand the pressure. Her makeup was on the verge of being ruined. After transferring twice, she finally arrived at her destination. Upon exiting the subway, Lin Shuiao called Xiao Nianqin to inquire about the exact address of his company, but he simply instructed her to wait where she was. Lin Shuiao waited for more than 10 minutes before Xiao Nianqin's car leisurely approached. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Shuiao felt a tinge of displeasure. Her thoughts evident upon her countenance. She had assumed that Xiao Nianqin summoned her to the company for an official announcement, only to find herself waiting at the subway entrance instead. Song Yuan would never make her wait. He always arrived first for their dates. Xiao Nianqin merely cast a glance her way, said nothing, and drove home. Upon arrival, Xiao Nianqin opened the door and retrieved a pair of women's slippers, proclaiming, "Princess, behold your future home." At his words, Lin Shuiao's eyes sparkled, and her earlier discontent vanished. She explored the house, finding satisfaction in every corner. Wealth was indeed wonderful, for this was a residence that Song Yuan could never afford in his lifetime. Her choice was undeniably correct. Xiao Nianqin embraced her from behind, asking softly, "Yao Yao? It's been a long time. Have you missed me?" As he held her, his hands began to wander, slipping beneath her shirt. Lin Shuiao grasped his hand, saying, "Nianqin go. I'm a bit hungry. Let us dine first." Xiao Nianqin gazed at her with unmasked desire, inquiring, "After dinner, may I have you?" Lin Shuiao, blushing, fell silent. He gently pushed her toward the kitchen, saying, "Mrs. Xiao, let us cook. I am famished." Lin Shuiao's mind buzzed at the thought of cooking. She had never prepared a meal before. At home, Song Yuan never allowed her near the kitchen. In disbelief, she questioned, "Me cook?" Xiao Nianqin nodded. "In this household, it is just the two of us. If you do not cook, who will?" "Nianqin ge, I have never cooked. I cannot." A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Nianqin's face. "Then I shall order takeout. Until it arrives, perhaps we could." His gaze became fervent, making Lin Shuiao feel uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny. She had come to reminisce, yet it seemed Xiao Nianqin's thoughts were solely occupied with that matter. "Nianqin ge, do not rush. You will marry me, right?" Before she could finish, Xiao Nianqin leaned in, kissing her and lifting her toward the bedroom. In a low, husky voice, he reassured her, "Of course, I will marry you. My return this time is solely for that purpose." Just as they took a few steps, the sound of a door opening interrupted them. Xiao Nianqin halted, slowly setting her down. Lin Shuiao, perplexed, turned to see a lavishly dressed woman, radiating anger, glaring at them. "Xiao Nianqin, do you have no sense of moderation in your frivolities? You are about to be engaged yet bring home such a woman. What will Xiao Gu think? Can our family still thrive in the city?" Xiao Nianqin awkwardly scratched his head. "Mother, why did you come in without knocking?" Mrs. Xiao shot her son a disapproving look. Redirecting her ire toward Lin Shuiao, she strode over and slapped Lin Shuiao forcefully, declaring, "Vixen, my son is on the verge of engagement. Yet you still attempt to seduce him. Do you even recognize your own worth? How dare you step foot in the Xiao family? If you jeopardize his engagement, just see how I will deal with you." Lin Shuiao's delicate face immediately bore several distinct fingerprints. She was momentarily stunned by the slap, for in her entire life, no one had ever struck her in such a manner. With her eyes reddened, she glared at Xiao Nianchen. More unbearable than the sting of that blow was his indifference. He merely stood by, watching her mother strike her without intervention or any sign of protest, as if she deserved the punishment. Even more infuriating was the fact that he was on the verge of an engagement yet had deceitfully lured her to his home. Chapter 7. His indifference and detachment. A wave of grievance surged within Lin Shuiao as she grappled with the realization that the person she had longed for had been deceiving her all along. Xiao Nianchen, you are getting engaged? Why have you lied to me? Yet, Xiao Nianchen offered no response, instead wrapping his arm around his mother, gently coaxing her to the sofa. Mom, please don't be upset. What you see isn't always the truth. I know my boundaries. Mrs. Xiao, having vented her anger, gradually calmed down. As long as you understand the stakes. Our family's business relies on the Gu family if we cannot secure this marriage. The Xiao family's efforts over 3 generations will be in vain. Xiao Nianchen bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. It was only after a moment that he remembered Lin Shuiao, who stood awkwardly by. Yao Yao, please go back for now. I will explain everything later. He pressed the elevator button, ushering her inside. Lin Shuiao descended in tears, squatting by the roadside, sobbing into her phone for what felt like an eternity. Not a single vehicle passed that was there to pick her up. Xiao Nianchen had actually pushed her away. Regret filled her heart. She was certain that Song Yuan would never have treated her this way. The night wind stung her flushed cheeks as she hesitated, contemplating whether to call Song Yuan and swallow her pride. In that moment, her friend's words echoed in her mind. This is merely a ploy by that despicable man. Bowing down first means losing. She wept a little longer while sitting on the curb, yet Xiao Nianchen still did not come out to offer any explanation. Eventually, unable to withstand the turmoil within her, she entered a nearby shop. Excuse me, my phone is dead. May I borrow yours to make a call? The shopkeeper lent her the phone, and Lin Shuiao dialed the familiar number. When the call connected, she heard Song Yuan's voice, and at that moment, she felt her composure fray. With a choked voice, she said, Song Yuan, it's me. Could you come and pick me up? The voice on the other end was devoid of emotion, sounding distant and detached. I'm not in a position to help right now. You should call Xiao Nianchen. With that, Song Yuan ended the call. Lin Shuiao returned the phone, feeling dazed. Did Song Yuan truly not want her anymore? She refused to believe it. He was merely upset by the hurtful words she had uttered. Lin Shuiao convinced herself that he would soon come to seek her out, especially with the wedding approaching. After hanging up, Song Yuan stepped to the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling that his sacrifices over the past 3 years were in vain. The next day was Saturday, and upon awakening, he seemed to see the words, Wedding Countdown, 7 days. Lucci called to inform him that they had arranged to visit Professor Zhang at his home that morning. Song Yuan discreetly placed the card given by his father in the bedside drawer of the master bedroom and met Lucci at the foot of Professor Zhang's building after purchasing some gifts at the supermarket. Professor Zhang, though of retirement age, refused to step down and continued to work as a contracted teacher. The elderly gentleman expressed his dissatisfaction with Song Yuan, saying, Do you even remember that you have a teacher? Song Yuan rubbed his forehead. Professor, I truly feel unworthy to face you. 3 years ago, Professor Zhang's studio required a technical expert for a project, and he sought out Song Yuan to fill the role. However, Song Yuan declined, as he was preoccupied with accompanying Lin Shuiao's father in the hospital due to his illness. Consequently, he was unable to commit his time. Eventually, the project garnered the attention of investors and is now preparing for an initial public offering. Such matters he dared not mention in the presence of the professor. Professor Zhang huffed, acknowledging the situation, and remarked, I shall introduce you to someone shortly. You are sure to connect. As they spoke, a knock echoed through the room. Professor Zhang answered the door, exclaiming, Speak of the devil, here he is. Come, meet Gu Shiyuan, your junior, and my most commendable student over the past few years. Gu Shiyuan beamed with delight. You two are the Song Yuan and Lu Qi seniors that the professor often mentions? The examination system you developed for the school is still in use at Huada. Professor Zhang shot him a sidelong glance. Who speaks of them often? The three shared a chuckle, and as their conversation unfolded, Gu Shiyuan expressed great interest in the game they were currently developing, eager to join their endeavor. Song Yuan and Lu Qi gained insight into Gu Shiyuan. This soon-to-graduate young man was a few years their junior, but possessed a skill set on par with someone who had worked for 2 years. He demonstrated a notable aptitude in mathematical logic and was destined for remarkable accomplishments in the future. The trio exchanged contact information. Upon exiting the professor's residence, Song Yuan chose not to ride with them, opting instead for a solitary stroll. He needed to devise a solution for the bride issue that was driving him to madness. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyao was roused from her slumber by the sound of knocking. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she opened the door to find her parents accompanied by her younger brother. Lin Hai, her father, got straight to the point. Your brother has recently taken a liking to a girl, and she is quite pleased with him. However, she has requested a bride price of 388,000 along with the 5 essentials. We are short on funds, and you must find a way to make up the difference. Lin Shuiyao immediately awoke to the gravity of the situation. How much more do you need? Wang Chunmei, feeling at home, casually picked up some fruit from the table and responded, we still need 370,000 for the bride price and the 5 essentials. Daughter, whether the Lin family has a future depends on you. As the elder sister, you cannot neglect your responsibilities. Lin Shuiyao felt tears welling up. Was this what they call being short by just a little? Mom, I don't have that much money. You know my salary barely covers my own expenses. Lin Hai shot her a disapproving look, but there's still Xiao Song. You can ask him for help. Lin Shuiyao's face flushed with urgency. Dad, I broke up with him, and I have no money. Regret washed over her. Had she not ended her relationship with Song Yuan, she could have easily transferred funds from his card to assist her brother in his time of need. If that were insufficient, she could have devised a way to withdraw cash from his credit card. Now, she simply could not produce such a sum. What, you broke up? Wang Chunmei's voice rose several decibels in indignation. Why didn't you consult us before making such a decision? Though following Xiaosong may not lead to a life of opulence, at the very least, your brother can offer support in times of need. Regardless, you must first secure a new partner before making any decisions. What shall we do about your brother's betrothal gifts? Lin Hai paced furiously, pointing a finger at her. You are truly foolish. This house is meant for you, isn't it? Lin Shuiyao nodded in affirmation. Her brother, Lin Yu, implored, Sister, why not humble yourself and seek out your brother-in-law? I have already arranged the proposal date with the other party. When the time comes, we must present the betrothal gifts. You should marry your brother-in-law first, collect the gifts, and only then discuss divorce. This way, I can conveniently make up for it. Lin Shuiyao's mind was in turmoil. Please, do not rush me. I need to devise a plan. Currently, Song Yuan had blocked her, still seething with anger. If she approached him for money now, she would only diminish her own standing in his eyes. Lin Shuiyao's thoughts drifted to Xiao Nianchen. Chapter 8. Confrontation. Wang Chunmei cast an admiring glance at her son. Your brother is right. I can't believe I hadn't thought of it sooner. If you were to reconcile with Song Yuan, ensure the wedding photos are taken and the dowry is prepared. They can't possibly expect to marry into our family without offering something substantial. It would be utterly unacceptable to think they could wed my daughter without a dowry of at least 500,000. Lin Shuiyao furrowed her brow. When she mentioned the sum of 500,000 for the dowry and the wedding arrangements to Song Yuan, he would undoubtedly have no objections and might even be pleased. However, was it not too lenient on him? He had yet to apologize for his recent behavior, and she was not one to readily concede. Yet, she could not neglect her younger brother's affairs. After all, they were siblings, and she felt compelled to support him in this significant aspect of his life. Father, mother. Lin Yu, please don't concern yourselves with this matter. I will find a way to gather the funds and transfer them to you as soon as possible. Lin Hai nodded. Well done, dear sister, but you must act swiftly. Do not delay your brother's crucial matters. Wang Chunmei added, 3 days would be ideal. We must ensure the other party does not think we are so impoverished that we cannot even produce this amount. Lin Shuiyao felt reassured. Song Yuan was her last line of defense, and she was confident the money could be secured. After bidding farewell to her family, she received a call from Xiao Nianchen. Are you free this afternoon? I owe you an explanation for yesterday's events. Lin Shuiyao was still seething from the previous day's incident. Why should she immediately acquiesce to his request? She needed to maintain her composure. Otherwise, he would perceive her as just another easy conquest, easily lured into his bed with a mere gesture. When dealing with men, one must play the opposite game, keeping them on their toes. It is the unattainable that is most desirable. I'm not feeling well, so I want to be going out, she replied. Xiao Nianchen took the bait, attempting to coax her. Don't be upset. I'll take you for a drive and bring you a gift as an apology. Just send me your address, and I'll come to fetch you. Lin Shuiyao's refusal was a test. Since you are engaged, let us forget it. I refuse to be a mistress and ruin someone else's family. Xiao Nianchen chuckled softly. My princess, that engagement is merely a fade to placate my mother. There are no feelings involved. I've only met that woman once. It's not a real engagement. Just come out. and we can devise a plan to convince my mother to accept you as my bride. Lin Shuiyao felt a flutter of excitement at his words. Marrying into the Xiao family would be nothing short of a dream, and her brother's dowry of 388,000 would be a trifling sum for them. All right, I'll send you my address. You'd better call me when you arrive. I don't want to wait. Understood, my princess. Lost in the flattery of being called princess, Lin Shuiyao hung up and quickly washed her hair and applied exquisite makeup, the dress she had been reluctant to wear. A gift from Song Yuan when he received his salary last month awaited her in the wardrobe. After changing into the outfit and twirling before the mirror, she received a call from Xiao Yinshan. Come downstairs, princess. I'm at the entrance to your community. Lin Shuiyao spritzed some perfume on her wrist, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stepped out with a cheerful heart. Today, Xiao Yinshan had arrived in a sports car, and upon spotting the sleek vehicle from a distance, her spirits soared as she nearly jogged towards it. Xiao Yinshan exhibited an exceptionally gracious demeanor today, personally opening the car door for her, saying, "My princess, please, step inside." He then assisted her in fastening her seatbelt, before presenting her with an exquisitely crafted small box, declaring it a token of apology for the princess. I hope you accept it graciously. Lin Shuiyao's heart swelled with joy as she sat in the sports car. Receiving the gift from the man who referred to her as princess, this was the life she had always envisioned in her dreams. The beautiful box led her to believe it contained a magnificent diamond, but upon opening it, she was momentarily stunned to find a mere lipstick inside. She examined the lipstick, turning it over in her hands, searching for a hidden gem beneath it, only to discover nothing, and disappointment washed over her in an instant. It was rather unexpected. A wealthy heir like Xiao Yinshan offered her only a lipstick as a gesture of contrition. She usually found this brand inferior, as Song Yuan would purchase far superior ones for her. Noticing her slight discontent, Xiao Yinshan refrained from addressing it directly. My friend owns a 5-star restaurant known for having the freshest seafood in all of Asia. How about I take you there to try it? Lin Shuiyao, preoccupied with thoughts of her brother's dowry, was unsure of how to express her concerns and merely responded with a distracted Xiao Yinshan pressed the accelerator, steering the car towards the Xinglan Hotel. Upon arriving, he tossed the keys to the valet and led Lin Shuiyao inside. At that moment, Song Yuan was at the hotel to verify details regarding the wedding venue and happened to cross paths with him. Lin Shuiyao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Song Yuan, but quickly grasped the situation. Song Yuan, are you following me? If you have something to say, you needn't resort to stalking. Xiao Yinshan raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise in his gaze. He had heard that Lin Shuiyao's ex-boyfriend was an IT professional, a senior engineer, which sounded quite respectable. However, he had stereotypically imagined him to be akin to the programmers at his company, scruffy, with greasy hair, thick glasses, a black backpack, and a checkered shirt, along with thinning hair. Yet, the reality was that Song Yuan appeared rather presentable, even handsome among men, albeit a poor laborer. Xiao Yinshan suddenly felt an urge to humiliate him. I've heard you write code. My company is currently developing a game and intends to collaborate with the Gu family's technology department. The prospects are promising. Would you consider switching jobs? What does your current employer pay you? I can offer double on the condition that, in addition to fulfilling your development tasks, you also serve as a chauffeur for me and my girlfriend at my beck and call. How does that sound? Initially, Song Yuan had no intention of engaging with them, but their provocations prompted him to stand his ground. There was a significant difference between planning a collaboration and having an actual partnership. Surely, Mr. Xiao wouldn't be recruiting under the auspices of the Gu family without even having met their president, would he? Is the esteemed Gu aware of having such an outstanding potential partner? Xiao Yinshan was momentarily taken aback. Song Yuan's words struck a chord. He indeed had yet to meet that formidable woman from the Gu family. His grandmother and the Gu matriarch were close friends, and she had expressed intentions of matchmaking him with that formidable lady. However, the woman had maintained an exceptionally private schedule, and he had yet to secure an appointment, let alone create an opportunity for a chance encounter. He could only place his hopes in the hands of the Gu matriarch. Yet, what was there for Song Yuan? Merely a lowly worker, to be so proud of? Are you not merely a coder? The location of your work and the partnerships of the company bear no direct relevance to your interests. Any profits accrued will not yield you dividends. So your concern seems rather excessive. Song Yuan chuckled softly, amused that someone like Xiao, a fellow internet professional, could lack such fundamental awareness. In our line of work, we tend to be discerning in our choice of colleagues. It appears that under Zhao's leadership, there are few distinguished talents. Collaborating daily with a disorganized multitude must be quite arduous. What sort of games do you develop? I hope they are not akin to those simplistic pastimes favored by the elderly. Xiao Nianqin's face shifted from pale to red and back to pale again, leaving her utterly speechless. Chapter 9. The Wedding Proceeding. A change of bride. Song Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuyao and then said, "Excuse me." The manager he had previously arranged to meet approached them. "Mr. Song, we have finalized the design for the wedding venue scheduled for the 19th of this month. And the wedding itinerary has also been drafted. Please come upstairs to discuss the details. Any dissatisfaction can be promptly addressed." Guided by the manager, Song Yuan walked away. Lin Shuyao fell into contemplation, her mind racing. Had she heard correctly? Song Yuan had not canceled the wedding. He was here to coordinate the venue and the proceedings, which indicated that he still intended to marry her. A bemused chuckle escaped her lips. He was indeed a proud man, unwilling to concede even at this stage. Did he truly intend to wait until the wedding day to plead with her? This mirrored what her friend had said. Having pursued her too easily in the past had led Song Yuan to believe he could command her will. Xiao Nianqin's good mood was somewhat marred as she took Lin Shuyao upstairs to meet with friends. How much did Song Yuan spend on the wedding venue here? Does he really have the means to hold a wedding at a five-star hotel on his modest salary? Her friend, the proprietor of the establishment, expressed his ignorance of Song Yuan, only aware of the local market rates. Our venue fees range from several $100,000 to over $1 million, depending on the specifications. If you're curious, I could summon the manager to inquire on your behalf. Xiao Nianqin waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. My princess is hungry. Let us have the dishes brought out. Regardless of the expenses incurred, it would all be in vain if Song Yuan's fiancé had already run off with someone else. He would be left lamenting under the vast expanse of empty grasslands. With this thought, a sense of satisfaction surged within Xiao Nianqin. The staff soon presented a table laden with signature dishes. Pouring a glass of red wine for Lin Shuyao, she said, "Yao Yao, after dinner, I'll take you to a resort in the northern suburbs. I have a courtyard there, and since today is the weekend, we can stay overnight and return tomorrow. So it won't interfere with your work on Monday." Lin Shuyao pondered his words, particularly fixating on the phrase "stay overnight." The implications of two single individuals sharing a night were all too evident. She was not naive enough to be deceived by a man's typical rhetoric. He sought something from her, and she too had her own desires. It was impossible for her to be taken advantage of, even by someone she favored. With the conversation leading to this point, Lin Shuyao decided to voice her thoughts that had occupied her mind throughout the journey. "Nianqin, there is something I wish to ask of you." Xiao Nianqin paused in his task of peeling shrimp and inquired, "What is it?" "I've encountered a bit of a predicament and require a sum of money to resolve it. Could you lend me 500,000? I promise to repay you once I've saved enough." Xiao Nianqin fell silent, his mind racing as he processed her request. The notion of her being a gold digger took form in his thoughts. Was he truly risking becoming a pawn in Song Yuan's game? What if she was merely a cast-off from him? He was meant to be forging ties with the Gu family. He felt a sense of indignation at her audacity in asking for such a sum up front. Had she been gilded or encrusted with diamonds? Xiao Nianqin cleared his throat and tossed the peeled shrimp into Lin Shuyao's bowl. "Well, Yao Yao, to be honest, I currently cannot afford this amount of money. My mother saw me bringing you back to the new house yesterday and promptly froze my card. I'm not embarrassed to admit that our meal today is courtesy of a friend's restaurant." He continued, "You go ahead and eat. We will discuss how to convince my mother to accept you at the resort tonight. Once you become Mrs. Xiao, will this amount of money even matter? What difficulty could I not resolve for you?" Lin Shuyao lowered her head to eat, aware that Xiao Nianqin was attempting to pacify her, still harboring some reservations. As a scion of a wealthy family, it was inconceivable that he lacked any private funds. Even if he were short on cash, surely he possessed assets. There must be stocks or mutual funds in his portfolio. It was improbable that his living expenses had been cut off to the point where he could only afford a second-tier lipstick. If it were Song Yuan, he would have readily lent her the money, even if he had to borrow it himself. Regret washed over Lin Shuyao as she reflected on her impulsive decision to break up with Song Yuan. Her mother was right. She should have solidified her relationship with Xiao Nianqin before making such a move. Now, finding herself devoid of options felt rather disadvantageous. She had anticipated that upon seeing Xiao Nianqin again, they would quickly rekindle their past affection. However, it seemed she had underestimated the complexities of his character. He desired intimacy but was not inclined to invest anything substantial in her. Yet, she had devised a plan. During the past few days, she had secretly undergone a procedure at the hospital. Surely, a young master from a prominent family would care about such matters. Once Xiao Nianchen discovered that she was a novice, he would undoubtedly lower his guard. Brother Nianchen, you truly intend to marry me, don't you? Xiao Nianchen raised one greasy hand in a vow. Of course. Upon my return to the country, I did not contact any old friends. The first call I made was to you. Do you not comprehend my intentions? I returned specifically to marry you. Lin Shuiyao was skeptical. But he made a valid point. Once you became the legitimate Mrs. Xiao, what would 50,000 yuan matter? Brother Nianchen, can we consider registering our marriage first? It may take some time for my mother to change her opinion of me. You know, changing someone's perspective is no small feat, especially considering the generational gap between her and us. Xiao Nianchen tossed another shrimp her way, shifting the subject. Let us focus on eating first. Lin Shuiyao set down her chopsticks. I know what you were concerned about. After we broke up, I did date another guy, but nothing happened between us. I am still pure. You will find out in due time. As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Xiao Nianchen felt a stirring in his throat at her words. He gazed at Lin Shuiyao's beautiful face, pondering how it was possible that Song Yuan had not touched her in 3 years. This revelation left him somewhat incredulous. Lin Shuiyao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Brother Nianchen, I have been waiting for you all along. A warmth flickered in Xiao Nianchen's heart. Initially, he had merely sought a fleeting romance, yet somehow he found himself profoundly moved. He nearly reached for the card in his pocket but steadied himself at the last moment, deciding to verify the situation first. Yao Yao, have you finished eating? After a delightful meal, we shall proceed to the resort. I have a gift for you, a bag, and I am uncertain if it will please you. Lin Xiao understood the underlying sentiment. Indeed, she had guessed the man's subtle intentions accurately, as Xiao Nianchen was evidently concerned about this. Xiao Nianchen exchanged a few words with his friend before leading Lin Shuiyao downstairs. In the elevator, he tentatively inquired about her favorite brand of t-shirts. Lin Shuiyao, blushing, replied, I haven't used any. I'm not sure. A smile danced at the corners of Xiao Nianchen's lips. As they exited the elevator, they spotted Song Yuan in the lobby, seemingly having just concluded a conversation with the manager and preparing to leave. Chapter 10. Selling the house, Xiao Nianchen recalled the events that would transpire later that evening. Glancing at the ninja turtle before him, exuding an air of exhilaration, to conduct such an affair under the very noses of other men. With his fiancée, no less, who could truly comprehend it, dear family? He longed to inscribe the word adulterer upon his visage, to declare to Song Yuan, your future wife is to be bedded by me. The fortune you squandered to marry her is for a second-hand commodity I have already enjoyed. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Nianchen drew Lin Shuiyao closer, lifting her chin to plant a kiss upon her lips. Caught unawares, Lin Shuiyao gasped, her heart racing, only to turn and spot Song Yuan, who was making his way to the door. He did not cast a glance in their direction, maintaining an air of aloofness as if they were mere strangers. Uncertain whether he had witnessed the scene, she hesitated to provoke any animosity with Song Yuan, for her alliance with Xiao Nianchen was still precarious. Should she fail to secure a place in the Xiao family, Song Yuan remained her last resort. One must not act too resolutely. It was wise to leave room for future possibilities. With this in mind, Lin Shuiyao subtly shifted away, creating a slight distance between herself and Xiao Nianchen. He, ever perceptive, noticed her movement and glanced over. Yao Yao, you wouldn't still consider returning to him, would you? Lin Shuiyao shook her head vigorously. Nianchen, he does not even compare to you. How could I possibly choose him? Xiao Nianchen mused silently, considering how this woman, with her innocent, delicate face, could be so ruthless in her actions. Would she not, in her quest for wealthier prospects, similarly stab him in the back? A tinge of sympathy for Song Yuan began to blossom within him. Meanwhile, Song Yuan, seated in his car, suddenly sneezed, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding behind him. He believed their breakup rendered everything inconsequential. Lin Shuiyao was free to associate with whomever she pleased. Just then, Lu Qi's aunt called. Xiao Song, I have gathered the funds. My husband wishes to revisit the house. Are you available? Of course, he replied. I will meet you at the community entrance. Upon arriving at the Yuehu Bay community, Song Yuan found Lu Qi and his aunt waiting at the entrance. He guided them into the house, and upon opening the door, he was immediately struck by the disarray within. The coffee table was cluttered with half-eaten snail rice noodles and stinky tofu. The trash bin overflowed with refuse. And the kitchen contained a pot of unfinished instant noodles, with used dishes and chopsticks languishing in the sink, soaking in water. Dirty clothes were strewn across the sofa, and mismatched high-heeled shoes were scattered haphazardly on the floor, giving the impression that a vagabond had taken residence. Song Yuan had assumed Lin Shuiyao had taken the hint about selling the house and had vacated the premises, but to his dismay, she remained. And the place had been reduced to such a state of neglect. In his absence, Lin Shuiyao had not lifted a finger to clean, subsisting on junk food, and had neglected even to dispose of the takeout bags. As a young woman, she could not even maintain basic hygiene. It seemed he had truly spoiled her over the years. Lu Qi's aunt surveyed the scene, shaking her head in disbelief. On her first visit, the home had been immaculate. It had not been left in such a disgraceful condition. Xiaosong, you haven't had a change of heart, have you? If you no longer wish to sell, it is perfectly acceptable to speak frankly with your aunt. You are friends with Lu Qi, and your aunt will not hold it against you. Song Yuan scratched his head and replied, I apologize, auntie. Allow me to tidy up a bit first. The house will undoubtedly be sold. However, as today is Saturday, I cannot complete the paperwork. I assure you that the house will be clean and orderly when it is handed over to you. After spending nearly half an hour cleaning, Song Yuan finally managed to organize the visible mess. He took out 2 large bags of trash and opened the windows for ventilation. Moments later, he welcomed his aunt and her family inside to view the house. Lu Qi quietly murmured to Song Yuan from behind, Brother, what kind of life have you been living with Lin Shuiyao? Song Yuan dared not to reflect on it. Over the past 3 years, he had treated Lin Shuiyao like a revered ancestor, handling the household chores, earning the money, and catering to her every need. In this household, he felt like a free caretaker. In his mind, loving a girl meant indulging her to the fullest, but at this moment, he realized he had given everything to someone unworthy. A sense of regret washed over him. He sighed, let us not dwell on the past. Everything has come to an end. Lu Qi asked, what about your wedding? Have you found a bride? Only Lu Qi was aware of Song Yuan's breakup with Lin Shuiyao. Song Yuan was even too afraid to tell his parents. The urgency to find someone for a hasty marriage was palpable. The thought of it made his head ache. The wedding must go on, but he had yet to find a partner. Lu Qi gave him a thumbs up and suggested, You're impressive. Why not rent someone from a matchmaking platform? You're getting married, not shopping for vegetables at the market. With only a few days left, where will you find someone? Song Yuan remained silent, feeling utterly helpless. He had no choice but to consider that option. However, he suddenly thought of his parents, and his heart sank. They had worried considerably about his marriage, and he could deceive everyone except his own parents. Everything will unfold as it should, he reassured himself. After viewing the house, his aunt's family expressed satisfaction. She took a few photographs before they departed. That evening, Song Yuan did not return to the hotel but stayed at home. As night fell, Lin Shuiyao had yet to return, leading him to believe she had already moved out. He hired a cleaner to thoroughly tidy the house, discarding some useless items, but he did not touch Lin Shuiyao's belongings. Song Yuan sent her a WeChat message. Please come collect your things. The house will be sold next week. If you do not retrieve them, I will assume you no longer want them and will dispose of them. After sending the message, there was no reply for a long time. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyao had followed Xiao Nianchen to a resort, which was actually a small courtyard rented by Zhao's father, though Xiao Nianchen claimed he had purchased it. While Lin Shuiyao was in the shower, Xiao Nianchen noticed her phone screen light up with the contact name Licking Dog. He couldn't help but chuckle at the fitting description of that green giant's persona. He was too lazy to read the message, so he simply deleted it for her. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Xiao Nianchen gazed at the blurred silhouette behind the glass door, igniting a fire within him. He removed his watch and stepped inside, and after a moment, sounds of heavy breathing emerged from within. Over the years, Xiao Nianchen has indulged in a lavish lifestyle abroad, yet the women he encountered were often bold and uninhibited, leaving little impression for a second meeting. Before him now, Lin Shuiyao, with an alluring demeanor that oscillated between demure and enticing, captivated his very soul. An inexplicable thought of Song Yuan crossed his mind, pondering what expression that green-haired fellow might wear in response. As this notion surged through him, a rush of blood coursed through his veins. However, Lin Shuiyao seized him, exclaiming, Nianchen, about my brother. Half of Xiao Nianchen's scattered thoughts returned. He had already drawn his bow, yet this woman, in such a moment, grasped his arrow, revealing herself to be far from an ordinary adversary. Chapter 11. Charisma. Lin Shuiyao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her large eyes shimmering with emotion. Nianchen Gu, I only have one younger brother. I must look after him. Xiao Nianchen chuckled coldly in his heart. Not only was she a gold digger, but also a cunning manipulator. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated returning such a calamity to Song Yuan. Who would dare to marry such a woman? To wed her would be akin to marrying her entire family. Yet, at that moment, he knew he had to take action. Otherwise, he would not be a man. Release my brother first, and then we can discuss your brother's matters. Lin Shuiao let go, pushing him lightly on the chest. How annoying. Xiao Nianxin embraced her and carried her back to the bedroom, playfully soothing her. It's merely a few 100,000. I can ask my mother for it tomorrow. She will surely give it to you. A smile blossomed on Lin Shuiao's face, and he easily conquered her heart. Xiao Nianxin gazed at the marks left on the big bed, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He wasn't lying. It was indeed her first time. Lin Shuiao held on to Xiao Nianxin tightly. Nianxin, go. You will marry me, right? Of course. Marry you? Nonsense. Where does your fiancé work? Lin Shuiao pouted. Why bring him up now? Xiao Nianxin inhaled a post-coital cigarette, feeling a pleasurable thrill coursing through him. He had just been with another man's woman, and a pang of guilt tugged at his conscience. Perhaps he should look out for the man in his professional endeavors. Lin Shuiao divulged the name of her fiancé's company. Xiao Nianxin had initially planned to return her the very next day, but over the course of these 2 days, desire had clouded his judgment, compelling him to keep her until Monday when he would escort her to the office. Song Yuan had spent 2 days at Moonlake Bay, believing Lin Shuiao had permanently moved out and likely abandoned her belongings. He had arranged for his aunt to finalize a property transaction today, but she called to inform him of her mother-in-law's unexpected passing, stating that she would be unable to come by for some time and requested he hold on to the house for a while, transferring a deposit of 20,000 yuan. Thus, Song Yuan decided not to enlist anyone to help tidy up and headed straight to the office. He intended to resign, planning to devote himself entirely to game development for the foreseeable future. The professor's junior, Gu Shuan, had seamlessly integrated into their group over the past few days, and their small chat group buzzed with activity. Gu Shuan mentioned that his family owned an idle loft suitable for use as an office. After discussing with Lu Qi, they agreed to pay him rent each month instead of seeking another location. Song Yuan had yet to submit his resignation email when one of his subordinates knocked and entered to report, "Boss, the project that went live a few days ago has encountered a bug. The team is struggling to resolve it. What seems to be the issue? The system crashes under heavy simultaneous traffic. We spent the weekend troubleshooting, modifying significant portions of the code logic. For now, it seems stable, but we cannot guarantee it won't crash again with even more visitors." Song Yuan closed his email and replied, "I will follow up on this issue. You all proceed with developing the new requirements as planned." He opened the code for investigation, committed to resolving the problem. He was a responsible person who would never abandon unresolved issues. He was deeply engrossed in his work when his superior called him over the intercom. "Xiao Song, come to my office for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." Song Yuan locked his computer and ascended the stairs. "Mr. Wang, what brings you to seek me?" Wang Jikai, a man with a disingenuous smile, greeted him with feigned warmth. "Xiao Song, you have occupied the position of director for 3 years now. While you have not made any significant errors in your work, you have also failed to achieve notable accomplishments. It has become apparent that maintaining your position is no longer viable for the company, and thus we have decided to terminate your employment. I wish you the best in your future endeavors. You need not worry about handing over your responsibilities. You may leave immediately." Song Yuan let out a scoff. He was being dismissed? No need to rectify any bugs? "Mr. Wang, since you say there is no need for a handover, please refrain from seeking my assistance in the future should any issues arise. I am quite occupied." Unbeknownst to Wang Jinkai, he had struck a significant nerve. He waved dismissively, puffing out his belly with an air of arrogance. "Rest assured, we have ample talent in this company. With or without you, operations will continue seamlessly." Song Yuan said nothing further, descending the stairs with his belongings. No need to send a resignation email. As he departed, several team leaders he had mentored expressed their outrage. "Boss, if old Wang dares to dismiss you, we shall resign as well. Wherever you go, we will follow." Song Yuan felt a surge of emotion, but cautioned them. "Please, do not act impulsively. I have yet to secure a new position. Are you prepared to join me in hardship?" Li Lei, the most fervent among them, declared, "I would endure any hardship for you. If not for your guidance, my skills would not have improved so markedly, nor would the company's website have thrived. A company that burns bridges is not worth our loyalty. Indeed, boss, we will stand by you, even if it means no immediate income." The office erupted with voices, with even a few testing engineers and product managers clamoring to depart with him. Soon, the office was in disarray and work was neglected. Moved by their camaraderie, Song Yuan implored, "Listen to me. Do not act rashly. I cannot lead you into the fire. I am also in a precarious position. The current job market is challenging, and finding new employment is not a simple task. Please do not resign without securing another position first. Consider your monthly mortgage and car loans. Think of your families. His colleagues acknowledged the wisdom in his words, and silence fell over the group for a moment. Meanwhile, in his office above, Wang Jingkai stood by the glass door, sweating profusely as he witnessed the commotion below. He had never anticipated that a mere dismissal could incite such turmoil. The usually reticent Song Yuan possessed a surprising influence, nearly leading his entire team away. Wiping his brow, he made a call. Shao, you must fulfill your promise. If Song Yuan takes my team, I will be left alone, jeopardizing the project's timeline, and I could easily be dismissed with a single word from above. Downstairs, after bidding farewell to his colleagues, Song Yuan departed with his belongings in hand. After years of relentless struggle, he found himself experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. With his job gone and his fiancée no longer by his side, he felt not a shred of sorrow. Instead, a profound sense of liberation enveloped him. At last, he had the opportunity to indulge in his passions. Song Yuan drove his car to the riverbank to savor the breeze when an unfamiliar number appeared on his phone. "Is this Mr. Song?" inquired a voice. "I am Miss Gu's assistant. When might you be available? Miss Gu wishes to arrange a meeting with you." Song Yuan's initial instinct was to dismiss the call as a scam. After all, he had no acquaintance named Miss Gu. Surely, this was merely a ruse. Just as he was about to hang up, the voice continued, "Mr. Song, Miss Gu inquired whether you have contemplated the matter from last time. You may feel free to propose your conditions." A sudden jolt of realization struck him as he recalled the woman's earlier call, in which she claimed she would take responsibility and urged him to consider what he truly desired, promising to fulfill it upon her return from her trip. Chapter 12. Countdown of 5 days. It turned out that the woman's surname was Gu. Song Yuan contemplated expressing that a meeting was unnecessary. As a man, he felt it rather petty to demand that a girl take responsibility after a single night. However, the thought of the wedding countdown looming just 5 days away struck him with urgency. In such a brief period, he surmised that finding true love was highly improbable. At best, he might rent a companion to appease the demands of the ceremony, yet that carried the risk of being deceived. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. Could he perhaps enlist the assistance of that woman? Song Yuan altered his decision and resolved to give it a try. "Hello. I am available at any time. Please see what works for Miss Gu," he said. The response came promptly, "Mr. Song, I have arranged for you to meet tonight at 7 o'clock in the CAF beneath Hengyue building. Does that suit you?" "Indeed," he replied. After hanging up, Song Yuan went to a barbershop to tidy his hair, then changed his attire before driving to Hengyue building. As he approached this familiar place, which he had visited daily in the past, he felt a wave of nostalgia. This was where Lin Shuiyao worked, and he had not anticipated that Miss Gu would also be in the vicinity. Reflecting on the woman's forthright demeanor, he believed she must possess remarkable capabilities in her profession. He parked his car and walked toward the CAF, only to cross paths with Lin Shuiyao, who had just exited the building after finishing her work. Lin Shuiyao paused momentarily upon seeing him, her expression quickly shifting to one of disdain. "Song Yuan, didn't we agree to sever all ties? Why are you here?" "I refuse to ride in your car." Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if he were pleading for reconciliation. "You misunderstand. I truly am not here to..." Lin Shuiyao interrupted him. "I know what you wish to say, but let me make this clear. Your actions are utterly beneath contempt, and I cannot forgive you." Song Yuan was left in a state of confusion, bewildered by her accusations. What had he done to deserve such condemnation? It seemed as though he were the one at fault in this scenario. Without allowing him to speak further, Lin Shuiyao lifted her chin defiantly and strode past him. After walking a short distance without noticing that Song Yuan had failed to follow, she halted abruptly. Turning back, she scanned the crowd but could find no trace of him. Anger surged within her. How could he not have kept up? Did he not recognize her rising fury? What kind of man was he, incapable of even comforting his girlfriend, needing to be guided through every step? Meanwhile, Song Yuan had entered the CAF, only to discover that he was its sole patron that day. He ordered 2 iced Americanos and settled into his seat, waiting as the clock struck 7. The sound of approaching high heels echoed, and a woman clad in a white skirt paired with a red sleeveless square-neck top hurried toward him. Song Yuan was momentarily entranced. The memory of that night, blurred by the wine, had left him with only a vague impression of her striking beauty and exquisite figure. Yet, upon seeing her again, he could not help but marvel. She was truly a vision of grace. Lin Shuyao might have been considered a campus beauty, but in comparison to this Miss Gu, she paled in significance. Her aura was commanding as she approached Song Yuan and took a seat directly in front of him, noticing his momentary daze. She wrapped her fingers lightly on the table. Song Yuan's mind returned from its wandering as he hurriedly retrieved the pair of earrings she had left behind. Miss Gu, here are your belongings. Gu Shiyu extended her hand to accept them, her alluring red lips parting slightly. As we discussed over the phone a few days ago, have you made up your mind about what you desire? Considering the relentless countdown to the wedding that had been haunting him nightly, Song Yuan mustered his courage to reply. I don't have any particular wishes, but I have recently encountered a rather challenging situation. If you are unable to assist, I understand if I have overstepped. What is it? Please, go ahead. Clearing his throat, Song Yuan succinctly explained the predicament. Upon finishing, he observed Gu Shiyu's expression, which revealed nothing, leaving him uncertain whether she would acquiesce or decline. He added, I don't mean to impose an obligation on you. After all, that night was an unexpected occurrence. I can comprehend if you find this matter absurd. Miss Gu, my apologies for the intrusion. He rose to leave, but Gu Shiyu halted him. Please wait a moment. I need to make a phone call. Stepping away to a spot where Song Yuan could not overhear, she summoned her assistant, Su Li. Within 3 minutes, gather all the information on that man. Su Li hurried off to comply, returning to her seat. Gu Shiyu took a sip of her coffee as Su Li promptly sent the gathered information to her phone. She delicately scrolled through the details. Name, Song Yuan. From Jing City. Parents are educators. Age 28. No bad habits. In good health with no family history of hereditary diseases. No infectious diseases. Gu Shiyu exhaled in relief. She had been worried about the possibility of contracting an undesirable illness, given that precautions had not been taken that night. Now, she could rest easy. Graduated from the computer science department of Huada University? She paused, noting that he attended the same school as her somewhat erratic younger brother. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Her eyelids lifted slightly as she continued to peruse his identification photo. It took her 2 minutes to review all the information before she put her phone away. I can agree to your request, but I hope it involves more than just organizing the wedding. We should also obtain our marriage certificate. Song Yuan was taken aback, nearly choking on his coffee. He had merely suggested that Miss Gu assist him in navigating the upcoming wedding, merely to appease relatives and friends. He had not anticipated that she would take it so seriously. This remarkable woman was determined to also secure the marriage certificate. Before he could respond, Gu Shiyu continued. How about tomorrow? Meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 in the morning with your identification. Song Yuan's heart raced. Obtaining a marriage certificate would legally bind them as a couple. The gravity of such a commitment seemed to roll off her tongue as casually as discussing a meal. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Shuyao. When he proposed to her, he had exerted considerable effort, reserving a table at a fine dining restaurant, preparing a ring, and presenting flowers, before finally receiving her affirmative response. He proposed that they first obtain their marriage certificate, but Lin Shuyao's expression shifted dramatically. She explained that their household registration book and identification cards were with her mother, emphasizing that her family adhered to traditional values and insisted on following the customary steps meticulously. They needed to present a bride price, purchase essential items, acquire wedding attire, and formally visit family and relatives with gifts. Only after completing all these rituals could they retrieve the necessary documents from her mother to proceed with the marriage. Song Yuan felt as though he had unexpectedly found a beautiful bride. However, he pondered whether she might be at a disadvantage, at the very least. She should inquire about his financial situation, whether he owned a house or a car, and the amount he could offer as a bride price. Miss Gu, aren't you going to ask about my circumstances? He inquired. Gu Shiyu replied directly, no need. Let's exchange WeChat first and keep in touch as needed. Chapter 13. My wife is 100 times more beautiful. Song Yuan presented his QR code, and with a beep, the scan was complete, resulting in a friend request on WeChat. After Gu Shiyu added him as a friend, she glanced at her watch, seemingly pressed for time. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please do not be late tomorrow. Song Yuan stood, momentarily entranced by her departing silhouette. Could she truly be his future wife? She appeared rather intriguing. He then examined her WeChat profile. Her avatar depicted an adorable kitten, and her username was simply you. The background of her moments matched her avatar, a charming image of a cat, with little else to note. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten to inquire about her name. Only knowing her surname was Gu. No matter, he would learn it when they obtained their marriage certificate the following day. He promptly pinned her on WeChat. Meanwhile, As Gu Shiyu exited the CAF, her grandmother's urgent call arrived. Shiyu, are you genuinely busy, or are you merely avoiding me? Is it so difficult to return home for a matchmaking session? At your age, it is time to settle down. How can you solely focus on work? The elderly woman continued, listen to your grandmother. I have met that grandson of the Xiao family. He is intelligent and quite handsome, a commendable choice. I hope you will marry him this month and give me a plump great-grandson next month. Otherwise, you shall be deemed unfilial. Gu Shiyu sighed in exasperation. You have only met that grandson a few times. How can you be certain he is reliable? The elderly lady retorted, why are you insulting him now? Gu Shiyu soothed her grandmother with a few kind words before ending the call. Her assistant, Su Li, inquired, President Gu, do you truly intend to marry that man named Song Yuan? Might he be after the Gu family's wealth? Gu Shiyu furrowed her brow slightly. She was unfamiliar with Song Yuan's character, but his profile fulfilled her criteria. Moreover, she firmly believed that one's appearance often reflects their inner character. And she had a keen eye for people. As for that individual surnamed Xiao, she was well aware of his unsavory reputation. Xiao Nianqin's scandalous lifestyle abroad was notorious. And upon returning, his family had relentlessly pursued her grandmother, attempting to force this ill-matched union upon her. The elderly woman was momentarily swayed, disregarding all her reasoning, fixating solely on the idea of marrying Gu Shiyu to Xiao Nianqin. Contemplating her grandmother's persistent urgings about marriage caused Gu Shiyu a headache. At that moment, she required a man to shield her from such troubles, and fortuitously, Song Yuan appeared. She rubbed her temples. Recalling their conversation at the CAF, his expressions suggested he remained unaware of her true identity. Best not to reveal to Song Yuan that I am the president of the Gu Corporation. Remember, I am merely a group leader at Gu Corporation, earning a modest salary of 9,000 a month. Su Li understood. The president intended to feign modesty to test that gentleman, and she would ensure her cooperation. Back at the hotel, Song Yuan retrieved his identification and rummaged through his belongings to find a fresh white shirt. As he lay on the bed, sleep eluded him. How could merely obtaining a marriage certificate be more exhilarating than marrying Lin Xueyao? He reminisced about that evening with Miss Gu, his heart ablaze with warmth. At the age of 28, one would expect maturity, yet Song Yuan still resembled a youthful lad in the throes of first love. He messaged his small group of friends. Brothers, I'm going to get my marriage certificate tomorrow. Come and offer your blessings. Lu Qi replied, what the hell? You've gone back to groveling before Lin Xueyao? You spineless sycophant. Song Yuan retorted, Pa, it's not her. My wife is 100 times more beautiful. Lu Qi exclaimed, well then, my friend, I must prepare a grand red envelope for you. Congratulations on escaping the deep pit that is Lin Xueyao. And may you and your wife soon be blessed with children. Gu Shiyuan added, add your sister-in-law to the group. We'd like to meet her. Song Yuan hesitated. Feeling unfamiliar with his future wife and uncertain of her temperament, he decided to wait until they were better acquainted before introducing her. Let us wait for another time. I'll treat you all to drinks soon. Lost in the joy of impending singlehood, he remained oblivious to Lin Xueyao, who was currently venting to her friend about him. Isn't it ridiculous? He came to pick me up, and when he saw me upset, he lost his composure completely. It's hard to fathom how I've tolerated him for 3 years, she lamented. Xiaoxi chuckled. Men are inherently directive creatures. They require guidance. In my view. Song Yuan seems rather dim-witted. You might as well consider moving on. Lin Xueyao mused. He really doesn't match my standards. Being with him feels like a downward compromise. Just as Lin Xueyao hung up, her mother's call came through. Yao Yao, this is the 3rd day. Have you secured the funds? You may be able to endure this, but your brother's girlfriend cannot. Don't let them think our family is so impoverished that we can't manage this small amount. Lin Xueyao replied sullenly, I understand. By tomorrow at the latest. I will transfer the money. She promptly contacted Xiao Nianqin, who had previously offered to assist with her brother's matters. After a prolonged series of beeps, no one answered the phone. Lin Xueyao tried several times to reach him, but he was evidently preoccupied. She decided to send him a message and wait for his response. As she pondered Song Yuan, she recalled that he had returned today, tidied up the house, and disposed of a considerable amount of trash. She found it puzzling. What could he possibly be so proud about? Was this a case of a hard exterior masking a tender core? He was evidently worried about her well-being. Yet he had returned to clean while she was at work, all the while refusing to apologize. How had she not recognized this trait in Song Yuan before? A cooked duck that stubbornly keeps its beak shut. Lin Xueyao applied a facial mask and watched several episodes of a drama, but even as fatigue set in. She had yet to receive a call back from Xiao Nianqin. A message from Lin Yu appeared in WeChat. Sister, Why haven't you transferred the money yet? Have you managed to secure brother-in-law? He wouldn't abandon you, would he? Lin Shuiyao had not yet shared her plans to marry into the Xiao family with her family. But her brother's words seemed utterly absurd. How could Song Yuan ever consider leaving her? With just a simple beckoning. He would come running to serve her tea and massage her shoulders. Lin Shuiyao replied to her brother, "You focus on your own affairs. Since I promised to secure the funds for you, I will undoubtedly accomplish that." Today, she was unable to reach Xiao Yanchen. But she still had Song Yuan as a backup. Lin Shuiyao glanced at the time. If by 11 o'clock Xiao Yanchen had not responded, she would have no choice but to humble herself before Song Yuan and ask him to return to his parents' home for assistance. Chapter 14. Obtaining a marriage certificate with my wife. As the clock struck 11, Lin Shuiyao had yet to receive a call from Xiao Yanchen. A wave of doubt washed over her. Was he intentionally ignoring her? However, she swiftly dismissed such thoughts. After all, he had sworn an oath at night in bed. She had faith in him. Gripping her phone tightly, with no news from Xiao Yanchen, she resolved to reach out to Song Yuan. By tomorrow at the latest. She had to transfer the money to her brother. She first dialed Song Yuan, but was met with a busy signal, causing her brows to furrow in frustration. Had he really unblocked her from his blacklist? Did he still harbor thoughts of reconciling? Returning to WeChat, she sent him a message. Song Yuan, I've been having nightmares these past few days. Will you come back to keep me company? She believed he would grasp her underlying meaning and provide her with a way out. Prolonging the conflict seemed futile. No sooner had her message been sent than a reply from Song Yuan arrived. We've broken up. It's not suitable. Please don't contact me again. Lin Shuiyao felt her breath hitch upon reading his response. Was he truly finished with her? Did he think he could do better without her? Song Yuan, what do you mean by that? She shot back, punctuating her message with a red exclamation mark. Staring at her phone in disbelief, she seethed. How dare he block her on WeChat? This was utterly outrageous. Lin Shuiyao spent a restless night, her anger preventing her from finding solace in sleep. Conversely, Song Yuan also lay awake, but he was consumed by a mix of excitement and anticipation. The following morning, he rose early, shaved, donned a crisp white shirt, and set off for the Civil Affairs Bureau, documents in hand. He was to meet Gu Shiyu at 9, yet arrived by 8:30, waiting outside for half an hour. He was almost startled when Gu Shiyu arrived precisely on time, stepping out of a modest Volkswagen while perched atop 8-centimeter stilettos, her beauty still striking enough to captivate. Pointing to the car parked nearby, he inquired, "Did you drive here yourself?" After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I bought this second-hand car from some website." Song Yuan remained silent as they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau together. There were few couples seeking marriage certificates that day, and they were ushered through the process in mere minutes. Emerging with 2 warm little books, Song Yuan found it hard to believe how effortless marriage could be. It was only with Lin Shuiyao that it had proven challenging. While signing, taking photos, and reciting vows, he discreetly observed Miss Gu, who handled everything with remarkable efficiency. Surely no one could have a quicker marriage than theirs. Taking the red booklet from Gu Shiyu's hands, he snapped a picture before returning it to her. "I still don't know what you do for a living," he remarked. Gu Shiyu rolled her eyes slightly. "I work at Gu Corporation as a team leader in the technology department. My job can be quite demanding. I work from 9 in the morning. But my hours are unpredictable and overtime is common." Song Yuan nodded in understanding. "I often work late as well." However, he hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. With his job recently lost and no immediate returns from his gaming venture, he faced uncertainty ahead. Typically, young women may have reservations. One cannot help but wonder if she might be upset. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yuan decided it was best to clarify his situation to avoid future misunderstandings. "I have recently resigned from my job and am currently unemployed. However, I have collaborated with friends to develop a small video game, and we have formed a working group with the intention of bringing it to fruition. At the moment, there is no income." Song Yuan anticipated that Gu Shiyu would be displeased, yet her expression revealed no discernible emotion, as if his words were of little consequence. Gu Shiyu responded with a mild a graceful smile gracing her lips. "The prospects for game development are promising. There is a significant market both domestically and internationally. I look forward to your game's release." Song Yuan was taken aback by Gu Shiyu's attitude. Did she not care about her husband's financial situation? Or whether he could support their family in the future? Had it been Lin Shuiyao, she would have already erupted upon learning that he was pursuing a game without any income while having lost his job. Undoubtedly insisting he abandon his aspirations and return to the company to plead with Wang Jikai for work. His admiration for Gu Shiyu grew. It seemed she was unconditionally supportive of his ambitions, filling him with a warmth that was inexplicably comforting. He detailed his financial status. I own an apartment that I intend to sell, currently navigating the transaction process, and I expect to receive over $3 million. I have yet to find a new place. Do you have any properties in mind, or could we possibly view some together? When the topic of housing arose, Gu Shiyu rubbed her forehead thoughtfully. Her low ponytail showcased her sleek, dark hair, exuding the polished demeanor of a professional woman. It was apparent that she had not contemplated housing arrangements prior to their marriage. If they were to live separately, her grandmother would undoubtedly accuse her of a sham marriage and pressure her to marry that scoundrel, surnamed Xiao. However, living together was a different matter. After a few moments of reflection, she proposed, I have a 3-bedroom apartment in the 3rd ring, if you don't mind. Would you consider moving in with me? Song Yuan felt a sense of indebtedness. Having acquired a marriage certificate, he was unable to provide a respectable living situation. The apartment at Moon Lake Bay was filled with remnants of his life with Lin Shuiyao, and he could not bear to bring Gu Shiyu there, as it would be a desecration of their marriage. With a deep sigh, he silently vowed to make the game a success, believing that one day he would repay her kindness. Though Song Yuan did not harbor traditional male chauvinistic views, he felt it was not ideal to enter marriage without any tangible offerings. He found himself in a moment of distress. Moving to your place is an option. Once I receive the funds from my apartment, I will give you my card for household expenses. Gu Shiyu chuckled lightly. In a marriage, there is no need to be so calculative. We should inherently support one another. She glanced at her watch. I have a meeting shortly. I will send you the address of the apartment on WeChat, and we shall see each other tonight. Oh, and please send me a photo. Having spoken, Gu Shiyu walked towards her parking spot, leaving Song Yuan momentarily stunned as he watched her retreating figure. After a moment, he realized she wanted him to send her the photo of their marriage certificate that he had just taken. Inside the car, Gu Shiyu instructed her assistant Su Li, please head to the 3rd Ring Road and purchase a 3-bedroom apartment for me in a mid to high-end community. It need not be excessively luxurious. It should be fully renovated, as I plan to move in tonight. Su Li gasped, taken aback by her employer's seemingly erratic decision. After all, she had just given up a villa, married a man she had met no more than thrice, and now intended to relocate to a mid to high-end neighborhood. The fact that she had switched to this new car earlier that morning was already a second shock. I will contact General Manager Liu of Liu Real Estate right away and have him select a suitable property from their listings, Su Li assured her. Gu Shiyu did not respond. Instead, she forwarded the marriage certificate photo sent by Song Yuan to the family group chat. The silence in the chat was abruptly shattered. Unfazed by the barrage of questions and comments from others, Gu Shiyu chose to focus on reviewing the project proposals submitted by her subordinates in the car. Chapter 15. Brother-in-law Song Yuan ventured to the supermarket to procure some wedding candies and drove to the studio where the 3 of them worked. Liu Shiyuan's loft had already been tidied up, and upon entering, he found both Liu Qi and Gu Shiyuan present. Song Yuan distributed the newly acquired wedding candies to the 2, proclaiming, now that the paperwork is complete, my brothers, I have a wife. Come, indulge in these wedding treats. Liu Qi, having been single for many years, could not deny the pangs of jealousy. Is this truly wedding candy? It appears more akin to dog food. Show us a picture of your wife. Which discerning fairy has taken in such a misguided soul as you? Song Yuan withheld the marriage certificate tucked in his pocket. Reasoning that he had barely glimpsed his wife himself, why should he flaunt her to his brothers? Nevertheless, he assured them that she was indeed quite beautiful. Sitting nearby, Gu Shiyuan sighed. Speaking of which, my sister also registered her marriage today. I wonder which unfortunate soul will marry such a workaholic woman who seems to have no life beyond her job. I genuinely worry for my yet-to-be-seen brother-in-law. What if on their wedding night, the atmosphere is just right, and she receives a call to return to the office? Wouldn't that be a dampener? Song Yuan offered some words of comfort. Women ought to be independent, with their own careers, rather than wholly reliant on a man. I trust your brother-in-law will understand. He continued, besides, our industry is hardly any better. There are tales of programmers being summoned back to fix bugs on their wedding day. Gu Shiyuan expressed curiosity about his enigmatic brother-in-law, pondering how his sister had managed to deceive him. In the group chat filled with family inquiries, she had only shared a photograph before vanishing. I hope my brother-in-law shares your sentiments and isn't intimidated by my sister's workaholic tendencies. As they conversed, Song Yuan's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard a voice call out, brother-in-law? Momentarily taken aback, as he had just been discussing brother-in-law matters with Gu Shiyuan, he realized someone was addressing him as such. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, Brother-in-law, this is Lin Yu. Did you not save my number? Lin Yu? Song Yuan furrowed his brows, surprised to receive a call from this insufferable individual. What do you want? Lin Yu chuckled on the other end. Brother-in-law. My sister must have informed you about my situation. When will you send me the money? I am in urgent need. Otherwise, could you at least forward the bride price you promised my sister? After all, it will be due sooner or later. Song Yuan remained silent for several seconds. Feeling his good mood dissipate, instead of hanging up immediately, he decided to engage in a brief exchange. Lin Yu, are you the offspring of your mother? Or am I responsible for your existence? Have you lost the use of your limbs and can no longer work? If so, I suggest you apply for a disability certificate. The state will provide assistance. On the other end, Lin Yu was momentarily speechless, evidently taken aback by the harsh retort, still contemplating how to swindle money from him. He was left utterly flabbergasted. Song Yuan ended the call and promptly added Lin Yu to his blacklist. Once he regained his composure, he redirected his focus to work. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, gripping his phone, took a long time to process the conversation. Had he heard correctly? Song Yuan had grown bold enough to insult him. And so crudely at that. Did he not realize that a single word from Lin Yu could jeopardize his marriage? Lin Yu made a phone call to Lin Shuiyao, sister. Has Song Yuan taken leave of his senses? He insulted me. How dare he insult me? You must not marry him. He lacks even the most basic respect for his own brother-in-law. Lin Shuiyao was also quite troubled. Song Yuan's temperament had been erratic lately, and at times she could hardly fathom his thought process. He engaged in reconciliatory gestures while simultaneously being as obstinate as a mule, not uttering a single word of apology. Do not seek him out just yet. I will let him stew for a few days. Lin Yu, unable to contain her anger, retorted, Sister, what do you mean? Are we just going to let this slide? He insulted me. He insulted your brother. Are you really going to turn a blind eye? You haven't even married him yet. And you're already siding with him. You are my own sister. Lin Shuiyao had taken a day off today. Xiao Nianchen had yet to return her calls. So she decided to confront him at his company. As she approached, her mind was already fraught with irritation. All right, I am a bit busy. I must hang up. After ending the call, she walked directly into the company building, only to be stopped by the receptionist. Excuse me, miss, whom are you looking for? I am looking for Xiao Nianchen. To see our general manager Xiao, an appointment is required. May I ask if you have one? Lin Shuiyao replied, exasperated. I am his girlfriend. Why would I need an appointment? The receptionist found herself in a difficult position, as rumors had been circulating that the sole heir of the Xiao family was about to enter into a union with the Gu family. This woman before her could very well be just another fleeting romance. Just then, Xiao Nianchen emerged from the elevator, swinging his car keys. Upon spotting Lin Shuiyao, he paused momentarily before striding over to pull her out of the building. What brings you here? Even Lin Shuiyao, who was usually oblivious, could sense that Xiao Nianchen was displeased with her presence, likely due to his mother's disapproval of her. She felt a pang of grievance. She had long heard tales of the difficulties of dealing with aristocratic mothers-in-law, and she had experienced it firsthand even before stepping through the door. Xiao Nianchen's mother was certainly no pushover, and once they were married, they would undoubtedly need to move out to avoid incessant vexations. Nianchen, I called you several times yesterday, and you did not answer. Did you see my messages? Xiao Nianchen's expression stiffened. With so many calls, how could he have missed them? Of course. He had seen her messages. He wasn't blind. He had not anticipated that Lin Shuiyao would chase him down to his company for money. A strong sense of foreboding washed over him. He had unwittingly taken on the burden of Song Yuan's demands and had become the unwilling benefactor. After only a few encounters, she was already asking for substantial sums of money, gifts, and more. Adding it all up made her seem far more expensive than hiring an escort. Was she adorned with diamonds, or what? Yao Yao, do not be anxious. I have seen your messages. I am still trying to persuade my mother. As you know, the generational gap in viewpoints makes this a challenging task. It cannot be resolved overnight. Please grant me some time. Lin Shuiyao was genuinely distressed at this point. You promised that night to help me with my brother's situation, and I have no other options left but to come to you. She vividly recalled his words from that night. Your brother is my brother. Xiao Nianchen's expression darkened as he fell silent. He thought to himself, do men really take words spoken in bed seriously? How could one take an unfamiliar person as a brother? It's not like fool is written on his forehead. Yao Yao, please understand, at this moment I truly lack funds. My mother has frozen my card, and I am currently relying on borrowing my friend's fuel cards to refuel. Lin Shuiyao stepped forward, grasping Xiao Nianchen's hand. Her pair of clear, innocent eyes gazing up at him. Brother Ninchin, why not pawn the car? Once you reconcile with Andy, you can reclaim it. I am in urgent need of money right now. Xiao Ninchin looked at her beautiful face and inwardly cursed. How absurd. She expects him to sell his car. What is this woman thinking? Who does she believe she is? Chapter 16. First, let us secure the betrothal gift. Xiao Ninchin remained silent for a considerable time, the air thick with an awkward tension. He could hardly fathom that Lin Shuiyao could so boldly demand money, even going so far as to ask him to mortgage his car. Her audacity surpassed that of any woman he had encountered before, her appetite shockingly voracious. At this juncture, Xiao Ninchin had lost the desire to engage in conversation. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, feigning a call. What? An issue at the company? I'll head upstairs immediately. He tucked the phone away, leaving with a parting remark. Yao Yao, you should return for now. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Rest assured, I will find a solution for your brother's situation. Lin Shuiyao stood frozen, gazing at Xiao Ninchin's retreating figure, lost in thought. Song Yuan would never abandon her. He always prioritized her concerns above all else. As she lingered in her daze, she found herself missing Song Yuan. If it were him, she would have no worries, as he would effortlessly resolve all her dilemmas. However, she believed that there was still hope. Song Yuan was likely frantic over the wedding in 4 days. Yet their recent discord had made him reluctant to set aside his pride to seek her assistance. Lin Shuiyao resolved to visit the company where Song Yuan worked. If she merely lowered her head a fraction, he would undoubtedly return with enthusiasm, and her brother's predicament would be swiftly resolved. Meanwhile, Song Yuan was engrossed in his work when his phone lit up with a message from a contact labeled wife, providing her address. As he stared at the screen, the striking visage of Gu Xiu appeared before him, her face adorned with a subtle makeup that accentuated her elegance. A thought struck him, having already registered their marriage. It would be prudent to introduce her to his parents beforehand, to spare them any shock at the wedding in 4 days. He promptly texted Gu Xiu, "Are you free this evening to meet my parents? It won't take long, just a simple meal." Approximately 2 minutes later, Gu Xiu replied, "Sure. I'll book a restaurant." Song Yuan quickly responded, "No need for the trouble. I'll pick you up after work, and we can have dinner at home." She replied with an approving emoji. Just as he set his phone down to resume his tasks, a call came in from Li Lei, a subordinate from his previous department. "Boss, we have a problem." Li Lei wasted no time with pleasantries, and Song Yuan was momentarily at a loss regarding what could have gone awry. After a brief pause, Li Lei continued, "Boss, haven't you seen the news? That popular young star just announced a new relationship, and our website is being overwhelmed by fans. The company is in chaos. Everyone has halted their current projects to focus on site repairs, but we are utterly at a loss." Song Yuan rubbed his forehead, realizing he had anticipated this day, though he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. He had only resigned the day prior, and now the system was in complete disarray. The team he had painstakingly assembled and the website he had dedicated 3 years to, rebuilding its foundational technology, were now facing turmoil. It pained him, yet he would not intervene. A company that burns its bridges is hardly deserving of sympathy. He recalled the smug expression on Wang Jincai's face when he was dismissed, and now it brought him a sense of satisfaction. If he had the audacity to terminate him, let Wang Jincai figure out his own solutions. He replied to Li Lei, "Just do your best." Li Lei sighed, "You have no idea how frantic Wang Jincai has become." This afternoon, the upper management convened an urgent meeting, and I heard they summoned him in for a severe reprimand. Making substantial cuts to the workforce. What a blunder on his part. If he cannot resolve this matter swiftly, he will find himself dismissed as well. "Boss, I suspect that scoundrel will come begging you. You mustn't show any leniency." "I won't." As soon as Song Yuan finished speaking, a call came through, and lo and behold, it was Wang Jincai. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Lei, he ended the call and answered the incoming one. Wang Jincai had completely shed his earlier arrogance. His tone was now ingratiating. "Xiao Song, are you busy?" Song Yuan casually replied, "Not really." Wang Jincai struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally saying, "Xiao Song, it appears we had a misunderstanding previously. The company has decided to grant you a 10% salary increase. Can you come back to work now?" Song Yuan chuckled lightly. "I'm afraid I'm a bit tied up today, President Wang." Wang Jincai, that old fox, surely recognized this as an excuse, especially after their unpleasant exchange yesterday. After a brief silence, he raised the offer. "How about this? I'll increase your salary by 20% and add 2 months' worth to your year-end bonus. Overall, you would earn significantly more than if you were to switch jobs. The current job market isn't exactly thriving. Where are you? I can come pick you up. Song Yuan couldn't help but smile at Wang Jinsai's sudden change in demeanor. Had he known he would have to grovel today, he wouldn't have acted so sanctimoniously yesterday. President Wang, it's quite inconvenient for me. After saying this, Song Yuan promptly hung up the phone, ignoring Wang Jinsai's subsequent calls. As the workday was nearing its end, Song Yuan called his mother. Mom, I'm bringing my wife home for dinner tonight. Upon hearing her son was returning, his mother, Tao Yulian, replied joyfully. You needn't come back. Your father and I are actually on our way to see you two right now. We are just about to enter the elevator. So hurry back after work. Alarmed, Song Yuan realized his parents were headed to see Lin Xueyao. Mom, let me explain, Lin Xueyao. Before he could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. Setting aside his work and shutting down his computer, he immediately drove towards Yuehu Bay. At Yuehu Bay, Lin Xueyao had just returned home. She had visited Song Yuan's company, intending to swallow her pride and secure the bride price to help her brother in a pinch, but to her dismay, his colleagues informed her that Song Yuan had resigned. After inquiring for a while about his whereabouts, she found no one willing to divulge any information. Lin Xueyao kicked off her shoes upon entering and sank into the sofa, suddenly at a loss regarding the money she had promised her brother. She believed that with Song Yuan as her safety net, she would inevitably secure the funds she needed. However, in all her calculations, she had failed to foresee Song Yuan's abrupt disappearance from her life. Just how long would that man continue to sulk? The more Lin Xueyao pondered, the more her frustration intensified. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lin Xueyao's brow furrowed. This apartment, which she shared with Song Yuan, rarely saw visitors. Who else could possibly be knocking at this hour if not him? A smile crept across her face. After all, he couldn't resist returning to seek her out. She contemplated her response for when Song Yuan would eventually offer his apologies, slipped on her slippers, and made her way to the door. Chapter 17. Reluctance to forgive. As the door swung open, Lin Xueyao stood momentarily stunned upon seeing the elderly couple outside. It was not Song Yuan. Tao Yulian held a thermal container, within which lay her meticulously prepared sweet and sour ribs. Song Yuan had mentioned to his family that Lin Xueyao had a fondness for these ribs, and thus she had brought an ample supply. Xueyao, you must be hungry after work. Annie has brought your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Lin Xueyao remained silent, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the sight of anyone but Song Yuan. What she truly required was someone who could assist her in resolving her troubles. Not merely a dish of sweet and sour ribs, despite her undeniable affection for them. She felt that Song Yuan had been rather cowardly. Instead of facing his fiancée after causing her distress, he had sent his parents to placate her. Did he think her so easily appeased? Auntie, did Song Yuan send you here? Noticing Lin Xueyao's troubled expression, Tao Yulian sensed that there was discord between the young couple. Xueyao, you two are about to be married. You should enjoy a harmonious life together. If that boy has done something amiss, just let me know, and I shall have a word with him. Lin Xueyao remained reticent. Indeed, Song Yuan had erred grievously over the past few days. Had he come to her earlier to acknowledge his mistakes and seek her forgiveness, she might have been more lenient. But now, she was not so easily inclined to forgive. As long as she withheld her forgiveness, Song Yuan's entire family would find themselves in a compromising position at the wedding in 4 days, and they would have much to lament. Holding her silence, Lin Xueyao could not help but inhale the enticing aroma wafting from the thermal container, her stomach betraying her with a soft growl. Tao Yulian gently guided her to the small dining area and opened the food container, revealing not only the sweet and sour ribs she adored but also 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a pot of nourishing chicken soup. Xueyao, even if you and Song Yuan have had a spat, you must eat well. Do not neglect your health. Andy has something special for you today. From her bag, Tao Yulian produced an exquisite jewelry box and placed it on the table. As she opened the box, it gleamed with golden treasures. Lin Xueyao paused, her hand holding the chopsticks stilled, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Andy, these are for you. Choose a few pieces to wear at the wedding and keep the rest for safekeeping. As Lin Xueyao gazed at the jewelry, thoughts of her brother, Lin Yu, who was also preparing for his marriage, crossed her mind. His fiancée, he had requested gold items as well. Song Yuan's mother had brought more than just a few pieces. There were 3 gold bracelets, 6 necklaces, and numerous earrings and rings. Without needing to count, she could see there was a substantial collection, along with an ancestral jade bracelet. Lin Xueyao mused that she could keep a portion for her own wedding and set aside the rest for her brother's nuptials. With this thought, her spirits lifted and her appetite returned as she indulged in the delicious food. Just then, the sound of the door opening announced Song Yuan's arrival, weary and disheveled. Lin Shuiyao cast a fleeting glance in his direction before averting her gaze. A man devoid of awareness was not deserving of her attention. Observing her son's entrance, Tao Yulian approached to assist him with his shoes. Song Yuan, have you not eaten yet? Quickly wash your hands and join Shuiyao for a meal. Song Yuan pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing home in just over 20 minutes. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was still before Gu Shiyu's workday ended. Being a punctual individual, he could not afford to disappoint her on their first day of marriage. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? He exclaimed. Song Hung shot him an exasperated look. If we hadn't come, we wouldn't have known about your quarrel with Yao Yao. With the wedding approaching, don't act foolishly. Lin Shuiyao, eating her meal, subtly pouted from a vantage point where Song Yuan could not see her, feeling inexplicably vindicated as she watched him being reprimanded. After days of stalemate, wasn't he at all leading to the same conclusion? A matter that could have been resolved with a simple apology from him had now ensnared his parents, culminating in an entire family apologizing to her. Song Yuan deserved this. At that moment, he had no time to explain. He would miss his appointment with Gu Shiyu if he lingered. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the jewelry box on the table, the one his mother had shown him days earlier. It was meant for his daughter-in-law, not to be adorned by Lin Shuiyao. Striding into the dining area, he closed the jewelry box and wrapped his arms around his parents. Dad, Mom, you need to come with me. I'll explain on the way. There is no time to waste. Confused, Song Heng and Tao Yulian were led out the door, while Song Yuan completely ignored Lin Shuiyao and ushered his parents into the elevator. As the doors closed and the elevator descended, he declared, Dad, Mom, I have something important to tell you. Today, I got my marriage certificate. Tao Yulian beamed with joy. What a wonderful day. You silly child. Why didn't you tell me? We should celebrate with a family reunion dinner. Call Yao Yao out so we can rejoice. Song Heng echoed her sentiments. Yes, yes. Today is a day worthy of celebration. As they exited the building, Song Yuan opened the car doors for his parents. Dad, Mom, listen to me carefully. Your daughter-in-law is not Lin Shuiyao. I have broken up with her. Song Heng was taken aback. Just days ago, they had discussed wedding plans, and he had not mentioned any breakup or new girlfriend. What on earth are you playing at, you rascal? Tao Yulian looked bewildered. Song Yuan, what nonsense are you talking? You and Yao Yao have such a good relationship. You're telling us you've married someone else? Don't try to fool us. Song Yuan pressed down on the accelerator, steering towards Hengyue building. Dad, Mom, Lin Shuiyao betrayed me, and I cannot forgive her. My marriage is not a joke. In any case, your future daughter-in-law is wonderful, infinitely better than Lin Shuiyao. You will meet her shortly. We will still have our reunion dinner, and the wedding will proceed in 4 days. I hope you will honor me by not mentioning Lin Shuiyao when you meet her. Song Heng and Tao Yulian exchanged perplexed glances, struggling to grasp the sudden turn of events. However, since their son had made his intentions clear, they resolved to respect his wishes. Tao Yulian gazed at the exquisite jewelry box in the passenger seat, feeling a sense of relief for having retrieved it just moments ago. However, she was taken aback by Lin Shuiyao's silence upon receiving the gift, accepting the lavish assortment of jewelry without uttering a single word. Casting a glance at Song Yuan, who was driving, she sighed. My son, what is the name of the young lady we are about to meet? Surely, you ought to introduce her to us beforehand. We are completely unprepared for this first encounter, having not even brought a token of greeting. Your lack of decorum is quite astonishing. Song Yuan pulled the car over to the side of the road in front of the Hengyue building. Mom, I will provide you with a detailed explanation later. For now, I need to go and fetch her. With that, he opened the car door and dialed the number he had designated as a priority contact. Chapter 18. Meeting the parents. Once the call was connected, Song Yuan spoke first. Sure, I'm waiting for you downstairs at your office. You can see me as soon as you step out. It was the first time he had addressed her by her nickname, and though it felt somewhat unfamiliar, it mattered little. They were now married, and familiarity would come in due time. The voice on the other end paused momentarily, evidently surprised by his choice of address, but soon regained composure. I'll be right down. As Song Yuan listened to her melodious voice, he was reminded of Gu Shiyu's radiant face. As exquisite as a creation of Nuwa, his thoughts inadvertently drifted back to that fateful night. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting memories, he turned his gaze towards the Hengyue building, just as Gu Shiyu emerged, holding several gift boxes. Today, her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a beige dress, tailored to perfection, exuding youthful charm, a style that would surely please their elders. Song Yuan hurried a few steps forward to assist her. I hope I didn't disrupt your work. Gu Shiyu shook her head. Not at all. My tasks were all planned out. Just let me know in advance if you need anything, and it won't throw off my schedule. Have you been waiting long downstairs? As Song Yuan took the items from her, her concern warmed his heart. In the past, he had waited for Lin Shuiyao at this very spot. Sometimes for an entire hour, only to be met with her disdain, complaints about the sugar level in her milk tea, or the unavailability of her favorite restaurant, or the absence of someone to hold the sunshade over her head. Lin Shuiyao had never once considered how long he had stood outside, nor whether he had suffered in the cold or under the sun. Snapping back to reality, he replied, Not at all. I just arrived a few minutes ago. Gu Shiyu, unreserved, handed him her items. These are gifts for your parents. I hope they won't find them lacking. I was in such a rush to leave that I didn't have time to ask what they might like, so I hope this will suffice. Glancing at the contents he was carrying, a case of 6 bottles of flying mitai, another bag containing several packs of cigarettes, a box of tea, and a tote filled with women's supplements, he realized that these were certainly not inexpensive gifts. Was this what she deemed insufficient preparation? As he calculated the costs in his mind, he was taken aback by her generosity. How could a mere office worker afford such lavish offerings? A flicker of regret washed over him for not having advised her against buying so much. Surely, she wouldn't deplete 2 months' salary in one go? Naturally, he couldn't inquire about her earnings, but he would make it up to her later. Still, he couldn't help but steal glances at her, causing Gu Shiyu to look back, puzzled. What's wrong? Is my makeup smudged? Only then did he take the opportunity to observe her face. She wore the lightest of makeup, so subtle it was nearly invisible, as natural as a lotus blooming from clear water, leaving no room for any flaws. He responded, No. You look beautiful. The unexpected compliment hung in the air, igniting a hint of awkwardness between them. Gu Shiyu inquired, What was that look in your eyes just now? Song Yuan explained, I simply feel that this time you have incurred quite an expense. My parents are very understanding. They wouldn't mind if you chose not to buy anything. Gu Shiyu politely nodded. It's all right. This is merely a small token of my appreciation. Song Yuan felt the weight of her sentiment, a testament to her respect for him and his parents. After a brief silence, he asked, I still don't know if your family is local. If possible, please arrange a time for me to visit them. Gu Shiyu replied in a calm tone, My parents are divorced. My father has remarried, and my mother has also found a new partner. I grew up with my grandmother, and I have a rather unruly younger brother. If the opportunity arises, I would love to introduce you to my grandmother. As they spoke, they approached the car, where Song Heng and Tao Yulian had already disembarked and were waiting for them. Song Yuan introduced them. This is my dad, and this is my mom. Dad, Mom, this is Shiyu, your daughter-in-law. Gu Shiyu greeted them with a poised smile. Following Song Yuan's lead, Hello, Mom and Dad. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have prepared a small gift, and I hope you won't find it lacking. Song Heng and Tao Yulian, taken by the grace and charm of their daughter-in-law, felt a surge of joy, despite it being their first meeting. She addressed them as Mom and Dad, speaking with confidence and ease. Tao Yulian, coming to her senses, quickly responded, nudging Song Heng, The child is speaking to you. Why are you still standing there? Song Heng chuckled in reply. Yes. Let us head home for dinner. Tao Yulian, visibly excited, added, Yes. Let us go home for a reunion dinner. Are you hungry, dear? Gu Shiyu candidly replied, A little. Tao Yulian beamed, I bought some beef at noon. I'll cook it for you when we get back. Song Yuan placed their belongings in the trunk and, once everyone was settled, he pressed the accelerator towards home. He had traversed this route before with Lin Shuiyao and her parents, but his feelings were entirely different this time. Now, he was driving with his true family, rather than with those who required constant appeasement. He had anticipated Gu Shiyu would feel apprehensive meeting his parents for the first time, yet she exceeded his expectations, effortlessly winning their favor and leaving them beaming with joy. Her forthrightness endeared her to his parents, and the atmosphere during dinner was relaxed and cheerful. As they prepared to leave, Tao Yulian handed them a small cake she had baked and pulled Song Yuan aside, advising him, Song Yuan, I want to ask you anything today. You can explain everything to me when you have the chance later. Focus on building a good life with your wife. This girl is someone I like, so treat her well. Mom, I will. You can rest assured, Song Yuan assured her. Back in the car, Gu Shiyu leaned against the passenger seat, lost in thought. The year her parents divorced, she was 8, and her brother was 4. Each parent had formed new families, neglecting their children and leaving them in the care of their grandmother. The warmth of parental love was something she had scarcely experienced. She had always believed that she did not need familial affection until today, when she returned home with Song Yuan. She discovered that warmth stirred her emotions, and she found herself feeling a twinge of envy towards this man with whom she had hastily married. Song Yuan did not rush to start the car. Instead, he handed her the juice he had brought from home. "Thank you," he said, though he was not adept at expressing himself, often leaving words unspoken. He expressed gratitude for her willingness to marry him just days before their wedding, which preserved his dignity in front of his parents. Gu Shiyu smiled. "There's no need for thanks. In the future, I may require your cooperation when I return home. My grandmother can be quite challenging to handle." Song Yuan did not dwell on this. Since she treated his family sincerely, he would naturally reciprocate that sincerity towards hers. He activated the navigation and drove towards the address Gu Shiyu had provided, feeling a warm sensation in his heart as he contemplated the commencement of their cohabitation. Chapter 19. He is a top hacker. As the car glided into the Four Seasons Yunding community, Song Yuan was aware that Gu Shiyu owned a residence in the capital. Yet he was taken aback by the remarkable environment of her neighborhood. He felt a profound respect for this young woman who had forged her path in the city alone. Acquiring such a property in a place where every inch is precious is no small feat. His mind drifted momentarily to Lin Shuyao, who had never exerted herself but only encouraged him to toil relentlessly, to work like a beast for a better life for her. "Song Yuan, you must always remember that you have a girlfriend. Work hard and save money to marry me. Song Yuan, I want our wedding home in the city center. No less than 100 square meters, or my mother will never approve of our marriage. Song Yuan, you need to prepare 500,000 as a betrothal gift, along with money for jewelry, clothing, and gifts for my relatives. Don't let me lose face before them." These were the exact words of Lin Shuya. And as Song Yuan recalled them now, he couldn't help but chuckle. Did Lin Shuya still fantasize about him begging her to marry him 4 days from now? He scoffed inwardly. He had always maintained his composure and would never engage in petty squabbles with a woman, as it would diminish his worth. Even in the absence of Gu Shiyu, he would not return to the past. After parking the car, he gathered the items he had brought from his parents' home, along with his suitcase, and walked towards the building with Gu Shiyu. A few steps in, she reached out a hand toward him, catching Song Yuan off guard as he momentarily failed to comprehend her intent. Was she suggesting they hold hands? He transferred his shopping bag to his other hand, placing the suitcase alongside it, and grasped her outstretched hand. The delicate warmth of her palm sent a jolt of surprise through him, and his mind unwittingly recalled the chaotic events of that night. It was this restless little hand that had unfastened his belt and wandered down his abdomen, awkwardly clutching. Unsure of the next move, Song Yuan felt his throat tighten, his blood racing. He was grateful for the loose pants he wore today. It was evening, and she would not notice his current embarrassment. Gu Shiyu, feeling his grip, suddenly halted her steps. She had merely intended to assist him with the burden of his belongings, not anticipating his misinterpretation. However, withdrawing her hand now would only lead to awkwardness for both, so she refrained from explaining and allowed him to hold her hand. Observing Song Yuan, Gu Shiyu found comfort in his tall stature, which seemed to provide an inexplicable sense of security amidst the night. Since taking over the Gu Group 3 years ago, she had never relied on anyone. In the business world, people spoke of her ruthless tactics, dubbing her the Iron Lady. No one knew that during the quiet of the night, she too longed for a shoulder to lean on. Yet, she would never reveal her vulnerable side in public. Gu Shiyu silently concluded that perhaps marrying this man on a whim might not be such a bad idea. Hand in hand, they entered the home. This residence was new to both Gu Shiyu and Song Yuan. However, she had previously instructed her assistant Su Li to prepare everything, ensuring that all necessary household items were in place, alongside her personal belongings. Song Yuan finally released his grip, rummaging through the shoe cabinet to find 2 pairs of slippers. As he changed his shoes, he inquired, "Where shall I put my belongings?" Implicit in his question was a curiosity about how she intended to spend the night, given their unfamiliarity with one another. Having moved in with her, it was only polite to gauge her thoughts on the matter. Gu Shiyu was momentarily taken aback by the question and, with a casual gesture, pointed, "Just put them in the master bedroom. You can manage that." She was uncertain which room was the master bedroom, and revealing her ignorance would only lead to complications. Once he had changed into the slippers, Song Yuan picked up his suitcase and headed in the direction Gu Shiyu indicated, all the while observing the layout of the apartment. It was a square design, featuring a master bedroom, a guest room, and an additional room converted into a study. Her suggestion to place his belongings in the master bedroom implied that they would be sharing the same sleeping space that night. Song Yuan felt his heart race with an unseemly eagerness. Yet, upon reflection, they were legally bound. Sharing a room was merely a natural progression. Unlike others who dated before marrying, they had flipped the sequence, embarking on love after tying the knot. Gu Shiyu stood momentarily entranced by his retreating figure when her phone buzzed in her bag. Answering it, she was met with Su Li's urgent voice on the other end. "Gu Zong, we have a crisis. Our company's intranet has been attacked by competitors again. They haven't breached the core data yet, but at this pace, it will only take a couple of hours. If the financial documents leak, it could spell disaster." Gu Shiyu's expression turned grave. The Gu Corporation was preparing to enter the real estate market, disrupting many interests. She could make an educated guess about who was behind the sabotage. As she had resolved to pursue this path, fear had no place in her mind. However, she had not anticipated such underhanded tactics from her adversaries, and lacking evidence left her with no grounds to retaliate. The immediate priority was to safeguard the company's network. The core data and confidential documents must remain secure. "What is the security department doing?" she asked. "All personnel have been called back to work overtime. But we are facing a highly skilled intruder, and no one is currently equipped to handle this situation. If we could locate the hacker known as James, it would simplify matters, but James is merely an alias. No one knows his real name or how to contact him." Rubbing her temples, Gu Shiyu ended the call and, after a brief moment, dialed her unreliable younger brother. "Yuan, do you know any hackers who could assist me? Our intranet has been compromised." Gu Shiyuan replied in astonishment. "Really, sister? Tonight is your wedding registration night, and you are abandoning your husband to handle work? Enough chit-chat. Hurry," she insisted. Having been subdued by his elder sister's commanding presence since childhood, he complied. "All right, don't fret. I know a bit. Let me find out what's going on." After hanging up, Gu Shiyu entered the study. In the master bedroom, Song Yuan hung his clothes in the wardrobe, surprised by Gu Shiyu's thoughtfulness in reserving a closet for him. As he looked at his collection of dark-hued attire juxtaposed with her light-colored dresses, he felt an unexpected warmth envelop him. In the mobile phone, a message from Gu Shiyuan in their small group chat read, "I can't stop laughing. I knew it. On her wedding night, my sister abandoned her husband to deal with work. I felt a pang of sympathy for him for a fleeting moment. Haha." Song Yuan put away his phone and emerged from the master bedroom. As he passed by the study, he overheard Gu Shiyu engaged in a phone call, faintly catching several sensitive terms such as hacker and attack. The door to the study was ajar, and Gu Shiyu appeared anxious, as if she were facing a predicament. Song Yuan paused, waiting for her to finish the call, and then inquired, "Have you encountered a hacker attack?" Gu Shiyu responded with a despondent nod. Song Yuan fetched his laptop and asked, "If you don't mind, may I give it a try?" Gu Shiyu's eyelids fluttered. She nearly forgot that this individual beside her was also a graduate of computer science, a prodigy in his own right. Chapter 20. Sitting at his thighs, Gu Shiyu observed Song Yuan as he leisurely opened his laptop and inquired, "Are you knowledgeable about cybersecurity?" Song Yuan, adhering to the unspoken code of his profession, would never reveal his identity as a hacker to anyone. Exposure could lead to a plethora of unnecessary troubles, including perilous consequences and incarceration. He replied, "I know a bit." Noticing the spark of admiration in Gu Shiyu's eyes, he refrained from disclosing that he would not disappoint her. In this realm, he had yet to encounter a hacker worthy of being called his equal. The challenges she faced were merely trifles to him. With his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, lines of code cascaded down the screen. In mere minutes, the company's intranet homepage was restored, followed by the gradual recovery of its subpages. Standing behind him, Gu Shiyu gazed at the mesmerizing code in the revived pages, feeling an increased sense of reverence for Song Yuan. Born at the pinnacle of society, she had been groomed by her grandmother as a successor, excelling effortlessly throughout her life. For the first time, she found genuine admiration for another. He indeed possessed the prowess to craft his own narrative. Gu Shiyu harbored a strong premonition that this man would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in his field. As she marveled, she chided her ineffectual brother inwardly. If memory served, Song Yuan and Gu Shiyuan were schoolmates. In comparison, her brother appeared rather lackluster. Aside from causing trouble, Gu Shiyu had yet to observe any redeeming qualities in him. Song Yuan completed the restoration of the Gu family's intranet in no more than 15 minutes. He contemplated offering to assist her with a firewall. Unanticipatedly, he realized how close she stood behind him. Upon turning, a few strands of her hair brushed against his ear, and their foreheads nearly touched, causing both to momentarily freeze. Song Yuan's breath caught. The delightful fragrance enveloping him was reminiscent of that night, fresh with a subtle sweetness that transcended ordinary cosmetics or perfumes, akin to her natural scent. It was intoxicating. Having savored that sweetness before, Song Yuan was all too aware of its captivating allure. The sudden physical proximity inevitably sparked thoughts that veered into the realm of the inappropriate. He raised his gaze to meet hers, and neither averted their eyes, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension in the study. Breaking the silence, Song Yuan's deep voice called her name. Shiyu, it's fixed. Would you like to take a look? Gu Shiyu straightened herself, responding, yes, let us see. The study contained but one chair, and Song Yuan showed no inclination to rise. Their eyes met once more, and without hesitation, he grasped her hand, placing her on his lap and guiding her right hand to maneuver the mouse. Regret soon washed over him. He realized that he could hardly focus on the task at hand. He could feel Gu Shiyu, seated on his thighs, becoming noticeably rigid, hesitant to move. Observing the flush creeping up to her ears, his heart raced. His gaze inadvertently fell upon her slender waist, which he could easily encircle with one hand. And he noted how femininity had blossomed in all the right places. The impressive waist-to-hip ratio evoked memories of that fateful night. Song Yuan forcefully redirected his thoughts, uncertain of the consequences should he linger any longer in reminiscence. Shiryu, he softly called her name. Gu Shiryu, resting on his lap, felt as if she had been momentarily paralyzed. She had not anticipated that Song Yuan would suddenly pull her onto his knee. A person of her cool demeanor, she had never experienced such intimacy even with her dearest grandmother, let alone with anyone else. Yet, it was undeniable that she did not resent the closeness with this man. Their marriage had been a whirlwind affair, and they were clearly not yet at a stage where playful flirtation like this was appropriate. Gu Shiryu took a deep breath, feeling Song Yuan's warm breath against the back of her head, and her usually composed mind was in disarray. Song Yuan held her hand as they navigated the company's internal network, which had fully restored. He methodically clicked through each entry point, conducting a thorough examination. Gu Shiryu was in a state of shock. A dilemma that had perplexed dozens of employees in the security department of the Gu Corporation was resolved by Song Yuan in mere minutes. Could this man be a deity? That was quick? Song Yuan smirked, hidden from her view. How could one describe a man as quick? He resolved to teach her a more suitable term in due course. Initially intending to strengthen the firewall to prevent future hacker intrusions, he was struck by her adoring gaze, which sparked a selfish thought. If he eliminated the threat entirely, would she still seek his assistance? The answer was clearly no. He wished to leave room for himself, a small opportunity for them to grow closer as a couple. Hence, he refrained from mentioning the firewall again, regardless of the nature of the attack. He could always safeguard her. With a hint of meaning, he remarked, if you don't fancy speed, perhaps I shall take my time next time. Gu Shiryu suddenly turned to him, wide-eyed and admonishing, Song Yuan, be serious. Song Yuan stifled a laugh at the sight of her flushed ears. Her fierce demeanor was unexpectedly endearing, contrasting sharply with her usual aloof elegance. He contained his playful expression, though his words continued to tease, wherein lies my lack of seriousness. Gu Shiryu slightly furrowed her brow, her cheeks reddening further, yet his retort left her momentarily speechless. Song Yuan was tempted to capture her current expression and share it on her WeChat. She was undeniably charming. He ceased teasing her and rested a hand on her waist. Shiryu, do you work in the security department at Gu Corporation? Surprised by his inquiry about her profession, she nodded in response, yes. I am the head of the security department. The team consists of inept individuals. We have been grappling with this hacker intrusion for some time, and not a single one has managed to resolve the issue. Our president is nearly frantic. Song Yuan gazed into her eyes and said, remember to seek me out next time you encounter a problem. I will assist you. Gu Shiryu recalled the company's ongoing efforts to locate the hacker known as James and wondered if Song Yuan, being knowledgeable in this field, might have insights. She inquired, do you know the top hacker, James? Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What do you need James for? Our company has drawn the attention of certain adversarial entities. This time they have resorted to hiring hackers, and who knows what formidable forces they may enlist next to compromise our network. It is not feasible for you to assist me every time. To preemptively mitigate this risk, it would be prudent to invite James to the company. If you are acquainted with him, please convey my message. Our president has stated that if we can secure James's assistance, he may stipulate any conditions he desires. Song Yuan fell silent for a moment, then replied, I do not know James. Observing the dimming of Gu Shiyu's expression, he felt a pang of sympathy. Shiyu, your matters are my top priority. At any time, you may reach out to me. As he spoke, he pulled her closer, nearly sitting at the edge of his lap. It is getting late. Shall we take a rest? Chapter 21. She probably wouldn't like him. The two of them drew closer, and Gu Shiyu felt her breath hitch. Her mind involuntarily recalling the chaotic night. Though she had been drugged, her memory remained intact. She remembered every detail. It was she who had taken the initiative, pleading with him until he acquiesced. They often say that men are creatures governed by their lower halves, but in her eyes, Song Yuan was not one of them. Had she not implored him, even under such circumstances, he would have maintained his composure and treated her with respect. He was a man worthy of trust. Gu Shiyu had chosen to enter a hasty marriage with Song Yuan primarily to fend off her grandmother's relentless matchmaking. She had no desire to wed that scoundrel, Xiao Yanqian. Now, however, she found herself genuinely curious about what it would be like to explore a relationship with the man before her. Noticing her prolonged silence, Song Yuan softly called her name, Shiyu. His gaze became heated, fixating on her enticing lips. Gu Shiyu's features were exquisitely delicate, her lips perfectly shaped, glistening with a rosy hue that made them appear irresistibly kissable. Song Yuan fought against the impulse to lean in. Their whirlwind marriage was moving too swiftly, threatening to frighten her away. He had ample time to cultivate their bond. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Gu Shiyu averted her eyes, just as her phone, resting on the table, rang an unexpected reprieve. She leapt off Song Yuan's lap, grabbed her phone, and moved to the window to answer, visibly relieved. On the other end was her brother, Gu Shiwan. Sister, I've discovered that the company's intranet is fully operational now. They must have known I was coming and fled. Aren't I impressive? Gu Shiyu scoffed, never one to hold back with her brother. If only your brain were as sharp as your silver tongue. I might spare you some scolding. Gu Shiwan had developed a thick skin, letting her jibes roll off him like water off a duck's back. Sister, I'm a bit short on cash lately. Given that I helped scare off the hackers, could you advance me some of next month's allowance? Gu Shiyu felt an urge to slap him through the phone. How can you be so brazen? Did you fix it yourself? She glanced at Song Yuan, who sat at the table, the true hero of the situation, while the imposter was seeking credit. Gu Shiwan continued to flatter her. Sister, if you treat me a little better now, I might consider joining the company sooner to help you out. If you're unkind, I'll go tell brother-in-law about your workaholic tendencies. Faced with her brother's threats, Gu Shiyu retorted with a simple, not a chance. The universe's most beautiful sister? She hung up the call, but a few moments later, she found herself messaging Gu Shiwan on WeChat, transferring him some money, purely out of consideration for his last remark. Meanwhile, Song Yuan sat in his chair, also looking at his phone. In their small group chat, the other two had already exchanged quite a bit. Lu Qi and Gu Shiwan had tagged him. Lu Qi, Song Yuan, what are you doing? Why are you silent? Gu Shiwan, do I even need to ask? Today is Senior Song's wedding night. What else could he be doing? Amidst the plethora of information, Gu Shiwan did not delve deeply. As much of it consisted of Lu Qi discussing matters regarding her sister. Curiosity piqued regarding the enigmatic man who had captured the heart of his workaholic sister. In response to Gu Shiwan's previous message, Song Yuan replied, My relationship with her is akin to a whirlwind marriage. We are not yet well acquainted, and I prefer to reserve my sentiments for the day of the wedding. Song Yuan was not one to indulge in mere physical desires. He sought a union of body and soul for a truly sublime experience, and he had no intention of rushing the affair to the point of fright. With his bride already brought home, what urgency was there? Once he sent his text, Gu Shiwan quickly responded in the group chat, Senior Song, this is my forte. Let us discuss it together tomorrow, haha. Song Yuan chose to fall silent, putting away his screen. He noticed Gu Shiyu had just finished a call. Leaning against the windowsill, gazing at him. Breaking the silence, Song Yuan inquired, What does your brother do? Gu Shiyu sighed. He attends the same school as you. Pursuing a master's degree in computer science, graduating this year. Song Yuan's eyelids twitched, realizing the serendipity of the situation. Gu Shiyu then asked, You have greatly assisted me this time. Do you have any desires you wish to express? Unable to suppress a chuckle, Song Yuan mused. Did this woman consider herself a wishing tree? She had asked him what he desired over the phone previously, and now she employed the same rhetoric. This time, he decided to be candid. What I want, can you provide? Gu Shiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, contemplating that she had yet to conceive of anything beyond her reach. Confidently asserting, Of course, I can. The smile on Song Yuan's lips deepened. I shall let you know in due time. Now is not the moment. His words ignited Gu Shiyu's curiosity. Was there something whose procurement depended on the season? You can tell me now. I can prepare in advance. Song Yuan's gaze swept over her delicate ankles beneath her skirt, yet he remained silent with a smile. The following day, as Song Yuan awoke, 7 words flashed through his mind. 3 days to the wedding countdown. In these 3 days, he had several preparations to undertake, such as purchasing a ring for Gu Shiyu and ordering a new wedding dress. Filled with enthusiasm at these thoughts, he arrived at the studio. Just as he stepped out of the car, he saw his former colleague, Su Yuan, approaching. Su Yuan, a former testing engineer in his team, had a voluptuous figure that swayed enticingly as she walked. Upon seeing him, she revealed 2 sweet dimples, exclaiming, "Boss, I finally found you." Song Yuan locked the car door and replied, Yuan, do you need something? Su Yuan nodded. Boss, to be candid, Wang Jinkai sent me to invite you back. He said that as long as you agree to return, you can set your own terms. Song Yuan regretfully informed her, Yuan, it is impossible for me to return. I had already intended to resign. Even if Wang Jinkai were to kneel before me, I would not go back. Su Yuan and bitter lip and said, Boss, to be honest, Wang Jinkai asked me to come and invite you. I feel quite conflicted inside. I know you faced injustices at the company, and I hope you one day wade through this murky water again. Yet, my selfish desire wishes for your return. For there may no longer be opportunities to work alongside you in the future. As she spoke, her voice faltered, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Song Yuan seemed to anticipate her unspoken words, wondering if the girl harbored feelings for him. After all, he was a married man. He reminisced about the days before his resignation, recalling how he occasionally worked late and how Su Yuan often brought him meals and coffee during the afternoons. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Su Yuan was a responsible worker, with a sweet appearance and an alluring figure, pursued by many in the company. She had once mentioned during a team-building event that she already had someone she liked and had turned down all suitors. Song Yuan never imagined. After a lengthy hesitation, Su Yuan mustered her courage and asked, Song Yuan, if you don't wish to return, may I accompany you? Song Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of her words, questioning what kind of companionship she was referring to. Chapter 22. Seeking him, Song Yuan refrained from being too direct, not wanting to create an awkward atmosphere. After all, the delicate barrier had yet to be breached. After a brief pause, he said, Yuan, I am getting married in 3 days. I hope you can come. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Just the previous day, she had seen Lin Shuiyao downstairs at the office and had heard from colleagues about their breakup. Today, she had mustered the courage to approach Song Yuan, only to receive a stunning blow. A wedding. He was going to have a wedding. Su Yuan felt disoriented for a while. Sister-in-law? Who is she? Song Yuan replied. You haven't met her yet. You'll find out when you come. The light in Su Yuan's eyes dimmed. She was relieved that she hadn't been too forthright, leaving herself a tiny escape route. Yet this revelation struck her deeply, plunging her emotions into despair. She endeavored to conceal her feelings, remarking, the company website is still under repair, and Wang Jinkai is as anxious as a dog. He might come to bother you again. If you find it bothersome, you could block his number. After a brief pause, she added, I should head back now. I will come to the wedding in 3 days. Upon finishing her words, Su Yuan turned to leave, but Song Yuan called her back, handing her a bottle of cola from the car. Everyone on the team was recruited by me. Wang Jinkai will not hinder our working relationship. If you encounter any difficulties at work, feel free to seek my assistance. Su Yuan nodded and departed. Song Yuan stood silently for a few seconds before entering his office, where Lu Qi and Gu Shiyuan had already begun their day's tasks. Upon seeing him enter, Lu Qi cast a curious glance his way. Old Song, how was yesterday? Do you need me to order some grilled kidneys to rejuvenate yourself? Gu Shiyuan sighed. Lu, did you not see the messages in the group? Brother Song intends to save his first time for the wedding day. Lu Qi nodded in agreement. That makes sense. It's a moment of significance, indeed. Shouldn't you prepare for a romantic and unforgettable night in advance? Gu Shiyuan snapped his fingers. I am more than qualified to assist with this. Brother Song, I shall be your planner. Leave this to me. Song Yuan remained silent, thinking to himself that between them, there was no longer a first time. If one were to count accurately, it might well be the 6th time, as they had shared 5 moments that night. In the morning, the trio held a brief meeting where Song Yuan delegated some tasks to Gu Shiyuan, reviewing the current game logic they were developing. They still needed to recruit a senior designer to craft the game's UI and a testing engineer to identify bugs. Once they optimized the existing demo, they could seek funding. Song Yuan and Lu Qi held confidence in their game, having turned down a 30 million yuan offer for a direct sale, believing they could elevate the game's value to 10-fold or even 100-fold. Song Yuan completed his work for the day ahead of schedule. As he had been busy preparing for the wedding, He entrusted the recruitment tasks to Lu Qi. He left work 2 hours early in the afternoon, having made an appointment with the jewelry store to pick up the rings. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered someone he did not wish to see. Wang Jikai, with a protruding belly, gazed at him with a sycophantic expression. "Xiao Song, let us have a word." Song Yuan brushed past him, saying, "I apologize, but I am quite busy and have no time." Wang Jikai hurried a few steps to catch up with Song Yuan's pace, insisting, "Xiao Song, do not be in such a rush. If you listen to me, you will understand whether you have time to chat. The company has granted me certain privileges. If you return to address the website vulnerabilities, you may propose any conditions you wish. Offering you a portion of the original shares is not an issue." Wang Jikai, of diminutive stature at less than 1.7 meters, had to almost jog to keep up with Song Yuan's strides. "What is the purpose of work? If not to earn money? If you return, human resources will draft a new contract for you, doubling your salary, adding stock options and project bonuses. When all is calculated, your annual earnings could cover a down payment in the third ring. Does this not seem more appealing than starting your own business?" Wang Jikai expended considerable effort in his entreaties, leaving himself parched and dry-mouthed, while Song Yuan responded with a single phrase, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Wang Jikai wiped the sweat from his brow, nearly on the verge of kneeling, his demeanor lowered to the ground. "Xiao Song, please do not refuse outright. Give it some thought. This matter of employment is significant. It pertains to your future. Consider your family, your fiancé. Do you not wish to provide them with a better life?" As they approached the parking lot, Song Yuan retrieved his car keys to unlock his vehicle. Noticing Song Yuan's indifference, Wang Jikai grew frantic, realizing that if he could not entice this esteemed individual back, his own position would soon be in jeopardy. He threw caution to the wind, pleading, "Xiao Song, I understand you are upset. My attitude was poor that day, and my words were ill-chosen. I sincerely apologize, after all. We worked together for 3 years. For the sake of our shared history, please do not hold it against me." As Song Yuan opened the car door and seated himself, Wang Jikai abruptly wedged his leg in the doorway, hoping for a moment of reconsideration. Song Yuan, exasperated, lifted his gaze and replied, "President Wang, I am pressed for time." Wang Jikai, scratching his head in desperation, had humbled himself to the ground. It was met with Song Yuan's utter disregard. Regret washed over him for having succumbed to Xiao Nianqin's instigation that day, never anticipating that the layoffs would sever vital connections, thus jeopardizing his own career. His resentment towards Xiao now boiled over. What right did he have to call himself President Wang? Before Song Yuan, he felt reduced to a mere shell of his former self, as if he were merely a performer awaiting a cue to entertain. "Song, President Song, would you reconsider? Our company cannot do without someone of your caliber. Your return would solidify our foundation. The higher-ups are keenly invested in this project, and the year-end bonuses will be substantial." Song Yuan found the incessant chatter grating. Glancing at his watch, he seized the opportunity to shut the car door while Wang Jikai was distracted, starting the engine and sending a plume of exhaust fumes into Wang Jinkai's face. Wang Jikai stood there, watching the car drive away, his heart racing with anxiety. How would he explain this to his superiors? With the website still unaddressed, the financial losses would amount to millions, a burden far beyond his capacity to bear. Wang Jinkai was overwhelmed by thoughts of his monthly mortgage and car loan, his wife's designer handbag, the exorbitant tuition fees for his son's prestigious school, and the expenses for his parents in the nursing home. He felt utterly distressed. Without Song Yuan, his world had crumbled. Chapter 23. The dogman avoids her. Song Yuan drove to the jewelry store they had agreed upon. He had previously brought Lin Xueyao here to try on rings, but he no longer desired the one he initially intended to purchase. Instead, he chose the most exquisite diamond ring in the shop. The staff who attended to him recognized him, and, upon hearing that he wished to buy the most expensive item, greeted him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Song, you truly have an eye for quality. This piece is the pride of our store. Miss Lin is indeed fortunate to have found a husband who loves her so dearly." Song Yuan scoffed lightly. "Miss Lin does not deserve it. My wife's surname is Gu. Please wrap it beautifully for me. I will pay by card." The salesgirl realized she had spoken too much and fell silent, her expression momentarily frozen. Though Song Yuan's bank balance was modest, he opted to use his credit card, knowing that the proceeds from selling his house would soon grant him financial freedom. He could afford a ring, as he wished to provide the best for Gu Xiyu. She deserved far more than Lin Xueyao. As he took the beautifully wrapped ring and exited the store, he remained unaware that a pair of watchful eyes followed his departure from a corner of the shop. Xiao Shi, a close confidant of Lin Xueyao, felt compelled to inform her friend immediately. Once Song Yuan had left, she promptly called Lin Shuiyao. Yao Yao, guess whom I encountered at the jewelry store? Who? Song Yuan. Your devoted admirer is about to make a move. I saw him swipe his card for the most expensive ring in the store. Brace yourself. He is coming to propose to you soon. Don't agree too quickly. Lin Shuiyao chuckled on the other end of the line. There are only 3 days until the wedding. I knew he would be anxious. However, Song Yuan has thoroughly angered me, and I will not forgive him so easily. Xiaoxi encouraged her. Yes, this time you must establish some ground rules. Otherwise, he will take your good nature for granted, thinking he can manipulate you as he pleases. A tiger that doesn't roar is mistaken for a kitten. Touched, Lin Shuiyao sniffled slightly. I understand, darling. You are the only one who truly cares for me from my perspective. Of course, that's what best friends are for. Send me Song Yuan's number. I will give him a little nudge. After hanging up, Lin Shuiyao quickly sent Song Yuan's contact information to Xiaoxi without further thought. As she sat at her desk, she found herself lost in thought. Xiao Yanqin had been out of contact for several days, and she began to wonder if that scoundrel was deliberately avoiding her. However, she soon dismissed such notions, recalling the sincerity in Xiao Yanqin's gaze when he was affectionate towards her. He would never deceive her. Her thoughts shifted back to Song Yuan, that unromantic oaf who never knew how to soothe her. He would buy gifts but fail to present them, pick her up only to lose her again, and never offer a heartfelt apology. Now, he had purchased a ring but seemed oblivious to where he might propose. With these thoughts, Lin Shuiyao felt a flicker of anticipation. If Song Yuan could design a proposal that was genuinely moving and romantic, perhaps at the Michelin-starred restaurant in the CBD, accompanied by a bouquet of 99 roses, she might just consider forgiving him. Lin Shuiyao had begun to envision the moment when Song Yuan would propose to her. Although he was not the type to indulge in sweet talk, his looks were undeniably appealing. She sensed that Song Yuan would soon appear beneath the Hengyue building. Lin Shuiyao charged her phone and took out a small mirror from her drawer to touch up her makeup. Her team leader called out to her, Lin Shuiyao, the meeting with Mr. Gu is about to commence. Please ensure you have your laptop and voice recorder ready for the minutes. Without hesitation, she set down her lipstick and hurried to the conference room on the top floor. She dared not challenge the authority of the formidable female executive. Arriving even a minute late could result in her expulsion. Inside the conference room, all participants had assembled. Gu Shiyu entered with her assistant, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure, Gu's company planned to enter the real estate market. Having recently acquired a plot of land in the northern suburbs to develop a resort, Manager Su, responsible for the project, began presenting the 3 proposals put forth by their department. The first 2 were swiftly dismissed by Gu Shiyu as utterly inadequate. As Manager Su introduced the 3rd proposal, a phone rang from the table. The circle of attendees fell silent. Their phones were all on silent mode during the meeting, as their formidable CEO detested interruptions. No one dared to provoke her ire. Typically, Gu Shiyu would not answer calls during meetings, but today, she glanced at her phone, gestured for a pause, and stepped out of the conference room to take the call. The room was left in an awkward silence, with everyone exchanging puzzled looks, unsure of what had transpired. Someone whispered, "Did I just imagine it?" It seemed like Mr. Gu smiled for a moment. Another replied, "You're not mistaken. I think she has been acting a bit differently these past few days, though I can't quite put my finger on it. Perhaps she is showing a bit more humanity? Could it be that she is in a relationship? I can't fathom whose call could prompt her to leave the meeting." Outside, Gu Shiyu answered Song Yuan's call. "Wait for me for 15 minutes. If you're bored, go grab a coffee. I still have a bit of work to finish and will be down shortly." Song Yuan had inquired the previous day, and she had mentioned she wouldn't be working late, prompting him to come pick her up after work. "No rush. Finish your work first. I brought my laptop and will write some code in the car." Gu Shiyu was a person who valued time immensely. She disliked waiting for others and equally disliked being kept waiting. Her upbringing instilled in her a sense of guilt for wasting someone else's time. Knowing that Song Yuan could write code in the car alleviated some of her guilt. She contemplated suggesting that if he needed anything, he could call her assistant Su Li, who could assist him with arrangements. However, recalling that she had yet to disclose her identity as CEO to him, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After hanging up, Gu Shiyu returned to the conference room, and all eyes instinctively fell silent. She glanced at her watch and declared, "We will conclude the final proposal within 10 minutes. Any extraneous chatter unrelated to the proposal must be kept to yourselves." Manager Su's mind raced through various thoughts, distilling the essence of the proposal. However, the final plan was ultimately rejected by Gu Shiyu. 15 minutes later, Gu Shiyu emerged from the executive elevator. The soft beige high heels she wore echoing sharply against the floor. Employees passing through the hall greeted her, to which Gu Shiyu responded with a nod. Upon exiting the building, she noticed Song Yuan's car parked beside a greenbelt along the road. Gu Shiyu approached, directly opened the passenger door, and settled into the vehicle, tossing her bag into the back seat. Leaning back to gather her thoughts, she allowed her mind to empty, casting aside the burdens of her work. She abandoned her luxury car worth millions and stepped into Song Yuan's modest vehicle, yet felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Gu Shiyu realized that when she was with this man, she felt the most at ease and comfortable. Chapter 24. She noticed a woman seated in the passenger seat of Song Yuan's car. He twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to Gu Shiyu, asking, "Are you hungry? What would you like for dinner?" Gu Shiyu took a sip and replied, "I would prefer to eat out. Let me think for a moment." At that moment, Song Yuan received a friend request on WeChat, with the note, "I am Qiaoxi." It took him a few seconds to remember that Qiaoxi was Lin Xueyao's rather troublesome friend, so he disregarded the message entirely. Gu Shiyu, having decided on a place, sent an address to Song Yuan. "This is a private dining establishment. Their dishes are quite good. Please navigate us there." As he clicked on the address and was about to start the car, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. Upon answering, a voice on the other end called out, "Song Yuan Ge." He was taken aback. "Who are you?" With a hint of grievance in her voice, Qiaoxi replied, "Song Yuan Ge, can't you recognize my voice? It's me, Qiaoxi." Song Yuan felt a bit exasperated by her persistence. "What do you want?" "Well, it's not anything particularly important. My computer is broken, and I was hoping you could help me fix it. As a token of gratitude, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight. If you don't mind, I can bring the ingredients and cook at your place. I can't fix it. You should go to a service center." Song Yuan Ge, is it because of Yao Yao that you feel averse to me? Yao Yao is already with Xiao Nianchen. You can act as if you two never knew each other. That shouldn't prevent us from getting to know one another. Without further ado, Song Yuan hung up the phone and started the car, heading toward the address Gu Shiyu had sent him. At that moment, Lin Xueyao happened to rush out of the building. She had anticipated that Song Yuan would come looking for her today. After finishing her meeting, she spotted his car parked on the roadside from the floor-to-ceiling windows above, where he stood leaning against the car, gazing up at her workplace. Given his earnest demeanor today, Lin Xueyu decided to acknowledge him. She hurriedly packed her bag and applied some lipstick before descending the stairs. When she dashed outside, she noticed that Song Yuan's car had already started moving. She quickened her pace, but it seemed as though he did not see her at all. Lin Xueyao placed her hands on her hips and muttered under her breath, "Is Song Yuan blind from staring at code?" After waving for a while, he still did not exit the vehicle to greet her. Such a clueless man did not deserve her kindness. Soon, Lin Xueyao realized that there was someone seated in the passenger seat of Song Yuan's car. Why on earth would there be someone sitting beside him? Her heart raced furiously, not from excitement but from anger, as she discerned that the passenger was indeed a woman. Regrettably, she could not see the woman's face clearly, but based on the silhouette, she could ascertain that she possessed a commendable demeanor and exquisite taste. Lin Xueyao's mind was thrown into disarray. She recalled the time she spent with Song Yuan, during which he had been completely defenseless, allowing her to peruse his phone freely. She had once harbored doubts, considering Song Yuan's superior looks and tall stature. Setting aside his inability to flatter, he was the type that any girl would find appealing. She had examined his phone before and found no suspicious contacts. Could it be that he had been unfaithful even before their breakup? Lin Xueyao was reluctant to believe it, yet her mind could not cease its tumultuous speculations. How could that man, who was utterly devoted to her, possibly change his heart? It's inconceivable. The woman sitting in the passenger seat must surely be a client. Lin Xueyao took out her phone and dialed her best friend, Qiaoxi. I just saw Song Yuan's car. There's a woman in the passenger seat. I waved at him, but he hasn't noticed me yet. It's infuriating." "What?" Qiaoxi's tone rose several decibels, clearly more agitated than Lin Xueyao. How could Song Yuan allow another woman to sit in his passenger seat? He has really lost his way. Yao, you must not forgive him. His behavior is nothing short of bullying. You haven't even registered your marriage, and he treats you with such disregard. What will happen once you're married? Will he flaunt his mistress in public? Such a man is unworthy." Lin Xueyao already felt miserable, and Xiaoxi's tirade only deepened her distress. How could Song Yuan betray her? It was impossible. She would rather believe that the earth would perish than accept that Song Yuan could turn his back on her. After ending the call, she wiped her tears and glanced at the notes on her phone. In just 3 days, they were to celebrate their wedding day. She discreetly called the hotel where she had booked their wedding, and they assured her that the ceremony had not been cancelled and would proceed as planned in 3 days. Only then did Lin Shuiyao feel a sense of relief. Within these 3 days, Song Yuan would undoubtedly kneel before her, pleading for her to be his bride. She would demand that he double the bride price, for she would not easily forgive him otherwise. Meanwhile, Song Yuan drove into a narrow street in the city center. Gu Shiyu led him into a courtyard, where the ambience was refined, accompanied by soft music, and the sign read Qin Yuan Private Kitchen. It was a rare find to discover tranquility amidst the bustling city, suggesting that the patrons were individuals of taste. The proprietress seemed to be quite familiar with Gu Shiyu, calling her by her nickname. "It's been a while since you last visited. Have you been busy?" Gu Shiyu handed the menu to Song Yuan for him to peruse while she exchanged pleasantries with the proprietress. "Indeed, I've been a bit busy, but I've decided to allocate some time to my personal life and reduce my work hours." The proprietress praised her, saying, "That's the way to go. Work is never-ending. One must allow themselves to relax appropriately, or life becomes too burdensome." After a moment, her inquisitive gaze fell upon Song Yuan, and she asked, "It's quite rare for Shiyu to bring a male companion. Today, I've prepared some of your favorite dishes personally." Gu Shiyu smirked and cautioned, "He doesn't eat cilantro, so please refrain from adding any." Song Yuan abruptly looked up at her, astonished. He had only dined at the same table with Gu Shiyu once, just the previous day at home, yet she had noticed his aversion to cilantro. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, as if someone had gently brushed against his heart, igniting a flutter of emotions. It seemed that not all the online advice was misguided. A healthy relationship requires reciprocity, rather than being solely maintained by one party. He had been with Lin Shuiyao for 3 years, and she might not even know all of his preferences. A genuine person will undoubtedly make you feel valued. If you don't, you are merely a backup. Gu Shiyu, caught off guard by his gaze, inquired, "Am I correct in what I said?" Song Yuan regained his composure and confessed, "Indeed, I do not relish cilantro, but I am not particularly picky about other foods." Gu Shiyu smiled naturally, evidently confirming his observations. "Are there any other dishes you wish to indulge in? I am unfamiliar with this place. Please order according to your preferences," he replied. Gu Shiyu nodded and called the proprietress to order a plate of blanched okra and braised short ribs. Song Yuan scratched his brow with his index finger, feeling a vibrant display of fireworks igniting within his chest. The 2 dishes she ordered were precisely to his taste. How could it be that a woman so perfectly aligned with his preferences existed? Was she not a gift from the heavens bestowed upon him? Chapter 25. The legal husband. The proprietress busied herself in the back with a list, and within a few moments, she returned with 2 glasses of chilled watermelon juice. Placing them on the table, she cast a knowing glance at Gu Shiyu, saying, "These couple cups are a gift for you both. May you achieve your happy ending soon." Gu Shiyu let out a soft laugh, her elegant brows arching in delight. "Sister Mei, allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is my legal husband, Song Yuan." The proprietress's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, a long-foretold blossoming. I was concerned you might neglect personal matters, lost in your work. It seems my worries were unfounded." After exchanging pleasantries with Song Yuan, the proprietress chose not to intrude further on the couple's intimacy, while Gu Shiyu entertained herself with her phone. Song Yuan found himself captivated by the way she uttered the word husband. Her voice was clear and melodious, making the 2 syllables sound particularly enchanting. Were it not for Sister Mei's presence, he might have suspected that she was deliberately teasing him. After their meal, Sister Mei cleaned and wrapped the couple cups, handing them over to Gu Shiyu, who graciously accepted the bag without hesitation. As they exited the small courtyard, twilight enveloped the sky, a slender crescent moon hanging above, with a few stars twinkling in the distance. They walked side by side, a gentle breeze rising in the night, brushing the hem of Gu Shiyu's skirt against Song Yuan's calves. The newlyweds, still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, found themselves at a loss for words. Fortunately, the darkness alleviated any potential awkwardness. Just as they neared the pebble-paved path, Gu Shiyu suddenly slipped, her high heels nearly betraying her balance. Fortunately, Song Yuan's quick reflexes enabled him to catch her slender waist. "Shiyu, is your foot all right?" With one arm draped over Song Yuan's shoulder, Gu Shiyu gingerly lifted one leg, taking a few unsteady steps to navigate the uneven path. Once steady, she attempted to stand on her own. Song Yuan, still concerned, kept a supportive hand nearby, ready to catch her should she falter again. With a sigh, Gu Shiyu remarked, "It seems my foot is fine, but my shoe is damaged." She raised her right leg to reveal a broken heel. The remaining distance to the parking area seemed daunting. After a brief pause, Song Yuan suggested, "Shall I carry you?" Gu Shiyu looked up at him, her beautiful eyes reflecting the starlight. "No, it's unnecessary. Just support me a little, and I can manage on my toes." Without further discussion, Song Yuan effortlessly lifted her into his arms. She was so petite that he barely exerted any effort. "Shiyu, you needn't stand on ceremony with your husband." When he pronounced the word husband, Gu Shiyu's body stiffened noticeably. Unlike the earlier introduction in the shop, this moment was shared solely between the two of them. Grasping the fabric of his shirt, her breathing quickened in the stillness of the night, and soon their heartbeats synchronized, rendering any further words superfluous. Song Yuan carried her to the car, a brief journey that he deliberately slowed to prolong. Despite his efforts, they arrived swiftly. He gently set her down, sliding into the driver's seat, the warmth of her presence lingering in his palm. As he composed himself to start the car for their journey home, he glanced sideways to find Gu Shiyu staring down, lost in thought, her ears tinged with crimson, leaving him curious about her musings. "Did that hacker trouble you later?" Gu Shiyu replied, "No. Remember to call me next time you encounter trouble." Gu Shiyu nodded. "I won't be polite with you." Song Yuan chuckled softly, "You are quite obedient." He patted his pocket. "I have something for you when we get back." Gu Shiyu turned to him. "What is it?" Song Yuan chose not to disclose, maintaining an air of mystery. As the car returned to the community, Song Yuan effortlessly lifted Gu Shiyu from the passenger seat, displaying a newfound familiarity from their previous journey. Gu Shiyu, no longer resisting, wrapped her arms around his neck. Their interactions gradually became more natural as they embraced their roles as husband and wife. Song Yuan carried her up the stairs and, upon entering, kicked off his shoes and placed her on the sofa. Just as Gu Shiyu was about to stand, Song Yuan pressed down on her shoulders, returning her to the couch. He retrieved a delicate little box from his pocket. "Shiyu, try this on and see if the size fits." Gu Shiyu opened it to find a pair of rings. The female ring, uniquely designed, featured a subtly luxurious diamond that aligned with her aesthetic. The male ring was a simple band, crafted by Song Yuan himself. And if Gu Shiyu looked closely, she would find two letters engraved on the inner side. "Yu." These rings appeared rather extravagant, and Gu Shiyu, considering his current financial situation, asked, "Song Yuan, did these rings cost a lot?" Song Yuan dismissed the concern, stating that with his abilities, money was never an issue. He sought fulfillment through his career. A faint smile graced his lips as he slid the female ring onto Gu Shiyu's ring finger, declaring, "If other wives have one, mine must have one too." His estimation was accurate. The size fit perfectly. Gu Shiyu's fingers were slender and delicate, a sensation he remembered well. Looking at the ring adorning her finger, Gu Shiyu asked, "So, I will wear it all the time?" "Yes," he replied. Just then, Gu Shiyu's phone rang, and as she answered the call, Song Yuan retreated to take a shower. By the time he emerged, Gu Shiyu was still on the phone. Bored, Song Yuan picked up his phone and noticed a flurry of messages in their group chat. Mostly from Gu Shiwan. "Song, your wedding gift has been sent to the office. You can see it tomorrow. Wishing you success in wooing your wife soon." Accompanying the message was a photo. Song Yuan opened it, and to his surprise, it depicted a muscular man wearing, well, he glanced down at himself. His physique was decent enough. Did he really need such attire to entice his wife? Soon, Gu Shiwan sent another message. "There's also a scented candle. Remember to light it after your shower. I hear most people get a bit tipsy from the scent." "Hee, no need to thank me." Song Yuan rubbed his temples, bemused by his disciple's frivolous ideas. Chapter 26. Do you wish to retaliate? On the phone, Gu Shiyu engaged in a prolonged debate with her grandmother. "Grandma, I am exceedingly busy with work. I will visit you when I find the time." The elderly lady was clearly displeased. "What do you mean, no time? You merely manage a company. How busy could you possibly be? What about the authenticity of the marriage certificate? You must return and provide me with an explanation." Unable to withstand her grandmother's persistence, Gu Shiyu reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, I shall come back tomorrow evening to have dinner with you." The old lady's demeanor softened at last. Now that is more like it. Song Yuan had originally planned to take her to try on wedding dresses the next day, but upon hearing of her prior engagement, he refrained from mentioning it. Just then, his phone rang. It was his Aunt Luchi calling. "Xiao Song, I have returned from my hometown. Do you have time tomorrow? We need to finalize the property transaction. I have prepared all the funds." Song Yuan replied, "And I am available. I will wait for you at the community entrance at 10 in the morning." Thus, their plans were set. Song Yuan cleared his schedule for the morning, needing to expedite his work to accommodate the meeting. He retrieved his laptop from his bag and asked Gu Shiyu, "May I use your study?" Coincidentally, Gu Shiyu also needed to visit her study, as her assistant Su Li had messaged her about manager Su working overtime with the department to finalize a new proposal. She needed to review it on the computer. The two entered the study, one after the other. Gu Shiyu took her laptop and settled onto the sofa, as her workload was light, thereby relinquishing the desk to Song Yuan. Without hesitation, Song Yuan occupied her desk. He had just opened the editor and was in the midst of writing a few lines of code when he heard a sigh emanating from the sofa. Looking up, he observed Gu Shiyu with a displeased expression, as if she had been wronged and was at a loss for words. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Gu Shiyu knitted her brow. "My computer has been compromised." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's brow twitched. Who possessed the audacity to attack the computer of his esteemed hacker wife? He stood from his chair and sat beside her on the sofa. Gu Shiyu handed him her laptop, looking utterly forlorn. It was no wonder she was upset. Upon inspecting the screen, Song Yuan felt anger rise within him as well. Her computer had ceased to function properly, overtaken by a virus. The entire screen displaying a blue hue with a cheeky Peppa Pig making faces, accompanied by the words, "Didn't he expect this, Gu Shiyu? I'm back." It appeared to be the same hacker from before, a familiar adversary. Though Song Yuan was unaware of whom she had antagonized, he was confident he could handle this novice hacker with ease. Skillfully, he maneuvered through the computer's interface, first eliminating the virus, then restoring the data within, and finally reinforcing the security measures. He was self-assured that the firewall he constructed would deter any intruders. After addressing all issues, he returned the computer to her. Gu Shiyu gazed at him with admiration. Is it really fixed? She opened her laptop, finding that none of her files had been lost, and the computer's performance was now significantly enhanced. When she first opened her computer, darkness enveloped her, leading her to believe the device was on the brink of failure. However, he effortlessly restored it, leaving Gu Shiyu utterly astonished. She recalled how, earlier that day, he had told someone on the phone that he was incapable of fixing computers. How misleading that was. Clearly, he possessed remarkable skills. "Didn't you claim you couldn't repair computers?" she inquired. Song Yuan chuckled softly. Whether one can fix a computer depends on whose it is. A sense of being valued washed over Gu Shiyu. She wondered, would there be another breach? Song Yuan assured her, no, unless it is James himself operating the device. As James, he would never attack his own wife's computer, so such an incident shall not occur again. Gu Shiyu lavishly praised him. "I can't shake the feeling that your abilities rival those of James." Song Yuan, slightly shifting the topic, asked, "Do you know who is behind this?" Gu Shiyu raised an eyebrow. "I can speculate, but without evidence, I can't report it. If I had proof, I'd certainly alert the authorities." "Would you like to retaliate?" he queried. Gu Shiyu, momentarily taken aback by the notion of revenge, gazed at him with curiosity. "Retaliate? Yes. We could turn the tables and hack into his computer, leaving him unable to boot up, crying at midnight." Gu Shiyu laughed. She favored a ruthless approach in business and detested underhanded tactics. Any confrontation was to be faced openly. Anyone who provoked her would see their company severely crippled, even driven to bankruptcy. Although she had never considered such a method of vengeance, the mere thought of it, as suggested by Song Yuan, sent a thrill through her. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she exclaimed, "Let us do it. If he sends me Peppa Pig, we shall respond with Daddy Pig," forcing him to kneel and call me Daddy. Without hesitation, they set their plan into motion. Gu Shiyu suspected that Hengyuan Real Estate had hired hackers to attack her, as the land she had recently acquired was snatched from them. The president of Hengyuan Real Estate had disrespected her in social settings, even threatening her with retribution. As Song Yuan deftly operated the computer, his fingers danced across the keyboard, attacking their website. "Your president ought to express gratitude. We've helped her retaliate against a business rival." Gu Shiyu's expression faltered slightly. She contemplated revealing her true identity but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing she had to return to her grandmother's house the next day. A man of such capability as Song Yuan might not appreciate having a wife more affluent than himself. If she disclosed her status now, it could lead to unforeseen complications, potentially forcing her into a union with that scoundrel, Xiao Nianchen. "I mustn't say anything." Gu Shiyu swallowed her words and replied, "Yes, the president ought to thank me. Perhaps I shall be rewarded with a generous bonus." As Song Yuan continued his work, he swiftly incapacitated their network. Now, when one accessed Hengyuan Real Estate's website, they were greeted by the sight of a clumsy old pig dancing, alongside an overwhelming barrage of comments demanding, "Kneel and call me Daddy." As Gu Shiyu beheld the gaudy display of Hengyuan Real Estate's website, an exhilarating sensation surged within her. An unfamiliar thrill of triumph. This was her first act of vengeance against a rival, as if she had unearthed a new realm. Gu Shiyu, momentarily losing her composure, encircled Song Yuan's arm with her hands. Do you suppose the president of Hengyuan Real Estate is currently fuming? Upon uttering these words, she realized that Song Yuan had not responded. When she looked up, their gazes collided. Song Yuan's penetrating eyes were fixed upon her. He had not anticipated that his casual gesture would bring her such elation. At that moment, he felt that the skills he had acquired were finally being put to their utmost use. Previously, when he had crafted something for Lin Shuiyao, she had merely replied, "I have no interest in these. You might as well give me a handbag." In hindsight, it was evident that he and Lin Shuiyao were fundamentally incompatible, their values misaligned. Gu Shiyu felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. "Song Yuan, why are you staring at me?" she asked, yet her hands remained firmly on his arm. Song Yuan sensed that she was teasing him, yet she wore a facade of innocence, making her actions appear entirely unintentional. "Shiyu, what did you call me today at Qinyuan Private Kitchen?" At that moment, Gu Shiyu realized how overly intimate their proximity was. She awkwardly released her grip and shifted back a few inches, feigning ignorance as she replied, "What?" Song Yuan was aware of her pretense, yet he earnestly reminded her, "When you introduced me to the proprietress, what did you say about who I am?" Chapter 27. He is a man, not a saint. Gu Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She was not afflicted with senility, so she was well aware of his meaning. However, their acquaintance was still in its infancy. Although she could easily articulate her thoughts when introducing him to others, the intimacy of their current situation rendered those two words difficult to utter. Gu Shiyu, a formidable figure in the business world, was unaccustomed to moments of such speechlessness. "I'm busy. I shall go freshen up and retire for the night," she said hastily, clutching her laptop, feeling as though she were fleeing in a panic. The bashful woman was indeed the most endearing. Song Yuan watched her retreating figure with a smirk before returning to his desk. Just as his fingers brushed the keyboard, he sneezed twice in quick succession. Unbeknownst to him, there were those who were presently cursing him. At Yuehu Bay, Lin Shuiyao had failed to secure the promised funds within the agreed time frame, prompting her parents to search for her along with her younger brother. Lin Hai paced restlessly, his hands clasped behind his back, deeply anxious. "Yao, what on earth do you mean? You promised to provide the dowry for your brother, yet as we approach the appointed day, you have not produced the funds. Now, the other party no longer wishes to proceed with the union. Your brother cannot find a wife. Are you satisfied?" Lin Shuiyao felt a pang of concern for her brother, but was also deeply aggrieved by the scolding. "Dad, I admit I was careless in this matter. But it was not my intention to withhold the money. It's Song Yuan who is sulking." Wang Chunmei, seated on the sofa, slammed her thigh in frustration. "This is outrageous. That Song Yuan has truly overstepped his bounds. Who does he think he is, causing a scene when he isn't even officially part of the family? With the wedding approaching, I doubt he wishes to go through with it." Lin Yu, sitting nearby, added fuel to the fire. "Song Yuan cursed me over the phone the other day, and my sister said nothing. She is siding with an outsider and has completely disregarded me as her brother." Wang Chunmei, incensed by this revelation, exclaimed, "What? Song Yuan dares to curse my son?" Lin Shuiyao, "Let me be clear. Song Yuan wishes to marry my daughter without proper decorum. He must present a dowry of 1 million and transfer the deed of this house to your brother. Otherwise, he shall not have her. How presumptuous of him to think he can waltz into our family empty-handed." Lin Shuiyao, overwhelmed by the tirade, found herself unable to maintain her composure. "Dad, Mom, please do not pressure me. I know well who Song Yuan is. He is merely throwing a tantrum. I have already contacted the hotel for the wedding arrangements, and they assured me the ceremony will proceed as scheduled in 3 days. He will return to plead with me. I will just scold him a bit," she added. Lin Hai's gaze sharpened as he regarded Lin Shuiyao. Is a mere scolding sufficient? If apologies sufficed for wrongdoing, what need would there be for the police? Your mother is right. The house must be transferred to your brother first. If Song Yuan wishes to marry, he must come to me with the dowry. With that, Lin Hai surveyed the house. Pack up the main bedroom. It will be given to your brother. Your mother and I will occupy the second bedroom. And clear out the study as well. Engage a renovation company to create a study desk. It will be the nursery for your future nephew. Lin Shuiyao felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Her father had made it abundantly clear that 3 rooms were explicitly designated, even for a nephew who was not yet conceived, while she was left without a space of her own. "Father, where will I stay?" Wang Chunmei interjected. As a young woman, what need do you have for a room at your parents' house? Once married, you shall reside with your husband. Does Song Yuan's family not prepare a home for their bride? Lin Shuyao's eyes brimmed with tears. She had believed that since the house was given to her brother, at the very least, a room would be reserved for her. Yet, this was the arrangement her parents had made. I am not yet married. Does that mean I am not to sleep at all? Lin Yu, weary of the conversation, exclaimed, "Oh, sister, why must you be so tedious? The balcony is quite spacious. Is it not? You can sleep there for now. In just a few days, you will be married, so do not create further disturbances at home. We have already endured enough stress these past few days. Had you sent the money earlier, we wouldn't be facing these issues." As Wang Zhimei spoke, she moved to the master bedroom to gather belongings. Enough of this. As the elder sister, you ought to be more understanding and not complicate matters. It is your duty to assist your brother. We shall not leave until we have settled this. With a house in your brother's name, it will be easier to find him a wife. Your third uncle's mother has introduced a girl to him, and she will be coming here tomorrow for an introduction. Lin Shuiyao felt a pang of injustice in her heart, yet she realized that if she did not lend her brother a hand, their parents lacked the means to support him. A young man without a stable job would struggle to attract a partner. Fine. I will wait until Lin Yu has completed the introduction. With these thoughts, she suppressed her feelings and made do with the sofa for the night. She longed to call Song Yuan and ask him to come and take her away, but recalling his recent coldness towards her, she admonished herself, "Lin Shuiyao, if you bow your head first, you will lose." She absolutely could not yield first, lest Song Yuan hold it over her for eternity. Meanwhile, Song Yuan worked late into the night, hastily showering before returning to the bedroom. Gu Shiyu had already settled into the large bed, leaving on a bedside lamp for him. Wary of waking her, Song Yuan tread lightly into the room, gently lifting the covers to lie down. Just as he was about to turn off the light, Gu Shiyu rolled into his arms. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to have been dreaming, perhaps scolding someone in her sleep. "Don't call me sister. I have no brother as foolish as you." After her tirade, Gu Shiyu instinctively wrapped her arms around Song Yuan's waist, using him as a pillow. Song Yuan held his breath, his heart racing momentarily. She was warm and soft, nestled against him. She appeared completely unguarded, her camisole revealing everything as one strap slipped down. Song Yuan was a man, not a saint. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he called out to her, "Shiyu." Gu Shiyu stirred, her eyes fluttering open to meet his gaze, her voice drowsy, "Song Yuan, why are you still awake?" He glanced at their closely entwined bodies and replied, "How can I sleep like this?" Gu Shiyu's mind began to clear, and she hastily withdrew her hands, causing her nightgown to slip further, exposing her to Song Yuan's view. In a swift motion, he turned, capturing her lips in a kiss, gradually deepening the embrace. The pressure of his hands varied from gentle to firm, and Gu Shiyu let out a muffled sound, her eyes veiled by a mist of emotion. Moments later, she gradually reciprocated his kiss, prompting Song Yuan to deepen their embrace. Chapter 28. Song Yuan sold the house in the intimacy of their bed. The two lost track of time in their passionate kisses until Gu Shiyu found it difficult to breathe. Only then did Song Yuan release her, gently nibbling on her earlobe. Reminiscent of that unforgettable night, his fervent kisses trailing downwards. He softly bit and suckled, causing Gu Shiyu to arch her back and grasp his head, whispering, "Song Yuan, please, we don't have anything at home." Gradually, rationality returned to Song Yuan, though his body still ached with longing. Under his guidance, Gu Shiyu acquired yet another skill. Time seemed as slow as if it had been paused. If only it could remain still, Song Yuan thought. Afterward, he led her to the bathroom to wash their hands. Standing at the sink, Gu Shiyu was too embarrassed to meet his gaze, while Song Yuan smirked subtly from a vantage point where she could not see. Returning to the bed, over an hour had passed, and dawn was nearing. Song Yuan held her close for a while, but Gu Shiyu, blissfully unaware, fell into a deep slumber. He, however, found it difficult to sleep, even after their recent release. The alluring fragrance of her skin stirred a restlessness within him. Before the alarm rang, he took another cold shower, hesitant to embrace her again. Having lost faith in his self-control, though he was not a man of excessive desires. When the alarm sounded, Gu Shiyu did not rise. The late-night interlude meant she would be tardy for work. She hastily applied a light makeup, neglecting breakfast, and rushed out with her bag. Song Yuan, however, remained unhurried. He had taken the morning off to facilitate the transfer of the property from Lu Qi's aunt. The necessary documents had been printed in advance, and Lu Qi's aunt was well prepared, making the process remarkably smooth. Lu Qi's aunt transferred the funds in one lump sum to Song Yuan, who then handed over the keys to the house. Auntie, let me take you to the house to check the water, electricity, and gas meters. And we can discuss any concerns on site. Lu Qizant smiled, saying, if you have time to accompany me, that would be splendid. I enjoy dealing with straightforward young people like you. Song Yuan led Lu Qizant to his car. No need for formality. Lu Qi and I are the best of friends. If you need anything, feel free to ask me anytime. As they drove towards Yuehu Bay, entering the community, Song Yuan pointed out the designated parking spot. Annie, this parking space will be yours from now on. She nodded in agreement. All right, I'll take a photo for reference. Walking side by side towards the building, upon entering the elevator, they were greeted by a potent scent of perfume. A girl, heavily made up and dressed provocatively, pressed the button for the 9th floor and turned to Song Yuan, inquiring, which floor are you going to? Song Yuan cast a brief glance before replying, the 9th floor. He recalled that the residents of the unit across the hall were a middle-aged couple who had traveled abroad earlier in the year and had yet to return. Only his household occupied the 9th floor. Observing the girl beside him, he found himself puzzled about her intentions for visiting the 9th floor. She broke the silence first. Sir, are you the owner of Unit 901? Song Yuan nodded, then shook his head. And you are? The girl smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. I am arranged for a blind date by my second aunt. What a coincidence to meet you here in the elevator. Song Yuan was utterly perplexed. He could not comprehend her words. He had no second aunt, nor was he involved in any matchmaking. Miss, you have mistaken the person. No mistake at all. I genuinely came here for the blind date. I have a wonderful impression of you. If you are willing, we can start dating right now. Song Yuan's right eyelid twitched incessantly. Was this a new trend in flirting? He stepped aside to create some distance, particularly because the overwhelming scent of her perfume was quite unbearable. As they spoke, the elevator stopped at the 9th floor. Song Yuan accompanied his aunt to open the door, and the girl from the elevator followed closely behind them. With a hint of grievance in her voice, she insisted, I really did come for the blind date. Your mother said I should come over for lunch. I didn't want to come at first, but seeing how handsome you are, I'm glad I didn't miss this chance. Song Yuan was growing impatient. Was this some kind of novel scam? Were people so forward nowadays? Miss, I truly have not arranged any blind date. Please conduct yourself with dignity. After speaking, he instructed his aunt on how to use the key. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently twice. Before they could push the door open, someone inside had already swung it open. Upon seeing Lin Shuiyao, Song Yuan's mind went blank. Hadn't she moved away? What are you doing here? Lin Shuiyao assumed he had come to apologize. Upon witnessing him, a disdainful smile crossed her lips. She had thought he was capable of maintaining a Cold War until the night before the wedding. Now he was here, seeking her out. Song Yuan. If you are a man, then have the courage to never seek me out again. Song Yuan was utterly confused. Were these even Chinese characters? When had he ever said he was looking for her? Lin Shuiyao, explain to me why you are still living here. Did you not see the WeChat messages I sent you? Lin Shuiyao snorted disdainfully. Do you think a mere WeChat message can suffice for an apology? Song Yuan. I am not so easily appeased. If you wish to live well and marry me, you must sincerely apologize, and I will consider it carefully. After all, we were together for 3 years, but with your current attitude, I cannot forgive you. You have blocked my number. Why should I see your messages? After a moment, Song Yuan chuckled softly. He finally understood. Apparently, Lin Shuiyao had not seen his messages at all and was unaware of his intention to sell the house. No wonder she hadn't uttered a word about it. Given her nature, it would be mild if she didn't attempt to extort him. Soon, Song Yuan discovered that Lin Shuiyao was not alone in his house. Her parasitic younger brother lounged on the sofa, while her greedy parents occupied the kitchen. She had invited her entire family to stay. For a moment, Song Yuan was left speechless and felt a pang of sorrow for his past judgments. He had never imagined that Lin Shuiyao was more shameless than he had thought. Her whole family was treating him as a cash cow. However, he thought to himself, I am no longer at your service. Song Yuan paused for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Lin Shuiyao, I grant you 15 minutes to vacate my residence along with your family, and thereafter, you are forbidden from returning. Lin Shuiyao's expression was one of utter disbelief. Song Yuan, have you lost your mind? You returned without bringing any gifts from my parents, showing no courtesy whatsoever, and now you dare to speak to me with such an attitude? Have you gone mad or taken some wrong medication? Seated on the sofa, engrossed in his game, Lin Yu heard the commotion and set down his phone. Song Yuan, with your demeanor, you think you can marry my sister? Do you believe that my sister cannot find another man after leaving you? Let me tell you, there are countless suitors for her, each one more affluent than you. Song Yuan, rather amused than angry, found the situation laughable. What a wretched creature. Thinking itself worthy to converse with him. Those wealthy individuals can go and fawn over your family elsewhere. Do not linger in my home. Now, leave at once. Lin Yu, exasperated, retorted. Song Yuan, dare to repeat that once more? Chapter 29. Expelling the Lin family from their home. Get out. Right now? Song Yuan's voice echoed through the air. In the kitchen, Lin Hai and Wang Chunmei, infuriated by his outburst, rushed out wielding their spatulas. Wang Chunmei had been cursing Song Yuan when he appeared at their doorstep. Song Yuan, we have already convened a family meeting. If you wish to marry my daughter, it is not so simple. First, you must present a dowry of 1 million yuan and transfer ownership of this house to Lin Yu. Otherwise, this matter is off the table. Lin Hai chimed in. Song Yuan, my daughter is not someone just anyone can marry. It is a privilege for your family to be considered for an alliance with ours. Do not take this for granted. We live in a society where women outnumber men. It is uncertain whether you will find a wife if you leave my daughter. You need not come here anymore. I have already arranged for a renovation crew. This will be Lin Yu's bridal home. Aunt Lu Qi, feeling anxious, was sweating profusely. She had just completed the transfer of the property and never anticipated such a dispute. What should we do now, Xiao Song? Song Yuan reassured her. I apologize, Aunt. I will handle this, so do not worry. He took the recently transferred property deed from her hands and opened it. This property now belongs to Ms. Lu. Your current actions constitute a legal occupation of private property. Please vacate immediately, or I shall call the police. As he prepared to dial 110, he was halted by Lin Shuiyao. The written document was clear, and after a long moment of scrutiny, Lin Shuiyao's face turned pale. Father, mother, the deed indeed bears Ms. Lu's name. The Lin family was taken aback. Had the house they thought was theirs slipped away? Yao, did you not claim this house was in your name? What transpired here? Have you been deceived by this man? Lin Shuiyao, equally bewildered, recalled that Song Yuan had added her name to the deed. She had always believed the rights to the property were in her hands. Yet, inexplicably, it had become the property of another. Song Yuan, what is the meaning of this? She demanded, her breath uneven with anger. It is quite simple, Song Yuan replied. I sold the house. This property is my premarital asset, and I possess the proof of purchase. It has no connection to you. I am entitled to sell it, and the new owner has already received the keys. If you do not vacate, I will call the police to mediate. Wang Chunmei's complexion turned ashen. Song Yuan, how dare you treat my daughter this way? You will never marry her. You seem to have become arrogant, disregarding even me, your future mother-in-law. You shall never be acknowledged as my son-in-law. Song Yuan, disinterested in arguing with someone so ignorant, simply stated, will you leave now, or shall I wait for the police to arrive? The Lin family exchanged glances, each silent, clearly reluctant to budge. They were accustomed to taking advantage of situations and were unlikely to relinquish their grip easily. In Lin Yu's mind, the house had long belonged to him. Song Yuan solemnly warned, if you choose not to move, that is your prerogative. However, when the police arrive, a conviction will surely follow. Your son Lin Yu will have no hope of pursuing a civil service career, and consequently, his future children will also be barred from such professions. The repercussions will affect the prospects of 3 generations. Upon witnessing Song Yuan's fingers maneuvering over his mobile device, seemingly poised to call the authorities, Lin Hai felt compelled to relent. After all, the well-being of their son was paramount. He was the very foundation of the Lin family. We will move. Please do not call the police. Wang Chunmei lamented, we cannot move. Today, Lin Yu is to meet his match, and the young lady has yet to arrive. If we leave now, what will become of my son's future wife? He is the sole heir of the Lin family, tasked with continuing our lineage. Moments ago, the young lady in the elevator had watched the scene unfold, raising her hand to greet them. Hello, everyone. I am Chao Qiao, here for a blind date. Please inform my second aunt that I have come. The atmosphere became palpably awkward as Chao Qiao turned her gaze towards Song Yuan. You are Song Yuan, are you not? May I add you on WeChat? I would like to befriend you. Song Yuan merely smiled at the family, remaining silent. It was Lin Yu who first lost his composure, realizing that the very girl arranged for his courtship was now inadvertently drawn to Song Yuan. Song Yuan, I will not let this slide. You dare to humiliate me in front of everyone? You are finished. Lin Yu pushed through the crowd towards Song Yuan. But his stature was slight, and with a mere flick of his arm, Song Yuan subdued Lin Yu's feeble attempts to strike. A true man should strive to earn his own living and acquire his own home, rather than deceitfully using someone else's property to woo a partner. Can love founded on such deceit endure? Xiao Qiao interjected from behind Song Yuan. Indeed, using someone else's house for a blind date is tantamount to matrimonial fraud. Anyone who marries into your family is doomed to a lifetime of misfortune. Infuriated, Lin Yu gasped for breath, gritting his teeth as he shouted Song Yuan's name. Song Yuan. Yet, Song Yuan remained unperturbed, his expression betraying little emotion. He turned to Lin Shuiyao, speaking deliberately, "Call a moving company. You have 15 minutes. If your belongings are not removed, I will summon cleaners to clear the premises." Lin Shuiyao's face tightened, her eyes reddening. For the first time, she witnessed Song Yuan's indifference. His gaze towards her as cold and distant as that of a stranger, lacking even the warmth of unfamiliarity. Memories of their recent affectionate moments flooded her mind, the man who had once readily indulged her whims, comforting her when she was upset, wiping away her tears with tender kisses. Now, the man before her only demanded her departure, refusing to utter another word. Beyond her anger, disbelief consumed Lin Shuiyao. She could not fathom that Song Yuan could treat her in such a manner. It must be her family's provocations that had sown discord between them. Caught in the middle, she faced a dilemma between the man who cherished her and the family that had nurtured her. Lin Shuiyao understood that if she were to humble herself and apologize to Song Yuan now, he would likely accept her back, drawing her close once more. However, upon glancing at her mother, whose eyes were swollen from tears, and her brother, who was nearly beside himself with anger, she realized she could not proceed with such actions. Lin Shuiyao chose her family over Song Yuan. After a moment of silence, she spoke with a tone tinged with defiance. "If I must move, then so be it. Who cares? Once I leave, you better not come crying to me in 2 days." Song Yuan, amused despite his irritation, chuckled. "Please, I already have a wife. Why would I seek you out?" Wait a moment, Lin Shuiyao mentioned 2 days later. That was the day of their wedding. Surely, she did not still believe he was begging her to accept his proposal? Chapter 30. The enchantress is in love. Song Yuan refrained from uttering any words that might further humiliate her, for there were numerous onlookers present. To allow others to witness her disgrace would only serve to reflect poorly on him as well. Having shared a chapter of their lives together, it was best to part amicably. As for the wedding 2 days hence, when the time arrived, she would inevitably discover the truth. Whether or not she could bear that truth was a matter solely for her to contend with. It was her choice, unrelated to him. Lin Shuiyao cast a defiant glance at him before turning on her heel and retreating indoors. With her belongings being numerous and trifling, Lin Hai and Wang Chunmei came to assist her in packing. The moving company Lin Shuiyao had called arrived promptly, transporting her possessions piece by piece. As Song Yuan observed the house gradually emptying, it felt akin to undergoing a substantial purge. From this moment forth, there would be no remnants of their shared memories, nor any items to evoke her presence. Those exquisite handbags, cosmetics, jewelry, and designer clothing, all were the spoils he had amassed for her over the past 3 years, as well as the lessons he had learned for himself. Purchasing a lesson at the cost of a portion of his wealth was hardly a loss. It was preferable to losing a lifetime. Once Lin Shuiyao's belongings were cleared, Wang Chunmei directed the movers to remove the refrigerator from the kitchen, along with the sound system. Song Yuan found himself in a somewhat bemused state. "Aunt, allow me to replace the refrigerator for you." Upon witnessing the departure of the occupants from the house, Aunt Lu Qi felt an immense weight lift from her heart. "It's quite all right, Xiaosong. You may return to work. I will procure a new refrigerator myself. Whether it is moved or sold for scrap will amount to little more than 100 yuan. I do not concern myself with such trifling matters." Grateful for her understanding, Song Yuan expressed, "Thank you, Aunt. I apologize for the inconvenience." He then called in 2 cleaners to thoroughly tidy the premises, completing the handover with Aunt Lu Qi. This residence would henceforth hold no connection to him. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyao sat in the moving vehicle alongside her parents and younger brother, their family seething with indignation. Wang Chunmei, known for her incessant chatter, vented her frustrations by cursing everyone involved. Not only had they been unceremoniously evicted, resulting in a loss of face, but her son's matchmaking prospects had also been jeopardized. The thought of this reaching the ears of relatives filled her with dread. Who would dare propose to her family now? The implications for her son's future marriage felt catastrophic. Wang Chunmei wept and cursed throughout the journey, denouncing Song Yuan as heartless and a scoundrel for taking advantage of her daughter, and then turned her ire towards Lin Shuiyao, accusing her of being easy and lacking worth, claiming that she had spent 3 years with a man without even acquiring a home. At that moment, Lin Shuiyao was too troubled to absorb such insults. She believed that Song Yuan's actions today were inextricably linked to her mother's influence. "Mother, please cease your vitriol. Who financed the construction of our 4-story building? who has covered Lin Yu's tuition and living expenses over the years. Do not berate him for taking advantage of me. His turning against me today was also a result of your pressure. After venting her frustrations, Lin Hai struck her across the face. You insolent girl. How dare you speak back to your mother? If you cannot hold on to a man, do not blame your own mother. A capable woman would not be incapable of keeping a man. Look at yourself now, like a discarded rag after being used by a man. Lin Shuiyao burst into tears, her voice tinged with hysteria. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Yuan would never abandon me. We are to hold our wedding in 2 days. Your favoritism towards your son is palpable, and do not expect to receive a single cent of my dowry, for I shall not part with any. Wang Chimei was nearly choking on her sobs, shouting, money grubber, money grubber. Amidst the chaos, Lin Shuiyao's phone rang. Wiping her tears, she saw it was Su Li, the assistant to the president. She dared not ignore her superior's call. After calming herself, she answered, and Su Li's voice resonated from the other end, Lin Shuiyao. Why are you absent from your post again today? Mr. Yu has esteemed guests this afternoon who require your attention. I do not care where you are. Return to the office within half an hour, or you shall understand the consequences. Lin Shuiyao hurriedly replied, Su assistant, I will return to the company immediately. She alighted from her vehicle en route and hailed a taxi to redirect her back to the office. As she rushed into the building, she encountered the formidable female executive, Gu Shiyu, who was just exiting the president's office. Accompanying Gu was the CEO of a recently partnered internet giant, engaged in discussion regarding their collaboration. Flanked by their respective assistants and bodyguards, employees in the lobby bowed in greeting as they passed. In her moment of panic, Lin Shuiyao caught a fleeting glance from Gu Shiyu, sending an electric shiver down her spine. She thought to herself, this is it. The formidable executive might scold her harshly or, worse, dismiss her from the company. With a heart full of trepidation, she returned to her workstation, true to her fears. Before she had settled in for 10 minutes, the internal line from the president's office rang. It was Su Li's voice again. Lin Shuiyao, Mr. Gu has a meeting in 10 minutes. Prepare to take minutes for the meeting. First, deliver a cup of coffee to Mr. Gu. Lin Shuiyao brewed the coffee using the method taught by her predecessor and carefully carried it to the president's office. Setting the coffee on the table, she endeavored to diminish her presence, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Just as she made a move, Gu Shiyu called out to her. Your name is Lin Shuiyao, is it not? Lin Shuiyao responded, Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Shiyu lowered the documents in her hands and looked at her. What is wrong? Your eyes. Lin Shuiyao felt a lump in her throat. I had an argument with my boyfriend, then with my mother, and my father hit me, Gu Shiyu retorted. I grant you a day to resolve your family matters before returning to work. Go home and reduce the swelling on your face. Do not bring your negativity to your colleagues. Lin Shuiyao bowed her head. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Miraculously, the formidable executive did not scold her this time, allowing Lin Shuiyao to feel a sense of relief. However, her keen eyes quickly spotted a dark mark on Gu Shiyu's neck, which, based on her experience, resembled a hickey. Indeed, even the formidable executive had succumbed to a touch of humanity and love. Just as Lin Shuiyao was about to exit the office, Gu Shiyu retrieved a box of eye masks from her drawer. This will help with the swelling. Take it and use it. Remember, if you do not value yourself, no one else will. It is not worth shedding tears for others. Lin Shuiyao looked up at Gu Shiyu, surprised that the formidable woman was offering her comfort. The revelation of this event would undoubtedly create a stir among all the employees in the secretarial department. As Lin Shuiyao took the box of eye masks, her gaze was drawn to the exquisite ring adorning Gu Shiyu's ring finger, subtle yet luxurious. It seemed familiar, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen it before. Miss Gu, are you married? She inquired. Gu Shiyu replied with a brief affirmation. Yes, a wedding is imminent. Lin Shuiyao, emboldened, ventured to ask, is it with Mr. Lu from Lu Real Estate? The only individuals who could capture Gu Shiyu's attention in her circle were those with power, wealth, and charm. And the president of Lu Real Estate certainly fit that description. Gu Shiyu shook her head, responding, no, he is a talent in the technology sector. Chapter 31. Waiting for Song Yuan to seek her out as Lin Shuiyao exited the CEO's office. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the extraordinary man who had captured Gu Shiyu's heart. The ring on her hand suddenly reminded her of a phone call from her dear friend Xiao Shi 2 days prior, mentioning that Song Yuan had purchased the very ring from the store. Hastily, she checked the brand on her phone and indeed confirmed that it was the prized piece adorning Gu Shiyu's finger. Her heart raced erratically, and an unfounded conjecture began to form in her mind. Yet, how could that be? The ring was not a limited edition. If Song Yuan could acquire it, so could others. How could someone like Song Yuan, a mere nobody, possibly aspire to be with a corporate president like Gu Shiyu? It was inconceivable. Moreover, she believed that Song Yuan, the devoted suitor, would never waver in his affections for her. Despite his current bravado, he would inevitably return to grovel before her prior to the wedding, surely to face his own humiliation. Casting aside her tumultuous thoughts, Lin Xiao awaited the day when Song Yuan would kneel before her, imploring her to arrange their wedding. Otherwise, she would ensure he was left embarrassed in front of his relatives, friends, and colleagues. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Gu Shiyu entered the conference room accompanied by her assistant. Her afternoon was filled with meetings, all meticulously scheduled to free up her evening for comforting the elderly matriarch. The meeting times were tightly packed, with only a brief 5-minute intermission. Once all discussions concluded, she settled into her Maybach, with Su Li accompanying her back to the family estate. "Madam, when do you plan to inform Mr. Song of your true identity?" Su Li inquired. Gu Shiyu utilized her time in the car, reviewing documents on her iPad. "I shall wait for an opportune moment. As for Song Yuan, he is exceptionally talented, and he may not wish to seek a partner who outshines him. I fear that revealing my identity may lead to his rejection and a subsequent divorce." Su Li was taken aback, astonished that their formidable CEO could possess such insecurities. It seemed that Mr. Song was indeed remarkably accomplished. Upon arriving at the Gu mansion, Gu Shiyu was immediately enveloped by the scrutinizing gazes in the hall, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. The elderly matriarch was hosting guests, and the entire Xiao family had gathered. Upon seeing Gu Shiyu enter, the matriarch subtly gestured to her eldest grandson, Xiao Nianchen. "Nianchen, Shiyu has returned. You two should converse more and foster your relationship." Xiao Nianchen's gaze, as it fell upon Gu Shiyu, struck her as rather lecherous. The butler approached the matriarch, inquiring, "Madam, when shall we serve the meal?" "Now is the time to prepare the dishes. Bring out the wine I collected last year." The butler promptly relayed the command, summoning a flurry of servants to attend to the preparations. After exchanging pleasantries with several elders, Gu Shiyu deliberately ignored Xiao Nianchen's attempts at conversation. She sank into an armchair, seeking solitude, when Gu Shiyuan suddenly appeared, perching himself on the armrest of her chair, and leaned in to whisper, "Sister, why do I feel as though today is a matchmaking event? Is the brother-in-law you found genuine, or merely a product of photo editing? You wouldn't be trying to deceive the matriarch, would you? You must bring the real person to lend credibility." Gu Shiyu playfully pushed him away, retorting, "You think you can pry information from me so easily?" Gu Shiyuan was deeply intrigued by his brother-in-law, wondering what manner of person required such secrecy, to the extent that even his sister's brother could not meet him. Gu Shiyu replied, "Now is not the time for introductions." As they spoke, the butler from the dining room announced that dinner was ready. Grandma Gu invited the Xiao family to dine, specifically instructing Xiao Nianchen, "Nianchen, sit next to Shiyu. You two should become acquainted. After all, we will soon be one family." With a servile nod and a grin reminiscent of a devoted puppy, Xiao Nianchen approached, wagging his imaginary tail. Gu Shiyu regarded him with a piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, causing Xiao Nianchen to freeze in place, a chill creeping down his spine, paralyzing him from making any further movement. Under Gu Shiyu's subtle indication, Gu Shiyuan took a seat beside her. Xiao Nianchen was left with no choice but to find a place nearby. Once everyone was seated, they raised their glasses in unison. Today, Grandma Gu was particularly joyous. It had been a challenge to summon Gu Shiyu back and introduce her to the grandson of her good friend. She delighted in the festive atmosphere and expressed her hopes for frequent gatherings. "We should often come together. You are always welcome in our home." The matriarch of the Xiao family had already concluded that this engagement was a foregone conclusion, treating the dinner as a formal meeting between parents, akin to a betrothal feast. "Indeed, we are all family now, and thus we must gather often. Let us toast to the couple, wishing them a prosperous life and hoping they soon bear the fruits of their love." Gu Shuan, well aware of his sister's temperament, discreetly observed Gu Shiyu, fully aware that she dared not drink from her glass. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyu had yet to speak, patiently waiting for Zhao's parents and even Xiao Nianchen, as everyone raised their glasses in preparation for the toast. At that moment, Gu Shiyu stood up from her seat and filled her glass to the brim. The diamond ring on her finger sparkled conspicuously before everyone, and seizing the opportunity of the gathering, she declared, "I, too, have joyous news to share. I have registered my marriage and hope for your blessings in my new life. Should the Xiao family ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall lend a hand whenever I can." Upon finishing her words, Gu Shiyu took a generous sip of the red wine in her glass. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Grandma Gu initially believed that the red booklet shared in the group chat a few days prior was a jest, a ploy to hasten her into a matchmaking scenario. But now, the reality struck her. It was true. The old lady struggled to accept this revelation. Yet she knew her great-grandson would not go to such lengths merely to deceive her, especially with a ring on her finger. This was indeed genuine. The old matriarch felt a momentary embarrassment, but more so, it was the Xiao family who felt the weight of this revelation. Initially, the Xiao family was reaching beyond their means. Without the camaraderie between Grandma Gu and Grandma Xiao, the Xiao family would not even have been worthy of attending a Gu family wedding, let alone forging a familial bond. Now, with Gu Xiu publicly announcing her marital status in front of everyone, it was evident that she held the Xiao family in disdain, a sentiment that resonated deeply within them. Gu Xiu prioritized character above all else in her partner selection, and Xiao Nianxin simply did not measure up. The meal, which had yet to commence, became tasteless, leaving Xiao Nianxin seething in silence, unable to express his indignation, and instead, he simmered in solitude. He pondered who had intercepted his engagement, thwarting his plans. And he was determined to uncover the culprit, vowing not to let that person escape unscathed. Today, Gu Xiu returned with the sole purpose of providing an explanation to the matriarch. Now that she had fulfilled that duty, she had little appetite for the meal before her. As she glanced around the table, met with astonished gazes, she lowered her head and swiped at her phone, preparing to leave. I have some matters to attend to at the office. Please enjoy your meal. Gu Laodai, who had raised Gu Xiu single-handedly, was well aware of her granddaughter's temperament. It was evident that this engagement would not come to fruition. Yet, the fact that her granddaughter had registered the marriage without even bringing him home for her to see was utterly perplexing. She called out to her, Xiu, next time, bring him home for dinner. Chapter 32. Tender moments with her. Gu Xiu reached the entrance, changing her shoes while responding to the elderly lady. I'll ask him if he's willing to come. After saying this, she stepped outside. Meanwhile, Song Yuan sent Gu Xiu photographs of several wedding dresses he had shortlisted, inviting her to select one and arrange a fitting. After sending the message, he did not receive a reply from Gu Xiu. But the group chat among the three of them was abuzz with activity. Gu Xiuan sent a flurry of messages, exclaiming, Wow, my sister is so fierce. Do you know how my sister handled the blind date? She simply flashed the diamond ring on her ring finger, leaving no face for anyone. You should have seen the expressions of the family that came for the blind date. Their faces turned pale. Isn't that akin to a public slap in the face? My sister is fiercely protective of her husband. I almost envy my brother-in-law. Song Yuan patiently replied, Your sister and brother-in-law are already registered. The family shouldn't arrange any more blind dates for her. Your sister is great, standing firm on her stance. Gu Xiuan quickly responded, Song, did you take back the things I gave you? Let's try them tonight, especially that scented candle. Song Yuan glanced at the bag he had brought home from the office and chose not to reply. He couldn't help but think of Gu Xiu. How would she handle such a situation? He believed that her calm and astute nature would enable her to deal with it splendidly, without placing him in a difficult position. Just then, Gu Xiu's message came through. I prefer the second dress from the pictures, but I'm unsure how it would look on me. Song Yuan replied. The wedding date is approaching. Do you have time to try it on tomorrow? At that moment, Gu Xiu's car had already parked in the community. And as she sat in her vehicle gazing at the lights above, she replied, I'll go try on the wedding dress tomorrow afternoon. You'll be free, right? After sending the message, she instructed Su Li, who was seated in the front, to push back all her appointments for the next afternoon as she had personal matters to attend to. Having worked with Gu Xiu for many years, Su Li understood that this was a private affair and refrained from prying, merely asking, Do you need the car? No, you don't need to follow me. Gu Xiu replied. After giving her instructions, she opened the car door and entered the building. Meanwhile, Song Yuan was busy drafting a message for Gu Xiu when he heard the sound of high heels at the door. Moments later, with a beep, Gu Xiu entered, making his unfinished message unnecessary as it was far more efficient to discuss matters face-to-face. I can take a day off tomorrow, so I'll book an appointment at the bridal shop for the fitting, he suggested. Gu Xiu nodded. Go ahead and make the appointment. Having received a payment from selling a property today, Song Yuan felt financially comfortable. If you find something you like, feel free to buy a few pieces. Gu Xiu smiled. Let us discuss it tomorrow. However, 2 sets should suffice. We can buy new ones later when we hold another ceremony at my place. Song Yuan acquiesced. All right. I'll follow your lead. Gu Xiu glanced towards the study. Do you still have work to do today? Song Yuan scratched his head. I need to put in some extra hours. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall try on wedding dresses, thus I must expedite my work for the day. He is reluctant to impede the progress of the game due to his own delays. Lucci has successfully recruited a testing engineer and a designer today. Once the new UI is finalized, they can secure funding and launch the game into the market. They have allocated a month for this endeavor. A time frame that is rather constrained, indeed somewhat pressing. After a brief pause, Song Yuan added, I will strive to refrain from bringing work home in the future. Home is fundamentally a sanctuary for relaxation. Previously, he often handled work matters at home, which had led to numerous disputes with Lin Xueyao. He assumed Gu Shiyu would also mind, but to his surprise, she appeared unconcerned. It's all right. Your work is paramount, and I shall endeavor not to disturb you. A wave of warmth surged within Song Yuan. Gu Shiyu removed her high heels, saying, You're busy. I shall take a shower first. As she passed the living room coffee table, she noticed an item on it and inquired, Did you purchase some aromatherapy? Song Yuan felt a slight jolt in his brow. He ought to have concealed these items beforehand, as they were not yet intimately acquainted. Such things might leave her with an unsavory impression of him. He hurriedly tied the bag shut. I picked this up from the car. A colleague gifted it, but the scent may not be pleasant. So let us refrain from using it for now. Gu Shiyu paid it no mind and proceeded to the bedroom. Song Yuan walked directly into his study, opened his laptop, and resumed his work. The newly appointed testing engineer had already reported numerous bugs in the system. Song Yuan rectified his assigned bugs and continued to enhance the game's features. By the time he finished, it was well past 2 in the morning. His schedule had been somewhat inverted these past few days. But in order to allocate time for wedding preparations, he had to reduce his nighttime rest. After a quick shower, he returned to the bedroom, where Gu Shiyu lay in peaceful slumber. She had already clutched a pillow, and the duvet was crumpled in her embrace, exposing her delicate calves resembling tender lotus stems. Her dark hair cascading across the pillow. She had left a bedside lamp on for him as well. Gently lifting his leg, he climbed into bed, sensing his movement. Gu Shiyu turned toward him and naturally rolled into his embrace. Song Yuan swallowed hard, pulling her close. He recited a calming mantra, attempting to clear his mind of desires and distractions. Yet, he soon discovered this to be a formidable task. He was a normal man, not a saint. The faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Gu Shiyu filled his nostrils, igniting a heat within him. He contemplated the night before their wedding when they would have to part. Unable to hold her as they slept, and succumbed to the urge to lean down and kiss her lips. Her lips were equally fragrant and soft, and he found it hard to pull away. He captured her lips, savoring the moment languidly. Gu Shiyu finally opened her drowsy eyes and, after a moment, reciprocated his kiss. Having just awakened, her voice was exceptionally soft. Song Yuan, what time is it? He illuminated his phone screen to inform her, It's 2:15. Gu Shiyu's hands gracefully climbed around Song Yuan's neck. In that instant, she bore no resemblance to the aloof demeanor she had during the day. Appearing instead like a freshly awakened little fox, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at him. Why are you working so late? Song Yuan gently pecked her lips, soothing her with tender affection. The preparations for their wedding had kept him quite occupied in recent days, but he promised to be more attentive after the ceremony. Ensuring not to disturb her slumber, Gu Shiyu responded with a soft, obedient lifting her neck to kiss him. Anticipating her intentions, Song Yuan lowered his head to meet her lips. In the stillness of the night, rain began to patter against the window, accompanied by the whispers of the wind. The room was filled with an enchanting atmosphere. Gu Shiyu reveled in their kisses. Whenever Song Yuan attempted to shift his attention elsewhere, she would draw him back, eager to remain lost in their intimate embrace. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, yet she was reluctant to release him. In response, Song Yuan acquiesced, cherishing their closeness. He held her hand, their fingers entwined, as if they could feel each other's heartbeat, drawing them even closer together. Chapter 33, asking him to return. The two parted only when their breaths became labored from the fervor of their kiss. Gu Shiyu's eyes were faintly tinged with a blush, stirred by emotion from the kiss. Yet, her reason prevailed. Song Yuan, I must rise early for work tomorrow. I have an important meeting and cannot afford to be late. Moreover, I haven't purchased any protection. Song Yuan understood the implication behind her words and tenderly kissed her in reassurance. In truth, he had procured some. But seeing her exhaustion and fearing that she might oversleep and jeopardize her work, he chose to keep that delightful moment reserved for their wedding night. He lifted the covers, saying, You continue to sleep. I will take a cold shower. As he released her and prepared to rise, Gu Shiyu draped an arm across his lean waist. Let me assist you. Then it shall be a labor for my dear wife. The following morning, upon arriving at the studio, Song Yuan noticed Wang Jinsai's car parked downstairs. Wang Jikai, who had failed to persuade him to leave the previous day, was back again with the same intent. Xiao Song, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Wang Jikai, with a respectful demeanor, held a meticulously packaged meal, which he had procured from a five-star hotel. He had inquired with the department staff and learned that Song Yuan favored Cantonese dim sum. Hence, he had awakened an hour earlier to drive to an authentic Cantonese restaurant in the East Third Ring, where he spent 40 minutes merely queuing. He had never exerted himself this way even for his own father. The man before him was akin to a second father, and he needed to win him over. Having worked for several years, Song Yuan was not a fresh graduate easily swayed by a mere gesture of goodwill. He had his professional aspirations firmly set. Not even the offer of Wang Jikai delivering breakfast or the prospect of a promotion to vice president would entice him to return. Wang Jikai, bowing and scraping, addressed him with a newfound respect, referring to him as General Manager Song. I have applied for a larger, more spacious office for you, equipped with the finest ergonomic chair. Would you care to try it out? Song Yuan closed the car door, responding, Please return, Mr. Wang. I am quite busy today and have no time for idle chatter. With their wedding just a day away, he needed to shop for a wedding gown in the afternoon and return home to finalize details with his parents in the evening. Wang Jikai, with a smile that revealed more wrinkles, thought to himself how unbelievable it was that someone could be so resistant to financial gain. Your salary upon returning nearly rivals mine as vice president. You will earn more in a year than in your 3 years with the company. This is a unique privilege. Others would envy you greatly. Song Yuan regarded him with a nonchalant expression. A higher salary merely signifies being a hired hand. Being a mere worker throughout one's life results in little more than a modest savings. Yet, his ambition was to achieve financial independence. To one day have those who once underestimated him working for him. Now that he had a family, he was determined to strive for their sake, for his parents and for his wife. Upon exiting the vehicle, he made his way directly to the office, with Wang Jikai persistently trailing behind him, which irked him. Wang Jikai, you are a man of stature. Do not compel me to speak harshly. Please take your leave. Wang Jikai, feeling the sting of rejection from a once subordinate, paused and clenched his teeth in frustration. How ungrateful could one be? Did he expect him to kneel and beg? Wang Jikai could no longer restrain himself. Song Yuan, you shall not regret this. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return, and once I recruit someone capable of solving the issue. Do you think I will still seek your assistance? You have squandered this chance. Such a lucrative salary may never come your way again. Song Yuan merely scoffed. Do not come seeking me again. Thank you. Wang Jikai watched as Song Yuan strode into the office area. Infuriated, he clenched his fists in frustration. He could hardly believe that without Song Yuan, the world would cease to turn. Wang Jikai opened his phone, sending out recruitment information to former classmates and colleagues, convinced that such a generous salary would surely attract talent. Just as he finished sending the messages, a subordinate from his department called. President Wang. The website we just repaired yesterday has crashed again. Wang Jikai wiped the sweat from his bald forehead. Wasn't it supposed to hold up? How could it collapse again? Is it made of paper? On the other end came a resigned sigh. President Wang, the framework of this project was established by Song Yuan. Only he can manage this risk. Our colleagues can merely patch it up temporarily. If the traffic increases even slightly, it will collapse once more. Wang Jikai, in a flurry of anxiety, paced back and forth. Repair it immediately. If necessary, restrict the number of visitors for now. He needed to silence the higher-ups, as the big boss would not hesitate to reprimand him. He required time to recruit a technical expert. He tossed his breakfast into the trash, suddenly reminded of Xiao Nianchen. If it weren't for Xiao Nianchen's instigation, he would not have so recklessly laid off employees, especially those crucial to the operation. All of this was the doing of Xiao Nianchen. He dialed Xiao Nianchen's number. Xiao, I have a major issue here. Does your team have any technical experts available? I will return the favor once the problem is resolved. Xiao Nianchen was currently preoccupied. The entire company was buzzing with news of the impending union between the Xiao and Gu families. The formidable businesswoman, renowned for her ruthless nature, was to be his future wife. Now, with the marriage in jeopardy, he was unaware of how his colleagues were mocking him behind his back. After a morning of investigation, he had yet to uncover the identity of the man who was to marry Gu Shiyu. Glancing at the caller ID, he replied curtly, Why should your team's troubles concern me? With a sharp click, he ended the call. Xiao Nianchen instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on Gu Shiyu. Should any anomalies arise, he demanded to be informed immediately, determined to uncover the man who had wronged him. At noon, as Xiao Nianchen prepared to have lunch, His assistant's call interrupted him. President Xiao, Gu Shiyu has left the building and entered a vehicle with the license plate Jing BXXXX. Xiao Nianqin's spirits soared instantly. Follow that vehicle. Meanwhile, after finishing his morning tasks, Song Yuan drove to Hangyue building to pick up Gu Shiyu. He had scheduled a fitting for her wedding dress that afternoon, as today was the final day. The wedding was merely a day away. En route, Song Yuan stopped to purchase a pineapple ice, and as Gu Shiyu opened the car door and climbed in, a wave of heat enveloped the interior. It was the peak of summer, and after her walk from the building, her nose glistened slightly with warmth. Song Yuan handed her the pineapple ice, and Gu Shiyu momentarily lost herself in thought. She took a sip through the straw, savoring the delightful blend of sweetness and tartness that was most refreshing in the heat. At that moment, she realized he had fortuitously chosen the perfect treat. She looked at Song Yuan, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She had never expected that a casual marriage could lead to such a harmonious connection. Gu Shiyu offered the pineapple ice back to Song Yuan, suggesting, "Would you care for a taste? It's truly delightful." Song Yuan secured her seatbelt and replied, "You enjoy it. I am not fond of sweets." Gu Shiyu lifted her elegantly shaped eyes, a hint of regret in her voice. "What a pity. It's genuinely delicious." Song Yuan gazed at her rosy lips, and in the next moment, gently grasped her chin, capturing her lips with his own. Indeed, it was rather delightful. Chapter 34. With whom is Song Yuan flirting in the fitting room? At present, they are on the street. He merely brushed his lips against hers before releasing her. Offering an assessment, sweetness lingered on his palate. Gu Shiyu's cheeks flushed crimson, compelling her to glance furtively around. Cognizant that they stood beneath the corporate edifice where her colleagues might be lurking, Gu Shiyu was not the type to be overly clingy. Such public displays of affection were somewhat beyond her. A sigh of relief escaped her. Thankfully, no one had witnessed their exchange. Song Yuan smirked faintly, igniting the engine of the vehicle as they made their way to the bridal boutique. He had chosen a mid-range brand. Having previously consulted female classmates who praised the exquisite design of their wedding gowns, claiming that most girls would be enchanted by them, the car halted at the entrance, and Song Yuan grasped Gu Shiyu's hand, leading her upstairs, where a prearranged sales associate awaited their arrival. As they beheld the rows of pristine white gowns, their eyes widened in delight. Gu Shiyu, tall and curvaceous, was the epitome of a dress hanger. She selected 3 gowns from the display and retreated to the fitting room, while Song Yuan settled onto the sofa to await her. Just as he retrieved his phone, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the door. Song Yuan recognized the voice and turned to see Xiao Nianqin accompanied by his assistant and the sales associate entering. Xiao Nianqin scanned the vicinity, seemingly in search of someone. However, when his gaze fell upon Song Yuan seated on the sofa, a memory of Lin Xueyao's phone contact flashed in his mind. The sycophant. He stifled a laugh, contemplating how to tease Song Yuan. "Ah, Song Yuan, are you here to purchase a wedding gown?" he quipped, barely containing his amusement. Did this green-haired turtle even realize he was being cuckolded? His fiancée was sharing a bed with another man, yet here he was, procuring a gown for her. How utterly absurd. Song Yuan lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at him, dismissing him with indifference. Xiao Nianqin, no longer preoccupied with his search, settled beside Song Yuan on the adjacent sofa. "What a coincidence. I too am here to buy a wedding gown." At that moment, the image of Gu Shiyu's alluring figure crossed Xiao Nianqin's mind, infinitely superior to Lin Xueyao, a mere trinket in comparison. A woman is a man's pride, reflecting his status. He declared with pride, "My fiancée is 100 times more beautiful than Lin Xueyao. Do you wish to know who she is?" Song Yuan scoffed. Not in the least. Xiao Nianqin felt as though he had struck cotton with a fist, his attempt to mock the sycophant thwarted by Song Yuan's lack of engagement. In a fit of frustration, he pulled out his phone and messaged Lin Xueyao, "Yao Yao, come keep me company tonight. You are not to see Song Yuan." Having ignored Lin Xueyao for several days, he was met with an almost immediate response. "Nianqin, come pick me up at the company entrance." Xiao Nianqin, upon reading her message, yearned to share it with Song Yuan to illuminate the fact that his fiancée had been thoroughly debased by another, while he foolishly shopped for her wedding gown. It was simply laughable. Xiao Nianqin fought to suppress his amusement, eager to witness how this green giant would navigate the absence of the bride come the morrow's wedding. Song Yuan sat in place, engrossed in his phone, utterly unaware of Xiao Nianqin's inner turmoil. Inside the fitting room, Gu Shiyu called out, "Song Yuan, come in for a moment." He tucked his phone away, stood up, and made his way to the fitting room. He gently tapped on the door, and Gu Shiyu opened it just a crack, pulling him inside with urgency. She wore a strapless dress that accentuated her alluring collarbone. her slender neck standing tall like the noblest swan in the lake. Song Yuan's gaze swept over the expanse of her fair skin beneath her collarbone, and he felt a lump form in his throat. Gu Shiyu turned her back to him and said, "Could you help me with the zipper? I can't reach it." Song Yuan responded with a soft "oh," slowly grasping the zipper's pull. His hand paused as it brushed against her delicate skin, a wave of uncontrollable thoughts flooding his mind. He found himself reluctant to pull it up, even fantasizing about peeling it away. The fitting room was surrounded by mirrors, and noticing that he had not moved for a while, Gu Shiyu softly inquired, "Is the zipper stuck?" "No," Song Yuan replied, momentarily snapped back to reality. He lowered his head and pressed a kiss on her enticing butterfly bone, trailing his lips along her collarbone until he reached the nape of her neck. Gu Shiyu was taken aback by his sudden kiss. Caught completely off guard, she shrank away, her cheeks flushed as if painted by the sunset, her skin tingling where he had kissed her. "Song Yuan, this is the fitting room," she protested, tilting her head to evade him. Song Yuan did not pursue her further but wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Shiyu, tomorrow is our wedding. I won't be going back tonight, so remember to cover yourself with a blanket. I'll come to pick you up in the morning." Gu Shiyu responded with a distracted her mind elsewhere. Song Yuan assisted her in zipping up the dress. The fitting room was spacious, and the mirrors reflected her exquisite beauty in the wedding gown. Gu Shiyu tried on 2 more dresses, one of which did not fit well, leaving her indecisive between the remaining 2. As Song Yuan helped fasten his own attire, he said, "Darling, we shall take both." Gu Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, accustomed to being called a female tyrant. She was startled to hear someone refer to her as darling for the first time. She pondered whether Song Yuan would be furious if he discovered her concealed identity and the deception she had woven. Resolute in her thoughts, she vowed to keep it hidden. "Shall we ask the sales associate to wrap them up?" Song Yuan gazed at her captivating features, momentarily reluctant to leave, especially since they would be sleeping apart that night. He had grown accustomed to holding her close over the past few days. He pulled her closer by her slender waist, saying, "Just one more kiss." A sense of youthful desire washed over him. Reminiscent of being 18 and inexperienced, he found himself unable to resist Gu Shiyu. The dress he had just fastened came undone once more as he explored her smooth skin, inch by inch, with gentle bites. When he reached her most sensitive spot, Gu Shiyu gasped softly, clutching his head. "Song Yuan, let's wait until we get home." Reluctantly, Song Yuan released her and reached for a tissue to wipe his hands. In the adjacent fitting room, Xiao Nianxin was perplexed by the contrasting sounds of light and heavy breathing emanating from within. Without hesitation, he dialed Lin Shuyao's number, inquiring, "Are you trying on wedding dresses?" Lin Shuyao, utterly bewildered, replied no. Before she could utter another word, he abruptly ended the call. A substantial question mark loomed in his mind. With whom was Song Yuan in the fitting room? A foreboding sense washed over him, prompting him to summon a sales associate and ask, "Have you seen Gu Shiyu come into your store?" The sales associate shook her head, responding, "I don't know. She was merely a salesperson, lacking any connection to elite circles, and certainly unfamiliar with Gu Shiyu." Cursing under his breath, Xiao Nianxin thought, "Could it be that I've lost track of him? Someone of Gu Shiyu's stature would not be interested in such a modest bridal shop." He slapped his forehead in frustration and turned to descend the stairs. Chapter 35. This move is truly remarkable. Downstairs, the car with the Beijing license plate remained parked. He opened the images sent by his subordinate, confirming it was indeed the same vehicle. Had he lost track of it, or had his subordinate made an error? Could Gu Shiyu possibly be associated with such a dilapidated car? He found it implausible. Xiao Nianxin, accompanied by his assistant, entered his luxury SUV and headed back to the office. Before he could return, Lin Shuyao's call came through. "Nianxin, I finished work. Where are you?" Xiao Nianxin glanced at his watch. It was rush hour, and the roads leading to the CBD would be congested. He had initially offered to pick her up merely to spite Song Yuan, but now he felt no inclination to do so. "I'm tied up with something at the moment. You can take the subway to my office." On the other end of the line, Lin Shuyao's displeasure was palpable, though she refrained from stating it outright. Instead, she replied with feigned nonchalance, "Song Yuan never suggested I take the subway. He always comes to pick me up." Xiao Nianxin rubbed his temples, wishing to avoid provoking her further. She still believed Song Yuan was the devoted suitor he once was, unaware that he had long been entangled with another woman, engaging in indiscretions in fitting rooms. "Why not have Song Yuan come to fetch you?" Lin Shuyao, seated at her workstation, paused momentarily, her chest rising and falling with indignation. After a moment, she managed to suppress her grievances and said, "I'll come find you." Upon hanging up, Lin Shuyao's frustration only deepened. Xiao Nianchen merely painted dreams for her, failing to fulfill any of his promises. The most extravagant gift he had given her barely exceeded 4 digits. Her spirits had been low lately, after Song Yuan sold their house. She had fallen out with her family. With no place to call home, she was temporarily staying at her friend Xiaoxi's place, but that was not a sustainable solution. To escape her current predicament, she had to endure. She needed to persuade Xiao Nianchen to assist her with accommodation. She required at least 1 property in her possession. This way, when Song Yuan next sought her forgiveness, she could confidently assert that she had no need for his meager dwelling. For there were plenty of men willing to provide her with a home. She wanted Song Yuan to regret his decisions for all eternity. Lin Shuyao gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, unable to tolerate the unpleasant odor of the subway. She opened her phone to book a rideshare, but hesitated upon seeing the estimated fare, ultimately exiting the app. Her funds were dwindling. And without Song Yuan as a free source of sustenance, she needed to be frugal until the next payday. Taking a taxi regularly was simply beyond her means. As she sighed while staring at her balance, she reflected that had she not been so impulsive in breaking up with Song Yuan, she wouldn't be in this predicament of squeezing onto the subway. She should have secured Xiao Nianchen's support before confronting Song Yuan. Perhaps that would have truly provoked him. A twinge of regret surfaced. Yet, she remained confident that Song Yuan would return seeking her. Tomorrow was their originally scheduled wedding. Before the ceremony, she was certain she would see him again. As Lin Shuyao wallowed in her thoughts, a sleek black car came to a halt before her. Recognizing the familiar vehicle, she scoffed, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Despite Song Yuan's firm stance during the sale of the house, here he was, meekly seeking her out. She had no intention of forgiving him. Continuing on, she observed a portly man with a perplexed expression alight from the driver's seat, and to her surprise, he was not Song Yuan. Wang Jikai, possessing the same vehicle as Song Yuan, emerged with a welcoming smile. "Miss Lin, is it?" Lin Shuyao, having attended a corporate annual meeting with Song Yuan, recognized him as the esteemed leader of the company. "Mr. Wang?" she inquired. Wang Jinkai nodded with a smile, extending a hand in greeting. "Hello, Miss Lin. I am Song Yuan's superior. Our company is holding a commendation event for outstanding family members this quarter. And as Song Yuan's fiancé, you have been selected. I hope you will continue to support him in his endeavors. Our company relies on your encouragement." Lin Shuyao, slightly taken aback, exchanged pleasantries but remained unclear about his intentions. In the next moment, Wang Jikai produced a shopping card from his wallet and presented it to her. This card contains 200,000 yuan, and the password is Song Yuan's birthday. This is a reward for outstanding family members. As Song Yuan is busy with the project, I specifically came to deliver this to you. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Shuyao's lips. "Is this from Song Yuan?" Wang Jikai, with a swift glance, affirmed, "Indeed, the company values him greatly. This card has a time limit. It would be best to utilize it before tomorrow." Lin Shuyao felt a twinge of confusion. What kind of card has an expiration date? However, considering it was provided by Song Yuan's company, she dismissed her doubts. "Thank you, Mr. Wang. I shall make use of it today." Wang Jikai nodded with a smile and returned to his vehicle. His assistant, lacking confidence, queried, "Mr. Wang, do you think this tactic will work?" Wang Jikai chuckled lightly. "Of course it will. I have an eye for people. Song Yuan's fiancé, he will not refuse a shopping spree. As long as she spends this card today, I will have leverage over Song Yuan. If he returns, everything can be negotiated. If he does not, he will be guilty of embezzlement." The assistant praised, "Mr. Wang, your strategy is truly brilliant. To deal with someone like Song Yuan, who is impervious to threats, one must resort to cunning methods." Meanwhile, Lin Shuyao, now in possession of the card, felt her earlier discontent dissipate. She first went to the ATM in the building to check her balance, entering Song Yuan's birthday. And indeed, there were 200,000 yuan waiting for her. It had been some time since she had indulged in a new handbag. Earlier that morning, an SA from the LV store had messaged her about a coveted style that had just come in, the only one in the entire Jingbei district. How could she possibly let such an opportunity slip away? With renewed vigor in her high heels, she crossed the street to the mall. Upon entering the store, she immediately acquired the desired handbag, and after completing her purchase, a few tens of thousands remained. Determined not to let any of it go to waste, she proceeded to a nearby jewelry store and spent the remainder on exquisite pieces. With Song Yuan having made the first gesture, she no longer worried about her meager salary sufficing for her future needs. She promptly took out her phone to hail a ride to Xiao Nianchen's company. However, upon reaching, She was intercepted by Xiao Ninchen's assistant, who informed her, "Miss Lin, Mr. Xiao will be down shortly. He has instructed you to wait here." Lin Shuiyao felt a pang of displeasure. Xiao Nianchen still harbored reservations about her, not even allowing her to step into the company lobby. She suddenly felt that she had made an erroneous investment. Even though Xiao Nianchen was a wealthy heir, surpassing Song Yuan in affluence, his riches bore no relevance to her, for he was reluctant to spend any on her. Song Yuan, though not as affluent, was willing to give her everything he had. Now that circumstances had reached this point, she found herself torn between abandonment and reluctance. After all, she had shared intimate moments with Xiao Nianchen, and to relinquish her connection now would mean allowing him to take advantage of her. Lin Shuiyao patiently awaited downstairs, and within moments, Xiao Nianchen emerged from the building. The first thing he inquired upon seeing her was, "Did you truly not meet with Song Yuan today?" Chapter 36. Tomorrow marks Song Yuan's wedding. Lin Shuiyao found herself utterly perplexed. Earlier today, when Xiao Nianchen called, his words had been rather strange. Lin Shuiyao shook her head, replying, "No, not at all. I was at work today. Why do you suddenly think of Song Yuan?" Xiao Nianchen chuckled thoughtfully. "I saw Song Yuan at the bridal shop today. He was purchasing a wedding dress." He refrained from elaborating further, finding it rather amusing that Lin Shuiyao might still be in the dark. As an observer, he merely wished to watch the unfolding drama. Upon hearing that Song Yuan was buying a wedding dress, Lin Shuiyao couldn't help but laugh. That engineering guy had become increasingly introverted after years of writing code. Even when he wanted to send her a card, he had to rely on his superior's assistance. Asking her to buy a wedding dress was too daunting for him. He seemed to exist solely within the realm of his code. Linking her arm with Xiao Nianchen's, she playfully inquired, "Nianchen, let us not talk about him. Can we have Western cuisine for dinner tonight?" Xiao Nianchen did not respond to her dinner proposal but cautiously asked, "Are you, the soon-to-be bride, still planning to attend Song Yuan's wedding tomorrow?" Lin Shuiyao, with a playful glimmer in her fox-like eyes, replied, "Whether I go or not is up to you. If I were to marry today, what purpose would there be in attending Song Yuan's wedding tomorrow?" Her seemingly casual remark was, in fact, laden with implications. Xiao Nianchen discerned the underlying message in her words. Was she not hinting at something? He felt a smile creeping upon his lips. The Xiao family was undoubtedly destined to forge alliances with families of equal standing, like the Gu family. Someone like Lin Shuiyao was merely a fleeting dalliance, not a candidate for marriage. "I'll have the chef come over to prepare Western cuisine. Darling, let us head home. Don't leave tonight," he proposed. Meanwhile, Song Yuan returned Gu Shiyu to her home, and the two prepared dinner together. After their meal, Song Yuan prepared to return to his parents' house. As they would spend the night apart, tomorrow, he would arrive with a procession to escort her. He carefully hung the wedding dress he had purchased in the room, and, having prearranged the makeup team, felt a tinge of anxiety as he reminded her, "You may need to wake up early tomorrow. The makeup artist will arrive at 5:30. Set your alarm and rest early tonight." Gu Shiyu asked, "What time will you come?" Song Yuan pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, replying, "I'll probably arrive around 7 to pick you up." Gu Shiyu wrapped her arms around his waist, reluctant to let go. Song Yuan swallowed hard, resisting the urge to kiss her again, aware that if he did, parting would become even more difficult. "Everything can wait until tomorrow. Shiyu, I must leave now. Lock the door securely. Let us spend the night apart, but tomorrow I'll hold you close while we sleep." With a slight flush to her ears, Gu Shiyu, typically not one to cling, found herself uncharacteristically unsettled by their impending separation. She hesitated before releasing him, her tone slightly domineering as she declared, "Just this once. You must never leave me alone at home again." Song Yuan chuckled softly, "I want tea." Descending the stairs, he stepped outside to find dusk settling in. His mother had bombarded him with dozens of messages, inquiring when he would return home. In the family group chat, numerous messages tagged him, showering him with blessings. After responding to his mother and sending a few red envelopes in the family group, Song Yuan started his car and drove home. In recent days, he has been preoccupied with work and has not had the chance to return home. His parents have been ardently preparing for him, even adorning the entrance of their community with auspicious red characters. The atmosphere at home is filled with joy and celebration. His aunt and second aunt, along with other relatives, are busy preparing wedding candies, which have taken over the dining table. Upon entering, Song Yuan is warmed by this scene. In this moment, he truly realizes that he is on the verge of starting his own family. His mother, Tao Yulian, and the relatives jest, saying that this lad is reluctant to leave his bride alone at home. Traditionally, it is customary for the couple to separate a few days before the wedding. The second Anne interjects, noting that today's youth no longer adhere to such old conventions. As long as the couple shares a strong bond, those traditions hold little significance. Song Yuan, show your second and a picture of the bride. She hasn't even met your girlfriend yet. Song Yuan retrieves his phone and finds a photo of Gu Shiyu as she exits the building, taken while he was waiting in the car. The second aunt showers praises upon her, exclaiming that this girl is clearly a good person, resembling a movie star. Our Song Yuan is indeed a lucky fellow. Upon hearing this, relatives gather around to admire the photo, and none are without compliments. Song Yuan feels a surge of happiness. His bride is indeed the most beautiful in the world. His father, Song Hong, is busy arranging the liquor and fruits, handing over the seating plan for tomorrow's banquet. Take a look and see if there's anything else we need. Song Yuan reviews it thoroughly. He has made arrangements for family, friends, and colleagues, even adding an extra table to accommodate those who may drop by for the celebration. Dad, I can't think of anything to add at the moment. Everything you've arranged is quite satisfactory. All preparations have been meticulously completed. That night, Song Yuan finds it difficult to sleep, his mind abuzz with excitement. He has only experienced insomnia twice in his life. Once the day before he registered his marriage with Gu Shiyu, and now again, on the eve of their wedding. He tosses and turns in bed, contemplating whether to call Gu Shiyu, yet fears he might disturb her if she is already asleep. At the same time, Song Yuan is not the only one struggling to sleep. Lin Shuyao has been tossing and turning in her bed, having declined Xiao Nianxin's invitation to stay over, opting instead to return to her best friend's home. She is convinced that Song Yuan will come to seek her forgiveness tonight. Clutching her phone, she is met with silence. As time passes, if he does not come by now, she will be pressed for time with makeup and styling for the wedding tomorrow. She desires nothing less than a flawless wedding, for as the bride, she must be the focal point of the event. With her eyes fixed on her phone and sleep eluding her, Lin Shuiyao rises from her bed and knocks on her friend's door. Xiaoxi, please call my phone and check if it's out of service. Xiaoxi, who has not yet fallen asleep, understands what Lin Shuiyao is thinking, but she nonetheless picks up her phone to dial. The ringtone of Lin Shuiyao's phone rings out, indicating it is indeed operational. Lin Shuiyao climbs onto Xiaoxi's bed. Xiaoxi, what do you think Song Yuan is up to? Tomorrow is our wedding. He should be anxious right now. Why has he come to find me? Xiaoxi sighs and encourages her, stay calm. It's a matter of who can maintain composure. If you speak first, you've already lost. Lin Shuiyao felt a sense of uncertainty within her. She had failed to win over Xiao Nianxin and was apprehensive about losing Song Yuan as well. Yet, Song Yuan had not given her any indication of wanting to reconcile. Xiaoxi, are you certain? Song Yuan wouldn't just ignore me, would he? Xiaoxi reassured her. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly come. Have you ever seen a wedding without a bride? Lin Shuiyao shook her head. Xiaoxi gently patted her shoulder, then it settled. He will surely come tomorrow. You should go get some beauty sleep. Otherwise, it would be unseemly to walk down the aisle with dark circles under your eyes. Is that true? Xiaoxi nudged Lin Shuiyao back to her room. Absolutely. As long as his wedding hasn't been called off, he will certainly seek you out. Remember my words, do not lower yourself to pursue him. Wait for him to come to you, or you'll find yourself at his mercy for a lifetime. Chapter 37 Song Yuan, could you consider my feelings? Lin Shuiyao sighed, and she believed it. Xiaoxi, I will heed your advice. I shall retire for the night. Rest well, Xiaoxi replied, assisting her in closing the door before returning to her own room. She dialed Song Yuan's number. In a state of drowsiness, Song Yuan mistook the ringing phone for a call from Gu Shiyu and hurriedly answered. Shiyu, what is it? After a brief silence, a soft voice responded, Brother Song Yuan. It's Xiaoxi. Taken aback, Song Yuan's mind cleared as he sat up, glancing at the screen which displayed an unfamiliar number he had not saved. What brings you to call me at this hour? He inquired. Xiaoxi tentatively asked, Brother Song Yuan, have you prepared everything for tomorrow's wedding? Without much thought, he replied. All set. A pang of anxiety struck Xiaoxi's heart. It's all prepared? Then the bride. Brother Song Yuan, Yao Yao can be a bit temperamental. She has been spoiled since childhood. If the bride is unavailable tomorrow, I could assist you in managing the situation. Confusion engulfed Song Yuan as he questioned the meaning behind her words. What do you mean by assist? Are you suggesting I need help entertaining guests? She is quite amiable. Just as he was about to decline her offer, he heard Xiaoxi's sweet voice on the other end. Brother Song Yuan, the truth is, I have harbored feelings for you. I kept this affection hidden for 3 years because you were with Yao Yao. Now that you and Yao Yao have parted ways, I wonder if you might consider me. Startled, Song Yuan sprang upright. His sleepiness vanished entirely. Miss Qiao, you have feelings for me? Qiao, she timidly affirmed with a soft as if summoning the courage to confess her truth. Brother Song Yuan, Yao Yao has concealed many things from you. On your birthday during your first year together, the watch she gifted you was chosen and paid for by me. Yao Yao never reimbursed me, so in essence, it was a gift from me to you. The tie you received on your second birthday was also purchased by me. And this year, the birthday cake Yao Yao sent you was not made by her. It took me 6 failed attempts before I managed to bake one. Song Yuan found himself in a state of bewilderment. He was aware that Lin Shuiyao had a close friend, and their bond was so strong that Xiao Shi was included in every outing. He never imagined that a woman could develop feelings for her friend's partner. Xiao Shi, I appreciate your affection, however, I am already married. I invite you to attend my wedding tomorrow. Xiao Shi remained silent for several seconds, her voice caught in her throat. You are married? Who is the bride? Song Yuan withheld the answer, knowing it would be of no significance to her. You will find out tomorrow. After concluding the call, another soul lay awake in the throes of insomnia. Xiao Shi sat at the edge of her bed, pondering for a long while. Could it be that Lin Shuiyao disregarded her advice and reached out to Song Yuan, rekindling their relationship? This was unacceptable. She needed to ascertain the truth. Holding her phone, Xiao Shi descended to the ground and knocked on Lin Shuiyao's door. Yao Yao, I can't sleep either. May I join you? Lin Shuiyao was nestled under her covers, scrolling through photos saved on her phone from the time she spent with Song Yuan. Memories flashed through her mind like a slideshow. She harbored feelings for Song Yuan. He was her first love and the man who treated her the best. To claim she had no feelings for him would be untrue. However, his family background fell short of her standards for marriage. Wiping away her tears, Lin Shuiyao opened the door, and Xiao Shi promptly crawled into her blanket. Yao Yao, have you been crying? Xiao Shi inquired. Lin Shuiyao shook her head. No, I was just reminded of many past events. I still love Song Yuan. If he comes to find me tomorrow, I will forgive him. I do not wish to make it difficult for him. In that moment, all Lin Shuiyao could recall were Song Yuan's virtues, which far surpassed those of Xiao Nianchen. In contrast, Xiao Nianchen merely desired to be with her physically, while Song Yuan was a man of responsibility, a true gentleman. Hearing Lin Shuiyao's words, Xiao Shi felt a sinking sensation in her stomach, relieved that they had not reconciled. Soon, a significant question arose in her mind. If Song Yuan and Lin Shuiyao had not reconciled, whom had he married? It was improbable for him to embark on a new relationship in such a short span. Over the years, Xiao Shi had witnessed Song Yuan's commitment to Lin Shuiyao. He would never betray her. Could it be that he had merely rented someone? If that were the case, perhaps she still had a chance. Xiao Shi shot Lin Shuiyao a disapproving glance. You, my dear, need to elevate your standards. Remember my words, never lower your head first. And when Song Yuan comes to plead for reconciliation, do not acquiesce easily. A man must be held accountable before marriage, otherwise, you will forever occupy the subordinate position in the relationship. Lin Shuiyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But I truly do love him. After being apart for so long, I have begun to understand what I truly desire. Though Xiao Nianchen is wealthy, he does not spend on me, making him no different from a pauper in my eyes. Song Yuan, despite not being a rich heir, diligently works, dedicating his earnings to me, buying me luxury items, and most importantly, he loves me. Xiao Shi, exasperated, retorted. Step back. Do not succumb to romantic folly. A man should not be easily forgiven. Have you forgotten how Song Yuan treated you? He sold your house, which signifies what? It indicates he never truly valued you. Darling, we women must love ourselves and not be easily manipulated. After a moment of reflection, Lin Shuiyao responded, You are right. I will wait a bit longer. Song Yuan will surely come to seek my forgiveness. Perhaps he will arrive tomorrow morning, bringing 999 red roses, kneeling to propose, and gifting me a diamond ring of over a carat, along with a new car. Xiao Shi helped her pull the covers up. That's the spirit. Always remember not to feel pity for a man. It will diminish your worth. Encouraged by Xiao Shi, Lin Shuiyao felt considerably better and soon drifted off to sleep. On the other side, Song Yuan sneezed vigorously several times. He never anticipated that the watch he had meticulously worn for 3 years, fearing scratches, water damage, and dirt, was a gift from his girlfriend's close friend. As for the tie, he reserved it solely for significant occasions. He had been deeply touched when he received the birthday cake. Heartbroken over how much time Lin Shuiyao must have spent crafting it for him, it dawned on him that all of this had originated from another woman's hands. This revelation left him utterly astounded. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Shuiyao. Could it be that she was still waiting for him to arrive with the wedding car to take her to the ceremony? Chapter 38. Preparing to receive the bride as dawn broke, Song Yuan awaited the arrival of the day with a sense of anticipation. The appointed makeup artist sent him a message, indicating her arrival at the destination. Concerned that Gu Shiyu might still be asleep, he called her, and indeed, she was lost in slumber. Upon answering, her voice was thick with sleepiness. Song Yuan, is it time to get up? He responded with a soft feeling a pang of tenderness at the thought of her struggle to awaken. The makeup artist has arrived downstairs. I'll have her wait outside for a few minutes while you gather yourself, he suggested. All right. See you in 2 hours, my wife. After hanging up, Song Yuan took a moment to compose himself before changing into his attire, a tailored suit that accentuated his tall and handsome figure. The wedding procession was already prepared and waiting downstairs, but the departure time had not yet arrived, and he found himself growing impatient. His parents were even more excited than he was, urging him from the living room, Song Yuan, hurry up and help your father with his tie. Coming, he called out as he stepped into the living room. His father, donned in a newly purchased shirt, was struggling with his tie. Song Yuan approached to assist him. Just as his phone rang, looking at the screen, he saw it was his former colleague, Li Lei, calling. Boss, the company website has crashed again. Upon checking, Song Yuan confirmed the unfortunate news. Are you calling me at this hour because you're working overnight to fix it? Yes. We were summoned to work overtime by Wang Jikai. You wouldn't believe it. He is nearly driven mad by the pressure from above. If this issue isn't resolved by the end of the month, he'll be packing his bags, Li Lei warned. I suspect he'll be looking for you today. Just giving you a heads up. Song Yuan chuckled. Wang Jikai rarely sought him out, especially not today. I understand. Will you still be able to attend the wedding banquet? Li Lei found a quiet corner to take the call. Of course. Nothing could be more important than our boss's wedding. You can count on us. Everyone you personally recruited will be there. Great. I look forward to seeing you. Just as Song Yuan concluded his call with Li Lei, another call from Wang Jikai came through, his tone urgent. Song Yuan, wherever you are and whatever you're doing, I need you to return to the company immediately to address the system issues. This is a command, not a request. Song Yuan scoffed, wondering what had prompted this sudden firmness from Wang Jikai. I'm afraid I'm rather occupied at the moment. Wang Jikai retorted tersely, you may choose not to come. But I must inform you of the consequences of your absence. Your fiancé is charged 200,000 yuan on the company card, which is strictly prohibited. Misusing company funds is a serious matter. If you fail to address the system issues, I will have no choice but to report this. However, he continued, if you're wise, you'll return to clean up this mess and reimburse the 200,000 in full. After all, we have worked together. With that, Wang Jikai sent evidence of Lin Shuyao's expenditure to Song Yuan's WeChat. Take a look for yourself. Song Yuan opened the screenshot sent by Wang Jikai and magnified it. Indeed, there were several transactions, totaling 200,000, spent without a trace. That old fox Wang Jikai had captured the entire process of Lin Shuiyao swiping her card at the LV store and the jewelry shop, leaving no doubt that she was the one who spent the money. Song Yuan felt a pang of frustration. He had believed that after their breakup, Lin Shuiyao would reflect on her actions. However, she remained unchanged, showing no signs of growth. Such a fortuitous occurrence was clearly a trap, yet she still fell for it. Her vanity remained unabated. Nevertheless, he had severed ties with Lin Shuiyao half a month ago, and her actions were no longer his concern. This was a dispute between her and Wang Jikai, and Song Yuan would not involve himself. Wang Jikai, he thought, instead of deceiving Lin Shuiyao, you would do better to recruit a few headhunters and bring some talented individuals into the company. The system issues are not severe. An experienced person could surely resolve them. If you choose to plot against me with this maneuver, then I can only wish you good luck. With that, Song Yuan hung up the phone. A knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the impeccably dressed Lu Qi and the dapper Gu Shiyuan. They were the groomsmen for the day, having made considerable effort with their appearance. Gu Shiyuan adjusted his newly styled hair and asked, Song, how does my hairstyle look? Am I worthy to be your groomsman? Lu Qi pushed him aside, saying, go play, kid. Brother, take a look at me. I have been single for 28 years. While you feast, let me have a taste as well. If there are any bridesmaids or friends of the bride, please introduce them to me first. Gu Shiyuan squeezed back in. Why should they be introduced to you first? I am single too, and I am even more handsome. Brother Song, introduce me to your sister-in-law as friends. It will surely bring her honor. Song Yuan scratched his head, pondering who to introduce first. This matter must be discussed with your sister-in-law. Gu Shiyuan chuckled. Then it's settled. I have an excellent rapport with women. She will definitely favor me. Neither would yield. And their debate continued. Once the groomsmen had gathered, Song Yuan glanced at the wall clock. It's about time. Shall we set off now? Gu Shiyuan, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Let us go. I've been eager to meet your sister-in-law and see her beauty today. The 10 wedding cars waiting downstairs began to exit the community, heading towards the neighborhood where Gu Shiyu resided. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyu had finished her makeup, and the stylist was assisting her with her hairstyle. She had called her personal assistant, Su Li, to be her bridesmaid for the day, as well as to help with her purse and manage the drinks. Fearing she might not handle everything alone, Su Li had invited 2 of her friends, who were outside the circle and would not speak indiscreetly. The 3 bridesmaids donned matching pink dresses. Su Li stood by, observing Gu Shiyu's transformation. Gu, you're really marrying yourself off without even informing your family. You're truly keeping it low-key. If the old lady finds out, she'll be furious. Gu Shiyu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, astonished by her own actions. Merely half a month ago, she had been troubled by the prospect of an arranged marriage, never anticipating that she would so swiftly consent to a wedding with a man. When the procession arrives to claim the bride, do not let slip a word. Remember to call my name. Su Li felt a chill run down her spine. What if she accidentally revealed something? Director Gu, haven't you yet disclosed the truth to Mr. Song? No, from this moment forward, you shall refrain from addressing me as Director Gu. If you are even once, a month's salary shall be deducted. Su Li winced at the thought of her diminishing earnings. But have you informed young Master Gu? Surely. Your elder sister's wedding warrants his presence to bid farewell? Gu Shiyu shot a warning glance through the mirror, in the presence of Gu Shiyuan. You must keep your lips sealed. I shall introduce them when the time is ripe. This is not the appropriate moment. Chapter 39. Lin Shueya, in a panic. Gu Shiyu completed her makeup and donned a newly purchased wedding gown, radiating beauty akin to a celestial being. Typically serious at the office, she now seemed to have adopted an entirely different persona, leaving even her longtime personal assistant, Su Li, somewhat taken aback. Su Li eagerly took several photographs of her esteemed president with her phone. Before long, the sound of an engine reverberated from downstairs. Peering from the balcony, Su Li observed a row of vehicles adorned with red ribbons and flowers parked below. She called out over her shoulder, President Gu, they have arrived. Realizing her mistake, she quickly stifled her voice, knowing that any misstep could cost her a month's salary. Gu Shiyu gracefully approached, lifting her gown, and spotted Song Yuan disembarking from the first car, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, appearing even more dashing than usual, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic standards. However, her attention was momentarily diverted when she recognized the young man with curly hair emerging from the subsequent vehicle. Wasn't that her ineffectual younger brother, Gu Shiyuan? What on earth was he doing here? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed him. A stack of red envelopes protruded from the pocket of his suit jacket, suggesting he was part of the wedding entourage. Gu Shiyu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had yet to reconcile with him, and she pondered how he might react upon discovering that the bride was his own sister. Given his notoriously stubborn temperament, she surmised it would not bode well. Suddenly at a loss for what to do, Gu Shiyu lamented that had she known Song Yuan was acquainted with him, she would have warned him to refrain from disrupting her plans. As it stood, Song Yuan remained oblivious to her identity, and clearly, this was not the ideal moment to reveal it. In a flurry, Gu Shiyu turned to her 3 bridesmaids and urged, quickly, block the door. Do not let them in. Downstairs, Song Yuan, clutching a bouquet and flanked by a throng of groomsmen, exited the elevator. Gu Shiyuan, sprinting ahead, rapped on the door, proclaiming, The most beautiful bride in the world. We have come to escort you. Please open the door. On the other side, the 3 bridesmaids exchanged glances, aware that facilitating the bride's departure was not as simple as it seemed. No entry. The suitors outside, however, were quite resourceful, opting to knock with red envelopes. Do you want the envelopes? If not, we will take them back. Su Li hesitated, torn between the temptation of the envelopes and her resolve to keep the door shut. She glanced back at her president. Gu Shiyu, should we open the door? This direct address felt audacious, as it was the first time Su Li had uttered her superior's full name. Inside, Gu Shiyu was in a frenzy, having already heard her brother's unmistakable voice. He was, after all, one of the groomsmen today. Wait a moment, let me make a call, she said, dialing Gu Shiyuan's number. Gu Shiyuan, no matter what you see later, do not be surprised. Pretend you do not know me. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Shiyuan was oblivious to his sister's entreaties. Oh, sister, I'm quite busy right now. Let us discuss this later, he replied before abruptly hanging up and resuming his knocking. Finally, the tightly closed door creaked open slightly, and a flurry of hands surged forward, eager to deposit red envelopes within, as if it were a downpour of good fortune. Inside the room, the three bridesmaids were overwhelmed with red envelopes, each quickly accumulating a stack in their hands. After what seemed like an eternity, the cascade of envelopes finally ceased, and the trio began to tally the fortune they had gathered. Is this truly all? Or have the envelopes vanished? Outside, a group of people exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden halt in the envelope shower. Just moments ago, they had been eagerly tossing them about, and now the bounty had seemingly evaporated. With a hint of mischief, one suggested, "Shall we toss a man instead?" Before anyone could respond, a crowd pushed Gu Shuan through the narrow door. And upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the bridesmaids promptly shut the door. A collective sigh emanated from outside. Gu Shuan was poised to establish rapport, eager to have them open the door to admit the groom and the groomsmen, but his gaze fell upon a familiar face. "Sister Su Li? What brings you here?" Su Li thought to herself, "Hold your surprise. The revelations have only just begun." She subtly gestured for the young master to peer inside. Following Su Li's gaze, Gu Shuan's eyes locked onto those of his sister, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. It took him a considerable while to process the astonishing truth. The husband his sister had kept secret was none other than Song Yuan, his senior colleague with whom he worked daily. This revelation was undeniably theatrical, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Gu Shuan recalled the times he had vented about his sister in their small circle, and even worse, he had concocted schemes to assist Song Yuan in winning over his new bride. He had gifted Song Yuan numerous items designed to enhance marital intimacy. Was he not inadvertently betraying his own sister? A wave of dread washed over him at the thought. If his formidable sister were to discover this, it would spell his doom. Before he could utter a word, Gu Shiyu seized him by the ear and led him to the sofa. With utmost seriousness, she warned, "Gu Shuan, we are strangers to one another, understand? You must not disclose to anyone that I am your sister. If you dare speak of it, do not expect a single cent of living expenses from me in the future." Gu Shuan winced. "Easy now. Why can't I mention it? Aren't you two indulging in a clandestine affair?" Releasing her grip, Gu Shiyu replied, "I have yet to reveal to Song Yuan my identity as the president of the Gu Corporation. Keep this under wraps for now." Rubbing his ear, Gu Shuan exclaimed, "Sister, I never expected you to enjoy playing the role of the domineering CEO in love. Sooner or later, you will have to confess. Moreover, you can't hide it from Grandma for long. She mentioned at dinner last time that you should bring your husband back." Now, Gu Shiyu regretted not having been forthcoming from the beginning. Initially, she had harbored reservations, given the multitude of individuals eager to curry favor with the Gu family. Yet, as she spent time with Song Yuan, she recognized his exceptional talents. He was not like ordinary men, possessing his own aspirations and goals. And he was not merely seeking to attach himself to power. At this point, she could not guarantee that Song Yuan would not feel resentment towards her. So she resolved to keep it secret for now, hoping to find an opportunity to disclose the truth later. "Leave it to me. I know how to handle this." Just then, the groomsmen, growing impatient, began to knock on the door once more. Gu Shiyu composed herself and commanded, "Let them in." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xiao slumbered peacefully until the sun rose high in the sky. She had set an alarm to rise early, fully aware that Song Yuan would surely come to find her at dawn, for both makeup and styling require ample time. A delay could jeopardize the auspicious hour. However, when the alarm rang, she remained oblivious, ensnared in the depths of slumber. Lin Shuiyao gradually opened her eyes, and suddenly it struck her that today marked the day of her wedding with Song Yuan. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone to check the time, only to discover it was already 8:30. The device lay silent, as though it had ceased to function, devoid of missed calls or messages. A wave of doubt washed over her. She couldn't help but wonder if Song Yuan had chosen not to seek her out anymore. If the wedding were to proceed, it was inconceivable that he would not have arrived by this hour. Lin Shuiyao felt a surge of anxiety. Chapter 40. Who is his bride? Lin Shuiyao rushed into the adjacent bedroom of Qiao Shi, clutching her phone. "Qiao Shi, you must wake up. Do you have any idea what time it is?" After confessing her feelings to Song Yuan the previous day, Qiao Shi had been emotionally shaken and had not slept a wink. Just as dawn broke, she succumbed to slumber, barely managing to drift into a dream before Lin Shuiyao's voice disrupted her rest. Irritated, Qiao Shi retorted, "Lin Shuiyao, can you not bother me? I'm heartbroken and feeling quite agitated." Lin Shuiyao paused in surprise. When did you even start dating? Mind your own business. Standing at the doorway, Lin Shueyo felt a wave of distress wash over her, her eyes welling with tears. Didn't you say yesterday that Song Yuan would surely come looking for me? It's already past 8, and my phone has made a sound. Is he really not coming? Xiaoxi buried her head under the covers, seeking solace from the noise. Lin Shueyo murmured to herself, perhaps I should just call him. A sense of uncertainty settled in her heart. She felt that Song Yuan had changed, no longer showering her with the boundless affection he once did. In the past, he would never have the heart to endure a prolonged Cold War with her. Their arguments were always resolved by nightfall. As Lin Shueyo unlocked her phone, she had yet to dial the number when Xiaoxi emerged from the comfort of her cocoon, leaping in front of Lin Shueyo to snatch the phone from her grasp. Don't call him. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you want a man to be obedient, refrain from taking the initiative, otherwise, he will only come to undervalue you. Wiping her tears, Lin Shueyo exclaimed, look at the time. If I wait any longer, the wedding will be over. I can't just leave him to face all those relatives and friends alone. If I do not attend my own wedding, I shall regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaoxi was uncertain about Song Yuan's feelings for Lin Shueyo, especially after 3 years of deep emotional ties. She had witnessed the affection he once lavished on Lin Shueyo, and she was resolute in not allowing Lin Shueyo to reach out to him. If they were to reconcile, Xiaoxi would lose her chance entirely. Yao Yao, you must heed my advice. Do not seek him out. Do you realize what you are doing? You are begging for a marriage, and such a union will not be filled with happiness. My Yao Yao deserves to marry the best man in the world. We shall not settle for less. Lin Shueyo's mind was in turmoil, yet Xiaoxi's words resonated with reason. A friend of many years would not lead her astray. She felt the internal tug-of-war between two voices, one urging her to call Song Yuan, and the other insisting she follow her friend's counsel. Pacing anxiously, Lin Shueyo suddenly had an idea. I'll call the hotel first to inquire if Song Yuan has canceled the wedding. She dialed the number, her palms clammy with sweat. Hello, I would like to ask if Mr. Song Yuan has canceled the wedding venue he reserved with you. Please hold while I check. Lin Shueyo's heart raced. She had never felt such tension as in this moment. Seconds ticked by agonizingly slowly, each moment stretching the anticipation to its limits. At last, the voice on the other end spoke. Miss, I have confirmed that Mr. Song has not canceled the wedding. It is proceeding as scheduled today. My colleague mentioned seeing the bride and groom greeting guests at the entrance. What? Lin Shueyo's voice rose several decibels. Song Yuan and the bride are welcoming guests at the entrance? How is that possible? Excuse me. You must be mistaken. I am Mr. Song's bride. And I am currently at home. How could I possibly be there to greet anyone? There was a brief pause before the response came, Miss. We are professionals and do not make mistakes. The welcome sign at the entrance bears the names of the bride and groom. And I can assure you that the groom is Song Yuan. Lin Shueyo felt as though she had been struck heavily in the chest, her heart seemingly skipping a beat. She had anticipated the outcome of this phone call. If the wedding were canceled, she would be saddened, as it would imply that Song Yuan no longer wished to marry her. If the wedding were not canceled, she would still be disheartened. For even if he faced that awkward situation alone, he had not made an effort to seek her forgiveness. Never had she imagined that Song Yuan would marry another woman. How could he possibly choose to wed someone else? Could their 3 years of love be so easily cast aside? Lin Shueyo considered all the women around Song Yuan, but she could not fathom who would be marrying him today. She could not believe that he would treat her in such a manner. Xiaoxi, I must go to the hotel. Song Yuan, he is getting married to another woman. Lin Shueyo's voice trembled as she spoke. Xiaoxi rushed to embrace her. Yao Yao, do not panic. How could that dog Song Yuan possibly marry another woman? He must have bribed the hotel staff to deceive you. His aim is to make you jealous and force you to apologize first. If you believe him, you will have lost. Lin Shueyo wiped her tears away, a glimmer of hope appearing on her face. Xiaoxi, is what you say true? Xiaoxi nodded firmly. It is true. Trust me. First, go freshen up while I get you breakfast. Lin Shueyo was gently pushed back into her room. Stay at home and do not go out. I will buy you your favorite durian milfai. Indulging in some sweets will ease your anxiety. With Xiaoxi's words, Lin Shueyo managed to regain her composure, though only temporarily. A few minutes later, Xiaoxi changed her clothes and left the house. Alone, Lin Shueyo found herself unable to settle her mind, her thoughts consumed by Song Yuan's wedding. Though she believed Xiaoxi was right, that it was highly likely Song Yuan had indeed canceled the wedding and bribed the hotel staff to conspire in this deception, she could not suppress her urge to verify the truth. If she could not call him, surely a visit to the hotel would not hurt? With this thought in mind, Lin Shuya went to the bathroom to freshen up, randomly selecting a dress from her wardrobe and taking the bag Song Yuan had gifted her before stepping out. Meanwhile, Song Yuan's wedding party had flawlessly completed their task. He and Gu Shiyu stood side by side at the hotel entrance, greeting guests. And every relative and friend present could not help but remark on their striking resemblance as a couple. Song Yuan glanced at Gu Shiyu by his side. Today, she appeared more radiant than ever, dazzlingly beautiful. He felt that he had somewhat overreached in terms of appearance. He had never encountered a woman more beautiful or possessing greater grace than Gu Shiyu. Beyond her external attributes, Song Yuan found his wife's qualities to be even more precious. She exhibited impeccable upbringing, devoid of vanity, and harbored no desire for comparison with others. Although they were not particularly close, their interactions were remarkably harmonious. Song Yuan mused that perhaps this was the serendipitous moment of encountering the right person. As the last of the guests were welcomed, the wedding ceremony was set to commence. The couple removed the rings they had previously donned and handed them to the flower girl, preparing to traverse the lengthy crimson carpet ahead. With Gu Shiyu's parents absent, he sought the guidance of an elder from his family to escort her, while Song Yuan awaited at the far end of the carpet. Chapter 41. The Wedding Scene. She crumbled. The hall was filled with soothing and melodious music, the lights casting a gentle glow upon Gu Shiyu as she gracefully approached Song Yuan. Behind her, two flower girls scattered rose petals, which fell delicately upon the bride's pristine wedding gown. The enchanting scene, reminiscent of a fairy tale, rendered all present in hushed reverence, their gazes converging upon the bride, bestowing blessings upon the newlyweds. Song Yuan stood at the opposite end of the red carpet, his eyes fixated on his bride, patiently awaiting the moment when an elder would place Gu Shiyu's hand into his. The officiant held the microphone to guide the proceedings, leading into the exchange of rings. At that moment, Lin Shuya had just alighted from a taxi. Upon seeing the names inscribed on the reception board at the hotel entrance, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She had believed the rumors of Song Yuan's marriage to be false, as Qiao Shi had suggested, thinking he had bribed the staff to provoke her. Yet, reality struck her with brutal force, akin to a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The sign bore the names of the couple: groom, Song Yuan; bride, Gu Shiyu. The man who had once cherished her above all else, who had tolerated her every little whim, was truly marrying another, and that woman was Gu Shiyu. How could it possibly be Gu Shiyu? She was her boss, the formidable woman who commanded respect in the business world. How could she possibly be interested in a seemingly ordinary programmer like Song Yuan? Lin Shuya refused to believe it. Standing at the entrance, her breath quickened with indignation. She had to enter and uncover the truth. She inquired with a staff member at the door, who guided her to the hall where the wedding was being held. Upon arriving at the entrance, she spotted Qiao Shi. Lin Shuya froze. Qiao Shi? Didn't you say you had gone to buy me breakfast? Qiao Shi hesitated for a moment, her expression quickly regaining its composure. I brought you durian milfai. Did you not wait for the delivery? Yao, why are you out here? Qiao Shi approached Lin Shuya, still intent on persuading her to leave. No matter what. She did not wish for Song Yuan and Lin Shuya to reconcile. Yao, please listen to me. You should go home. I will go in and see what is happening. However, Lin Shuya, having reached the entrance, would not easily retreat, regardless of what was unfolding inside. She was determined to witness it for herself. Qiao Shi, do not stop me. I need closure regarding my relationship with Song Yuan. I cannot be left in this ambiguous state. He must provide me with an explanation. At that moment, through the door, the officiant's voice resonated. Now, we invite the groom to kiss the bride. Both Lin Xiao and Qiao Shi were momentarily stunned, realizing that the wedding had progressed to this pivotal moment in their delay. A chilling sensation enveloped Lin Xiao as disbelief coursed through her veins. She could not fathom that Song Yuan would act in such a manner. He had promised to cherish her, to love her for a lifetime. No matter her transgressions, he had no right to abandon her for another woman. What he had once vowed, how could it simply be dismissed? He had never provided her with an explanation before unilaterally marrying another. Such irresponsible behavior was nothing short of betrayal. Lin Shuya rushed into the venue, disregarding everything around her. Under the spotlight, she beheld Song Yuan, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, gazing affectionately at the woman before him. His eyes, tender and filled with warmth, seemed to regard her as his entire world. The woman he held was none other than her boss, the tyrannical Gu Shiyu, who tormented her daily. Lin Shuya clenched her fists tightly, her entire being trembling with emotion. She noticed the dazzling diamond ring adorning Gu Shiyu's finger, a ring that was meant to be a gift from Song Yuan to her. Gu Shiyu had obliterated her love, usurped her man, and relentlessly exploited her at work. Just as Lin Shuiyao was about to charge forward, Xiao Shi held her back. Yao Yao, don't act impulsively. Lin Shuiyao's voice quivered with the threat of tears. How can I not be impulsive? Song Yuan is marrying my boss. Doesn't that mean he intends to drive me to despair? Xiao Shi, taken aback by the poised woman on stage, realized that she was no ordinary individual. She was a president. Yao Yao, remain calm. Have you considered that a prominent CEO would choose someone as ordinary as Song Yuan? There must be hidden dealings between them. This isn't a genuine marriage. Song Yuan is merely putting on a show for you. You must keep your composure. As their conversation unfolded on stage, Song Yuan cradled the bride's face and kissed her. His kiss was earnest and lingering, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Witnessing this, Lin Shuiyao's defenses crumbled entirely. In the past, Song Yuan had only bestowed such affection upon her. He had even refrained from adding any other woman as private account as a friend, professing his eternal love. Yet now, she found herself as a mere witness to their love. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, Song Yuan. The anguished cry shattered the enchanting atmosphere, drawing the attention of all. Lin Shuiyao, her eyes swollen with tears, never held back her emotions. Every time she wept, Song Yuan would embrace her, soothing her patiently, buying her bags, cosmetics, and new clothes, all to placate her. She had always believed that he could not bear to abandon her, and even now, he should have left the bride behind and rushed to her side to apologize and comfort her. Song Yuan should forever be devoted to her. However, this time, he did not approach her. Standing on stage, Song Yuan embraced the bride, his gaze toward Lin Shuiyao distant and indifferent, revealing a hint of displeasure upon noticing her arrival. Fearing Gu Shiyu might misunderstand, he lowered his head to explain, Shiyu, I apologize. She is my ex-girlfriend. We have ended things, and I did not invite her. She came on her own accord. Please do not misunderstand. Gu Shiyu merely smiled faintly. Then you should handle it. Song Yuan, in a dismissive tone, replied. There is no need to worry about her. He assumed Lin Shuiyao would find the situation uninteresting and leave, but he underestimated her audacity. After calling out his name without receiving a response, Lin Shuiyao, in her high heels, pursued him, exuding an air of determination to entangle with him. Song Yuan, you shall not wed her. Lin Shuiyao's voice was not particularly loud, yet it commanded the attention of all present, who were captivated by her audacious declaration. Reminiscent of a bride attempting to seize her groom, Song Yuan chuckled softly, Lin Shuiyao, you are most welcome to attend my wedding. There are vacant seats at the table behind. Do take a seat, and shortly, we shall toast to one another. Lin Shuiyao felt utterly shattered. She had never anticipated that Song Yuan could utter such words. Just last month, he had held her close, comforting her. And now he was inviting her to celebrate his union with another woman. How cruel. No one could possibly be more callous than he. Song Yuan, have you married her with my consent? Chapter 42. You initiated the breakup. Why do you weep at my wedding? Lin Shuiyao uttered her words through tears, her speech somewhat incoherent. She needed to confront him properly, questioning how he could make promises and then disregard her, behaving as if nothing had transpired while he turned around to marry another woman. In merely 10 days, he seamlessly transitioned into a relationship with another woman, displaying affection in her presence. How could she possibly accept this? She could bear the thought that Song Yuan never loved her from the outset, but she could not fathom how he could love her one moment and abandon her the next. Song Yuan gazed at Lin Shuiyao with a sense of helplessness. Her inquiries were ones he could not address. Why should he require her consent to marry? Miss, you initiated the breakup. Why are you crying on my joyous day? Lin Shuiyao wept even more fiercely. Song Yuan, I cannot believe your marriage to Gu Shiyu is sincere. You are merely trying to provoke me. I now admit I have been stirred by your actions. Please, release her hand and come with me. Tears streamed down her face, her usual beauty forgotten, as she paid no heed to whether her makeup would smudge. She was desperate. Song Yuan held Gu Shiyu's hand and formally introduced her. Lin Shuiyao, this is my newlywed wife, Gu Shiyu. Today marks our momentous occasion. She does not mind your presence. Her graciousness is the reason you were not ejected. Please cease your commotion. Lin Shuiyao was rendered speechless, her voice choked with sobs. Song Yuan, I know you are angry about my earlier suggestion to break up. I am now telling you that I will no longer pursue Xiao Yanchen, and I retract all the disparaging remarks I made about you. I apologize. Let us cease this cycle of mutual harm and reconcile. Lin Shuiyao had lowered herself to an unprecedented level of humility, a gesture she never thought she would make. pleading for forgiveness at her ex-boyfriend's wedding. She had always viewed herself as a noble princess, blessed with beauty and grace, deserving of admiration and affection from men. However, in this moment, she cast aside her pride. Nothing else mattered anymore. Before Song Yuan could respond, she could no longer contain herself. She was astonished that Lin Shuiyao would forego her dignity and humbly seek Song Yuan's forgiveness. What if Song Yuan truly forgave her? Would that leave her with no chance? Among Lin Shuiyao and Gu Shiyu, Xiaoxi perceived Lin Shuiyao as the greater threat, prompting her to ally with Gu Shiyu. After all, Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu had only been together for a few days. She believed she could sway him. Xiaoxi retrieved a tissue from her bag to wipe Lin Shuiyao's face and embraced her tightly. Silly girl, do not demean yourself like this. Have you forgotten what your parents and brother taught you? They insisted that Song Yuan must present a dowry of 1 million before allowing you to marry. He is no longer a worthy match for you. Lin Shuiyao, nearly voiceless from weeping, insisted, I will not leave. Xiaoxi, do not pull me away. Song Yuan has yet to provide me with an answer, and I refuse to depart. Song Yuan and she once shared a moment, not wishing to make their relationship awkward. Believed that ceasing all contact would be the greatest blessing for one another. Lin Shuiyao, you should leave, he said. Lin Shuiyao stubbornly replied, I will not leave unless you come with me. As the two grappled, their friends and relatives could no longer stand by. Song Heng and Tao Yulian approached. With Tao Yulian, known for her gentle demeanor and having never quarreled with anyone, now compelled to act due to her son's predicament. Lin Shuiyao, regardless of what transpired between you and my son, that chapter is closed. What is the point of your uproar now, except to bring disgrace upon yourself? Have some dignity. Song Heng chimed in. When you were with Song Yuan, we treated you like our own daughter. He cared for you wholeheartedly. Yet you found us wanting and turned to another man. What is the purpose of your return and commotion? Was it not you who initiated the breakup? Lin Shuiyao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at their pointed inquiries, realizing the folly of her actions. Her attributes, apart from her beauty, paled in comparison to Gu Shiyu, who wielded considerable wealth. She regretted ever bringing up the breakup. Had it not been for that incident, they would be standing here today, surrounded by family and friends, exchanging vows. It was all of her own making. Regaining her composure, Lin Shuiyao gazed at Song Yuan with teary eyes. Song Yuan, could you truly be so heartless? Song Yuan paid no heed to his parents' words, primarily concerned with the feelings of his new bride. To him, Lin Shuiyao had become a familiar stranger. You should leave. Let us preserve some dignity for each other. Lin Shuiyao felt as if her heart were being ripped apart. What are the promises you made to me? Will they be forgotten? Song Yuan, how can you treat me this way and still believe you deserve to marry another? If you can be so callous towards someone who loved you for 3 years, do you genuinely think you could love a woman you barely know and hastily wed? Among the guests, Gu Shiyuan, who had been quietly munching on sunflower seeds, felt provoked by her words. He had intended to discreetly leave after attending his sister's wedding, but now found himself confronted by a woman intent on ruining it. If anyone were to disrupt his sister's ceremony, they must first contend with him. He cast aside the uneaten seeds and strode forward, seizing Lin Shuiyao by her collar and, without a word, dragged her towards the exit. The attendees were taken aback. Gu Shiyuan would not resort to violence against a woman, but ejecting her was a matter of little deliberation. Once outside, he released her, declaring, if you need treatment, seek it elsewhere. Do not create a scene in front of my senior brother. Lin Shuiyao was oblivious to the whispers or laughter directed at her. She felt as if her spirit had been drained. In that moment, as she was led out by Gu Shiyuan, her gaze remained fixed on Song Yuan, who merely watched her being expelled from the wedding, offering no intervention or even a word of comfort. It was in this moment that she comprehended the depth of her earlier mistakes. Why had she ever suggested a breakup with Song Yuan? The breakup was one thing, but to employ such malicious justifications while abandoning him for another man's embrace, any man would surely be deeply perturbed by this. She now harbors profound regret for her actions. If only time could be reversed, she would unequivocally choose not to part ways with Song Yuan. Alas, it is all too late. She gazes at Xiaoxi standing nearby, and hoarsely inquires, Xiaoxi, do you think I still have a chance? Xiaoxi, in her heart, fears most that Lin Shuiyao might turn back. As long as Lin Shuiyao does not shamelessly seek forgiveness, she believes that eventually, she will be able to win back Song Yuan. Song Yuan's hasty marriage does not pose a threat to her. It's merely a man. Why bother? Lin Shuiyao cries out, no, Song Yuan has no feelings for that woman. Perhaps they merely held a wedding ceremony without ever registering their marriage. I have a plan. Yes, I have a plan to reclaim Song Yuan. Xiaoxi, anxious, asks, Lin Shueyo, what do you intend to do? Chapter 43. The wedding continues within the grand hall. The wedding festivities proceeded undeterred. Save for Gu Shiyuan. None were distracted by the minor interruption. The next segment commenced with the bride and groom offering toasts. Song Yuan, well-liked among his peers, had all his invited friends and colleagues present to celebrate his union. At a nearby table, his former co-workers from the company had abandoned their myriad responsibilities to attend. Nothing could eclipse the significance of their boss's wedding. Whispers circulated among them, with everyone from our department absent. Do you think Wang Jinkai will assume we all fled the company? Someone chuckled. If he finds the office deserted, he might just kneel in despair. Li Lei laughed. Let us allow Wang Jinkai to be the solitary commander today. Meanwhile, at Tianyu Company, Wang Jinkai had been summoned to a meeting by his superiors. Upon descending the stairs, he was met with an eerie silence in the office area. He presumed his team had diligently repaired the website and taken a well-deserved break, considering he had summoned them for an overnight shift. Opening the company app on his phone, he was dismayed to find it still inoperable. The previous repairs had only provided a fleeting respite. How could it still be down after a night of work? Having just received a reprimand from his superior, Wang Jinkai's mood soured further. He attempted to reach Li Lei, the head of the technical department, but after several attempts, he was met with silence. It seemed as if the entire department had vanished into thin air. Summoning the receptionist, he inquired, Have you seen any colleagues from the technical department? They all left together. But I have no idea where they went, she replied. Frustration surged within him. Was this group of workers staging a collective strike? He rifled through his contacts, dialing each number until at last, one call connected. The jubilant sounds on the other end suggested a celebration was underway. Wang Jinkai, exasperated, demanded, Where have you all gone? Leaving your unfinished work behind? Return immediately. The voice on the line replied apologetically, Sorry, Wang, we're at Song Yuan's wedding. We're a bit preoccupied right now. Please bear with us. We'll return once the ceremony concludes. Absurd. What could possibly hold more weight, attending Song Yuan's wedding or fulfilling the duties of the company? Naturally, the wedding took precedence. Without allowing Wang Jinkai a word in response, the call was abruptly terminated. He began pacing the floor, like a restless top, his anxiety mounting. Was Song Yuan truly attempting to abscond with his entire team? If so, his prospects within the company would be bleak. A chill crept down his spine. He had not anticipated that dismissing Song Yuan would unleash such turmoil. Had he known, he would have never heeded Xiao Nianxin's instigation and would have revered Song Yuan as a deity. Now, those in the technical department disregarded his authority entirely, leaving him powerless. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. All of this was due to Xiao Nianxin. Wang Jinkai dialed Xiao Nianxin's number, saying, President Xiao, you have left me in a precarious position, unable to advance my work. I am on the verge of being dismissed. Could you lend me a few technical experts to assist in resolving the issues? President Wang, I am rather occupied at the moment. Perhaps you should seek help elsewhere. Came Zhao's indifferent reply. Wang Jinkai felt utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu were offering a toast to a table of colleagues. Li Lei led the inquiry, Boss. To which company have you transitioned? Yuhaven T kept in touch with us. Song Yuan saw no need for concealment, as they were all close friends. I have not joined any company. I am developing my own game and am about to seek funding. Upon hearing this, the table erupted in excitement. Boss, you must be in dire need of assistance at this initial stage of your venture. May I join the development team? One colleague proposed. Boss, you must also need testing engineers. I want to sign up. Another chimed in. Boss, let me help with operations. I am eager to join. The table buzzed with voices, each vying to join him. Song Yuan felt a wave of warmth from their enthusiasm. Indeed, he was in need of manpower, but considering the instability of a startup, he cautioned, if you're financially secure, you may consider transitioning to mitigate the risk of unemployment. Song Yuan hesitated to guarantee stable income for everyone, as his game had yet to secure funding. Nevertheless, his colleagues seemed unfazed. Li laid down his drink and declared, I don't care. Watching Wang Jinkai work daily makes me feel depressed. I'll switch jobs first, and you can follow. The lead tester, Su Yuan, quickly followed suit, stating, I'm single and can support myself without burden. I have no fear of unemployment. I'll join too. Song Yuan glanced at her, noticing Su Yuan's eyes darting away. Her demeanor slightly awkward as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Today, she witnessed the love of someone she admired, yet she kept her feelings hidden, separating work from personal emotions. Song Yuan smiled and asked, Yuan? Have you made your decision? Su Yuan nodded, revealing two sweet dimples. Yes. I'll resign as soon as I return. Song Yuan suppressed a smile. All right, I'll expect you all tomorrow. After finishing their drinks, 5 colleagues confirmed their intent to join Song Yuan, all of whom were key members of their original department. Someone jested. Do you think Wang Jikai will be crying at his desk or kneeling in the boss's office tomorrow? Song Yuan didn't concern himself with Wang Jinsai's whereabouts or sorrows. He was not a saint. In truth, he was quite laid back and had never intended for Wang Jikai to struggle at his previous company. Yet, his former colleagues were so eager to follow him. As the vice president of the technical department, if Wang Jikai had shown a bit more kindness and sincerity toward his subordinates, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. Song Yuan led Gu Shiyu to the next table for more toasts. Throughout the evening, Gu Shiyu hardly touched her drink. Song Yuan had discreetly swapped her beverage for plain water. Song Yuan was quite resolute, genuinely indulging in drinks, for today was a day of celebration. Upon reaching the last table, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the alcohol, his steps slightly unsteady. Gu Shiyu noticed this as well. During the toast, she took his cup, downing the drink herself, finishing the last glass on his behalf. Finally, they could take a breather. The two found a place to sit, and Song Yuan scanned the room. Shiyu, when we were toasting, I didn't catch sight of my junior. Did you happen to see him? Gu Shiyu also searched through the crowd, unsure of where that rascal had gone. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. She hoped he wasn't off to complain to their grandmother. It would take quite a sum to silence him. Without hesitation, Gu Shiyu initiated a substantial transfer to her brother, with the note, "Bribe your silence." Just as the money was sent, a notification chimed from behind them. They turned in unison to find Gu Shiuan standing solemnly behind them. A serious expression etched on his face. "Brother, step outside for a moment. There are matters between men that I must discuss with you." Chapter 44. The wedding night. He drew the curtains. At this moment, Song Yuan felt the effects of the alcohol creeping in, and drowsiness began to overtake him. "Junior brother, let's continue this conversation later. I've had a bit too much to drink today." "No way, it has to be right now." Gu Shiuan's tone bore a hint of petulance, tinged with reluctance, reminiscent of a child in a game who feels cheated and aggrieved. Song Yuan was puzzled by his demeanor. Earlier that morning, while serving as the best man and escorting the bride, Gu Shiuan had seemed quite cheerful, the most boisterous of them all. Yet, throughout the wedding, his face remained clouded, and he spoke little. When the bride tossed her bouquet, he didn't even attempt to catch it. Despite the bridesmaids adding him on WeChat, he paid them no mind. Appearing utterly dispirited, concerned that something might be troubling him, Song Yuan turned to Gu Shiyu and said, "I need to step out for a moment with my junior brother." Gu Shiyu shot Gu Shiuan a hawk-like glare, and although he felt intimidated, he ignored it. He had to speak with Song Yuan. They found a secluded corner, and Song Yuan leaned against the wall. "Junior brother, have you encountered any difficulties? Speak up, perhaps I can assist you." Gu Shiuan exhaled a deep breath, his mind racing back to that night when the individual before him would be consummating marriage with his sister. Though such intimacies were entirely normal between spouses, he had previously engaged in some rather inappropriate antics, gifting Song Yuan numerous intimate items and even advising him on how to win over his own sister. He felt the urge to punch himself. "Senior brother, the package I gave you a few days ago, you haven't used it, have you? I took it by mistake. Please return it to me." Song Yuan replied with an "oh," initially thinking it was a significant matter, only to realize it was merely a case of a mix-up. However, he was certain he had not made a mistake. He had inspected the contents of the bag, and everything aligned with what Gu Shiuan had mentioned on WeChat. "You haven't aired. I've seen what's inside. I haven't utilized it yet, but today, I will." Gu Shiuan. Every nerve in Gu Shiuan's body tightened, feeling as though he were pushing his sister into a fiery pit. This cannot be allowed. Song Yuan, somewhat bemused, wondered why his junior brother was behaving so strangely. He had gifted the items, and now he was insisting he not use them while reacting so dramatically. Perhaps, he mused, this lad was simply envious of his marriage. Don't be so petty. Once you give something away, you can't just ask for it back. When you marry, I shall gift you something as well. After saying this, Song Yuan noticed Gu Shiyu looking their way. Their eyes met, and he smiled before turning his back to Gu Shiuan. In a fit of frustration, Gu Shiuan pounded the wall behind him. How foolish he was. He felt he was betraying his sister. Returning to Gu Shiyu's side, he found her visibly anxious about whether the young man would say something inappropriate. Upon seeing Song Yuan return, she quickly inquired, "What were you two discussing?" Song Yuan hesitated for a few seconds before responding, Nothing much, just work-related matters. Oh, Gu Shiyu replied, her worries easing. Song Yuan gazed at her intently, his mind unwittingly conjuring images that stirred a warmth within him. The items at home could be brought out today. He wondered if she would feel shy upon seeing them. Shiyu, would you be so kind as to pour me a cup of tea? Gu Shiyu filled a cup to the brim and brought it over to him. Did you not just finish a glass? Song Yuan chuckled softly, not wishing to disclose that his intention behind drinking so much water was to expedite the metabolism of the alcohol in his system. Although he had taken a hangover remedy beforehand, he aspired to present her with a flawless wedding night. With the wedding festivities concluded and all the guests sent off, Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu returned to their shared abode. This day had proven to be 100 times more exhausting than a typical workday. Gu Shiyu kicked off her high heels and reclined against the sofa, while Song Yuan, having sobered up, settled beside her. Scattered across the living room floor were remnants of the morning's revelry, streamers, balloons, and ribbons. As the exuberance subsided, they finally found a moment to be alone together. After a brief respite, Song Yuan drew the sheer curtains in the living room. Honey, I'm feeling a bit hungry, Gu Shiyu remarked. Song Yuan chuckled quietly. So am I. They had hardly attended to their meals throughout the day, preoccupied with entertaining guests. Opening the refrigerator, Song Yuan discovered the glutinous rice balls he had purchased a few days prior. Before he could retrieve them, Gu Shiyu, in a moment of unspoken understanding, expressed, I want to eat glutinous rice balls. He extracted the bag and placed it in a pot of boiling water. The orange, persimmon-shaped dumplings swirled in the water, symbolizing wishes coming true. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Shiyu had appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Song Yuan could hardly withstand her playful teasing. He turned to lift her onto the countertop, leaning in to kiss her. A delicate floral fragrance enveloped her, neither from cosmetics nor perfume, intoxicating him each time he inhaled. As their kisses deepened, the atmosphere grew charged, and they momentarily forgot about the pot on the stove. Song Yuan gently caressed her earlobe with his thumb. She wore the jade earrings that mirrored those from their first night at the hotel, serving as tokens of their affection. Gu Shiyu gasped softly beneath his fervent kisses. Song Yuan, the pot. He paused, noticing the adorable glutinous rice balls had swelled and begun to float. They're ready. After a brief moment, he asked. His voice husky, shall we eat the glutinous rice balls first, or? Gu Shiyu's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion, rendering her even more enchanting than usual, making it difficult for Song Yuan to look away. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, let us eat the glutinous rice balls first. Once we're done, we'll have the energy. Song Yuan chuckled softly. All right, glutinous rice balls it is. He retrieved 2 bowls, and Gu Shiyu used a spoon to scoop the dumplings into them. The dining area was just a few meters from the kitchen, yet they felt an undeniable reluctance to part ways. The steaming glutinous rice balls were placed on the table, and instead of sitting opposite each other, as was their custom, they chose to sit side by side. Song Yuan took hold of her left hand, their fingers interlocking. Shiyu, do you have any plans for children? Gu Shiyu had contemplated this question before. At this stage, she felt somewhat busy. I might only have the time to conceive and give birth in 2 years. Do you want children? After a pause, she added, if you desire, I can adjust my work schedule, but before we conceive, we should visit the hospital for a checkup. Quit smoking and drinking and exercise to stay healthy. Song Yuan never anticipated that she would adjust her work schedule to accommodate his thoughts. He felt a profound sense of respect. No, I was merely asking casually. In truth, I also wish to enjoy a couple of years together, just the 2 of us. Coincidentally, you are not seeking anything at the moment, and I have already purchased a set in advance. Gu Shiyu's small face flushed with embarrassment. She had not expected Song Yuan to broach such a topic. In their previous encounters, their intimacy had faltered due to a lack of preparedness, but today, his foresight was commendable. Gu Shiyu nibbled on the tang yuan in her bowl, unsure how to respond. Song Yuan found her current demeanor utterly adorable, a departure from her usual temperament. He felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her again. Shiyu, are you full? Chapter 45. On their wedding night, he ignited the scented candle as Gu Shiyu popped a glutinous rice ball into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up like an adorable little hamster. Without uttering a word, she made a soft noise through her nose, while Song Yuan's gaze was fixed on her delicate lips. Her lips were slightly thin yet beautifully shaped, with the corners gently lifted, embodying the trendy smiling lips popular online. Unable to resist the urge, Song Yuan leaned in to kiss her, following the desire that surged within him. The black sesame filling of the rice ball burst in their mouths. Although Song Yuan was not particularly fond of sweets, he found himself momentarily enchanted by this flavor. A delightful human delicacy he had never experienced before. He lingered on her lips, reluctant to part. Gu Shiyu, too, felt the stirrings of emotion, responding to him little by little. The duration of their kiss remained unknown as Song Yuan's blood raced, nearing the brink of his endurance. He lifted her effortlessly and, while kissing her, strode towards the bedroom, each passing second a trial of patience. Fortunately, his tall stature and long legs allowed him to reach the bedroom swiftly. They both tumbled onto the bed, the soft mattress sinking slightly before rebounding. Gu Shiyu was lost in his fervent embrace, not wishing to break away for anything else. After a while, Song Yuan pulled back, breathless, realizing that if they continued, he might explode. Shiyu, just wait a moment. He recalled the thoughtful gift from his junior disciple, which was now ripe for use. He could not let such kindness go unappreciated. With her mind returning to clarity, Gu Shiyu reminded him, but I haven't showered yet. Song Yuan chuckled softly. You go ahead and wash. I'll take care of some preparations. On their wedding night, he wished to create a sense of ceremony, especially since their first encounter had been in a drunken haze at a hotel, where he felt he had not treated her delicately and doubted her experience had been pleasant. Gu Shiyu looked puzzled. Preparations for what? Song Yuan left her in suspense, knowing that revealing too much would spoil the surprise. Nothing much, just go on in. She responded with a soft "oh" and took a towel into the master bathroom. Song Yuan stepped onto the balcony, allowing the night breeze to cool his body before retrieving the hidden package. Having not examined it closely before, he felt a flush creep onto his face as he read the instructions. He expected his usually serious junior to indulge in such playful items. He doubted whether Gu Shiyu would be able to handle all of it. After a moment of hesitation, he selected only a scented candle and an oil-like substance that might come in handy. Tidying up the bedroom, he replaced the bedding with a bright red wedding quilt, turned off the lights, and lit the scented candle, transforming the atmosphere into one of enchantment and intimacy, stirring the imagination. As he reached for a bathrobe in the closet, intending to join her for a shower to save time, the phone rang abruptly. At this hour, his junior disciple was calling. Song Yuan answered, and Gu Shiyuan's voice came through. Song Shixiang, I have a piece of code I don't quite understand. Could you explain it to me now? Song Yuan chuckled softly. Now? Are you serious? Today is my wedding night. A moment of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I'm not discussing code right now. I have no time. Please find Lu-Chi. Gu Shiyuan seems particularly insistent today, refusing to leave him alone. Senior Lu is asleep. You must share with me right away. Open your computer and let us video chat. I have numerous questions that may take all night to address. If you do not share with me now, I shall inform the professor. Song Yuan was at a loss for words. How had he never noticed this junior's penchant for tattling? How childish. Are you still in elementary school? Just as he spoke, the bathroom door swung open, and Gu Shiyu emerged, wrapped in a pale pink towel. Her fair skin, now kissed by the steam, bore a delicate rosy hue, captivating to behold. Song Yuan's gaze was momentarily entranced by her presence, causing him to miss what Gu Shiyuan was saying on the other end of the line. Gu Shiyu softly urged, It's your turn. Upon hearing his sister's words, Gu Shiyuan erupted with curiosity. Song, what are you two doing? What is it that you must do? Answer me promptly. Song Yuan, pressed for time, sought to end the call. Junior, let us discuss this in detail tomorrow at the office. Gu Shiyuan nearly lost his temper. Don't hang up just yet. Brother Song, you haven't taken out those things I gave you, have you? I must insist, do not take them out. They are expired and potentially harmful to your health. Dispose of them immediately. Song Yuan had inspected the packaging closely and found no evidence of expiration. I assure you, Junior, they are not expired. You're being overly cautious. Gu Shiyuan shouted from his end. Please, you must not use them. Have you thrown them away yet? Glancing at the flickering flame of the scented candle, Song Yuan thought it wasteful to discard it. I have already started using it. The scent is quite pleasant. Please share the link with me later. With that, he ended the call and silenced his phone, deciding against answering any further calls. Gu Shiyuan was left screaming in despair. No, do not use that candle. It releases an aroma that heightens emotions, making it unbearable for women. He would be ruining his sister's experience. He could never forgive himself, nor would the ancestors of the Gu family. Gu Shiyuan tried calling Song Yuan again and again, but there was no response. Resigned, he resorted to sending a barrage of messages. Song, you must throw that candle away immediately. It's a counterfeit. Men who inhale it will become impotent. 1 minute later, have you thrown it away? Respond. 3 minutes later, that candle will render women in a vegetative state. By this time, Song Yuan had no time to check his phone. Once he finished his shower and stepped into the bedroom, a fragrant aroma enveloped the air. The small flame of the scented candle danced, seemingly sharing in the excitement of its owner. Yu Shiyu was seated in the center of the bed, applying body lotion. Upon noticing Song Yuan approaching, she pulled the blanket over her smooth legs and squeezed more lotion into her palms, beginning to apply it to her upper body. Song Yuan stepped to the edge of the bed, watching her. "Allow me to assist you." Gu Shiyu did not object nor agree, her large eyes gazing at him as if beckoning him closer. Song Yuan reached out, taking the lotion from her palms, gently applying it to her shoulders in delicate strokes. At the moment their skin made contact, she couldn't help but flinch slightly, her breath seeming to be considerably warmer than usual. "Song Yuan, what kind of essential oil did you choose?" Song Yuan was unaware of the effects of this particular fragrance, merely considering it an ordinary incense meant to enhance the atmosphere. "A friend gifted it to me, and I find the scent quite pleasant. Do you not like it?" Yu Shiyu's cheeks flushed slightly, her nose taking on a rosy hue. "It's not that I dislike it. Rather, I sense a captivating quality in the aroma. Inhaling it brings a warm comfort to my heart. Perhaps you could purchase some more next time." While speaking, Song Yuan continued his task of applying the skincare lotion without pause. "I've already asked him for the link. If you enjoy it, we could order a bottle every day." Yu Shiyu propped herself up on the quilt, tilting her head back to allow him to proceed. When suddenly she felt a chill as an unfamiliar warmth pressed against her. She was taken aback. "Song Yuan, you don't need to apply it there." Chapter 46, A Sleepless Night. Song Yuan's thoughts were far removed from the application of skincare lotion. He was not inclined to cease his actions and even harbored the desire to take a bite. With such thoughts in mind, he acted upon them. Gu Shiyu held his head tightly, unable to suppress her emotions, even tugging at his hair in a moment of passion. Song Yuan. Song Yuan realized that he ought to heed his wife's wishes. Indeed, it was not appropriate to apply lotion in this context, as the taste was somewhat bitter. Gu Shiyu continuously called his name, two ordinary syllables that became the most melodious when uttered by her lips. He did not relent, kissing her fervently until she, with reddened eyes, pleaded with him, prompting him to finally produce the T-shirt he had prepared long ago. That night was exhausting. The couple hardly slept, the scent of the burning incense lingering until dawn. It was a night of insomnia for many. Meanwhile, in another neighborhood, Lin Shuiao sat on the floor, hugging her knees. Having spent the entire night in solitude, initially brought home by Qiaoxi, she wept bitterly, her cries eventually rendering her voice hoarse. Leaving her with vacant eyes fixated on a single point, tears flowing like an unending stream. Qiaoxi sat beside her, also enduring the night without sleep. While Lin Shuiao managed to have her cathartic release, Qiaoxi had no outlet for her sorrow, as the competition had concluded before she even had the chance to participate. Qiaoxi's heartbreak was no less than Lin Shuiao's. Lin Shuiao remained seated throughout the night, her limbs growing numb, until the first rays of morning sunlight broke into the living room, signaling the arrival of a new day. She licked her chapped lips and, in a hoarse voice, asked, "Qiaoxi, what do you think they did last night?" Qiaoxi, initially reluctant to speak or comfort her, feared that Lin Shuiao might once again pursue Song Yuan. At this moment, she chose to voice the very thoughts Lin Shuiao likely did not wish to hear. On their wedding night, what else could they have done? Surely, they weren't merely snuggled under the covers, engaging in idle chatter. Did you not mention that Song Yuan has a strong desire in that regard? Do you think he could resist the allure of a beautiful woman? Tears streamed down Lin Shuiao's cheeks as memories of her moments with Song Yuan flooded back, his penchant for kissing her, the way he would bite her when emotions ran high. Would he treat that woman the same way? Lin Shuiao felt a sense of sullied betrayal. However, no matter the circumstances, Song Yuan belonged solely to her. She could not bring herself to believe that he had genuinely wed that woman. The only plausible explanation was that he had sought excitement outside after suffering a setback with her. He would eventually return. Alternatively, perhaps nothing had truly transpired between them. Song Yuan might have sought Gu Shiyu merely to appease relatives and friends, to enact a form of revenge. It was possible that once the wedding festivities concluded, they would part ways. Contemplating this eased Lin Shuiao's heart considerably. What she needed to do now was to unveil Song Yuan's deceit, compelling him to stand before her once more, just as he had in their earlier days together, apologizing, admitting his mistakes, and confessing that he should not have acted out of spite in ways that caused her pain. Lin Shuiao opened her phone and scrolled through some intimate photographs from the past, resolute in her belief that Gu Shiyu, upon seeing these cherished images, would not be able to entangle herself in a charade with Song Yuan. On the other side, Song Yuan found himself restless. Though Gu Shiyu had fallen asleep nestled in his embrace, he remained still, fearing that any movement might disturb her, while stealing glances at her serene sleeping visage. Suddenly, his phone screen illuminated, revealing yet another message from Gu Shiyuan. Startled by the sheer volume of unread messages on WeChat, he noted that his junior had bombarded him with hundreds throughout the night. Could it be that his disciple harbored feelings for him? As Song Yuan perused the content of Gu Shiyuan's messages, it became evident that the primary concern was the fragrant item he was advised to discard, alongside other gifts sent his way. Judging by the timestamps, it appeared Gu Shiyuan had scarcely enjoyed a wink of sleep, inundating him with messages every few minutes. A chill ran down Song Yuan's spine. His junior was typically quite normal. What could have compelled him to intrude upon his wedding night? Why was Gu Shiyuan so preoccupied with his marital affairs? The implications were unsettling. Daring not to respond, Song Yuan opened a private chat with Lu Qi. I've stumbled upon a secret. Gu Shiyuan is likely gay. Have you noticed any peculiar behavior on his part? Lu Qi replied promptly, is he really gay? That seems improbable. I saw him watching a suggestive female streamer dance just the other day. That's all an act, merely to craft a facade before us. After Lu Qi's silence, Song Yuan lay back for a moment before gently rising. He estimated that Gu Shiyu would sleep the day away, utterly exhausted and likely unable to rise. He prepared some porridge in the rice cooker and set it to keep warm, leaving her a note before heading to the office. A former colleague was starting that day, and as their superior, he could not afford to be absent. Just as Song Yuan's car entered the premises, a call from Wang Jinkai came through. Song Yuan, consider this my final notice. I will be suing you for embezzlement. Expect a court summons. I've given you countless opportunities, yet you have squandered them. Do not come to me seeking favors in the future. I shall pursue this to the end. With a flawless parallel parking maneuver, he guided his vehicle into the space, chuckling to himself. After all, it was not his money that had been misappropriated. Why should he be concerned? I shall await your good news, he replied. Wang Jinkai seethed with anger. Ever since he expelled Song Yuan, he had not experienced a moment of peace. Each encounter, be it a call or a visit, left him feeling suffocated for an extended period. Song Yuan was truly his nemesis. Wang Jinkai took a moment to compose himself before sending a message in the group chat. Everyone. All group leaders are to report to the conference room in 5 minutes for a meeting. 5 minutes later, Wang Jinkai entered the conference room, only to find it utterly deserted. Ordinarily, when he announced a meeting, his subordinates would arrive ahead of time. Today, however, it was eerily empty. After taking a seat, he checked his workgroup chat to confirm that the message had indeed been dispatched successfully. Perhaps they were preoccupied with bug fixes and hadn't he noticed. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, he sipped it slowly, yet still, no one arrived. A sense of unease began to wash over him. Exiting the conference room, Wang Jinkai made his way to the workspace, only to observe that the number of employees present was noticeably lower than usual, yet he had not received any leave requests. He inquired, where's Li Lei? Everyone kept their heads down, ignoring him, and the whereabouts of the few who were absent were well understood among the group. Subsequently, he noticed that the workstation of the testing team leader was also vacant, as was the desk of the UI personnel. The computers on the desks were not even powered on, and there were no office supplies such as water cups or pen holders in sight. The desks appeared desolate, devoid of any signs of use. Wang Jinkai was overtaken by a sense of foreboding as he meticulously counted. 6 individuals were absent. These 6 were the backbone of his team, and without them, the progress of work would be significantly hampered. He bellowed once more. Who knows where the leaders of each group have gone? Chapter 47. A calm wife at that moment. The 6 individuals who had vanished from Wang Jinkai's side were now joining Song Yuan's team. Upon entering, Song Yuan was immediately surrounded by a group of people, with Li Lei leading the charge, declaring, Boss, we said we would do it, and here we are to pledge our allegiance to you. Song Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia. These brothers, whom he had recruited into the department, were now reunited to work together once more. Fortunately, Gu Shiyuan's spacious office could easily accommodate dozens of individuals, and when the team expanded further, a change in office space would be necessary. Welcome, brothers. Please find your preferred seats, and I will print the contracts for you to sign, he announced. Li Lei chimed in. Perfect timing. I'll draft a resignation email to Wang Jinkai. Song Yuan's expression shifted in surprise. You didn't inform Wang Jinkai before coming here? Someone interjected. No, we didn't. Let's keep him in suspense for a bit. I just saw him mentioning a meeting with us in the group chat. He must be furious right now. The group settled into their chosen spots. Su Yuan surveyed the area and opted for a corner seat. Noticing that she placed her belongings on a desk cluttered with miscellaneous items, Song Yuan approached her. Yuan, there's a nicer spot over there. Why not sit there instead? Su Yuan scratched her head and replied, Boss, I prefer the window. She refrained from admitting that her choice was influenced by the proximity to Song Yuan's desk, allowing her to see him more easily. Resigned to the situation, she decided to silently observe him. Song Yuan glanced at the disarray of items behind her for a moment, contemplating the practicality of her choice. Though the position offered a view of the window, access was somewhat inconvenient, and the clutter was excessive. As a gentleman, he felt compelled to offer, How about you switch to my position? We can swap. No, it's all right, boss. I like this spot, she replied. For some reason. Su Yuan's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Did he say something wrong? Just as Song Yuan finished printing 2 copies of the contracts, Gu Shiwan entered with a disheveled appearance, evident fatigue evident in the dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he had not slept the previous night. Upon entering, his gaze immediately locked on Song Yuan. Brother Song, could you step outside with me for a moment? I have something very important to discuss with you. Song Yuan recalled how this young man had troubled him throughout the night, and now the memory of those bewildering actions made him uneasy. He had not anticipated that the professor would introduce him to a gay individual. It wasn't that he held any disdain for those with different orientations. It was simply that he identified as a staunch heterosexual. Gu Shiwan could find a suitable partner, but should not attempt to flirt with him. Junior brother. This is not permissible. Gu Shiwan, undeterred, took hold of Song Yuan's arm before he could respond. Brother Song, what I have to say is truly significant. If you don't want everyone to overhear, please come with me. Song Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, this was not a conversation meant for public ears, as rumors could spiral out of control. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that avoidance would not resolve the issue. However, he still made a point to distance himself from Gu Shiwan. Pushing his hand away gently, the two exited the office area, one following the other. Song Yuan felt the need to take the initiative. Otherwise, if that rascal spoke first, he might utter something utterly shameless, something that Gu Shiwan could endure, but he could not. He was resolutely not to be swayed. Junior brother, I understand your intentions, but please, choose a different target. My sexual orientation is decidedly heterosexual and will not change. Gu Shiwan scratched his head. Senior brother Song, I am aware of your fondness for women, but could you kindly return what I gave you last time, or perhaps dispose of it? I implore you. Song Yuan's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. This lad was indeed peculiar, even requesting the return of that item. He had thoroughly examined the contents yesterday, and within that package were men's erotic garments, lingerie that Gu Shiwan had insisted he wear. Absurd. He had not realized this boy had such peculiar tastes. Stepping back to create more distance between them, he declared, I cannot give it back to you, Gu Shiwan. What is wrong with you? Can't you understand? He had been quite clear. Gu Shiwan was on the verge of tears. He could hardly fathom how intense their wedding night had been. He had caught sight of the hickey on senior brother Song's Adam's apple, trailing down into his collar, the sight of which was nothing short of mortifying. And his biological sister. He had just spoken with his sister's assistant, Su Li, who informed him that she was not in the office today and her phone was unreachable. He suspected Gu Shiyu could very well be bedridden due to Song Yuan's actions, making him an unwitting accomplice to the debacle. He had no intention of meddling in his sister's marital affairs, yet they could not utilize those items he had provided. He wished to clarify the matter. But recalling Gu Shiyu's previous threat to keep his identity a secret left him feeling anxious and helpless. Unbeknownst to Song Yuan, Gu Shiwan was lost in thoughts of unsavory matters. The best course of action for him was to keep his distance to avoid further harassment. Seizing an opportunity while Gu Shiwan was distracted, he returned to the office to continue printing contracts. By midday, he had completed signing 6 contracts and was promptly preparing to hold a meeting to discuss the current projects. They had previously functioned as a cohesive team, which significantly reduced the time needed for acclimatization. By afternoon, everyone had settled into their tasks. With the team expanding, the project timeline could be expedited, and at this pace, they could present a complete game demo for funding within 2 weeks. Glancing at the desk calendar, Song Yuan noted that the internet conference was just 13 days away, promising attendance from numerous influential figures and well-capitalized investors. He could showcase his game demo at the conference to enhance its visibility. It was an exceptional opportunity. He set the project launch date for 12 days hence, allowing an additional day for any necessary adjustments to address overlooked bugs. He sent the task list to the work group for everyone to claim their responsibilities, and all agreed to complete their respective tasks within the stipulated time. Checking the clock, he noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. He wondered if Gu Shiyu had risen yet. He sent her a message, and a few minutes later, Gu Shiyu replied, "Song Yuan, you are truly a beast." Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback. His usually well-mannered wife had unexpectedly resorted to cursing today. "What's the matter, dear? I've warmed some porridge for you. Remember to eat when you get up." Just as he sent the message, a photograph from Gu Shiyu appeared on his screen. Enlarging it with 2 fingers, he discovered a selfie of her in the bathroom. She was clad in a camisole nightgown, her exposed skin marred with imperfections. And he knew that what lay beneath the fabric was likely even more pronounced. Gu Shiyu's message read, "Song Yuan, are you a dog?" He coughed, momentarily bewildered, interpreting her words as a compliment. Indeed, he had indulged a bit too much the previous night, and it was only natural for his wife to voice her grievances. "Please, my dear, calm down. I'll be more mindful next time." There won't be a next time. A pang of dread coursed through Song Yuan. He realized he would need to soothe her upon returning home. He certainly did not wish to become a bachelor after a single night of indulgence. As he pondered how to placate her, his mind involuntarily drifted back to her passionate demeanor from the night prior, how she had clung to him, refusing to let go, pressing herself against him, and even lifting herself eagerly for his kisses. Suddenly, he sensed a dissonance. It had been her who had fervently pursued him. And only after she had exhausted herself to the point of being unable to lift her legs did she consent to change the sheets and retire for the night. He resolved to have a thorough discussion about this matter upon his return. Who, indeed, had lost their sense of restraint? Chapter 48. Are you a hacker, James? On the other side, Gu Shiyu dragged her weary body out of bed. She spent a considerable time examining herself in the mirror within the bathroom, only to find her appearance less than presentable. The memories of the previous day flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. During the days spent cohabiting with Song Yuan, he had exhibited remarkable restraint. She had not anticipated that his earlier demeanor was merely an act. He was quite reckless. Upon receiving a message from Song Yuan, Gu Shiyu realized he had left her some food. After a night's rest, her stomach now empty, she desired something light to eat. In the kitchen, she ladled herself a bowl of congee and peeled a boiled egg. Her phone buzzed with dozens of missed calls, and unread work messages coupled with emails requiring her approval threatened to overwhelm her. Since taking over Gu Corporation, she had not taken a single day off. The accumulated workload had reached mountainous proportions. Just as she had consumed half a bowl of congee, Su Li's call came through. "President Gu, our system has been hacked again. The security department is utterly helpless." The hacker left a provocative message stating that unless we enlist James, no one can resolve this issue. "What should we do, President Gu?" A piece of egg lodged in Gu Shiyu's throat as she listened. This group of inept individuals only knew how to pass the buck to her. If she could locate James, why would she require their services? Frustrated, she set down her chopsticks. "Issue a global statement seeking his assistance. If James joins Gu Corporation, I will offer him 3% of the original shares." Su Li gasped in astonishment. For such a colossal conglomerate as Gu Corporation, 3% of the original shares could yield dividends in the hundreds of millions annually. The president was indeed making a significant investment to recruit James. Such an enticing offer made one wonder if James would even consider it. "I will take immediate action," Su Li replied. "But what do we do in the meantime?" Gu Shiyu felt a splitting headache. The hacker's ruthless proclamation left her uncertain about Song Yuan's ability to handle the situation. A flicker of worry crossed her mind. For there was only one James in the world, and not everyone possessed such formidable skills. "I will reach out to some friends for assistance." After hanging up, Gu Shiyu quickly applied a light layer of makeup. She rummaged through her wardrobe until she unearthed a high-necked base layer that could, at least, somewhat conceal the redness on her neck. A quarter of an hour later, Su Li arrived with a driver to pick her up downstairs. Gu Shiyu entered her Bentley, where she addressed some urgent matters on her phone. Upon arriving at the company, several key members of the security department approached her with furrowed brows. "President Gu, we truly have no way forward. This hacker is utterly deranged in his attempts to bring us down. We have scoured all available information and consulted various industry leaders. Yet we remain at an impasse. The notorious hacker Ben Yi, who ranks among the top 3 on the hacker leaderboard, currently has no rivals within the country. Only James can contend with him." The group lamented collectively, while Gu Shiyu sat in her leather chair, massaging her temples. "What I desire is a resolution, not a recounting of the process. Since you are incapable of resolving this matter, You may as well resign from your positions at the Human Resources Department. In just 10 minutes after her arrival at the company, Gu Shiyu dismissed 4 individuals. The company's system remained inaccessible, plunging the entire conglomerate into disarray. Everyone in the company was devising various methods to locate James. By evening, Gu Shiyu presumed that Song Yuan was no longer occupied and decided to call Gu Yuan. Have you finished work? At that moment, Song Yuan had just shut down his computer and was preparing to head home. Yes, should I bring something to eat for you? Gu Shiyu, feeling too exasperated to think about food, replied, no need. I'm still at the office. The rival company has hired a hacker, and we are still brainstorming solutions. Song Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Don't rush. Go home first. I will help you resolve this. Gu Shiyu sighed, but this time, they've engaged the infamous Japanese hacker Ben Yi. It's a bit tricky. Song Yuan smirked inwardly. Ben Yi? That washed-up rival hasn't shown his face in ages. It's about time to confront him. Trust me. Go home. I will definitely assist you in overcoming this challenge. Gu Shiyu felt that Song Yuan was merely trying to console her, yet it brought her some comfort. Unlike the group of inept individuals she usually dealt with, who only lamented without offering any solutions. Then I will head home now. As Gu Shiyu descended the stairs, she noticed everyone from the security and technical departments burning the midnight oil. No one dared to leave until the issue was resolved. Meanwhile, Song Yuan packed his computer into his bag just as Li Lei and a few others returned from dinner, animatedly discussing their meal. Upon spotting Song Yuan, they couldn't resist sharing some gossip. Boss, a little birdie told me that Wang Jinkai was summoned by the president today and was scolded so harshly that he fainted upon leaving the office. Now, his department is in disarray. He has truly become a lone commander. The others chimed in agreement after learning we were here. Wang Jinkai said he would come to settle the score with you. With a smile, Song Yuan replied, let him come. I shall await his arrival. Upon returning home, Song Yuan found Gu Shiyu just arriving as well, her face etched with worry. He felt a twinge of regret for not having strengthened her firewall last time. Had he done so, this predicament could have been averted, sparing her such distress. Shiyu, do not fear. I will surely help you resolve this. Gu Shiyu glanced at him, her eyes reflecting sheer exhaustion. Song Yuan washed his hands, barely changing his clothes, and retrieved his computer to commence work in the study. It's merely a minor challenge. Trivial in my eyes, only serving to awaken my instincts. Song Yuan logged on immediately, only to find that the adversary was waiting for him online, leaving provocative messages. He inwardly cursed. Damn it, let us take down this fool. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and lines of code cascaded down the black screen. Within mere minutes, he breached the first level of defenses they had set up, and the system's homepage was accessible once more. The opponent's tactics were child's play for a top-tier hacker like Song Yuan. It was as effortless as a game. Realizing they were up against a formidable opponent, the rival's team bombarded him with messages, evidently flustered. Song Yuan ignored the distractions, continuing to craft his code. Gu Shiyu entered with a glass of water, placing it on the table just as Song Yuan restored all secondary pages. Resolving the remaining issues was merely a matter of time. Gu Shiyu gazed at the restored page in astonishment, her eyes filled with admiration and delight as she turned to Song Yuan. She had not anticipated that a matter which had left the entire department of the Gu family in a state of disarray throughout the day would be resolved with such ease in Song Yuan's presence. The employees at Gu were meticulously selected from the market, each exceptional in their own right, yet the hacker before them, ranked second on the global hacker leaderboard, appeared to handle the situation with remarkable finesse. She felt as though she had unearthed a treasure. Song Yuan was not an ordinary individual. Could he possibly be the James she had been searching for so fervently? Gu Shiyu looked at Song Yuan once more and said, Song Yuan, I have a question to ask you. Are you James? Chapter 49. Who took off the pants? Song Yuan paused momentarily before responding, no. As he spoke, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. This time, he was not only tasked with fortifying Gu Shiyu's firewall, but also with dismantling that pesky little system. Upon hearing his denial, Gu Shiyu found herself even more in awe of him, believing that Song Yuan's capabilities might surpass those of James. Even if the real James were present, it was uncertain whether he could resolve issues as swiftly as Song Yuan did. In a mere half-hour, Song Yuan had restored the entire website. Subsequently, he infiltrated Ben Yi's computer, shifting from defense to offense. Song Yuan's mind operated at lightning speed, leaving Ben Yi struggling to keep pace, ultimately leading to a swift defeat. Within Ben Yi's computer, Song Yuan discovered a cache of confidential documents pertaining to the Gu Corporation. Yu Shiyu felt her heart race as she witnessed those documents appearing on another screen. Each document, if sold, could fetch millions, and for the Gu Corporation, the leak of such core secrets would spell disaster. It was evident that the rival company had invested heavily in hiring Bin Yi, nearly leading the Gu Corporation to ruin at the hands of hackers. The ease with which Song Yuan resolved the issue warranted eternal gratitude from the Gu family and the board of directors. Yu Shiyu, her throat parched with urgency, urged, Song Yuan, destroy the files. Ensure they are eradicated completely. With a soft chuckle, Song Yuan replied, not only shall we obliterate the files, but we will also render Bin Yi's computer a useless hunk of metal, incapable of ever functioning again. Would you like to operate it yourself? Gu Shiyu, skeptical, inquired. Am I capable of that? Of course, he assured her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and gently pulling her onto his lap. Together, they operated the machine. Shiyu, press enter. With a determined tap of the enter key, lines of code cascaded rapidly across the screen, followed by a prompt indicating success. Song Yuan kissed her ear, whispering, destruction successful. You did wonderfully. Beads of perspiration formed on Gu Shiyu's brow as she turned to him, asking, is it all destroyed? Indeed. This computer is now considered defunct. Gu Shiyu patted her chest, calming her racing heart. Just then, the phone of the head of the security department rang. Gu Zong, the website has been repaired. Have you located James? Gu Shiyu glanced at Song Yuan and responded, no, but I have a friend who is even more formidable than James. This was her assessment of Song Yuan. In her eyes, he was the pinnacle of expertise in this field, unparalleled by anyone, even the renowned James. Song Yuan, having resolved her predicament, was in high spirits. My wife holds me in such high regard? Yu Shiyu replied, of course. I must reward you. At the mention of a reward, Song Yuan's interest piqued. Who could resist a reward? What will you grant me? Contemplating what to reward Song Yuan with, Yu Shiyu had previously hinted at enticing James with an excellent offer to join the Gu Corporation, although James had yet to be found. Song Yuan had already resolved the pressing issue. Song Yuan deserved that reward, but she had yet to reveal her true identity in front of him. Offering him shares without a valid reason would undoubtedly be refused. She needed to devise a clever plan. She believed that Song Yuan's company was currently in its startup phase and would likely require funding. How could she reasonably provide him with a sum of initial capital? When will your company secure financing? Soon, he replied. Gu Shiyu pondered this, while Song Yuan scrutinized her. Shiyu, where is my reward? Unable to voice her thoughts, Gu Shiyu pecked him on the lips, proclaiming the reward had arrived. Song Yuan chuckled softly, remarking that it seemed insufficient. As he leaned closer, their noses nearly touched, and the atmosphere in the study became suddenly enchanting. He kissed her, transitioning from gentle to fervent, effortlessly parting her lips. Their already intimate posture only intensified the sensation. Her warmth ignited something within him, and their hearts began to sync in rhythm. Song Yuan realized that last night had been far from enough, or rather, with her, there would never be enough. As the moment threatened to spiral out of control, Gu Shiyu pushed him away, hastily adjusting her disheveled blouse. Not today. A sudden pang of dread struck Song Yuan. It seemed his wife was holding a grudge. We need to discuss this, he said. But dear, wasn't it you who was unrestrained yesterday? I was merely accommodating you. Gu Shiyu would not concede this point. It was he who had lunged at her first. And their exchanges had ebbed and flowed until dawn broke after their final escapade. Did I not remove your pants? Song Yuan was momentarily speechless, conceding that indeed, he had done it himself. He could only remind her of the details. But do you recall when I suggested you sleep midway? Worried you would not rise the next day? Who was it that clung to my neck and fed me? Gu Shiyu swiftly silenced him, her cheeks flushing. Don't say that. She was not suffering from amnesia. Regarding yesterday, she too felt perplexed. Those actions were beyond her usual demeanor, not something she would typically dare to undertake. Yet, she acknowledged a certain loss of control, a yearning for the warmth of his presence. Gu Shiyu mused that perhaps Song Yuan's charm was simply too potent. After all, who could resist a handsome and talented man? She endeavored to suppress those memories, striving for calm. Today is a day of rest. It hurts. Song Yuan chuckled. Shiyu, help me. Gu Shiyu was exhausted, drenched in perspiration, while Song Yuan remained composed. Finally, it was over. Song Yuan, could you be quicker next time? Be a fast man. Amused yet exasperated, he inquired if she desired him to hurry. Leaning down, he kissed her rosy lips, teasing her in a low tone. Another mouth is more honest. Incensed, Gu Shiyu pinched his arm. Exhausted, she washed up and fell asleep promptly. Meanwhile, Song Yuan was still wide awake. He had a habit of night running 3 times a week. He tucked Gu Shiyu in before changing into his running attire and stepping outside. At that moment, Lin Shuiyao donned the most exquisite dress that Song Yuan had gifted her, adorned herself with meticulous makeup, and stood at the entrance of the forest park awaiting his arrival. Typically, Song Yuan commenced his run at 8 o'clock. Thus, Lin Shuiyao arrived at the park by 7:30 to avoid missing him. However, she found herself waiting until 9 o'clock without catching a glimpse of Song Yuan. Just as she began to resign herself to the thought that he might not show up today and prepared to leave, a figure of remarkable grace and charm emerged in the distance. She could not help but concede that among the men she knew in reality, Song Yuan was the most handsome, which was precisely why she had agreed to be his girlfriend. His only flaw was his lack of wealth. Yet she had come to terms with it. She could afford to spend less, but Song Yuan must be hers. Song Yuan, Lin Shuiyao called out, her voice still hoarse from the tears she had shed over the past few days. Upon hearing her voice, Song Yuan turned to look, and upon recognizing Lin Shuiyao, his brow furrowed slightly. Hadn't they agreed to refrain from contacting each other? Hadn't he vowed not to look back? Why was she seeking him out again? Chapter 50. Song Yuan never looks back. Upon hearing Song Yuan's cold words, Lin Shuiyao felt a pang of pain in her heart, her eyes misting with tears. Yet, she lifted her chin, forcing the tears back. Song Yuan, I haven't eaten all day. Would you accompany me for a bowl of noodles? To Song Yuan. Lin Shuiyao now felt as distant as a stranger. A suitable ex-partner ought to act as if the other no longer existed. No disturbances, no entanglements. He was the type who severed ties swiftly, never lingering in matters of the heart. Their breakup had been somewhat unpleasant, and he had no desire to remain friends. Then call Xiao Nianchen and have your white moonlight keep you company. Lin Shuiyao felt a deep sense of grievance and could not help but sob softly. She never imagined that Song Yuan would speak to her in such a tone. He had always been the one to comfort and cherish her. Reflecting on their 3 years together, he had never uttered a harsh word, always catering to her every need. He would never have allowed a single tear to fall from her eyes. Now, her heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped, each breath a struggle. Was he truly that ruthless? She could hardly believe it. Lin Shuiyao clutched his arm, her tear-streaked eyes meeting his. Song Yuan, my stomach hurts. I've waited for you for 2 hours. Could you please accompany me just this once? It won't take much of your time. Just a bowl of hot noodles. After speaking, she sniffled, her nose reddened from crying, resembling a small, sorrowful creature. Song Yuan brushed her hands away. You need not wait for me. We no longer share any ties. And such meaningless gestures cannot bind me. Lin Shuiyao choked on her sobs. In the past, when she mentioned hunger, he would have eagerly served her, yet now, he refused even her simplest request. She had lowered herself to the ground, her voice barely a plea. Song Yuan, I beg you. As she wept softly, it dawned on her that she could not truly let go of him. Her previous audacity stemmed from the fact that she was the one he cherished. She had never contemplated the reality of losing him, watching him marry another woman. Standing beneath the tree, Song Yuan felt somewhat speechless. If she had erred in another way, he might have softened. However, a woman who strayed was not one he would reclaim. Once infidelity occurred, it would likely happen again. Such a woman did not deserve his love, no matter how lowly she pleaded. One must pay the price for their mistakes. Song Yuan waited for her to finish crying. Lin Shuiyao could not calm her tumultuous heart. Her sole thought was to seek his forgiveness. If he would only turn back, she would change in any way he desired. Song Yuan, forgive me just this once. I believe you have been with other women during these days as well. Let us consider it even, shall we? From now on, I will maintain distance from all men, and I could even delete every male contact from my phone. I, Lin Shuiyao, swear to you that if I have any entanglement with another man in the future, may I never find peace in my next life. Song Yuan let out a cold laugh, vividly recalling Lin Shuiyao's words when she proposed their separation. She had mentioned that Xiao Nianchen had returned, expressing her desire to avoid future regrets. Lin Shuiyao, what does your persistent attachment to me signify? Have you cast aside your white moonlight? Is it no longer a regret? Has he forsaken you after having tasted your affections? Lin Shuiyao's chest rose and fell violently, each of Song Yuan's words piercing her most vulnerable spots. Every syllable seemed to strip away the veil she was reluctant to confront, exposing her most humiliating truths. In recent days, she had contemplated deeply. Indeed, that scoundrel Xiao Nianchen was merely toying with her, seeking only to indulge in her, unwilling to invest a single penny in her. The only monetary gesture he had made was on a lipstick that cost less than 200 yuan. For a mere lipstick, he had taken her. And in pursuit of his approval, she had even undergone a medical procedure. Regret consumed her, to the point where she wished she could slap herself. Sleepless nights were spent with her eyes wide open, waiting for dawn, unable to eat, and restless. She lamented that she would never encounter a man as good to her as Song Yuan had been. Song Yuan, would you still desire me? As long as you accept me, I do not mind your marital history. If you have divorced that woman, we could be together. I could undergo the procedure again for you. Song Yuan found her words absurd. He wished to sever all ties with her. Lin Xueyao, have you lost your mind? I have no interest in what others have discarded. Please do not seek me out again. Glancing at his watch, he noted that he had already wasted over 10 minutes and desired to return home early to embrace his wife. Ignoring Lin Xueyao's thoughts, he dashed into the park. As Lin Xueyao watched his figure fade from view, tears blurred her vision, and in that moment, she realized she had lost him entirely. Crouching beneath a street lamp, she hugged her knees, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed, her entire being trembling. Having gone a day without food, her stomach twisted in pain, her head throbbed, and her heart ached even more. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged within her. She crouched beside a garbage bin, repeatedly vomiting, but only bile emerged. Leaning against the wall to catch her breath, her vision danced with stars. She had a history of low blood sugar, and now, having fasted for a day, her strength had all but evaporated. Lin Xueyao retrieved her phone and dialed Xiao Nianchen. Xiao Nianchen, I feel like I might faint. Could you come and get me? How could one predict a fainting spell? If she could still make a call, she was not in dire straits. Don't worry, darling, I'll be waiting at home. Just take a rideshare. The house is out of supplies, and maybe grab a box on your way. Also, come up quietly. Don't alert the security. My mother disapproves of us being together and will scold me if she finds out. Without waiting for a response, she abruptly ended the call and immediately blocked all of Xiao Nianchen's contact information. Clenching her fists, her nails dug into her palms, yet she felt no pain. The night breeze picked up, but she felt no chill. Her entire being was somewhat numb. Cars passed by in succession along the roadside, and groups of people walked together. But she remained solitary in the darkness of the night. She had once accompanied Song Yuande on runs, and he would always adjust his pace to match hers, ensuring she would not be left behind. Yet now, he carried her in his absence, never glancing back. The words he had once spoken to her, the moments they had shared, the landscapes they had admired together, had transformed into daggers piercing her heart. No matter how excruciating the pain, he would not turn back. The path ahead, no matter how distant, was one she would traverse alone, devoid of his companionship. Lin Xueyao allowed her tears to flow freely as she stumbled forward, the distant neon lights blurring before her eyes. At last, her legs gave way, and she fainted. A kind passerby rushed to her aid, dialing her emergency contact on her phone. Is this Mr. Song Yuan? Your girlfriend has collapsed by the roadside. Could you come? Chapter 51. The void beneath the nightgown. Song Yuan stared silently at his phone screen for a few moments. Taken aback by Lin Xueyao's audacity to resort to such tactics after failing to entangle him, he would not fall for her tricks again. Please inform her that I am currently running and cannot be disturbed. How can you be so indifferent? Your girlfriend has fainted in the street, and you're not concerned? She is not my girlfriend, Song Yuan replied curtly before hanging up the phone. On the other end, Lin Xueyao absorbed every word he uttered. She never imagined that one day, even as she lay unconscious on the street, Song Yuan would remain utterly indifferent. Did he truly no longer care for her well-being? What did their 3 years of love mean to him? Desperate, Lin Xueyao pleaded with a passerby to assist her in making another call, and the stranger complied. Once connected, the passerby echoed Lin Xueyao's earlier words. Mr. Song, this girl is in a precarious situation and needs to go to the hospital. Do you genuinely believe that your run is more important than her life? Song Yuan's tone grew impatient. If you have time to call me, you could have already summoned an ambulance. A doctor is far more reliable than I am. This time, Lin Xueyao hung up the phone herself, her heart utterly crushed. She took her home, visibly more agitated than Lin Xueyao. Yao, stop harboring illusions about rekindling things with him. Song Yuan is not worth it. He didn't even care when you fainted. What do you expect from such a man? We girls seek a partner for support, not to serve a master. Do you want to spend each day catering to him and living by his whims? Lin Xueyao took a few half-hearted spoonfuls of congee. Her stomach was empty, but she had no appetite to eat. Memories of Song Yuan frequently preparing sweet and sour ribs for her favorite dish, flooded her mind. But it felt as though she had lost the right to enjoy it forever. Xiaoxi, please stop trying to dissuade me. I want to win him back. I cannot bear the thought of surrendering. What good will your unwillingness do? He does not care if you live or die. Do you truly believe such a man loves you? The way he treated you over those 3 years was merely an act. He never loved you. He only desired you. Think carefully. Has he perhaps grown tired after 3 years and turned to someone else? That is the mark of a scoundrel. Lin Xueyao struggled to suppress her tears. But Xiaoxi's words ignited a tempest of emotions within her, causing her eyes to swell with unshed tears. Soon, she expelled the few bites of congee she had managed to consume, collapsing weakly before the toilet, as if all her vitality had been drained, leaving only a hollow shell behind. The depth of her anguish was a burden she could not share with her friend. Only she understood the torment of anxiety and heartache that clawed at her insides. Meanwhile, Song Yuan returned home after his evening run. He busied himself in the study for a while, ensuring the firewall was secure before taking a shower and heading to the bedroom. Gu Shiyu, sensing a slight disturbance, opened her bleary eyes. Darling, you're back? Song Yuan climbed into bed, enveloping her in his arms, his hand slipping beneath her garment in search of softness. What did you just call me? It was the first time he had heard her formally refer to him as husband, and Song Yuan found it delightful. Could you say it again? Gu Shiyu leaned against his chest and asked, Darling, what time is it? Song Yuan glanced at his phone and noted that it was already past midnight. Shiyu, it's past 12. It's technically the next day. Can we? Gu Shiyu paused for a few seconds, her drowsiness completely dissipated. Song Yuan, can you think of something more appropriate? As Song Yuan's hand grew bolder. He had initially intended to lie down and sleep, but her calling him darling stirred something within him. You just flirted with me. Gu Shiyu shot him a glare. That's unfair. I didn't do anything. Dressed in a drawstring nightgown, she was without anything underneath, which only facilitated his advances. Song Yuan easily untied the drawstring and buried his face in her, kissing her tenderly. Gu Shiyu's body was highly sensitive, quickly responding to his touch. Song Yuan relished the sight of her flushed expression. It was a delightful view. He turned on the light. Let me see if there's still any swelling. He lifted the covers, and Gu Shiyu placed one foot on his chest. Song Yuan, if you keep messing around, I will fire you. She almost let slip a phrase she often used at work. He chuckled softly. Shiyu, it's already fine. I will be gentle. Hurry up. Make it quick. I can't be rushed. Song Yuan captured Gu Shiyu's lips, silencing any further words. The room was thick with intimacy, filled only with their shallow breaths. The next day, Song Yuan arrived at the office, where a crowd was gathered, chattering excitedly. As he entered, several colleagues moved to the side. He spotted Wang Jikai sitting among them. Wang Jikai had come with the intent of burning bridges. His position as vice president of the technical department had been undermined, and the higher-ups had been applying relentless pressure, leaving him unable to push any work forward. With no retreat left, he sought Song Yuan to demand personnel. However, Song Yuan had not yet arrived, and those who had escaped from under his thumb showed him no respect, even mocking him. Upon seeing Song Yuan enter, Wang Jinsai's anger surged. So, Song Yuan, you dare to show your face? Song Yuan set his computer bag down, casually poured himself a glass of water, and replied, Why shouldn't I, Mr. Wang? Care to enlighten me? Wang Jinkai felt an urge to strike him, but considering it was Song Yuan's territory, he suppressed his anger. You've misused company funds, and the legal process is too slow. I've already reported this to the authorities on behalf of the company. Moreover, you had the audacity to poach my team. Your disgraceful behavior will lead to you being blacklisted by HR throughout the industry. Any major firm's HR department will keep you out. Your career has reached its peak. Wang Jinkai concluded. Song Yuan chuckled lightly. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of working for anyone else. If Mr. Wang requires it, I could consider helping you retain a position for my brothers, provided you apologize to them. Wang Jinsai's anger almost made him grind his teeth. Did he hear that right? A mere director under his command speaking with such arrogance, looking down on even major internet firms, demanding an apology from him? Wang Jinkai decided he wouldn't waste any more time. Song Yuan, your little startup needs funding, doesn't it? You have offended the president of Tianyu Group. Do you truly believe you still have any hope at the internet conference? Soon, you won't even be able to enter the venue. Brace yourself, for the police shall arrive shortly. Perhaps it would be wise for you to contemplate learning how to operate a sewing machine in advance, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating from the big man inside. Your wife, after all, purchased an LV bag using the company card. And I have retained all the evidence. Song Yuan found it amusing. My wife. Surely, this rotund fellow cannot be unaware that he has long since parted ways with Lin Xueyao. As this conversation unfolded, A police car drove into the courtyard. Two uniformed officers entered, inquiring who called the police. Wang Jikai stood up, raising his hand. Officer, it was I who reported it. He has squandered 200,000 yuan from the company account. I can provide all the evidence. With that, Wang Jikai cast a triumphant glance towards Song Yuan. Chapter 52. The situation is quite serious. Immediately, Wang Jikai presented the consumption records along with all the footage of Lin Shuiyao using her card. This evidence irrefutably demonstrated that Lin Shuiyao had misappropriated public funds. The commotion stirred a palpable sense of anxiety among all present. Su Yuan glanced at Song Yuan. Her face a mask of concern. She gently tapped his arm and whispered, "Boss, I still have a little savings left. Shall I transfer it to you for the time being so you can settle the expenses?" Song Yuan reassured her that it was unnecessary. Meanwhile, Li Lei and a few others engaged in hushed discussions. What is happening with the boss? Is he running low on funds lately? It's quite possible, after all. Starting a business requires capital. Why don't we pitch in and lend him some money as a temporary measure? This suggestion was deemed feasible. As Song Yuan observed his well-meaning brothers rallying to assist him financially, a warm sensation coursed through his heart. "Officer, this matter has nothing to do with me. Whoever spent the money should be held accountable," Wang Jikai interjected. "Song Yuan, you truly have no shame, distancing yourself so cleanly. What is the difference between your spending and your wife's?" Song Yuan, amused by the absurdity, retorted, "Do you even know who my wife is, to speak so recklessly?" He produced his marriage certificate for the officer's inspection. "Officer, this is my legitimate wife. The individual in the video has no connection to me whatsoever. You can verify our marriage date. I had already registered with Ms. Gu before that card was used." The officer meticulously examined the dates and confirmed that Song Yuan's marriage predates the events in question. And the woman he married was indeed not the one in the footage. This situation had nothing to do with Song Yuan at all. "Mr. Wang, please ensure you have your facts straight before making such reports to the authorities. Don't waste our resources." Wang Jikai was rendered speechless. What? Song Yuan's wife isn't Lin Shuiyao? He distinctly recalled seeing Song Yuan dining with Lin Shuiyao just days prior. How could he have switched wives in such a short span? "Officer, he is committing bigamy." Amused, Song Yuan noted Wang Jinkai's frantic state. "Officer, I am a law-abiding citizen, upright in conduct and demeanor. I am open to any investigation." The two officers recognized the absurdity of the situation. "Mr. Wang, do you understand the consequences of filing a false report? Disturbing public order can result in detention for no less than 5 days and a fine of 500. Realizing he had dug his own grave, Wang Jinkai quickly lowered his head in apology. "I'm sorry, officer. I misunderstood the situation. It was not intentional." Wang Jinkai voluntarily withdrew from Song Yuan's company, leaving the office in a newfound silence. His contrite demeanor led to a mere 500 yuan fine, without detention. Once the officers departed, Wang Jinkai dialed Lin Shuiyao's number. The 200,000 that had been misappropriated was originally intended to be pinned on Song Yuan. Little did he know that their relationship had soured. He had to reclaim that money, or else he would have to bear the loss himself. Truly, he felt as though he had attempted to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. He sensed that Song Yuan was subtly mocking him. Yet he had no evidence to prove it. Now, his disdain for Song Yuan grew, and yet he found himself powerless against him. Wang Jinkai gritted his teeth as the call connected. "Lin Shuiyao, not long ago, the 20,000 yuan card given to you was a mistake made by the company. And you are required to return the money by the end of today. Otherwise, we will have to consult a lawyer." At that moment, Lin Shuiyao lay on the hospital bed, having been unwell with gastroenteritis for several days. Her figure noticeably diminished. Upon hearing Wang Jinkai's words, she was taken aback. "Return the money? Wasn't that a bonus awarded to outstanding family members by the company? Why must she repay it? You mentioned it was for distinguished family members. May I inquire, whose family member are you?" Lin Shuiyao blurted out. "I am Song Yuan's family member. Ms. Lin, I suspect you may be involved in fraudulent activity. As far as I know, Song Yuan has another wife. What kind of family member are you?" This statement struck Lin Shuiyao deeply, causing her heart to ache anew. And the fragile calm she had managed to achieve shattered once more. "Did Song Yuan send you to demand the money?" Wang Jinkai asserted without hesitation. "Yes." Lin Shuiyao inhaled sharply, still feeling a sense of suffocation. She had witnessed the man's cold-heartedness, a severity beyond her imagination. "Then have him come and discuss it." "Ms. Lin, I am merely here to inform you, not to negotiate conditions. If I do not see this sum by the end of today, next time it will be the lawyers from Tianyu Company who will speak with you. Please prepare yourself for that." Lin Shuiyao hung up the phone, leaning against the wall, utterly lost as to how to express her regret. She recalled the bags in the cabinet, the last remnants left to her by Song Yuan. Now, with Wang Jingkai demanding repayment, it was clear she could not comply. Moreover, Song Yuan would not cover her debts any longer. Did she really have to resort to selling her bags to repay this debt? Those bags were her lifeline. She could not bear to part with any of them. Xiao Shi, noticing her troubled expression, asked, Yao Yao, what's wrong? Did something happen with Song Yuan again? Lin Shuiyao replied weakly. Song Yuan wants me to return the 20,000 I charged. Xiao Shi scoffed. See? I told you this man was unreliable. Breaking up reveals character. Yao Yao, can you promise me one thing? Never go back to find Song Yuan. You truly must not seek him out. Lin Shuiyao's gaze was vacant. What use would it be for me to seek him out? Do you think he would even acknowledge me? Meanwhile, Song Yuan had been restless all morning. In the afternoon, while holding a meeting with several technical staff, his father's call came through. Song Yuan, your mother is in the hospital. Her condition is not good. If you are not too busy with work, please come by. A buzzing sound filled Song Yuan's mind as he suddenly recalled his last visit home before the wedding. Noticing his mother's pallor, when he had inquired, she had brushed it off as a minor ailment. It turned out she had been enduring it all. Waiting until after his wedding to seek medical attention, he hastily abandoned his workload and rushed to the hospital, where Tao Yulian had just completed a series of examinations. And Song Hung was assisting her in sitting on a bench outside the consultation room. Song Yuan entered directly to speak with the doctor. Doctor, what is my mother's condition? The initial diagnosis for this lady is uremia, and her situation is quite serious. We recommend immediate hospitalization and the search for a compatible kidney donor. Song Yuan cleared his throat and inquired, Doctor, how long does it typically take to find a suitable kidney source? The doctor nodded. That is difficult to determine. It largely depends on luck. It could be 1 month, 3 years, 5 years, or even longer without any success. For now, I will go ahead and schedule an appointment for your mother. However, there is a pressing issue. The hospital currently has no available beds, and we will need to wait in line. I can only submit your information at this moment. How many days do you anticipate the wait will be? That is hard to say. This is the most reputable hospital in the nation for kidney diseases, and we have a significant number of patients. It could range from as quick as a week to as long as a month. As Song Yuan exited the hospital, his face was clouded with worry. Even in the best-case scenario of securing a bed in a week, he wondered if his mother's condition would permit such a delay. He lamented not having pursued a career in medicine, as nearly all his acquaintances were in the field of computer science, leaving him devoid of any resources in the medical realm. Just as he stepped out of the consultation room, a call from Gu Shiyu came through. P.S. The illness of the male protagonist's mother serves to advance the subsequent plot, and there is no moral coercion involved. The foster mother is kind, and the foster parents possess commendable values. Chapter 53. The dean comes to pick someone up. Song Yuan gazed at Tao Yulian, who was sitting nearby, struggling to maintain her composure. Rubbing his temples, he answered the phone. Sure you. What's the matter? I need to work late tonight and may return home later. Don't wait for me to have dinner, he replied in a despondent tone. Understood. If it gets too late, I'll come to pick you up. Gu sure you sensed something was amiss with Song Yuan's mood. Where are you? I'm at the hospital. My mother has just been diagnosed with uremia and requires immediate medical attention, but the issue is that the hospital is overwhelmed and cannot accommodate her. Song Yuan responded candidly. Gu sure you was taken aback. Your mother is ill? Which hospital? He informed her of the hospital's name, and she reassured him, don't panic. I'm on my way. Focus on your work. Having another person here will only add to the anxiety. I'll think of a way to check for available beds at other hospitals. All right, Gu Shiyu replied and hung up the phone. She immediately called Su Li, instructing her that the afternoon meeting was canceled and today's tasks would be postponed. Bring the urgent documents that require my signature to the car. I'll handle them when I have a moment. Su Li wiped the sweat from her forehead. Ms. Gu, you have accumulated an overwhelming amount of work these past few days. If we delay any further, the board will certainly have objections. Do not concern yourself with those old-timers. Just do as I say. Su Li hurriedly rearranged the work schedule. Gu Shiyu picked up the phone and dialed the dean of the affiliated hospital of the medical university. Dean Wang, my family is experiencing some health issues, and there are no available beds at your hospital. Could you arrange for a VIP room? Upon realizing that it was Gu Shiyu, the president of Gu Corporation, calling him directly, Dean Wang felt compelled to assist. After all, Gu Corporation had previously donated an entire building to their hospital and contributed millions to their Red Cross each year. This minor request was certainly within his capacity to fulfill. Yes, we have a room available. Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately. Gu Shiyu politely expressed her gratitude, then added, my family member's name is Tao Yulian. She has not yet left the hospital. Please contact them immediately. Also, I need you to ensure that my involvement remains confidential. Just say that a room happened to become available and charge it as a regular ward. I will cover any difference. Understood, Ms. Gu. On the other side, Song Yuan was in a state of frantic urgency. He intended to check other hospitals for available beds. But the pressing issue was that he couldn't even secure a same-day appointment. Upon a friend's recommendation, he had added a few scalpers' contacts. Song Hung, with a long face, had assumed his wife's condition was merely a case of ordinary nephritis, only to be struck with the harsh reality of her situation. Son, have you made any progress? Your mother's condition necessitates hospitalization. I fear there may be dangers if she returns home. Song Yuan could only comfort his father. Dad, please don't worry. I will reach out to more hospitals. Song Heng was understandably anxious. He knew his wife's health better than anyone. Just 2 nights prior, she had been lively, celebrating at his wedding, and now she was barely able to hold herself up. If this continues, he could hardly fathom what might unfold next. Son, how about this? I'll rent a folding bed, and your mother can rest in the hallway while I keep watch over her, until we can secure a hospital bed. I truly cannot bear to take her home in this state. Song Yuan's mind was a tumult of confusion, and he had yet to receive a response from the scalper. It seemed unlikely he could secure a spot at any other hospital today. Tao Yulian, slumped weakly on the bench, voiced her grievances towards her partner. I told you not to call our son, yet you insisted. You know how busy he is. Song Yuan felt utterly useless, just as the family was engulfed in distress. His phone rang. Are you a family member of Miss Tao Yulian? We have a VIP room available. Would you like to proceed with the admission? Song Yuan's heart raced, and he quickly replied, yes, we would like to check in right now. Please proceed to the top floor of the inpatient building. A nurse will assist you. After hanging up, Song Yuan joyfully announced, Dad, Mom, the nurse said we have a room. Let's go check in. Song Hung exclaimed, really? Didn't the hospital just say it would take at least a week? As they spoke, the hospital director, clad in a white coat, approached them, accompanied by several seemingly experienced doctors and nurses. May I ask if you are Ms. Tao Yulian? Tao Yulian nodded. Yes, that's me. The director smiled. I apologize for the earlier confusion. Our system encountered a glitch, which delayed your admission. Now, let me escort you through the process. The director then introduced the individuals accompanying him. This is Dr. Chiao, the head of nephrology, and Dr. Li, an organ transplant specialist, along with the head nurse for our VIP ward. Please feel free to approach them with any inquiries. Song Yuan scratched his head in bewilderment, wondering if hospital services had truly improved to such an extent. The director personally attending to patients raised his suspicions about a possible misunderstanding. Director, my mother's name is Tao Yulian. You haven't made a mistake, have you? The director confirmed, no mistake. It is indeed Ms. Tao Yulian. Please follow me. The subsequent procedures unfolded with such ease that Song Yuan found it almost unbelievable, had it not been for the absence of a WeChat connection. He might have suspected he had fallen victim to a telecommunications scam. It felt as though a windfall had descended from the heavens. Where else would a director personally cater to a patient? Song Yuan sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the issue. Tao Yulian and Song Hung assumed Song Yuan had leveraged his connections to resolve their predicament, comfortably settling into the hospital room. The room, located on the highest floor of the inpatient building, was a spacious single suite complete with a living area and even a small kitchen, allowing meals to be prepared for the patient. All necessary amenities were provided, rendering the environment as convenient as home, entirely dispelling any notion of it being a hospital room. Additionally, 3 nurses were assigned specifically to tend to Tao Yulian's room. Song Heng found everything satisfactory. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if the expenses for such a room would amount to over 1,000 a day. Would it be too extravagant? He discreetly inquired of Song Yuan, Son, is this room expensive? Can our family afford it? This was also a point of confusion for Song Yuan. Dad, I inquired with the nurse, and the cost for a room is only 150 a day, which is hardly a burden. Song Heng was taken aback. He recalled the time he had broken his leg 2 years prior and spent a week in the hospital. The room he stayed in was shared with 4 others and had no curtains in between, yet the charges were 160. How could such excellent conditions be available for merely 150 each day? Song Yuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the appreciation Song Hung held for the affiliated hospital of the medical university surged 100-fold. This was truly a commendable institution serving the public well. However, having lived to this age and visited hospitals numerous times, he had never encountered a hospital director personally attending to patients. Son, do you have some acquaintance with the director? Chapter 54. The scalding scene. Song Yuan shook his head. Dad, I do not know the dean. This is my first visit to this hospital. As the father and son conversed, Gu Shiyu arrived. Dad, Song Yuan, I came to see Mom. Song Yuan whispered, Mom is asleep. Weren't you busy with work today? How did you come here? No matter how busy work is, family comes first. I've found a reliable caregiver. Aunt Zhang will take care of Mom from now on. Gu Shiyu signaled to Aunt Zhang at the door, who smiled as she entered. Mr. Song, I am a professional caregiver. You can rest assured that I will take excellent care of your mother. Song Yuan nodded. Thank you for your help. He had complete faith in Gu Shiyu's choice. Aunt Zhang dared not respond, as she was actually the housekeeper for the Gu family, not a caregiver. Before arriving, Gu Shiyu had instructed her to speak as little as possible and to avoid any discussion regarding her identity as the president of the Gu Corporation. Gu Shiyu brought Song Yuan outside and asked, How is Mom doing? Has the doctor come by? Song Yuan replied, She has been diagnosed with uremia, and the dean, along with the doctors, has visited. The situation is not optimistic. She may need a kidney transplant, and finding a donor is quite challenging. Gu Shiyu comforted him. Don't worry too much. Mom is fortunate. Perhaps a suitable match will be found by tomorrow. I've already covered the caregiver's fees. Let us ensure Mom can focus on her recovery. Hearing her soothing words eased a significant amount of his anxiety. However, there was something he felt compelled to share with his wife. Shiyu, Mom will need a kidney transplant, which could be quite costly. I had set aside some funds for a house, but now it seems we may need to postpone that. Song Yuan feared Gu Shiyu would be displeased. Yet her expression remained calm, and she spoke gently. I respect your decision. Saving a life is paramount. She extended her arms to embrace him, gently patting his back. Mom is a blessed person. She will be all right. The couple lingered until 10 in the evening. Song Hong, feeling uneasy about leaving, chose to sleep on the sofa outside the suite, while Aunt Zhang kept watch over Tao Yulian. As Song Yuan exited the ward, his phone rang. It was Lu Qi calling. Song Yuan, for the next few days, focus on your mother. The company matters are well handled by the team. So you can rest easy and prepare for the upcoming internet conference where we will present our game demo for funding. Song Yuan replied, Thank you so much. I'll treat everyone to drinks another day. With his mind occupied, he had little appetite. Upon returning home, Gu Shiyu prepared some congee for him. After a light meal and a shower, he lay down to rest. Gu Shiyu tended to him as if he were a child, ensuring he was comfortable. Only after he fell asleep did she return to her study. Her work email was inundated with dozens of messages awaiting her response, but she disregarded them for the moment. She first sent an email to a professor she had met abroad, requesting assistance in searching globally for a kidney donor, determined to help Tao Yulian find a match. After finishing her work, it was already midnight. Upon returning to her bedroom, she tiptoed lightly, climbing into bed with utmost care, nestling into his embrace. The following day, Song Yuan opened his eyes to find the person in his arms sleeping soundly. She lay on her side, resting her head on his arm, her delicate lips slightly parted. Her warm breath tickling his skin. Dressed in a camisole nightgown, the view beneath it was alluring from this angle. The sight of her pristine curves captivated him, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Song Yuan swallowed hard, recollecting the chaos of the previous night, when he reached the pinnacle of their passion. She clung tightly to him, her soft breaths mingling with the urgency of her nails digging into his back. At that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Lost in thought, he gazed at her, his mind flooded with heated memories. Gu Shiyu awoke under his ardent gaze, stretching languidly before turning to lie flat in his arms. Did you sleep well last night, Song Yuan? She inquired. Distracted, he replied, quite well, though. I feel a bit off now. Gu Shiyu paused. What's wrong? He took her hand, placing it on his abdomen and then guiding it lower. Understanding dawned upon her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Song Yuan found her bashful demeanor utterly adorable, yet he yearned to see her in a more passionate light. That was the most delightful aspect for a man. He kissed her softly, his hand slipping beneath the hem of her nightgown to caress her. Shiyu, thank you. Her breaths quickened, and amidst kisses, she asked, for what? Song Yuan had so much to express. Thank you for understanding me, supporting me, and comforting me. Under his teasing, Gu Shiyu could not help but let out a soft hum. Her voice tender, we are family. It's only natural. Song Yuan kissed her for what felt like an eternity, then reached for a tissue to wipe his hands before producing a small, square package and handing it to her. Gu Xiu hesitated momentarily, then accepted it, tearing it open to assist him. To prevent any further mishaps, they decided to shower separately this time. Gu Xiu had an abundance of work at her company. After hastily downing a glass of milk, she rushed downstairs, relieved to find Su Li and the driver waiting for her. In the car, Su Li handed her some urgent documents. Director Gu, you absolutely cannot take another day off today. If you do, the board members will surely escalate matters to the elder Mrs. Gu, and you will face her reprimand. Gu Xiu signed the last page of the documents with a flourish. I understand. The morning was filled with meetings, and after completing 2 back-to-back, she realized that her usual assistant, who was responsible for taking notes and serving tea, had been replaced. She had forgotten amidst the busyness. The last time she saw Lin Shuiyao was at the wedding. It was only then she discovered that the assistant she often reprimanded for poor printing was, in fact, Song Yuan SX Su Li. Has Lin Shuiyao resigned? She inquired. Director Gu, Lin Shuiyao has taken a week off. She is ill and receiving 4 treatment in the hospital. I see, she replied. At that moment, Lin Shuiyao had just finished a round of 4 treatment in the hospital. This morning, Xiao Shi had hurriedly come by but left shortly after due to other commitments. She descended to the lower floor alone to retrieve her meal. Upon exiting the elevator, Lin Shuyao's heart fluttered as she spotted a tall, poised figure amidst the crowd, the very person who had caused her spirits to plummet over the past few days. It was Song Yuan, who, despite everything, could not let her go and had come to the hospital to see her. Lin Shuiyao felt as though she had been revived from the dead, akin to a withered tree blossoming in spring. She had always known that Song Yuan was not devoid of emotion. Though he spoke harsh words, he was, in truth, quite tender-hearted. After all, one is not a machine. How could 3 years of intertwined love be so easily retracted? They were destined to be together in this lifetime. As Lin Shuiyao's gaze fixed upon Song Yuan, she followed the flow of people out of the elevator, her heart and eyes filled with thoughts of him. In that moment, while she felt a sense of grievance, there was an overwhelming joy that felt dreamlike. Song Yuan, you came to see me? Chapter 55. A veil between pursuer and pursued. Today, Song Yuan is set to undergo a matching procedure with his mother. He has just purchased some fruits that Tao Yulian adores, along with a few daily necessities, when he unexpectedly encounters Lin Shuiyao, leaving him somewhat astonished. He believes his intentions have been sufficiently clear. Had Lin Shuiyao truly pursued him to this extent? A sense of unease washes over him at the thought of her potentially bothering his parents. Lin Shuiyao? What brings you here? Lin Shuiyao's face is a blend of emotion, tinged with joy. Song Yuan, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. As her gaze falls upon the mangoes and sliced watermelon in his bag, her earlier discomfort dissipates entirely. If only he would glance her way, everything could be forgotten, as if they were starting anew. Song Yuan, the doctor advised me to refrain from fruits and cold foods for now, but I certainly can't resist trying the mangoes you've brought. She reaches for the bag in his hand, her sudden movement catching him off guard. Lin Shuiyao, this is not for you. What? Lin Shuiyao freezes, her expression paling. Song Yuan, are you not here to see me? His response is succinct. No. Her breath catches in her throat. She had assumed his visit was for her. Seeing him in the elevator moments ago had nearly brought her to tears with happiness. Yet, hearing his denial leaves her feeling suffocated. Was this all merely her misunderstanding? Song Yuan, if not for me, then for whom? I refuse to believe it. Do you know I'm hospitalized for gastritis and came to see me secretly? Only to deny it now that I've caught you? Song Yuan can't help but chuckle in irritation. You really are overthinking this. The elevator is here, excuse me. He brushes past her, stepping into the elevator without casting her another glance. At that moment, Lin Shuiyao feels utterly embarrassed. She yearns to rush forward and embrace him, pleading for him not to leave. Yet, the coldness etched on Song Yuan's face signals that whatever she does amounts to a solitary performance. As she watches the elevator doors close, his handsome visage fades from view, and 2 tears cascade down her cheeks. Reaching the top floor of the VIP section, Song Yuan finds the setting tranquil, ideal for recuperation. His thoughts drift to the matching procedure ahead, and a sense of distraction envelopes him. Should the matching fail, the wait for a kidney source could be interminable, and his mother would have to rely on dialysis to sustain her life in the days to come. Upon entering the hospital room, he finds Aunt Zhang preparing nutritious meals in the kitchen, and the sound of conversation fills the air. As he steps inside, he spots a slender figure engaged in lively discussion with Tao Yulian. The woman, unaware of his arrival, is first noticed by Tao Yulian. Song Yuan, you needn't worry about me. I'm doing just fine, she assures him. As the woman turns around, Song Yuan's heart skips a beat. It is Qiaoshi, Lin Shuiyao's close friend. His last memory of her is from the day before the wedding, when she had confessed her feelings to him over the phone. Qiaoshi, what brings you here? Qiaoshi smiled and said, I came to the hospital to visit a friend and happened to see my uncle downstairs, knowing that my aunt is hospitalized. It would be impolite not to come and check on her. Qiaoshi was aware that Song Yuan held little interest in her for the moment. She merely wished to assert her presence, as lingering too long might induce his annoyance. She planned to gradually weave herself into his world. Believing that the distance between a woman pursuing a man was merely a veil, she had faith that she could win his heart. Auntie, you have added me on WeChat, right? Whenever you feel bored, send me a message and I will come to chat with you. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. With her bag in hand, Qiaoshi made her way to the exit, but Song Yuan called out to her. Qiaoshi, thank you for visiting my mother, but I think it would be best if you refrain from coming again. It's not appropriate. Qiaoshi hesitated, taken aback by Song Yuan's firmness. She hadn't anticipated that he would discern her intentions of using his parents as a shortcut to get closer to him. Please don't misunderstand. I genuinely just happened to see my uncle and thought it polite to stop by. If it were any of my friend's parents in the hospital, I would do the same. You needn't feel pressured. Song Yuan replied in a calm tone. I don't feel pressured. It's just that I recently got married, and my wife and I share a very close bond. Your frequent appearances in my mother's ward might lead her to misunderstand. Qiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. His reluctance stemmed from a fear of his wife misunderstanding. Was it really necessary to protect a marriage that was so fresh and fleeting? To put it plainly, he simply had no feelings for her at the moment. Qiaoshi smiled, finding him to be quite the model of a good man, which only deepened her affection for him. She silently vowed to capture his heart. Goodbye. Song Yuan. As Song Yuan watched her retreating figure vanish from view, a flicker of unease crossed his brow. Did she seem a bit pleased? Had she truly grasped the essence of his words? Never mind. Returning to the ward, Aunt Zhang brought out the freshly prepared dishes and placed them on the dining table. The enticing aroma of the food drew Song Yuan's attention. The dishes were exquisitely presented, with a balanced combination of meat and vegetables, and the plating was remarkably professional. Appealing to both sight and taste, Song Yuan was astonished. This looks like it was prepared by a professional chef. I never would have guessed that this seemingly unassuming aunt was such a culinary expert. Aunt Zhang, did you learn to cook professionally? Aunt Zhang handed chopsticks to Tao Yuan and replied to Song Yuan, Yes, Mr. Song, I indeed trained at a professional institution. Rest assured. I will ensure your mother enjoys her meals. Song Yuan wasn't distrustful. He was merely curious about how Gu Shiyu managed to find such a reliable caregiver. Did you know Shiyu before? Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment, scratching her head, uncertain how to respond, as Gu Shiyu had not briefed her on this matter. Should she say they were acquaintances or strangers? Just as she was caught in this dilemma, Gu Shiyu entered the room. I had Aunt Zhang care for my grandmother during her hospitalization. She cooks well and is very attentive to her patients, so I kept her contact information. Aunt Zhang felt relieved. Yes, that's how we met. Tao Yuan, seeing Gu Shiyu, was delighted. Shiyu, you two lovebirds keep coming to see me. Have you both forgotten about work? Gu Shiyu smiled and replied, Mom, I am nearby attending to some matters and thought I would stop by to see what you are eating. If there is anything you desire, just let me know, and I will go and fetch it. Tao Yuan pointed at the table filled with dishes and said, Isn't this enough for me? You all go about your business. I do not wish to be a burden. Song Yuan gently squeezed Gu Shiyu's palm, aware that her visit was to accompany him for a matching procedure. The company where she worked and the hospital were not in the same direction, making her claim of being on the way quite unfounded. Gu Shiyu whispered to him, Can you guess who I saw downstairs? Chapter 56. A heart full of regret and inexplicable sense of tension surged within Song Yuan, despite his conscience being clear. Shiryu. Let us step outside, he urged, swiftly pulling Gu Shiryu out the door. Shiryu, whom did you encounter? With a nonchalant tone, Gu Shiryu replied. The girl who cried at our wedding is hospitalized here. She nearly let slip a detail, having seen Lin Shuiya standing below in thin clothing. Her complexion pale and pitiful. She instructed her assistant to transfer a few thousand yuan as a gesture of sympathy for Lin Shuiyao's illness. A sum drawn from her own account, yet representing the company. Gu Shiryu did not regard Lin Shuiyao as a threat in the least. Song Yuan's heart raced. Uncertain of Gu Shiryu's disposition, was she angry or merely indifferent? Shiryu, I was unaware she was hospitalized. After a moment of silence, Gu Shiryu clarified. I do not hold you accountable. I simply find her looking rather gaunt these past few days. She appears quite unfortunate. Only then did Song Yuan exhale in relief. At a loss for how to respond. Lin Shuiyao's plight was irrelevant to him. He was not one to linger emotionally. When it was time to sever ties, he did so cleanly, without masquerading as a friend to visit her. In the four-person ward downstairs, Lin Shuiyao had just reclined. Xiao Shi returned from outside. And upon seeing her, Lin Shuiyao was taken aback. Didn't you say there was an urgent matter to attend to? How are you back so soon? Xiao Shi replied dismissively, it turned out to be nothing. Lin Shuiyao sniffled, Xiao Shi, I ran into Song Yuan. He knows I'm ill but refuses to acknowledge me. Do you think I still have a chance? A chill ran down Xiao Shi's spine. Earlier upstairs, she had merely mentioned visiting a friend, refraining from disclosing Lin Shuiyao's hospitalization for fear of an encounter with Song Yuan. He was kind-hearted, and should he feel pity, he might waver. If they rekindled their relationship, Xiao Shi would be entirely sidelined. She had confidence in usurping Gu Shiyu's affections, but not in competing with Lin Shuiyao, given their 3 years of emotional foundation. Yao Yao, I told you not to listen. You must not go see Song Yuan, nor speak to him, or have any contact at all. In her moment of urgency, Xiao Shi failed to temper her tone. Every word dripped with protectiveness and jealousy directed at Lin Shuiyao. Lin Shuiyao was bewildered. Why not? Suppressing her jealousy, Xiao Shi insisted. Because I am your good sister, and I will prevent you from succumbing to romantic folly. You must recite 100 times before sleeping and upon waking. Song Yuan does not love me. He is marrying another woman. Do you understand, Yao Yao? Your current state genuinely concerns me. Lin Shuiyao pouted. You are the only one who cares for me. A knock sounded at the door, and a man in a suit entered, holding a folder. May I inquire if Miss Lin Shuiyao is present? Lin Shuiyao paused, unfamiliar with the man. But Xiao Shi's quick response came. Here. The man approached, feigning ignorance as he asked, Are you Lin Shuiyao? I am the entrusted lawyer of Mr. Wang Jikai, possessing 2 decades of specialized experience in dealing with recalcitrant debtors. May I inquire when you intend to return the 200,000 yuan misappropriated from Mr. Wang's company? Upon hearing this, the others in the hospital room turned their attention towards her. Lin Shuiyao, renowned for her beauty and having been the belle of the school since childhood, found it unbearable to endure such scrutinizing gazes, feeling as though they pierced her soul. Excuse me, may we step outside to discuss this? The man spoke swiftly, asserting that his words were few and did not warrant such complexity. I have already prepared the lawsuit documents against you. If you fail to repay the debt, brace yourself for a court summons. You are undoubtedly aware of the repercussions, and we possess ample evidence to ensure your incarceration is inevitable. Lin Shuiyao's heart raced, fear gripping her. I will repay. She exclaimed urgently, please grant me 2 days. I need time to gather the funds. The lawyer checked the calendar on his phone. You have a maximum of 3 business days to return the money. Otherwise, we shall meet in court. Furthermore, my client stipulated that the repayment was due before yesterday. Your failure to comply within the agreed time frame incurs an additional late fee of 5,000 yuan. Tears threatened to spill from Lin Shuiyao's eyes. It was akin to extortion. However, at this moment, she felt she had no leverage to negotiate. The thought of imprisonment loomed over her, threatening to obliterate her life and any possibility of reconciling with Song Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, she conceded, all right, I will repay within 3 days. The lawyer left her a business card before departing. Lin Shuiyao logged into her banking app, only to discover a balance insufficient to cover even the interest on her debt. Wiping away her tears, she dialed her father's number. Dad, I'm unwell and urgently require 200,000 yuan. Could you transfer it to me? Lin Hai furrowed his brow, glancing at his phone, recognizing it was the ungrateful daughter who had quarreled with the family days prior. Have you lost your mind? Do you think I have 200,000 yuan to spare for you? With a quivering voice, Lin Shuiyao implored, I'm sick. Can you not spare me even a little? I've supported the family during Mom's illness, my brother's schooling, and the house renovations. Stop embellishing the truth. It was Song Yuan's money, not yours. Why would he give you such funds? He wishes to marry into the Lin family, which has nothing to do with you. Your brother is engaged. There is no surplus money available for you. After the call ended, Lin Shuiyao buried her face in her pillow, weeping for what felt like an eternity. In that moment, she realized that she had been viewed merely as a cash cow by her family, devoid of their love, which was solely reserved for her brother. With no funds at her disposal, she resolved to sell her collection of handbags. Later that afternoon, after being discharged from the hospital, Lin Shuiyao returned home and retrieved her bags, each imbued with cherished memories. Gifts from Song Yuan on her birthday, tokens of affection on Valentine's Day, and the rewards from his year-end bonuses that had allowed her to select them, each one was a reminder of their shared past, and she hesitated, reluctant to part with them. Selling these items would enable her to repay the 200,000. Yet doing so would mean erasing the memories of her time with Song Yuan. She came to the stark realization that without Song Yuan's support, her life had descended into chaos. Not only does she need to sell bags to settle her debts now, but in the days to come, she may also have to use the money from selling her handbags to rent a small room in a remote neighborhood. She cannot possibly continue living at her friend's house indefinitely. Furthermore, she will no longer have a private car to commute to work, but instead must squeeze into the subway, enduring the very lifestyle she once scorned. At this moment, Lin Shuiyao is filled with regret that pierces her heart. If only time could be reversed. Alas, there are no ifs. She carefully places the bags into dust bags and contacts a second-hand luxury store for a home pickup. The thought of bidding farewell to her beloved bags makes her heart bleed. Just then, her phone rings with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a familiar voice greets her. Lin Shuiyao, have you blocked me? I miss you a bit. Can you come tonight and let me have my way? Xiao Yanqin has been attempting to orchestrate encounters with Gu Shiyu for the past few days, but has yet to find an opportunity. He straightforwardly expresses his desires to Lin Shuiyao, but after a prolonged silence without a response, he inquires, Lin Shuiyao, do you know whom Song Yuan has married? Chapter 57. His wife is quite overbearing. Lin Shuiyao had no desire to engage with Xiao Yanqin. She had thoroughly discerned that he was nothing but a cad. Ever since he reached out to her upon his return, his intentions had been solely to seduce her, with no thought of fostering a deeper connection. It could only be said that she had stumbled in her affections for him. Xiao Yanqin, it is of no concern to you whom Song Yuan marries. Do not contact me again, she declared before abruptly severing the call. On the other end, Xiao Yanqin, infuriated, muttered under his breath about the woman's peculiar behavior that day. How dare she block him and hang up? Frustrated that he could not extract any information from Lin Shuiyao, his curiosity about whom Song Yuan was marrying intensified, especially after overhearing flirtations at the bridal shop. He found it hard to believe that a man in such a predicament could find an exceptional woman in mere days. Xiao Yanqin reached out to a friend at a hotel. Brother, please help me investigate a man named Song Yuan who held a wedding at your hotel a few days ago. What is his wife's name? His friend replied. Come on, there are hundreds of weddings held in my hotels daily. Do you expect me to remember every couple's name? I'm rather busy right now. Once again, Xiao Yanqin was left without answers. His assistant entered and reported, President Xiao, we have discovered that Gu Shiyu has been frequently visiting the affiliated hospital of Medical University. It seems her family member is hospitalized. Who is hospitalized? Did you not inquire further? He demanded. We couldn't find out anything. Gu Shiyu is extremely cautious, and those around her are tight-lipped. We couldn't gather any information, the assistant explained. Xiao Yanqin, now agitated, suggested. Then let us go there and see if we can encounter her by chance. He retrieved a prized item from his drawer that had long been unused and headed out. Meanwhile, Song Yuan had arrived at the hospital to accompany Tao Yuyan. Gu Shiyu was by his side. Having spent considerable time ensuring Song Yuan was settled before she needed to return to the office to address pressing matters. Shiyu, you should return to the company. Taking so many days off might upset your boss, he remarked. Not at all. Gu Shiyu's swift response left Song Yuan momentarily stunned. Her tone suggested she was indeed the boss. Their rapport seemed exceptionally cordial. I'll stay here with Mom tonight. You head home after work. And remember to lock the door, she instructed. I understand. Take care of yourself. If you wish for anything, let me know. And I shall have someone deliver it to you, he replied. In jest, Song Yuan asked, can anything be delivered? What if I desire the VIP package from Jinzhenfu? Jinzhenfu is a symbol of affluence in Jing City, operating on a membership basis, catering exclusively to the wealthy. Ordinary folks could not step foot inside, let alone order from there. Song Yuan deliberately mentioned the most challenging request to tease her. To his surprise, Gu Shiyu merely smiled faintly and replied, very well. Song Yuan rubbed his forehead, confused. What do you mean, very well? I was jesting. I can manage with simple hospital fare. You needn't concern yourself with me. Gu Shiyu embraced him. I must return to the office now. Make sure to rest well here. And do not sneak back to the company or turn on your computer to work. Song Yuan smiled softly, thinking to himself how overbearing his wife truly was. Song Yuan remained in Tao Yuyan's hospital room, while his mother slept soundly. He took out his laptop to write code remotely. For a man of his stature had no time for sentimentality. As dinner approached, Zhang Ma busily prepared nutritious meals in the small kitchen. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Song Yuan requested her to prepare a bowl of noodles for him. Just as Zhang Ma began cooking, his phone rang. "Mr. Song, we are the delivery personnel from Jinzhenfu. We have arrived at your hospital building. Which floor is your room located on?" Song Yuan's mind raced as he processed the information, incredulity washing over him. Jinzhenfu? Was he hearing correctly? His wife must possess some magical powers. "I'm on the 21st floor." After hanging up, within mere minutes, 2 delivery personnel arrived at his door, each carrying a meal package. "Mr. Song, here is your black card VIP meal. Allow me to set it up for you." The attentive delivery staff arranged the dishes on the table, even placing the cutlery before departing. Song Yuan stood dumbfounded before the exquisite spread. Curiosity piqued regarding how Gu Shiyu had managed this. Jinzhenfu was a place unattainable for ordinary folk, with its staff composed of elite individuals from the political circle. And only the Sea Army de la Sea Army held its black card. Sampling a dish, he found it delightful. He dialed Gu Shiyu's number. "Shiyu, did you order this Jinzhenfu meal?" Gu Shiyu, preoccupied with work, replied nonchalantly with a soft "Are you a member of Jinzhenfu?" After a brief pause, Gu Shiyu explained. "Recently, I saw they were running a lottery. I whimsically entered your phone number and won. I now have a week of complimentary black card membership service. You can order meals using the number on the card tomorrow." Song Yuan was astonished, nearly dropping his glasses. Such fortune was almost unbelievable. He felt compelled to consult an oracle to discern which deity was favoring him this month, as remarkable events unfolded one after another. Realizing he could not possibly consume all the food alone, he suggested, "Shiyu, let us order together tomorrow and enjoy dinner at home." "Sounds good." After hanging up, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Meanwhile, at Tianyu Corporation, in the president's office, Wang Jinkai hung his head in despair. "Mr. Li, please grant me another chance. This debacle is entirely Song Yuan's fault. I failed to manage my team properly, leaving this insurmountable pit. Give me half a month, and I assure you I can recruit new talent and restore the project." Li Mingqi, the president of Tianyu Corporation, had been monitoring the issues within the technical department for several days without resolution. Now, not only was the project unresolved, but the team was also in disarray. Earlier that afternoon, he had passed by the technical department to see what was happening. What did he find? Groups of young women comparing manicures while the men were engrossed in video games. Was Wang Jikai intent on ruining the company? "You want another chance? It seems to me you are purposefully dismantling the team. Do you think reliable technical personnel are easy to find, given your ability to discern character? The individuals you recruit are merely ruffians. Mr. Li, Song Yuan has established a company named Fengshui Entertainment, and it was he who poached our team. He is on the verge of securing funding. You must ensure that he does not succeed." Li Mingqi furrowed his brow. Anyone who dares to disrupt his team would certainly find no refuge for Song Yuan in the realm of the internet. How to deal with Song Yuan is my concern. But you must leave Tianyu immediately. Go to the HR department and submit your resignation. Do not wait for me to dismiss you." Wang Jikai suddenly felt as though the sky had fallen, and he sank to his knees before Li Mingqi. Chapter 58. The search for James. Wang Jikai never anticipated that after dedicating so many years to Tianyu Company, Li Mingqi would show no semblance of sentiment and was indeed prepared to dismiss him. "Presently, I truly cannot afford to be unemployed. My mother suffers from depression. My child is just entering middle school, and I have both a mortgage and car loans. I cannot lose my job." Li Mingqi was exasperated by his tears. Enough. What kind of man cries like a child? The company had recently acquired a small mobile game company, a project that Li valued greatly. Yet the technical staff lacked substantial experience. "Have you heard of the hacker James?" Wang Jikai nodded vigorously. James was a prodigy in algorithms, and it was impossible to be in the field without knowing of him. "I have received word that James's IP address has been traced to Jing City, specifically within the inpatient building of the Medical University Affiliated Hospital. If you can manage to bring James here, I will forget what I previously said. Moreover, I can offer you a promotion and a salary increase, as well as reward you with a car." Wang Jinsai's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "President Li, I will certainly locate him. I will plead if necessary." Conveniently, he had a niece working as a nurse at the Medical University Affiliated Hospital. He left the president's office and drove directly to the hospital parking lot, calling his niece to request a list of all patients admitted in recent days. Upon receiving the list, he meticulously examined it, excluding elderly patients over 65 and children under 10, leaving him with several hundred names. From this remaining pool, he highlighted individuals aged 20 to 40, marking them as his primary suspects. He compiled this list into a separate document, but found himself at a loss as to how to definitively identify James among them. That night, He chose not to return home, pondering in his car until he resolved to have his niece accompany him for a closer look. The next morning, Wang Jinkai, sporting dark circles under his eyes, approached the inpatient building. Just as he entered, he encountered a familiar face. Song Yuan? What a surprise to see you here. Wang Jinkai was taken aback. It seemed Song Yuan was everywhere. The 200,000 yuan that Lin Shuiyao had squandered had yet to be repaid. And seeing Song Yuan reminded Wang Jinkai of his recent misfortunes, all attributed to him. Song Yuan, you owe Lin Shuiyao's debt, so you come to repay it. Song Yuan, having spent an exhausting day and night at the hospital, was struggling to remain. He had adapted to the intensity of his previous work, but found the sudden stillness overwhelming. Early that morning, after witnessing Tao Yulian finish her medication, he prepared to head to the office with his laptop. As he stepped outside, he heard someone calling his name but couldn't spot the source in the crowd. Wang Jinkai, short and stout, had been momentarily obscured by the throng. But as the crowd parted, Song Yuan finally recognized him. Song Yuan chuckled softly, displaying a disinterest in his companion. He strode down the staircase with purpose, while Wang Jinkai trailed behind, threatening, "If you refuse to repay your debts, I will expose you as a deadbeat to the world, informing your relatives, friends, and colleagues that you allow your ex-girlfriend to squander company funds. I will make sure your wife knows, turning your life into utter chaos." At this point, Song Yuan halted. Having reached a secluded area, Wang Jinkai ceased this nonsensical harassment. "If I did not spend the money, why should I repay it? Am I branded as a fool?" Wang Jinkai, ignited by Song Yuan's presence, momentarily forgot the gravity of his visit. "Aren't you merely a pathetic coder? A mere undergraduate with 2 years of experience could easily replace you. Do you think you are important? Let me enlighten you. We are on the verge of recruiting a true genius, one of a caliber you could only aspire to. Do you really believe you are formidable?" With a sidelong glance, Song Yuan replied, "I am indeed a coder, but do not seek me out. Pursue your genius instead." Wang Jinkai clenched his jaw in frustration. "Seek you? Dream on. You will never return to Tianyu. Not only will you fail to make a name for yourself in this industry, but you will also drag down your colleagues who follow you, preventing them from earning a living. Even a dog would not beg you for help. Was it a dog that sought my assistance a few days ago?" Song Yuan retorted, leaving Wang Jinkai momentarily speechless, his face turning a deep shade of red with fury. "Song Yuan, just you wait." Without acknowledging him further, Song Yuan entered his vehicle. Upon arriving at the office, he found his colleagues diligently engrossed in their tasks. During his absence, they had collaborated effectively, not only maintaining progress but achieving remarkable success. Su Yuan was taken aback upon seeing him enter, calling out softly from behind, "Boss! Boss!" Turning around, Song Yuan inquired, "What is it?" Su Yuan presented him with a small package of tea leaves. "This is to help with your heat. Take it. How is your mother? If you need extra hands, I can assist after work." Taking the gift, Song Yuan replied, "Everything is fine at the hospital. There are caregivers present. And my father will visit after work, so no trouble for you is necessary." Su Yuan blinked her large eyes, saying, "If you need anything, just let me know. I am always available and will not disrupt my work." Nodding, Song Yuan acknowledged her offer. In the afternoon, he convened a meeting with his colleagues. Having struggled with insomnia the previous night, he had optimized the algorithms, significantly enhancing the game's fluidity. The core components were complete, with the remaining tasks requiring collaboration from his teammates. He explained the changes to the development team, and soon everyone grasped the essential points. After the meeting, they returned to their respective workstations, each absorbed in their duties. Gu Shuan approached Song Yuan, tousling his unruly hair. "Senior Song, I need to talk to you." Song Yuan felt a twinge of unease. It seemed the young man had not yet resolved his recent troubles. Observing Gu Shuan's demeanor over the past few days, he noted a distinct lack of energy, accompanied by an oddly nuanced expression in his eyes. Song Yuan was aware that Gu Shuan hailed from a wealthy background, and he usually placed great emphasis on his appearance. However, at this moment, he seemed to disregard even his hairstyle, presenting a visage unmistakably marked by heartbreak. Song Yuan felt a sense of exasperation. "If you have something to say, do so quickly, and then return to work." Gu Shuan sighed and inquired, "Do you have an elder sister or a younger sister at home? If so, please introduce me." Song Yuan coughed unexpectedly, casting a dubious glance at Gu Shuan. He found himself increasingly perplexed by the boy's thought process. Having previously pursued him, he now sought a connection with his sister. What was this young man up to? "No, I don't." Gu Shuan took a deep breath. "I don't care. If you don't have one, Then go adopt a god sister and introduce her to me. That way, it'll be even, otherwise, I cannot focus on my work. Listening to his tone, Song Yuan felt as though he were a scoundrel who had let him down. What do you mean by even? What do I owe you? Chapter 59. Song Yuan. Allow me to explain. Gu Shiyuan clenched his fist tightly, nearly revealing the truth. The man's competitive spirit instilled in him a sense of injustice. You slept with my sister. He could barely bring himself to address Song Yuan as a senior. I don't care. You must have someone to claim as a sister now. I want to be your brother-in-law. Song Yuan was amused by his antics. Why do you sound like a lovesick teenager? Push that mop of yellow hair aside. I know some good girls I can introduce you to. What do you know? Young girls love blonde hair. Fine, fine. I'll go and claim a sister right now. You take care of your yellow hair. Song Yuan humorously stroked his hair, fearing he would persist in the conversation, and hurried back to his workstation. Just as he settled down, a call from Gu Shiyu came through. Song Yuan. Hurry to the hospital. Song Yuan's nerves heightened. What's wrong? The nurse accidentally let slip that you were contemplating donating a kidney to her. Now she is insisting on being discharged and refusing any treatment. Wiping his forehead, Song Yuan hastily packed his bag and drove to the hospital. In the ward, Tao Yulian was wailing. Don't try to persuade me. My life isn't worth much anymore. My son is only 28. Even if I die, I want to accept my son's organs. To take his organs is akin to murder, and it would hurt me even more than death. The department head tried to soothe her. Miss Tao, your current health condition does not permit discharge. Leaving now poses significant risks. Am I supposed to wait for you to transplant my son's kidney into me? I'd rather die now. Upon arriving at the ward, Song Yuan was taken aback by the scene. The dean, the head physician, the attending doctor, and the head nurse surrounded the room. The dean personally poured a glass of water for Tao Yulian. Miss Tao, please sit down and drink some water. Let us discuss this calmly. Tao Yulian finally ceased her tears, her gaze fixed on Song Yuan. He approached her, setting down his bag. Mom, we can't go home. You need to accept treatment. Fuming, Tao Yulian punched his shoulder. You've always kept things from me since childhood. I will not take your kidney. No parent in the world would commit such a selfish act. This matter was beyond persuasion. Song Yuan tried to comfort her, saying, even if a match is made, there is no guarantee it will be successful. You've always said I resemble Dad. That doesn't guarantee a match either. The dean chimed in, yes, Miss Tao. For now, please focus on your treatment. Our kidney bank is also arranging a queue for you. Perhaps in a few days, a match will be found. What if you delay treatment, and it becomes unusable? Song Yuan grasped his mother's hand, guiding her back to bed and tucking her in. Mom, the dean is right. There are many avenues to find a kidney. It doesn't have to be mine. Let us wait patiently and follow the doctor's guidance. It is not about needing you. It is about not wanting you. If you cannot heed my words properly, then do not call me mother. Song Yuan coaxed his mother as one would a child, insisting, how could I not listen? I do not wish to become a child without a mother. We will certainly wait for a suitable kidney source, but before that, you must cooperate with the doctors, all right? Tao Yulian nodded, her emotions calming significantly. As the head nurse approached to secure the four, the room was filled with a collective sigh of relief as they finally managed to settle the situation. The director's forehead furrowed with concern. He had rushed over upon hearing reports from below and had called Gu Shiyu on his way. Ultimately, this incident was due to the negligence of his subordinates, who had let slip sensitive information. He pondered how to explain the situation to the benefactor, fearing her displeasure might jeopardize next year's funding for the hospital. This matter was intricately tied to the hospital's interests, and he needed to carefully consider his words. Upon exiting the ward, he encountered Gu Shiyu stepping out of the elevator, her hawk-like gaze causing him to falter momentarily. Miss Gu, the director hastened his steps to approach her, but Gu Shiyu maintained a taut expression, her countenance cold and imposing. She lifted her eyelids to regard him. Director Wang. Let us speak over here. She led him to the staircase, ensuring their conversation would not be overheard in the ward. Gu Shiyu had been in a meeting when she received the director's call and was incensed upon learning of the incidents in the ward. She had hurriedly left the conference room to address the matter. Director Wang, I trust your hospital's professionalism, which is why we donate annually. Is this how you manage your staff? The director felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize. This young nurse is new and has just begun her duties in the VIP ward today. It was an unfortunate slip of the tongue. I will ensure she is reprimanded. The director pondered the futility of explanations. If one's negligence led to a patient's demise, could a mere I'm sorry, it was an accident suffice? Rendered speechless by her retort, He could do nothing but wipe his sweat profusely. Ms. Gu, I will have her dismissed immediately. Dismiss one, and another will follow. If you did not provide adequate training when hiring, your staff will continue to speak carelessly in front of patients, provoking them. Who will bear the consequences of this? The director nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the truth in her words. You are correct, Ms. Gu. I will convene a meeting right away to train both new and existing staff. As for Ms. Tao, I will personally extend a sincere apology on behalf of the hospital. Please forgive us. The apology is not owed to me, but to the patient and to Song Yuan, who fervently wishes for his mother's recovery. Ms. Gu, I swear on my lifetime of honors that such an incident will never occur again. You ought to assure your patients, not me. With that, Gu Shiyu adjusted her demeanor and exited the staircase, shedding her earlier chill. In the hallway, Song Yuan was scanning his surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Shiyu? Is it truly you? Gu Shiyu approached him, her 8-centimeter high heels clicking elegantly against the floor. Dressed in a formal white business suit, she exuded a blend of sophistication and an unmistakable presence unique to the corporate world. Her two long, proportionate legs were gracefully encased beneath the hem of her skirt, presenting a figure that seemed to have stepped out from the pages of a fashion magazine. Song Yuan momentarily lost his focus, momentarily doubting his own vision. Shiyu. I just saw you, he remarked. Gu Shiyu paused, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Surely, he hadn't witnessed her berating the dean? Song Yuan. Please allow me to explain. Chapter 60. No physical contact. Gu Shiyu hastily approached Song Yuan, saying, Song Yuan, I did not intend to conceal anything from you. I had planned to find an appropriate moment to tell you. But you have been quite busy lately, and my mother has been hospitalized, so I have delayed it. Song Yuan appeared perplexed. Shiyu, what is it that you wish to discuss? Gu Shiyu paused, wondering if they were not on the same wavelength. What did you just see? Song Yuan replied, I thought I saw you emerge from the elevator and enter the stairwell. I assumed I was mistaken, but it truly was you. Shiyu. What do you want to tell me? Gu Shiyu, momentarily confused, sensed that Song Yuan seemed oblivious to her conversation with the director. Her anxious heart began to settle. I wanted to say that I bought a fruit basket for my mother, but upon arrival, I discovered one piece of fruit was spoiled, so I discarded it. I will choose more carefully next time. Song Yuan chuckled. I was concerned about something serious. You need not conceal such trivial matters. Gu Shiyu quickly redirected the conversation. How is your mother? Song Yuan sighed. She has just started her 4 drip and has calmed down a bit. She is unwilling to accept my kidney donation, which complicates matters. Finding a kidney donor outside is not an easy task. Even if there are potential donors, they prioritize those with wealth and power. For ordinary people like us, accessing medical care is quite challenging. Gu Shiyu fell silent for a few moments. She, too, did not wish for him to donate his organ. But that was his mother. While she could remain indifferent, she could not impede his filial piety. She could only strive to assist him in finding a match worldwide. Ideally before the results arrived. Do not worry, there will be a suitable match. Let us go and see your mother. The two entered the room one after the other. Upon seeing Gu Shiyu sitting up with renewed spirit, Tao Yulian called out, Shiyu, come here. Tao Yulian grasped Gu Shiyu's hand. I have a favor to ask of you. This boy no longer listens to me. Perhaps he will heed you. You must keep an eye on him and prevent him from engaging in any activities detrimental to his health. If he dares to donate a kidney, make a fuss. Lock him in his room and do not let him out. Gu Shiyu responded in agreement. Understood, Mom. I will lock him in his room to prevent him from wandering. Song Yuan scratched his head in resignation, realizing that the two had formed an alliance against him. So, I was governed by my mother as a child. And now I must be managed by my wife? You two should at least whisper behind my back, shouldn't you? Mom, my hearing is intact. Is this how you teach your daughter-in-law? Tao Yulian huffed. You currently have no credibility with me. I trust Shiyu. She is far more reliable than you. Song Yuan recognized that his standing here was akin to that of a doormat. He decided to leave the space for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, retreating to the small kitchen to observe Aunt Zhang preparing a meal. Aunt Zhang was swift and efficient, soon presenting a balanced array of 4 dishes and a soup, all nutritious and easily digestible, suitable for a patient. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu observed as Tao Yulian finished her meal, after which she began to usher them away. All right, you two have worked all day. There's no need to keep coming over here. Go back to your own affairs. I'm perfectly fine and do not require any assistance. Seated comfortably, Song Yuan replied, I'll stay with you a bit longer. My father just finished work and is on his way here. I will leave once he arrives. Tao Yulian called out to Gu Shiyu, Shiyu, please take him away. Gu Shiyu chuckled and was about to lead Song Yuan out when there was a knock at the door. Song Yuan went to open it, revealing the hospital director, who held a bouquet in one hand and a multitude of nutritional supplies in the other, followed closely by the head of the nephrology department, who was also laden with gifts. Upon seeing Song Yuan, the director beamed, "Mr. Song, we have come to apologize to you and Ms. Tao. The nurse, lacking discretion, has already been reprimanded according to protocol. We hope to earn your and your mother's forgiveness." The department head chimed in. "We assure you that we will take full responsibility for our patients and for your mother. Please trust us." Song Yuan felt a bit bewildered. What was going on? He sensed that the director and the head of the department were being somewhat obsequious. Their humble demeanor seemed to suggest he was a person of considerable importance, when in reality he was merely an unremarkable programmer. If anything, his prowess lay in the realm of hacking, which had no bearing on medicine. Why were these two treating him with such deference? "Director, head, please come in." He thought it wise to greet those who came bearing gifts, so he welcomed them. The director set the items down and asked, "Mr. Song, can you forgive us for this oversight?" The director's anxiety lingered. He feared that Gu Shiyu would withhold funding this year if Song Yuan did not grant his forgiveness. Song Yuan rubbed his nose, pondering. Has the director wandered into the wrong scene? In this society, it is typically the patients and their families who show utmost respect to doctors. How many people ever meet the director? Was it possible that the director had been caught in a scandal witnessed by his mother? "Director, I sincerely hope such incidents do not recur. I still have faith in your esteemed hospital, especially given its national authority in nephrology." The director nodded in agreement. "Such occurrences will certainly not happen again. Since you understand, I am relieved." Inadvertently, he had spoken his thoughts aloud. Just then, Gu Shiyu emerged from the private room, causing the director to momentarily falter. He had been unaware of her presence and felt his previously relaxed demeanor tighten again. As he contemplated greeting her, he recalled her instruction to pretend not to know her, and thus he remained silent. Before Song Yuan, Gu Shiyu refrained from causing any further discomfort for the director. The department head approached, exchanging pleasantries, and Song Yuan escorted them out. Tao Yulian, once again, urged them to leave. "You two newlyweds should hurry home to enjoy your time together. Don't linger in my hospital room." The couple was promptly ushered out. Exiting the inpatient building, Gu Shiyu messaged her assistant to have the car brought around while she opted to ride home with Song Yuan. The two walked side by side towards the parking lot. Song Yuan, with his long legs, slowed his pace to accommodate Gu Shiyu's speed. Gu Shiyu, having just refrained from speaking in front of her mother-in-law in the hospital, felt a surge of anger now. "Didn't I say you should stay in the hospital for 24 hours? Why did you go to work today?" Song Yuan scratched his head and replied, "Shiyu, I was feeling quite restless. There's a multitude of matters at the company, and with the internet conference approaching, I intended to take the game demo for funding, striving to perfect it." He hooked her little finger with his and added, "Please don't be angry with me." Gu Shiyu shot him a glare. Her red lips pursed slightly. "Next time, I'll listen to my mother and lock you in the bedroom." Song Yuan chuckled softly, fully aware of her concern for him. "Why not just lock me in tonight? I've grown accustomed to holding you while I sleep these past few days. I couldn't sleep at all alone in the hospital yesterday." Gu Shiyu looked up at him, their eyes meeting, and an unspoken understanding seemed to linger between them, the atmosphere inexplicably growing intimate. During these past few nights of sleeping together, there had not been a single instance of pure slumber. Sleeping is fine, but no touching. Song Yuan chuckled lightly to himself, thinking, how could that be possible? If I refrain from using my hands and feet, may I move elsewhere? Chapter 61. Let us exercise together. Gu Shiyu paused for a moment, her cheeks rapidly aflame. His words, seemingly innocuous, upon reflection, bore a hint of something more provocative. "Where do you wish to move?" Song Yuan, wary of provoking her in public, refrained from uttering anything that might lead her to wild imaginings. "Aside from your hands and feet, any part of your body can move. The choice is yours." Gu Shiyu turned her face away, her ears flushed crimson. She was well aware of his thoughts. Though their acquaintance was brief, having begun in bed, they undeniably shared an unspoken understanding in that regard. The conversation did not linger on that topic. They promptly boarded the car. Unbeknownst to Song Yuan, Wang Jinsai's vehicle was parked not far from them. While seated in his car, contemplating which individual on the list was the true James, he glanced up to see Song Yuan re-enter his line of sight. Having seen Song Yuan frequently at the hospital over the past few days, doubts crept into his mind. Could Song Yuan be the person he was searching for? Soon, however, Wang Jinkai dismissed that notion. Song Yuan was merely a minor technical director, light years away from the individual he sought. He meticulously scanned the printed list again. Noting that Song Yuan's name was absent, it was impossible for him to be the one. Li Mingqi's call came through, and Wang Jingkai answered, "Mr. Li, I have yet to determine who James is, but I have significantly narrowed down the possibilities. I am currently examining the backgrounds of everyone on the list, particularly those whose studies or careers are related to computers." Li Mingqi instructed, "The news of James's IP appearing in Jing City has already spread within the circles. It won't be long before everyone knows. You must find results within 3 days. Whatever conditions he desires, he can discuss them freely with me. First, I need to secure this trump card." Wang Jingkai assured him, "Rest assured, I have been sleeping in the hospital parking lot these past few days. I am confident I will uncover his identity." Meanwhile, Song Yuan, while driving, suddenly sneezed twice. Was someone cursing him? He glanced at Gu Shiyu, who was seated beside him. Recalling the meal they had ordered the previous day, "Shiyu, shall we still order from Jinzhenfu tonight? All right, do you enjoy the flavors of Jinzhenfu? How to put it? The taste is undoubtedly exquisite, but I would never choose to spend my money on it. The prices are somewhat unreasonable. You mentioned yesterday that it was a winning meal. If we don't eat it, it would be a waste, so we must order it." Yu Shiyu chuckled. "Focus on driving. I will handle the ordering." As they returned to the community, the delivery arrived just in time. Their shared meal times were few, and they were still unfamiliar with each other's dining habits. While Song Yuan peeled shrimp for her, he suddenly recalled Gu Shiyuan. "Shiyu, do you know of any young women just entering the workforce?" Gu Shiyu looked up at him, puzzled. "I have a junior from my university whom you met at our wedding. That lad has been quite infatuated lately, insisting I introduce him to someone. I don't have anyone suitable in mind. If you happen to know someone, could you lend a helping hand?" Song Yuan sought to extricate himself from that significant trouble, uncertain of when it might ensnare him again. His junior? Yu Shiyu reacted, realizing that the junior Song Yuan referred to as her rather unremarkable brother. What mischief had that lad gotten himself into now? "Wait a moment, I need to make a work call." Yu Shiyu took her phone and entered her bedroom, closing the door behind her. She promptly dialed Gu Shiyuan. "What kind of trouble are you stirring up now?" Yu Shiyuan had been quite vocal lately. Even money could not silence him. "Sister, when can I have a heart-to-heart with brother-in-law?" Gu Shiyu snapped at him. "Shut your mouth. If there is anything to discuss, I will speak to him first. Until we have laid everything bare, if you dare to let slip a single word, you will be finished. Focus on your responsibilities and do not create trouble for Song Yuan." Yu Shiyuan sighed, having grown accustomed to Gu Shiyu's reprimand since childhood. "Fine. I want to say anything. A few days ago, Song Yuan brought home a package. If you dispose of it, I'll agree to your conditions. What's in it? Doesn't matter, just throw it away." Gu Shiyu disregarded him and hung up the phone. Returning to the dining room, she found the shrimp in her bowl had formed a small mound. Gu Shiyu now regretted not clarifying things with Song Yuan before their marriage. She tentatively asked, "Song Yuan, may I pose a question?" Song Yuan returned from washing his hands and sat down across from her. "What question?" Gu Shiyu hesitated before speaking. "What do you think of men who seek wealthy wives?" Song Yuan looked at her, momentarily taken aback. "Living off a woman? That is something only the inept would do. Would you consider marrying a more assertive wife?" Song Yuan shook his head. "I can support a wife. Why would I need to rely on someone else?" Gu Shiyu's heart sank. It seemed he was quite sensitive about the matter. Her earlier inclination to confide in him was instantly suppressed upon hearing his response. Should she reveal her thoughts, especially after having concealed them, she sensed that Song Yuan's temperament would lead to anger. Yu Shiyu resolved to keep it hidden for now and seek a more opportune moment in the future. Observing her distractedly eating the shrimp, Song Yuan pondered whether she feared he could not provide for their household. He retrieved a card from his wallet. "Shiyu, this card contains several $100,000 for household expenses. You should keep it. My company is not yielding returns at the moment, but trust me, it's only temporary." Gu Shiyu was taken aback. "I don't want your money. You need it for your venture. I have my salary." Song Yuan realized that his wife was remarkably low in material desires, never asking him for anything, not even money. He recalled Lin Shueyo, who would shop weekly for clothes, bags, and cosmetics. He did not yet understand her well enough. How could there be a girl who did not enjoy shopping? Surely she must refrain from accepting out of concern for his finances. He persistently pushed the card toward her. "Shiyu, you need not worry about me. I can occasionally take on freelance work to earn some money." Just the day before, while idling at the hospital, he had taken a job with a security company and earned $1 million. This was his first time taking on freelance work and his first earnings under the name of James. Had it not been for the financial demands of entrepreneurship, he would not have readily employed his hacker account. Maintaining anonymity is a customary principle in his line of work. What appeared to him as a trivial task ultimately resolved a significant issue for that company. The sum of 10 million would suffice to sustain his firm until the day of financing. Gu Shiyu gazed at the card, feeling its weighty implications. He was resolute in his decision, and although she accepted it, Gu Shiyu's mind was preoccupied with devising a means to repay him. Song Yuan remained oblivious to the convolutions of her thoughts. Today marked his day for running. Shiyu, shall we exercise together? Gu Shiyu lifted her gaze to him, her eyes reflecting a certain ambiguity. Exercise? Together? But it is not yet dark. Chapter 62. I am on the brink of losing control. Song Yuan's gaze was laced with skepticism, but he quickly discerned her train of thought. Stifling a chuckle, he proposed, I would like to invite you to engage in some outdoor exercise with me, followed by another activity afterward. Gu Shiyu felt a jolt of embarrassment. She realized that his reference to exercise was entirely innocent, while her mind had wandered elsewhere. Flushed with indignation, she retorted, No, you can go by yourself. Song Yuan chuckled softly, his eyes appraising the graceful contours of her figure. Do you have a regular exercise routine? Gu Shiyu, accustomed to lifting weights in the gym of her villa, possessed an elegant physique complete with defined muscles and even a hint of abs. Yet, she couldn't disclose her villa's existence, as it contradicted her persona. She responded nonchalantly, I swim 3 times a week. Song Yuan paused before inquiring, Shall we go swimming together then? It has been quite a while since I last swam. With that, he returned indoors to fetch his swimming gear, retrieving her swimsuit as well. Gu Shiyu followed him, asking, Are we going to swim now? Yes. Do you know of a swimming pool that is less crowded? Where do you usually swim? Gu Shiyu scratched her head, realizing that one lie often necessitated 100 more to sustain it. My friend has gone abroad for work and entrusted her villa to my care. I usually swim at her place. Then, shall we go to her villa? Song Yuan replied, That works. He was not inclined to share her splendid physique with anyone else. Gu Shiyu sent a message to the housekeeper, instructing her to change the water and disinfect the indoor pool on the basement level, ensuring that everyone would leave within an hour. An hour later, Song Yuan's car rolled into the lakeside villa. As he surveyed the expansive view before him, he regarded Gu Shiyu with newfound admiration, realizing she had such affluent acquaintances. Shiyu, we are here to swim. Have you spoken to your friend? Does she approve? Gu Shiyu had become so adept at fibbing that her cheeks no longer flushed. Yes. She said I could use it freely. Living here is no issue. Your friend is quite generous. We share an exceptionally close bond, as if we were one person. As she spoke, Gu Shiyu led him to the indoor swimming pool in the basement. In truth, there was a larger outdoor pool in the garden. But cleaning it was time-consuming, and she feared they might run out of time, so she had instructed the maid to prepare it. Let us change. The men's changing room is next door. Gu Shiyu approached the women's changing room, only to find Song Yuan had followed her. He handed her a tote bag. Your swimsuit. Gu Shiyu hesitated before accepting it. In actuality, she didn't need to bring any swimsuit. The changing room was stocked with various styles. As she prepared to close the door, she noticed Song Yuan still lingering at the threshold, seemingly unwilling to leave. Are you not changing? She asked. Song Yuan tentatively suggested. Can't we just change in the same room? After all, it's just the two of us here. Gu Shiyu's heart raced at the implication. Absolutely not. Do you still want to swim properly? Rebuffed, Song Yuan smiled reassuringly. I swear I won't touch you. Gu Shiyu cautiously closed the door and called out from behind it. What assurance do you offer? Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What could he possibly guarantee? It seemed utterly impossible to provide any assurance. Even he did not believe the nonsense he was uttering. Song Yuan stood outside, dazed for a few seconds, before stepping into the adjacent changing room. Changing into men's attire was simple. He merely donned a pair of swim trunks. Once he emerged from the changing area, the door next door remained firmly shut. Bored, Song Yuan began scrolling through his phone. He observed a lively discussion in various internet groups and casually typed a message, watching as the notifications streamed in rapidly. Everyone, the mysterious hacker James has appeared. Someone has revealed his IP address is located domestically, right here in Jing City. We were aware of this yesterday. Many major companies are eager to recruit him, offering exorbitant salaries. I've heard some are even rushing to the detailed IP address to confront him. I'm so curious. I want to see what a genius looks like. As Song Yuan scrolled further up, he came across a link shared by a group member. It was a post from a headhunter on a hacker forum, with the title boldly stating, James, please DM me. The content of the post outlined several companies in Jing City extending olive branches to recruit James. Song Yuan closed the post without further contemplation. He was solely focused on enjoying his game. The sound of a door opening caught his attention, and he looked up to see Gu Shiyu stepping out, having changed her attire. Her skin possessed a naturally pale complexion, strikingly luminous even without any skincare products. Not to mention, she now donned a three-piece bikini, exposing vast expanses of skin as white as porcelain. Song Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a surge of restlessness. He had witnessed her figure before, but only in the intimacy of a bedroom, in the bathroom, under the cover of night. In this moment, he watched her approach, barefoot, in an undeniably seductive manner. Her physique was exceptionally well-proportioned and voluptuous. As she walked, her ample curves swayed slightly, the scant fabric barely containing her form. Song Yuan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the deep cleft, unable to tear himself away. This half-clad appearance seemed far more provocative than being completely unclothed, especially with the slender strap at the back of her neck inciting an impulsive desire to rip it away. Song Yuan felt his blood surge, pooling in a singular direction. Had he followed her into the changing room moments ago? It would have been nearly impossible not to act upon his impulses. Song Yuan? Gu Shiyu called to him. He snapped back to reality and responded. Noticing that his younger brother was awkwardly standing up, Gu Shiyu approached briskly. Why are you just standing there? Song Yuan turned away to avoid her gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment, especially in her friend's home. He entered the water first, the cool temperature offering him a momentary reprieve. Gu Shiyu soon followed, stepping down into the same spot he had just occupied. Song Yuan, why do I feel like you're avoiding me? He could only concede, acknowledging that a woman's intuition was indeed accurate. Shiyu, you're dressed too. Provocatively, he felt fortunate that they were at a private pool belonging to her friend. Had they been at a public swimming facility, he would have lost his mind at the thought of her wearing such attire in front of numerous strangers. Gu Shiyu cast her gaze downwards, failing to grasp his point. She assumed that after their candid interactions in bed, he had grown accustomed to such sights. After all, isn't a swimsuit meant to look like this? Song Yuan redirected his gaze, feeling numb. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a warm breath. Shiyu, if you remain this close to me, I might lose control. Gu Shiyu chuckled softly, a hint of pride lacing her voice, as she even took a small step closer, leaning in towards him. Song Yuan, you wouldn't. She glanced down towards the water, but before she could see anything, Song Yuan gently grasped her delicate chin, lifting it slightly, and a searing kiss descended upon her. Chapter 63, Newlyweds. Addicted. Song Yuan gently nipped at her tongue, her body glistening with water, smooth as a mermaid who had stealthily slipped away from her sisters to catch a breath on the shore. He grasped her waist firmly, exerting just enough pressure, fearful that a moment's distraction would cause her to slip from his grasp and plunge back into the depths. Her waist was devoid of any excess flesh, so slender. Could it withstand the playful torment? Song Yuan couldn't help but wonder if he might inadvertently break her. His hand slid down, securely anchoring her weight, alleviating his fears of her slipping away. Yet, this only intensified his discomfort. The softness filling his palm was eroding his reason, leaving only a swarm of restless thoughts. Song Yuan realized he was ensnared. He was not a man of excessive desires. During his time with Lin Shuiyao, she proved quite challenging to please. Each encounter required extensive coaxing before she would acquiesce, and their interactions lacked any semblance of passion. It felt as if he were engaged with a lifeless fish, perpetually in service to her whims. Often, halfway through their trysts, Lin Shuiyao would withdraw her cooperation, leaving him to seek relief alone in the bathroom. Throughout 3 years with her, he scarcely experienced moments of genuine pleasure. He had long assumed he was indifferent to such matters, believing that only prolonged abstinence would ignite his physiological needs. How wrong he was. With Gu Shiyu, he found himself yearning constantly. They were remarkably in tune. Song Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on her palm, and Gu Shiyu playfully nipped at him, her large, misty eyes gazing up at him like a startled fawn. Having just removed her makeup, her fresh face resembled a lotus emerging from the water, devoid of the aggressive beauty she usually possessed. Song Yuan. Gu Shiyu thought he would refrain from any indiscretions in this place, hence her previous boldness. In this moment, she became more subdued, noticing the camera in the corner. Song Yuan struggled to suppress his rising excitement. He had no desire for a personal video to surface on certain websites the following day. Do you dare come closer? Gu Shiyu kept her lips tightly sealed, tilting her head back slightly, apprehensive of another kiss. Song Yuan's gaze drifted downward, momentarily pausing. Humans are inherently drawn to elevated things, and he was no exception. Without a second thought, he lowered his head and captured her lips. Just a second later, She slipped from his embrace and tumbled into the water, creating a splash. By the time he regained his senses, the mermaid had already swum several meters away, escaping his grasp. The softness he had tasted was fleeting, leaving him longing for more. He contemplated that once he earned sufficient wealth, he would purchase a villa and install a swimming pool, allowing him the freedom to indulge in his desires without restraint. Wiping the water from his face, he took a moment before pursuing her. He was accustomed to running, participating in marathons several times a year, and often gathering with friends for soccer or basketball on weekends. Swimming, however, was his weakness. He had only taken basic classes during a summer in elementary school, learning merely the fundamentals of breaststroke. He watched helplessly as Gu Shiyu swam further away, her freestyle technique propelling her at twice his speed. She quickly reached the end of the pool and dove into the adjacent lane, separated from him by a single lane. As Song Yuanyu turned his head and caught sight of Gu Shiyu, who was separated from him by a swimming lane, a smile crept onto his face. How cautious she is. But her caution is indeed warranted. Shiyu, you swim too fast. Wait for me. Gu Shiyu retorted, her tone imbued with vigilance. We each have our own lanes. No crossing allowed. Song Yuan chuckled. Even if I were to cross lanes, I still wouldn't be able to catch up with you. So there is no need for you to be anxious. Of course, you cannot catch up with me. I won first place in swimming competitions during my school days in the capital. Song Yuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. No wonder he couldn't keep up. His curiosity about Gu Shiyu was intensifying. He felt that his understanding of her was merely the tip of the iceberg, as their interactions mostly occurred at night. Then why didn't you join the national team later on to compete at a higher level? A flicker of regret crossed Gu Shiyu's face. My grandmother. Wouldn't he allow it? She insisted that I devote all my energy to my studies, and gradually, I let it go. When will you take me to visit your grandmother? Gu Shiyu paused for a few seconds before confiding, actually, I considered a flash marriage because I was pressured into blind dates. And I chose you because you meet all my criteria for a partner. My grandmother introduced me to the foolish grandson of her friend, a truly dreadful man. The old lady was quite upset about my decision to rush into marriage. I haven't managed to appease her yet. Once she calms down, I'll take you back to meet him. This was the first time Song Yuan had heard her speak of her family, and he refrained from commenting on them. What about that first time? What happened? Gu Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. The first time? Song Yuan cleared his throat and elaborated. The first time in the hotel? Who set you up? Gu Shiyu recalled the chaos of that first experience, her cheeks flushing crimson. That time. It was likely a business rival of the company. I let my guard down. After a brief silence, she changed the subject. Let us not talk about that anymore. Shall we continue swimming? All right, Song Yuan replied. By the time he finished speaking, Gu Shiyu had already leaped ahead several meters, creating a flurry of splashes. He followed closely, and after swimming a few laps, it seemed Gu Shiyu was accommodating his pace, slowing down. More than an hour later, when they emerged from the water, it was the most exhilarating swim Song Yuan had ever experienced, and he found himself developing a fondness for the sport. Shiyu, when will you come again? Gu Shiyu handed him the bag containing her changed swimsuit, as if she could see through to his thoughts. Next time, I'll buy a more ant-style swimsuit. Song Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. As they drove away from the villa, he asked, shall we go out for a stroll? Gu Shiyu leaned back against the seat. No more strolling. I have work tomorrow, and I'm a bit tired. Turning the car towards home. Song Yuan thought to himself that it was perhaps for the best that they weren't going out. There were more pressing matters to attend to. A sudden silence enveloped the car for a few seconds, and Gu Shiyu abruptly turned her face towards him. Song Yuan, what are you laughing about? You. Gu Shiyu hesitated momentarily before rephrasing. I want to go to the night market to buy a swimsuit. Song Yuan firmly grasped the steering wheel, and in this moment, a certain tacit understanding blossomed between the two. Sure if you head home now, you may find yourself able to rest a little earlier tonight. Wandering through the night market will only encroach upon your sleep, and there is no escaping that. Gu Shiyu stared at him in a daze. He had meticulously laid out the pros and cons for her, asserting that the time spent shopping was merely a diversion from her rest, not anything more significant. Rubbing her temples, Gu Shiyu pondered whether she would ever enjoy a peaceful night's sleep again. Song Yuan, shouldn't we set a limit on this? It can't be every day, can it? Though Song Yuan verbally admitted his fault, he remained unyielding in his actions. Sure I must confess that I have been a bit indulgent lately, but please understand my predicament. It's newlywed exuberance. Gu Shiyu. Chapter 64. Found him. Gu Shiyu did not expect him to be so forthright, nor did she anticipate that a fleeting marriage would foster their feelings in such a manner. She cast a sidelong glance at Song Yuan, who was focused on driving, his brow serene and dignified, though that was merely his exterior. Only she knew how wild he could be once the lights were dimmed. Gu Shiyu refrained from speaking, watching the streets blur past in reverse. A slender crescent moon hung in the sky, and the night was refreshingly cool, like water. The atmosphere in the car inexplicably grew somewhat intimate. Neither of them spoke. Perhaps it was due to their recent exertion, but Gu Shiyu felt a surge of dopamine coursing through her veins. She mused that their current state resembled that of a couple in love. As Song Yuan drove into the garage, they ascended directly to their floor via the elevator. Inside the lift, 3 glass walls reflected their figures side by side. Song Yuan towered over Gu Shiyu by at least half a head. With a mere tilt of his head, he could kiss her delicate ear. He reached out, gently entwining his fingers with hers. Shiyu, I have fortified your website's firewall. No hackers should be able to breach it anymore, he asserted with confidence. Gu Shiyu replied with a non-committal sound. But what if James comes? Can he breach it? Song Yuan fell silent for a moment, the corners of his lips curling slightly. As far as I know, James has never targeted reputable companies. His focus has always been on traders, unscrupulous merchants, and certain foreign websites. Your company's president should be of good character, I presume? Although Song Yuan had not conducted a thorough investigation, he vaguely recalled hearing Lin Shuiyao complain about their president's extreme meticulousness at work. The presidential secretary department employed a dozen young women solely to serve one person, all of whom had reportedly been brought to tears. Yet, he distinctly remembered that their president engaged in numerous charitable endeavors each year, rarely seeking publicity. In this era, it was rare to find a philanthropist who acted anonymously. He surmised that their president was likely of sound character. Gu Shiyu felt her hand stiffen within his grasp and quickly responded, "Of course, our president is of good character. Has a proper worldview, pays taxes lawfully, and has never engaged in unscrupulous dealings." Song Yuan chuckled. "Then you need not worry. James will not target your website. You, as the head of the technical department, can rest easy." Gu Shiyu met his gaze through the elevator mirror. "You seem to know a lot about James?" Song Yuan smiled. "In the tech field, who doesn't he know about James? Much information about him is available online. I heard your company is also trying to recruit him?" Gu Shiyu nodded. "Indeed, the technology department requires talents in that area, but you should inform your leaders not to exert themselves. Hackers have a unique identity and would never reveal themselves in reality, as it could lead to significant trouble, especially for a hacker as renowned as James. Someone might seek revenge against him." Gu Shiyu's brows rose slightly. What a pity. As they spoke, the elevator doors opened, and they returned home. Gu Shiyu headed to her bedroom first. After swimming, she had already showered and changed into her pajamas. Several urgent email notifications appeared on her phone, prompting her to enter the study and open her computer to address her work. Song Yuan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a football match. Just as the game was nearing its conclusion, Gu Shiyu emerged from the study, her hand reaching back to remove a hairpin, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade down like a waterfall. She carelessly placed the hairpin on the coffee table and walked over to Song Yuan. Recalling the package that Gu Shiyuan had mentioned over the phone, she wondered if it was the same one she had seen a few days ago. "Did your colleague send you a package?" Song Yuan asked, turning off the television with the remote. "Yes, there is a package," he replied. "What's inside?" Song Yuan chuckled softly, grasping her slender wrist and pulling her onto his lap, inhaling the scent of her shampoo lingering in her hair. "Nothing much. Just something you've seen before. Didn't you order a fragrance last time?" Gu Shiyu hummed in acknowledgement, thinking to herself that it was merely a fragrance. Yet she was curious about what that mischievous boy might be up to. "I really like that fragrance. Did you buy some more later on? There's still one left and used. Since you like it, we can light it up. I asked my colleague for the link, but he hasn't sent it to me yet. Probably has seen my message. I'll ask him again tomorrow." "All right." Song Yuan's fingers entangled in her hair, the scent faint yet exquisitely elegant, mirroring the pleasant aroma that enveloped her. He gently removed the pearl earrings from her ears, patiently kissing the contours of her earlobes, trailing down to her delicate neck. "Shiyu, have you finished your work?" Gu Shiyu replied softly, her warm breath brushing against his chest. As he kissed her, she felt a surge of sensation, one hand exploring and finding its way to his belt. Song Yuan secured one hand behind her, skillfully loosening the slender strap. "Shall we try a different position today?" Gu Shiyu preferred to be atop him, in control of the situation. Over the past few days, Song Yuan had gradually discerned her character. She possessed an inherent assertiveness, marked by clarity of thought and strong opinions. As Gu Shiyu unfastened the buckle, Tilting her head to kiss his prominent Adam's apple, she responded, "No." With a sigh of resignation, Song Yuan conceded, "All right." After their shared moments, they returned to the bedroom 2 hours later, both feeling somewhat fatigued. And they promptly fell asleep. The following morning, Song Yuan received a call from the organ transplant department at the hospital. "Mr. Song, your medical test results are in. Our hospital expedited the process. You and your mother." The sleepiness evaporated from Song Yuan's mind. "Is there an issue with the results?" The doctor, sensing his silence, quickly reassured him, "Please don't worry. Your mother's information has already been entered into the kidney source database, and she is currently awaiting a matching kidney. Once one becomes available, we will arrange for the surgery immediately. As for the test results, both your parents have type A blood, while your blood type is AB." Song Yuan was taken aback, recalling that anyone with two type A parents could not produce an AB offspring. Was he perhaps adopted? "I understand. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, he lifted the blanket and got out of bed to wash up in the bathroom. In the morning, he planned to visit the hospital to check on his mother, as he could not fully entrust her care to the nurses. Tao Yulian enjoyed a hearty breakfast and appeared to be in good spirits. After obtaining the medical examination report from the doctor, he set off back to the office, ensuring that he would not miss the morning meeting. In the hospital parking lot, Wang Jikai sat in his car, having not returned home for 2 days and nights. His attire disheveled as he anxiously waited. At last, his perseverance bore fruit. He had a lead on the person he sought. Although James's IP had only appeared here once, he had indeed hit the mark. He meticulously examined the detailed information of everyone on the narrowed list and discovered that one individual graduated from the computer science department at Hwada University and had been engaged in programming work in the capital since graduation. In every aspect, from professionalism to work experience, Wang Jikai felt this person closely matched the individual he was searching for. With the assistance of his niece, he gathered some information about this person at the hospital. His niece mentioned that the individual was rarely seen without their laptop, arriving with a computer bag in tow. Wang Jikai became increasingly convinced that James was indeed the one. He believed this was the perfect opportunity to make contact. Once the person left the hospital, finding them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Jikai retrieved the carefully prepared gift from his trunk, determined to meet this remarkable individual. Chapter 65. Who are you? Wang Jikai was guided by his niece into the hospital building where the esteemed individual he intended to visit resided. After exiting the elevator, he paused for 2 minutes outside the hospital room, mentally rehearsing his introduction before knocking on the door. Upon hearing a voice invite him in, he entered, carrying a small gift. "Good day, Mr. James," he announced, placing the gift on the table. "I am the vice president of the technical department at Tanyu Company. Here is a business card from our president, Li Mingqi. I have come to discuss a task he entrusted to me. May we converse?" The man in the bed accepted the card, his brow furrowing slightly. "James?" Wang Jikai quickly apologized. "I sincerely apologize. Our president learned of your presence in this hospital. To be candid, I have been waiting for you here for 3 days. Our boss wishes to recruit you to our company, and you may propose any terms you desire." The man gestured towards the information plaque at the head of his bed and, upon reading it, remarked, "I am Liang Quan." Wang Jikai exchanged an understanding glance and inquired, "Mr. Liang, would you be interested in joining our company? Our president has recently acquired a mobile gaming firm, and you would assume the role of CTO, overseeing risk management while leading the team to greater heights. The benefits and compensation would undoubtedly surpass your current position." Liang Quan regarded him with suspicion. "Have you conducted an investigation on me?" Wang Jikai chuckled apologetically. "I must extend my apologies. My boss insisted on recruiting talent, and I found myself in a position where I had to resort to such a clumsy method. Successfully bringing someone of your caliber into our company would certainly validate my efforts." Liang Quan narrowed his eyes and asked, "The conditions are negotiable. Is this the treatment James receives?" "Indeed," Wang Jikai confirmed. "Our president's exact words were that you could stipulate any conditions you wish." Liang Quan smiled. "I will be discharged tomorrow and can meet with your President Li in the afternoon." Wang Jinsai's face lit up with joy. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepened with delight. He sensed that this endeavor was nearly secured. If successful, his job would be preserved, and he might even receive a promotion and raise. Indeed, Mr. James was his great benefactor. Wang Jikai stood and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Mr. Liang. I shall call President Li immediately to arrange a suitable time. However, may I add you on WeChat before I go?" Liang Quan handed him a QR code to scan. As Wang Jikai exited the hospital room, his spirits soared. He updated Liang Quan's contact name to James, marking his closest proximity to a revered figure. This was an individual revered in the industry, one whom countless headhunters had sought unsuccessfully, yet he had managed to accomplish this feat. The sleepless 3 days he had spent in the car had been worthwhile. Wang Jingkai promptly called Li Mingxi to report his progress, arranging the time and place for their meeting the following day. Meanwhile, Song Yuan had experienced a persistent twitch in his eyelid throughout the day. During a morning meeting with his colleagues, he discovered that everyone had made significant advancements in their respective tasks. At this rate, they would complete the development ahead of schedule. Recognizing the challenge of reconvening as a team, he reserved a private room at a nearby restaurant for dinner that evening, marking the first team-building event for this group. The atmosphere was lively as everyone shared drinks, and Song Yuan indulged a bit too. At one point, he stepped outside to smoke and dissipate the effects of alcohol. Not far away, a group of ruffians surrounded a drunken young woman, making lewd remarks. Song Yuan called over a passing waiter, requesting assistance in summoning security. As he continued to smoke, he noticed that the ruffians had begun to lift the girl, dragging her toward the elevator. Song Yuan, don't go. He heard the slurred, tearful voice nearby. Extinguishing his cigarette, he turned to see that the inebriated girl was none other than Lin Shuiyao. She seemed to have consumed far too much, utterly oblivious to the peril she was in, still shouting, Song Yuan, I know I was wrong. Please don't leave me. I don't want you to go. He was taken aback to encounter Lin Shuiyao here. She appeared considerably thinner, her demeanor disheveled, and the once refined makeup was nowhere to be seen. Rubbing his temples, Song Yuan strode over and confronted the ruffians, commanding, put her down. One of the yellow-haired thugs glanced at Song Yuan and scoffed, what is this? Picking up a corpse in the restaurant and trying to steal it halfway. If you want a woman, go find one at the bar. With a swift kick to the man's knee, Song Yuan caught him off guard, causing him to kneel on the ground. The other two thugs, seeing the confrontation escalate, decided to join in. They tossed Lin Shuiyao aside and rolled up their sleeves for a fight. Standing tall with a well-built physique, Song Yuan quickly overpowered the three ruffians. Realizing they were no match, the thugs fled. Lin Shuiyao lay on the ground for a few minutes, gazing at the man before her, quietly sobbing. Are you Song Yuan? I knew you wouldn't abandon me, right? Song Yuan ignored her and dialed Xiao Shi, asking him to come and assist. Lin Shuiyao, not receiving a response from him, soon began to doubt herself. No, you're not Song Yuan. He would never let me sit here on the ground. He would pick me up. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, growing more sorrowful. Eventually, she clung to the hem of Song Yuan's trousers, crying, Song Yuan, please forgive me just this once. Let us start anew. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Lin Shuiyao repeatedly uttered these phrases while Song Yuan called the waiter over, instructing him to help her to a chair in the lobby. Lin Shuiyao, the reason I helped you tonight is that any girl in your situation would receive the same assistance, not because it is you. I hope that when you wake up tomorrow, you will forget that we met this evening. Lin Shuiyao stared at him with vacant eyes, unable to focus. Clearly inebriated to the point of being a mere puddle, the Song Yuan before her seemed like the person she longed for, yet also appeared as a figment of her imagination. She could not distinguish between reality and dreams, merely repeating her drunken words. Song Yuan, shall we start again? I don't believe you can move on from a relationship so quickly. You must not have forgotten me. I will win you back, I promise. Song Yuan entrusted her to the waiter and turned back to the private room. Inside, everyone engaged in lively discussions about the internet conference. This year's event was more grandiose than in previous years, with rumors circulating that numerous capitalists from the capital circle would attend. The brothers were filled with anticipation regarding investment opportunities, knowing that success or failure hinged on this moment. Shortly after taking a seat, Song Yuan received a message from Xiao Shi. The person has been picked up. They will be home within 10 minutes. He chose not to respond and continued conversing with his companions. As the revelry progressed, he stepped outside to settle the bill, marking the conclusion of the gathering as everyone dispersed. Having indulged in quite a bit to drink, Song Yuan summoned a designated driver via his phone. Upon descending and exiting the restaurant, he noticed that the driver's location indicated they had arrived. In the distance, a melodious voice called out to him, Song Yuan. I am your designated driver for today. Taken aback, he approached and inquired, how is it you? Chapter 66. Allow me to be your chauffeur, why not me? Xiao Shi tucked her phone into her pocket. The moment I heard your voice on the phone, I suspected you had been drinking. Yao Yao has been safely delivered home. I shall be your driver. How is it that you fortuitously received my request? Xiao Shi bluntly remarked, I did not receive it. The designated driver who accepted your order seemed rather unreliable, so I sent him away. Are you reliable? Xiaoxi confidently patted her chest. Today marks exactly 1 month since I obtained my driver's license, so of course, I am dependable. Song Yuan was at a loss for words. Having just acquired the license for a month, how was that any different from a road menace? Xiaoxi boldly reached out for his car keys. Get in. I did not come solely to be your chauffeur. I have significant matters to discuss with you on the way. Song Yuan entered the car but hesitated to sit in the passenger seat, maintaining a skeptical attitude toward this woman's driving skills. What do you wish to discuss? No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoxi slammed the accelerator, the car darting out of the parking lot. Song Yuan grasped the armrest tightly, narrowly avoiding a collision with the back of the front seat, now suspecting that this woman was out for revenge on behalf of Lin Xueyao. Stop the car. Xiaoxi chose to ignore him but eased off the speed. Song Yuan, in the future, when Lin Xueyao seeks you out, do not respond to her. She is currently engulfed in the agony of heartbreak and is suffering greatly. As you observed today, she has been drinking excessively for several consecutive days. Having just been discharged from the hospital for gastroenteritis, I fear it won't be long before she ends up hospitalized again. Those seated in the back. Song Yuan remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, apprehensive that this woman intended to take them both down together. I have never responded to her in any manner. Xiaoxi paused, glancing at the rearview mirror as she inquired, is there any possibility of reconciliation between you two? No possibility. Xiaoxi chuckled, her joy causing her shoulders to sway, exuding a hint of pride. Could you assist me with a plumbing issue at my home? I discovered a leak upon returning from work this evening, and I am unable to resolve it myself. Song Yuan laughed. It is too late now, as a married man. It would be inappropriate for me to visit your home. You should contact the property management. I have already done so. But they informed me that the technician has finished for the day. Then I can recommend a technician who is available for hire. Song Yuan promptly sent her the contact details of a plumber from his address book via WeChat. Xiaoxi found herself momentarily stymied. Nevertheless, she stifled her frustration. A man who was easy to pursue would not deter her easily. On your birthday, I made you a cake. Mine is tomorrow, so you owe me one. It is only fair, and you would not refuse, would you? I should indeed reciprocate. Xiaoxi pursed her lips. Choose one, and bring it to me after work tomorrow. Song Yuan opened WeChat once more, transferring 500 yuan to her. My taste is not refined, so you choose. This covers the cake and the designated driver fee. Thank you for today. Xiaoxi gritted her teeth in exasperation. Song Yuan, you. The car had already entered the underground garage of Song Yuan's residential complex, and she parked haphazardly in the middle of the road. You can reverse it yourself. Xiaoxi was somewhat irked. How could this man be so unyielding? Was she truly in need of 500 yuan? She stepped into the elevator, leaving behind the inebriated man. At the moment the doors closed, she shot a glare towards him, silently vowing that there were no inaccessible walls, only poorly wielded spades. Song Yuan lit a cigarette in the car, regaining his composure before maneuvering into a parking spot. Upstairs, Gu Shiyu fretted over the cramped cloakroom, realizing it could barely accommodate her belongings. Her wardrobe was divided by seasons, with hundreds of outfits for each, not to mention shoes, silk scarves, and bags. She desperately needed a larger closet. Currently, she could only store a small fraction of her clothes here, which was quite inconvenient. Song Yuan entered the room, exuding a strong scent of alcohol. Gu Shiyu assumed he was brooding over Tao Yulian's kidney situation, having drowned his sorrows in drink. How much have you had to drink? She inquired, changing into slippers. Song Yuan sank into the sofa, relaxing. He pulled her onto his lap and said, it seems we haven't taken our wedding photos yet. How about we plan to do so during the National Day holiday? Perhaps at the seaside? Seeing him in such a state yet still preoccupied with wedding photos, she felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Let's discuss this when you're sober. Can you promise to remember it tomorrow? I'm tipsy, but not to the point of blackout. Do I look that intoxicated? He replied. Who knows? I've never seen you drunk before, she retorted. A smile curled at the corners of Song Yuan's mouth. Oh, you've seen me drunk. Remember that time at the hotel? I drank even more than today. And I still remember your mischief the next day. Today's indulgence is trivial in comparison. Gu Shiyu fell silent. When can we stop bringing that up? Fine. I won't mention it again, he conceded, pulling her closer as he attempted to kiss her. But before their lips could meet, Gu Shiyu placed a finger against his mouth. Go wash up. You reek of alcohol. You're sleeping in the guest room tonight. I detest the smell of booze. With a resigned sigh, Song Yuan agreed. All right. I want to drink next time. Could you pour me a cup of tea? He requested. Gu Shiyu slid off his lap and headed to the kitchen to brew tea. Having been raised by servants, she had never done such tasks for anyone. She carelessly tossed some leaves into the pot and poured boiling water over them before handing a robust cup to Song Yuan. The moment he sniffed it, he anticipated its bitterness. This is quite strong, he remarked. Strong is good. It will help sober you up, she replied, a smile playing on her lips as he chuckled. Noting that she remembered his aversion to the taste of alcohol, swiftly, Gu Shiyu tidied up the guest room. As for my mother, you needn't worry too much. I visited her after work today. Her condition is stable for now, and she can manage dialysis for the time being. In recent days, Song Yuan had come to terms with the situation, resigning himself to fate regarding the kidney source. Suffering from such an illness was beyond human control. Yet, on this day, he found himself perplexed by the blood type discrepancies between himself and his parents. After a second confirmation at the hospital, he realized the samples had not been mixed up. By such calculations, he was indeed not their biological son. However, Tao Yulian and Song Hung had never treated him any differently. He had been cherished by them since childhood. I understand, assure you. Thank you. Song Yuan could not help but think of Lin Shuiyao. Had it not been for Xiao Yinchen's return to the country, he and Lin Shuiyao would have smoothly tied the knot. Now, with his mother unwell and himself unemployed, Lin Shuiyao would likely be eager to escape, leaving their home in chaos rather than soothing him with such care. In his hour of need, Gu Shiyu provided him with the emotional support he required. Song Yuan felt an urge to embrace her, but the scent of alcohol on him quelled that thought. I shall take a bath. He went to the bathroom to fill the tub with water, the hot steam rising as it filled. He discarded his clothes into the laundry basket and began shaving at the sink. As the tub reached its capacity, he stepped into the warm water. And just as his body submerged, Gu Shiyu entered, exclaiming, I was worried you might fall asleep in the water, so I came to keep an eye on you. Chapter 67. Who was the stone and who was the egg? Song Yuan shifted slightly to one side, creating a bit of space in the bathtub, inviting her. Would you care to join me for a wash? Gu Shiyu cast him a sidelong glance, replying, I've already bathed. As she spoke, she moved behind him, squeezing shampoo into her palm, lathering it, and gently massaging it into his scalp. With his eyes closed, Song Yuan leaned back, relishing the sensation. It was the first time someone had washed his hair, and he felt so comfortable that he was on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Gu Shiyu's hands pressed against his crown, exerting a soothing effect, and within minutes, Song Yuan truly succumbed to slumber. Gu Shiyu rinsed the suds from his head, calling out, Wake up, don't linger in the bubbles too long. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by her vibrant little face. Shiyu, since I'm no longer reeking of alcohol after the wash, may I return to the master bedroom to sleep? He climbed out of the bathtub, drying himself off. And without waiting for Gu Shiyu's response, he flopped onto the bed in the master bedroom. Gu Shiyu found herself utterly helpless against him. The next afternoon, Song Yuan made a trip to the hospital, seizing the opportunity to discreetly take a strand of hair from Tao Yulian, which contained a hair follicle, for a paternity test. As he exited his car, he brushed past Wang Jikai. Dressed sharply today, Wang Jikai's suit seemed somewhat ill-fitting, accentuated by his round beer belly, rendering him rather comical. Typically, it was Wang Jikai who initiated provocations, but today, Song Yuan could not resist teasing him. Oh, Mr. Wang, have you sold all your pastries so early today? Wang Jikai, who had not noticed Song Yuan until he spoke, turned to him, confused. What did you say, Song Yuan? With a chuckle, Song Yuan replied, I remarked that you seem to have sold your pastries quite swiftly. It's not even lunchtime, and you're calling it a day. Business must be good. Congratulations on your prosperity. Wang Jinkai's face flushed with anger. Who are you calling Wang Dalong? Song Yuan nearly burst out laughing. What? Has Wu Dalong changed his surname to Wang? Mr. Wang, it appears you are all part of the same family. Wang Jinkai's jaw clenched tightly. Song Yuan, you won't bask in your triumph for long. With that little game of yours seeking funding? Let me be honest, Tianyu Company is also venturing into mobile gaming. Competing with Tianyu is akin to striking a stone with an egg. We've secured the hacker James. Defeating you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Song Yuan scoffed. You've managed to get James? Wang Jinkai, brimming with pride, responded, surprised, aren't you? Not only have we acquired James, but we've also signed a 3-year labor contract. Starting today, James is the CTO of Tianyu Company. At the upcoming internet conference, Tianyu will make a remarkable debut. I suggest you refrain from any futile endeavors. Instead of wasting money on salaries, save it to buy an electric bike for deliveries. At least that way you can earn a living, rather than ending up with nothing. Song Yuan was amused by the absurdity. Wang Jinkai had indeed secured James and signed a 3-year contract, yet he had no prior knowledge of this. Which James are you referring to? Wang Jinkai lifted his head high, asserting that there was only one hacker named James in the world, a fact that bordered on a trade secret. Could he reveal the identity? Song Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Who could possibly be impersonating him? Would James attend the internet conference? Certainly. The dawn of the internet era for Tianyu Company was imminent. Nodding in agreement, Song Yuan thought it would be splendid if James publicly exposed this impersonator, delivering a resounding slap to their face. Who was the stone and who was the egg remained uncertain. Only time would tell. Wang Jinkai chuckled disdainfully. As time swiftly passed, the end of the month arrived, and the internet conference was merely a day away. Song Yuan's game demo had been completed, having undergone numerous internal tests, and it was now optimized to its most seamless version. The camaraderie of his brothers bore fruit at last. Song Yuan hacked into the organizer's system to peruse the list of invitees for the conference. As rumored, several leading figures in the internet sector were included, along with notable leaders from other industries, individuals typically seen only in financial news. As Song Yuan scanned the list from top to bottom, his gaze settled on a familiar name, Gu Shiyu. He scratched his head in confusion. Why was his wife's name on the list? Was it a coincidence of names? Alongside Gu Shiyu were prominent moguls from the Beijing circle, while his wife was merely a team leader in her department, far from being worthy of sharing a list with such luminaries. After much contemplation, Song Yuan remained puzzled. Confident in his game, he felt it necessary to bolster his brother's spirits. Brothers, I've heard that Tianyu Company is also venturing into mobile games, making them our competitors. I don't believe they can produce anything remarkable. So let us remain vigilant against their underhanded tactics. Wang Shuai, who had switched jobs alongside Li Lei, expressed his concerns. Boss, we cannot afford to be complacent. I've heard from colleagues there that Tianyu has recruited the renowned hacker James as their CTO, and he is currently leading their project. He could indeed be a formidable rival. Song Yuan smiled nonchalantly, replying, "It's all right. This CTO won't last long." The others in the meeting did not grasp the meaning behind his words. Li Lei, being hot-headed, dismissed the matter, saying, "Whoever he is, I firmly believe our game is the best. Not to mention, with our boss's optimization plan, even if hacker James were to join, he might not be able to conceive something as innovative." Wang Shuai sighed, acknowledging the reasoning. However, he added, "But we are talking about James, a legend in the internet realm. With Tianyu having brought him on board, they essentially hold a trump card. Their game, backed by Tianyu, will likely find it much easier to thrive than ours." Testing Su Yuanyu and took the conversation, saying, "Boss, it would be prudent for us to exercise caution. President Li of Tianyu has always been known for his unscrupulous conduct, and his reputation in the business realm is far from stellar. Furthermore, given our past conflicts with him, I fear he may seek to undermine us." Wang Shuai replied, "Indeed, Wang Jinkai is hardly a paragon of virtue either. He will undoubtedly speak ill of us and incite Li Mingqi to take action against us." Song Yuan reassured everyone, "Let us not be overly anxious. What Tianyu believes to be their trump card may very well be a counterfeit. We have all been fatigued from the past few days. Let us refrain from overtime today. Return home for a restful night, and ensure our phones are charged. Tomorrow, await my and Lu Qi's updates. I will strive not to disappoint you." Li Lei's mind raced. Counterfeit? Boss, are you suggesting that the news of James joining their company is false? Wang Shuai cursed. Damn, have I been deceived? Song Yuan chuckled. It may not necessarily be you who has been misled. It is quite possible that Li Mingqi has been the one deceived. Chapter 68. The devious sister Lu Qi listened in bemusement for quite some time before finally asking Song Yuan, "Do you mean to suggest that the James across from us is an imposter?" Song Yuan neither confirmed nor denied, but merely remarked, "I find it hard to believe that James would easily acquiesce to the terms of any company. Consider this. Numerous leading firms have sought to recruit James for years. Yet to whom has he ever agreed? Why would he choose a second-tier company like Tianyu?" The attendees of the meeting felt as if they had been enlightened. Li Lei exclaimed, "Wow, boss, your analysis is brilliant. Whatever happens tomorrow, be sure to tell us all about it. It sounds like it will be quite the spectacle." Song Yuan mused to himself, "Indeed, it will be a grand spectacle. Who wouldn't want to witness such a face-slapping event?" His current curiosity was piqued by where Wang Jinkai had found an imposter. "All right, everyone, let's call it a day for now. Whatever develops tomorrow will be shared in the group chat," he announced. "Good luck, boss," came the encouraging shouts. After the meeting dispersed, everyone gradually left. Song Yuan locked all the testing phones in the cabinet and tidied up his computer before preparing to depart when someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found Gu Shiwan standing there. It had been a while since Gu had clung to him, and Song Yuan had not paid him much attention lately. Why are you still here? Gu Shiwan casually slipped the keys to his Bugatti into his pocket. I want to go home with you today. Recently, he had been messaging Gu Shiyu, but his elder sister had been ignoring him, finding him bothersome. He was curious to see how well those two were faring, especially since they seemed to neglect him, their own brother. Upon hearing Gu Shiwan's words, Song Yuan halted his actions and regarded him with a puzzled expression. What do you want to come home with me for? It's not convenient. He firmly rejected. Gu Shiwan, feeling rebuffed, became even more discontented. Well, I'm going anyway. It's clear that you can't share a bed and expect two different outcomes. The attitudes of my sister and brother-in-law towards me are strikingly similar. I don't care. I'm going. Gu Shiwan insisted. Song Yuan, now vigilant, replied, Gu Shiwan, don't be ridiculous. I'll take you out for dinner this weekend. I remember the matter you brought up. I'll try to help you find a girlfriend, so just hold your horses. With that, he slung his bag over his shoulder and headed for the door, making haste towards the parking lot in an attempt to shake off his peculiar junior. However, Gu Shiwan followed closely behind, declaring, I've been kicked out by my family and have nowhere else to go. Song Shixiang, you must take care of me. If you don't, I'll go find Professor Zhang. Leaning against his car, Song Yuan was taken aback. Gu Shiwan, tell me honestly, why do you keep pestering me? Are you gay? Gu Shiwan's expression froze, as if struck by a sudden realization. After a moment, he swore, damn it, Song Shixiang. Is that why you've been avoiding me these past few days? Do you see any signs of me being bent? Should I drop my pants to prove it? Seeing Gu Shiwan's intense reaction, which did not seem to indicate deceit, Song Yuan inquired again, you're truly not? Gu Shiwan felt a profound sense of indignation, retorting. If the entire world turned, I would never. Song Yuan, you can't possibly think I have a crush on you, can you? Song Yuan scratched his brow, realizing it was all a misunderstanding. As long as you're not gay, that's fine. But have you truly been thrown out by your family? Gu Shiwan nodded, adopting the pitiful demeanor of a forsaken puppy. My sister won't let me go home. I'm currently a homeless child. Then get in the car, came the reply. Gu Shiwan eagerly settled into the passenger seat. Before Song Yuan started the engine, he pulled out his phone. You're coming home with me. I need to give your sister a heads up first. Her approval is essential. Just as Gu Shiwan felt a flicker of joy, he suddenly turned to Song Yuan, panic-stricken. No. Don't say. If his sister found out, would he still be allowed to go? However, it was too late. Song Yuan's phone screen displayed calling wife. Gu Shiwan's heart raced, but after a prolonged ring without an answer, the call was disconnected, and his anxiety subsided. I'll take you home first. Whether you can stay for dinner depends on your sister's opinion, Song Yuan stated, as Gu Shiwan simmered with unvoiced grievances. Their first stop was the supermarket, where they purchased some vegetables. Since Song Yuan married Gu Shiyu, their kitchen had only seen a few simple breakfasts. They had yet to cook a proper meal. Upon arriving home, Gu Shiyu had not returned yet. Song Yuan directed Gu Shiwan to wash the vegetables. Though the young master was reluctant, Song Yuan confined him to the kitchen, and Gu Shiwan clumsily went about his task, water splattering everywhere. While Song Yuan chopped the vegetables, he instructed Gu Shiwan to tidy up the kitchen. As they were immersed in their tasks, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Gu Shiyu entered, setting down her bag and changing her shoes, only to freeze upon seeing Gu Shiwan in an apron, clumsily cleaning. She stifled a laugh for a moment. My junior brother had a quarrel with his family and was thrown out, so I brought him home for dinner, Song Yuan explained. Gu Shiyu nodded, glancing at Gu Shiwan. A quarrel? With unabashed bravado, Gu Shiwan declared, yes, my heartless sister abandoned her brother after finding a man. She kicked me out, leaving me without even a cent for food. Song Yuan felt sympathy upon hearing this. Did your sister confiscate your money? What about your brother-in-law? Gu Shiwan, hands on hips, replied, yes, neither of them are good people. Song Yuan sighed, turning to Gu Shiyu. I remember you have a brother too. How is he? Gu Shiyu interrupted. My brother is currently in a rebellious phase, difficult to manage. However, for disobedient children like him, I have a secret weapon, cutting off his allowance. Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Why does it seem that all sisters are so heartless? Luckily, I have no sister. Why don't you both step outside? I'm preparing to cook, Gu Shiyu declared. Gu Shiwan, pushing aside the mop, exited the kitchen, only to be caught by Gu Shiyu, who tugged his ear. What are you doing here? Did I invite you? Gu Xiuan yelped in pain. Sister, 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 let go. If you don't, I'll call brother-in-law. Only then did Gu Xiu release him, casting a glance at the kitchen. You didn't say anything out of line, did you? Gu Xiuan, both angry and fearful, stubbornly replied. No, how could I? I wouldn't dare. One wrong word, and she might truly cut off my allowance. When do you intend to confront your brother-in-law? I can hardly contain myself. I might inadvertently call out brother-in-law one day, so do not hold it against me. Gu Shiyu's eyes conveyed a warning. I once tested the waters, and Song Yuan is the type of man who possesses both capability and a strong sense of pride. It is highly likely that he would not accept marrying a wealthy woman. Moreover, my grandmother is still upset with me. So I plan to wait until his career flourishes a bit before broaching the subject. Gu Xiuan made himself comfortable, as if he were in his own home, lounging on the sofa with his long legs stretched out. Very well, Gu Xiu, peel me an apple. I am feeling a bit hungry. Gu Xiu scoffed. Is it already that time of day? Have I given you too much face? Gu Xiuan felt he could assert some influence over his elder sister. You don't wish to peel it for me? Very well, then I shall seek out brother-in-law. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed that Song Yuan had emerged from the kitchen at some point and was now looking in their direction. Chapter 69. The imposter Gu Xiu and Gu Xiuan were uncertain whether Song Yuan had overheard their conversation, and both siblings were momentarily taken aback. Song Yuan beckoned to Gu Xiuan, urging him to assist with the dishes. Gu Xiuan hurried to help, and after the meal, Gu Xiu voluntarily took on the task of tidying the kitchen. As Song Yuan observed her, he confided, Xiu, I might not be my parents' biological child. Gu Xiu turned to him in surprise. How could that be? I too am troubled by this. My parents cherish me as if I were their own, treating me like a precious gem since childhood. Yet today, I discovered my mother's blood type. Both she and my father are A, while I am AB. At a loss for words, Gu Xiu pondered. Is it possible there was an error? The hospital made no mistakes. My father is going to the hospital tonight. I wish to return home and look at my childhood belongings. I will accompany you. Gu Xiu quickened her pace, neatly organizing the kitchen before removing her apron. Gu Xiuan had already placed his bag in the guest room, treating the space as his own, behaving without a hint of restraint. As there was no need for formality in his sister's home, I will sleep here. You two need not worry about me. Song Yuan was at a loss. If you need anything, let me know, but do not touch anything indiscriminately. Understood. Gu Xiuan retrieved a towel from his backpack and entered the bathroom. Gu Xiu sensed that this boy intended to linger in their home, realizing that inviting him in would be far easier than sending him away. But she maintained a facade of politeness. Later that evening, Song Yuan drove Gu Xiu back to their old family house. He recalled that their parents' bedroom contained a cabinet for old items, and upon entering, he headed straight for the master bedroom to open the cabinet. Inside, he discovered numerous photographs from his childhood, chronicling his growth from infancy to adolescence, revealing that he had been brought home from the very beginning. As he sifted through the memories, curiosity consumed him. Where did he truly come from? Though the results of the paternity test were yet to be revealed, he surmised there was a 99% chance he was not their biological child. He compared a family portrait, noting that he bore no resemblance to either his father or mother. If he had been adopted through proper channels, there should be adoption papers, yet after rummaging through the cabinet, he found none. Song Yuan's greatest fear was that he had been abducted. If that were the case, his current parents would be implicated in a crime, while his biological parents must have been suffering from the loss of their child. With no useful leads uncovered, Song Yuan collected the old photographs, his expression somber. He suddenly felt as though his life had been reduced to a journey of return, uncertain of his origins. Gu Xiu offered him solace. Do not rush. Once the paternity test results arrive, you can confront our father with them. Regardless of the outcome, I will stand by you. Song Yuan grasped Gu Xiu's hand. Xiu, having you by my side is a true blessing. By the time they returned home, it was well past 10 o'clock, and the guest room door was firmly shut. The house enveloped in an eerie silence. Song Yuan surmised that the boy had already gone to sleep and refrained from calling out to him again. After finishing her bath, Gu Xiu changed into a more modest nightgown. With her younger brother at home today, she wished to avoid any inappropriate disturbances in her mind. Gu Xiuan was still just a child. Unfortunately for Song Yuan, he was left to endure a cold shower. Once back in bed, they each took their respective sides of the blanket, separated by an invisible boundary. Song Yuan found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this arrangement. It felt no different from being single. He playfully tugged at Gu Xiu's fingers and asked, Xiu, could you come a little closer? She shifted slightly, drawing only a fraction nearer. taking the initiative. Song Yuan moved towards her, draping his arm around her waist and whispering in her ear, Shiyu. Gu Shiyu sat up from under the covers, placing Song Yuan's restless hand beneath his own blanket, tucking it in securely, and adjusting the air conditioning down by 2 degrees. Let's sleep. Song Yuan chuckled softly. She truly understood him. He decided to endure the night, planning to send that young man away the following day, or, if necessary, let him sleep on the floor at the office. The next day, Song Yuan donned a sharp black suit, with Gu Shiyu helping him tie his tie. He was set to attend an internet conference, where formal attire was essential. By 10 in the morning, he arrived at the venue to meet with Lu Qi. The organizers had taken over the largest 5-star hotel in the capital, and a throng of media had gathered outside. Song Yuan and Lu Qi had secured 2 entry tickets through Professor Zhang. As they exchanged pleasantries outside the venue, Song Yuan suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Li Mingqi, accompanied by Wang Jinkai, was approaching, with another man whose identity was obscured. Wang Jinkai spotted Song Yuan from a distance, wearing a smug expression. Song Yuan, you dare to show up? Why wouldn't I come? Song Yuan replied confidently. Li Mingqi glanced at Song Yuan, offering a smile that did not reach his eyes. So, you are Song Yuan? He recognized Song Yuan from his time in the company, but a mere technical director was hardly someone to remember. Now, the individual who had dared to poach the Tianyu team warranted a closer look. Wang Jinkai, eager to please, chimed in, Song Yuan, you must let me introduce you. This is our newly recruited CTO, Liang Quan. Song Yuan turned to face the man, startled enough to cough. He asked, with a tone laced with sarcasm, is this the legendary Mr. James? Had he not encountered him today, Song Yuan might have completely forgotten about him. Liang Quan had been a college roommate, known for his dark demeanor and even having stolen from classmates, which had led to some minor conflicts between them. After graduation, he had lost touch with everyone. Song Yuan had not anticipated that the impersonator would be Liang Quan. He knew all too well what Liang was capable of. While he could certainly serve as a technical director due to his prestigious education from Huada, pretending to be a hacker was far beyond his reach. Song Yuan refrained from exposing him immediately, preferring to wait for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow. Liang Quan merely nodded at Song Yuan, treating it as a greeting. Wang Jinkai, however, was invigorated. Indeed, we at Tianyu have successfully recruited James, and the previous system issues have been adeptly resolved. Song Yuan, do you truly consider yourself a significant player? Song Yuan did not hold back in his retort. Wang, your business seems to be flourishing today. Selling out of pastries so early? Once sold out, remember to return home promptly and check if your wife is busy stitching for the neighbors. Wang Jinkai, like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, was incensed by these words. Song Yuan, damn you, silence yourself. Song Yuan glanced around, noting the crowd. He had no desire to make headlines the following day. As a man, there is no need for incessant bickering. If you're dissatisfied, let us settle this in the parking lot. When faced with such unreasonable scoundrels, one should simply take action. Chapter 70. The Internet Conference. Wang Jinkai was known for his incessant chatter, yet when it came to serious matters, he quickly retreated. His physique was no match for Song Yuan, and he possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Song Yuan, just wait and see how you'll embarrass yourself later. With your newly registered, insignificant little company, which barely has 20 employees combined, how dare you attend the Internet Conference? It's utterly laughable. Song Yuan let out a cold snort, thinking, I hope you still find it amusing later. Li Mingqi felt that Wang Jinkai was excessively loquacious and, growing impatient, said, all right, enough chatter, it's time to go in. Li Mingqi, accompanied by his 2 capable aides, entered the hotel. As they approached the entrance, Liang Quan glanced back at Song Yuan. Lu Qi felt somewhat uneasy and asked, do you know that person? He seems to hold a grudge against you. Don't pay him any mind. He bears a grim countenance towards everyone. This is what we call a small-minded person, Song Yuan replied, dismissively. Lu Qi cursed under his breath, damn, what kind of characters does Tianyu Company attract? Does James really look like that? Song Yuan inquired, do you truly believe it? Not at all. I'd sooner believe you're James, Lu Qi retorted. Song Yuan chose not to respond further, and the two produced their entrance tickets to proceed inside. This internet conference highlighted advancements in AI intelligence, digital security, and smart education. The leading companies showcased their research achievements, followed by a period of open networking. Song Yuan and Lu Qi set their sights on Ji Cheng, who was conversing with others nearby. Ji Cheng, the founder of G Capital, was renowned as the cash king of the Beijing Circle, famous for his investments and keen insight. The projects he invested in typically flourished. However, such elite figures are notoriously difficult to approach, and mere mortals seldom enjoy the opportunity to converse with them. Even for a few minutes, Song Yuan pondered how best to engage him. Confident in the superiority of his product, but acutely aware that he first needed a chance to present it, he felt the business cards in his pocket. And not far off, he noticed that two more distinguished individuals had joined the conversation with Ji Qing, figures one would only encounter on financial channels. As he contemplated his predicament, he observed Li Mingqi advancing with his two subordinates. Although Tianyu Company was not particularly large, it was publicly listed, allowing Li Mingqi to awkwardly elbow his way into the upper circles for attention. Song Yuan stood nearby, quietly listening. Li Mingqi began by showcasing their latest mobile game on his phone, elaborating on it before boasting about his team. He ceremoniously introduced the newly hired CTO, Liang Quan, saying, "Mr. Ji, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Hua, this is a significant asset I worked hard to recruit. He is the renowned hacker James, who infiltrated a certain technology firm on Wall Street." Upon hearing this, the prominent figures displayed expressions of astonishment as they regarded Liang Quan. Clearly, Li Mingqi's mobile game paled in comparison to the attention commanded by the presence of Liang Quan. In the realm of the internet, who hadn't heard of hacker James? Even the busiest CEOs were aware of how elusive James was. He never revealed his true identity, leaving any headhunter utterly baffled. For years, no one had uncovered even a shred of information about James, including his gender or nationality. Is it truly this young man before us? The mere utterance of James's name drew in a larger crowd, swiftly encircling them in a center of gossip. Ji Qing chuckled, inquiring how Mr. Li had managed to retain such a genius hacker as his CTO, given the rumor that no one could find James. Li Mingqi smiled and nodded, stating that this was a private matter between him and James, not to be discussed here. Our primary purpose for this gathering is to present our project. And I hope the esteemed executives will take note. If you do not believe me, surely you can believe in James? With him by our side, there is no problem we cannot solve. The remaining few joined in laughter, affirming that with James on board, if he could not resolve the issue, then no one could. In just a few minutes, Li Mingqi had already distributed several business cards. At that moment, Song Yuan, listening to their conversation, had opened his laptop. In mere moments, he had blacked out the computer hosting the display screen. Once finished, he handed the laptop to Lu Qi, executing the operation with the swiftness of a tiger, leaving no one aware of his actions. Soon enough, someone in the crowd noticed the screen had gone dark, displaying the ominous words, "Hacker attack." The staff responsible for the computer shouted, "Our computer has been hacked. Who is behind this?" Everyone turned to look, and at that moment, Song Yuan had already mingled into the group gathered around Ji Qing. What a pity, I hadn't finished watching the AI hospital presentation on the display screen. Surely Mr. James can resolve this minor issue? Liang Quan observed Song Yuan, his brow furrowing slightly. Beside him, Wang Ji-kai scoffed, "Of course, such trivial tactics are nothing before our CTO. This is hardly a problem that would take more than 10 minutes to fix." Li Mingqi wore a confident smile. As he had been longing for an opportunity to showcase his talented ally, the moment had indeed arrived. 10 minutes would be a gross underestimation of James's capabilities. Our CTO from Tianyu can resolve such a minor issue in no more than 5 minutes. Following his proclamation, all eyes naturally turned to Liang Quan. The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiment, relieved that their top hacker was present. Otherwise, the conference would have been in dire straits, and the organizers would be in tears. Surely, those attempting to breach our system are unaware that James is here. They have unwittingly bitten off more than they can chew. It would be wise to teach them a lesson, reminding them of the gravity of their actions in such a setting. With so many media representatives present, this incident would surely make headlines tomorrow. The crowd buzzed with animated discussion. Liang Quan observed the media nearby, their cameras trained on them, yet they remained silent. Song Yuan glanced at his old classmate, feeling compelled to encourage him. Surely, Mr. James will take action? Liang Quan looked over at him, their eyes meeting, an unspoken rivalry simmering beneath the surface. The personnel responsible for managing the computers rushed over in desperation, imploring Mr. James for assistance with their technical difficulties, as others had been unable to resolve the issue. If it remains unresolved, the leadership might deduct our wages tomorrow. Please, we beg of you. The young lady's plea elicited laughter from a group of seasoned professionals, with one offering her reassurance, "Do not fret. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to your aid. However, today we are graced with the presence of a world-class hacker. Your salary will not be at risk. Let us bear witness to James's prowess." Who knows? Perhaps tomorrow your superior may even consider a raise. Indeed, a raise. Those present today are fortunate to witness hacker James engage in a live contest. This incident is poised to be sensational news within our internet community, destined to make headlines tomorrow. Chapter 71. A grand scene of slapstick amidst a flurry of voices. The crowd rallied around Leon Quan, their admiration for the top-tier hacker palpable, unaware that this adulation could lead to his downfall. Leon Quan found himself in a precarious situation, caught between a rock and a hard place. He glanced at Song Yuan, whose eyes conveyed a fierce determination that only he could comprehend. Surely, Mr. James can handle this. Right? Song Yuan prodded. Leon Quan furrowed his brow, responding, of course, this minor issue is no challenge for me. However, I am currently engaged in crucial discussions with several executives, and I cannot afford to delay Mr. G's time. Let us set aside the computer issue for now. Upon hearing this, the young woman who had sought help immediately understood who truly held the authority in this situation. Turning to G, she implored, Mr. G, may I trouble you for a few minutes? Could Mr. James assist with the computer issue first? She was on the verge of tears. Ji Chung, the chairman of G Capital, demonstrated his refinement and compassion by not wishing to burden a distressed young lady. With a gentle smile, he replied, It is no trouble at all. Our discussions can wait. Mr. James, please assist her with the computer. The young woman was nearly in tears of relief. Ji then comforted her, saying, Do not cry. If your supervisor deducts your wages tomorrow, come to me, and I shall intercede on your behalf. I trust your supervisor will grant me this courtesy. Gratefully, the young woman bowed in thanks, as if she had found her savior. Song Yuan smirked at Leon Quan, who was now visibly green with anger, yet he maintained an air of confidence. Were it not for the fact that Song Yuan was indeed James, Leon Quan might have been intimidated. With Ji Qin weighing in, Leon Quan found no further excuse to resist and conceded, I will handle it. Among the attendees, 80% were from the internet sector, comprising not only capital magnates but also numerous tech experts. Naturally, they were eager to witness James confront the hacker firsthand. As Leon Quan approached the computer, a throng of tech enthusiasts followed closely behind. At that moment, conversations about business ceased, and no one paid heed to the robotic displays or discussions of new technologies. All eyes converged on the scene, with some even glancing at their watches, eager to time how quickly James could resolve the issue. Song Yuan and Lu Qi stood at the periphery of the gathering, with Song Yuan nudging Lu Qi. This is a spectacle. Quick, record it to share with the brothers in our group chat. Lu Qi inquired, Are you certain he cannot solve it? What if he truly is James and resolves it in mere minutes? Song Yuan harbored a modicum of confidence. The maneuvers he had just executed would take any hacker of merit at least an hour to untangle, especially since Leon Quan was merely an imposter. If he manages to solve it in minutes, I shall perform a handstand while washing my hair. Goodness, then I believe you. Lu Qi promptly drew out his phone, prepared to record the unfolding drama. Song Yuan adopted an eager spectator-esque demeanor, curious to see how this imposter would extricate himself from the situation. Suspecting even Li Mingqi was in the dark, Wang Jikai squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Song Yuan, at that moment brimming with pride. Even more so than the spotlighted Leon Quan. Song Yuan, are you really going to linger here and make a fool of yourself? With that shabby game from your little workshop, do you dare present it to Mr. G? You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Song Yuan chuckled in disbelief. He would not stoop to argue with such a petty individual in this setting. Wang Jikai, shall we meet after the meeting? Wang Jikai snorted today. The only company seeking funding are Tianyu, and you? So you might as well concede and spare yourself the humiliation. We have James. Song Yuan nodded, acknowledging that one should possess self-awareness. Why would someone with a good life choose to humiliate themselves in such a venue? He couldn't help but compliment Wang Jikai. I think you are quite suited to carry Mr. G's shoes. This task belongs to you. As for us at Fengshui Entertainment, we will be the esteemed guest of Mr. G. As Song Yuan uttered these words, he radiated an air of confidence, leaving Wang Jikai momentarily speechless. At the front, Leon Quan had already seated himself before the computer, his fingers poised over the keyboard. All eyes were glued to him, anxious not to miss a moment of the unfolding drama. Leon Quan stared at the screen for a brief moment, where the words hacker attack loomed large. Whispers arose among the crowd. Why isn't James moving? What's going on? Patience. I suspect James is contemplating how to unveil the perpetrator behind the attack. Such actions at an internet conference were indeed a provocation to our entire circle. James would surely help us reclaim our dignity. Otherwise, I'd feel utterly humiliated. Even my wife would mock me for being a tech person. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Liang Quan's fingers finally began to dance across the keyboard, lines of code cascading across the screen. It has begun. The moment of witnessing a miracle, I am timing it now. How many minutes do you think it will take James to resolve this? Wow, incredible! This code is being written so swiftly, I barely caught a glimpse of what he typed before it scrolled away. At this rate, it won't take more than 10 minutes to resolve. This is divine code, incomprehensible to mortals. Let us simply await the outcome. Today's events may very well make headline news. Amazing, amazing. Quick, record it. We can analyze it later. A group of tech enthusiasts raised their phones high, capturing the spectacle. Only Song Yuan stood steadfast, scrutinizing the code Liang Quan was generating. The challenges he had set were utterly mismatched, and at this pace, even a full day would not suffice for him to restore the computer. Meanwhile, Li Mingqi, standing with several prominent figures, remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situations, still delighting in the scrolling code on the screen. In his mind, this was a golden opportunity to secure investment. Surely, these magnates would be clamoring to invest in him afterward, especially with his leading figures seated before him, his very own cash cows. Li Mingqi once again presented the game design plan from his tablet to the esteemed executive beside him. Mr. G, take a look. Our game targets the demographic aged 18 to 25, which constitutes the largest user base for mobile games. This time, however, Jiqing's gaze remained fixed ahead, completely disregarding Li Mingqi's tablet. Please hold on a moment. Let us first observe James as he restores the computer. Li Mingqi nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to extol the virtues of his formidable colleague. James is not only a world-renowned hacker, but his talents extend far beyond that. In the realm of the internet, there is no project he cannot conquer. Jiqing, feeling somewhat disturbed by the noise, gestured for silence, prompting Li Mingqi to fall utterly silent. Time trickled by. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 8 minutes elapsed. Liang Quan continued to type away at the keyboard, and the projection screen displayed nothing but a continuous stream of code, devoid of any other changes. Chapter 72. A glimmer of understanding. 10 minutes elapsed, and impatience began to brew among the onlookers. Was it not said that James could resolve matters in mere minutes? Yet, here we were, a full 10 minutes gone, with seemingly no progress in sight. Silence. Do not disturb James's concentration. I sense a resolution is imminent. Today, I shall boast of this achievement abroad. However, I could not shake the feeling that James was becoming increasingly anxious. His forehead glistened, as if perspiration betrayed his urgency. What do you know? When such a top-tier expert operates at peak mental capacity, the energy expended is considerable. Perspiration is merely a natural response. When you are anxious, you still yearn for relief. Yet, 15 minutes passed with no advancement. Whispers within the crowd grew from hushed murmurs to louder discussions. As 30 minutes ticked by, the figure seated at the front, James, remained engrossed in his relentless typing. Song Yuan glanced towards Li Mingqi, who had relinquished his earlier air of arrogance, exhibiting instead a countenance fraught with tension. He sought to excuse his subordinate. Mr. G, perhaps James is unfamiliar with this computer. It lacks the software he typically employs, and the pressure of so many observant eyes is undoubtedly daunting. Mr. G remained silent, but Mr. Hua interjected with a question. Li, could it be that you have been deceived? From what I understand, the skills of a top hacker are exceptional, impervious to environmental distractions. I have read about Hacker James. He infiltrated the financial systems of that disgraceful firm on Wall Street in a mere 3 minutes. This minor issue should not pose a challenge for him. Li Mingqi's face paled, caught between a rock and a hard place, struggling to mount a defense. Despite his doubts, he clung to the belief that Liang Quan was indeed James. The IP address he acquired from a friend was certainly reliable, and his subordinates had scoured the records of hospitalized individuals, finding only Liang Quan's information matching that of James. Mr. Hua, grant him another 10 minutes, and he will surely resolve it. At the control station, Liang Quan felt the beads of sweat multiply on his brow. He was not deaf to the murmurs below, and his agitation intensified. A graduate of a prestigious university, he possessed decent capabilities, yet he was not a hacker by any means. The adage rings true. Each field demands its own expertise, and he was acutely aware of his limitations in this domain. 10 more minutes slipped away, and Liang Quan, feeling utterly helpless, discreetly disconnected the power supply. The hall erupted in a cacophony of confusion. What is happening? Has there been a power outage? Surely, I did not just witness the computer go dark. Good heavens, what formidable virus could cause such a blackout? Even the bold letters that had just graced the screen had vanished. The computer could not fail at this critical juncture, could it? Amidst the clamor, Yang Quan rose and addressed the crowd. I apologize, everyone. The computer has malfunctioned. Kindly allow the staff to attend to it. I shall follow up on the hacking issue post-haste. Rest assured, it will be resolved. Whether Liang Quan believed his own words remained uncertain. The audience, however, was far from convinced. After waiting 40 minutes without witnessing the anticipated spectacle, their respect for this so-called expert had diminished significantly. The current discourse among the attendees has disregarded even the most basic semblance of decorum. Could it be that James is unable to resolve the issue, deliberately sabotaging the computer? My word, what monumental scandal have I stumbled upon? Silence your tongue. Do not slander my idol. James is a deity. Such trivial matters cannot possibly confound him. I suspect this individual may not even be James. Perhaps he is an imposter. In this world, one's identity is self-assigned, and I too believe he is a fraud. James has always been discreet, never boasting about his prowess. This individual's demeanor is unlike his. At that moment, someone shouted towards the control panel, suggesting that if the computer is malfunctioning, they ought to summon a technician, as we have yet to witness the restoration of the device. Indeed, the crowd was unswayed, for they could not afford to waste 40 minutes. It is akin to reaching the climax of a film only to be informed of a power outage. One would procure a generator to complete the performance. As conversations flowed, some individuals stepped forward to assist in examining the computer. It must be fixed today. Before long, a revelation emerged. The computer was not broken. The power supply had merely been disconnected. Upon reconnecting the power, the computer instantly illuminated, the display returning to its prior state, albeit with a few unfinished lines of code awkwardly lingering. Liang Quan's countenance could scarcely be described as anything less than dire. He was nearly breathless with anxiety. Through the throng, he cast a venomous glance at Song Yuan, wishing he could wield his gaze as a weapon. Had it not been for Song Yuan's initial suggestion to let James address the problem, he would not have found himself in such a precarious position. He had made a fool of himself in front of the entire internet community, in the presence of the most elite engineers and substantial capital, effectively delivering a resounding slap to his own face. At that moment, Li Mingqi's expression was even more dismal. He had confidently assured everyone that James could resolve the issue in mere minutes. Now, not only was the problem unresolved, but he had also concocted such a clumsy lie in a futile attempt to deceive everyone. He felt certain that today's funding was doomed, and he would struggle to hold his head high in front of these executives in the future. Li Mingqi gestured to Wang Jinkai, who quickly grasped the situation, hastening towards Liang Quan to pull him from the crowd. They exited the hotel, stopping only in a secluded area. Li Mingqi soon followed, his piercing gaze fixed upon Liang Quan. Are you truly James? Liang Quan, wearing a forlorn expression, replied, I am. Li Mingqi pressed. Then please explain to me the events of today. Liang Quan found himself at a loss for words. He was indeed not James, yet the agreement had been signed. And to claim otherwise would expose him to exorbitant penalties, a burden he could not bear. Mr. Li, I am not feeling well today. I have a severe headache. If you do not believe me, I can prove my capabilities at work. Li Mingqi recalled that Liang Quan had indeed resolved the issues left by Song Yuan at the company. Perhaps his discomfort today had indeed led to his underperformance. Clenching his fists, Li Mingqi instructed, you should return and recuperate. We shall find another opportunity to reconvene. Meanwhile, within the hotel lobby, a group of individuals is engaged in a discussion regarding the appropriate measures to take in the event of a computer being compromised by hackers. With numerous media outlets present to capture the scene, it is indeed a blemish on the reputation of those in the tech industry. Among the crowd, inquiries arise as to who might be willing to take a stab at resolving the issue. Song Yuan, stepping forward with confidence, assures everyone, please, do not fret. I possess a basic understanding of this matter. Allow me to give it a try. Chapter 73. He restored the computer as Song Yuan spoke. All eyes turned toward him, curiosity mingling with skepticism in their gazes. The attendees were predominantly elite professionals from the industry, including CTOs from leading companies and deep technical experts in their respective fields. Each one of them possessed exceptional knowledge and expertise. Yet, this self-proclaimed young man was unfamiliar to all. One individual, intrigued, inquired, which company's CTO are you? With a polite smile, Song Yuan replied, I am not a CTO, I am a game programmer. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him dimmed, and some even displayed a hint of derisive laughter. Whispers circulated through the crowd, questioning how someone merely a programmer, not a CTO or an expert, could possibly succeed. It seemed a display of unwarranted confidence, with so many top engineers hesitant to step forward. His self-nomination appeared foolish. This is a waste of everyone's time. I doubt this computer can be fixed. Let us all disperse, they murmured. Ignoring the chatter, Song Yuan navigated through the crowd, moving forward. Behind him, Wang Jikai had returned to the hall, having overheard Song Yuan's earlier remarks. He felt compelled to speak up, believing it too lenient not to. Song Yuan, do not embarrass yourself here. Every technician present is infinitely more capable than you. Aren't you ashamed to step up? After listening for a while, Lu Qi could no longer contain himself. This diminutive provocateur had confronted Song Yuan more than once. Hey, where did you come from, you little pumpkin? Your company sends a fake hacker to deceive everyone, and now you have the audacity to criticize others? Is your skin made of iron? Wang Jikai scoffed. I know you're in cahoots with Song Yuan. Instead of hurling insults, you might want to advise your friend. Look at the setting. There are numerous media present. Have you considered the consequences? If things go awry, don't pretend you need to rush to the restroom. Lu Qi spat dismissively, even with his eyes closed. My brother could surpass you. Care for a wager? Wang Jikai chuckled, aware that Song Yuan had served as his technical director for 3 years, fully cognizant of his capabilities. If Song Yuan possessed such hacker prowess, he surely would not be content working under him. Companies would have long since poached him. A wager it is. What do you propose? Lu Qi, quick-tempered and intolerant of provocations, could not let this slide against his friend go unchallenged. How about you kneel and call me daddy? Wang Jikai exploded in frustration. Damn it. You're definitely going to call me daddy. Lu Qi clapped his hands to garner attention, declaring, everyone, bear witness. This man, Wang Jikai, and I have made a bet. If my brother Song Yuan successfully repairs the computer, he will kneel and call my brother daddy. If I lose, I will kneel and call him daddy. Wang Jikai added with a smirk, if you lose, not only will you kneel and call me daddy, but both of you will kneel and shout it together. Lu Qi was confident that Song Yuan would not lose. Good son, I promise you, let's bet on this. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Was this not a gamble of immense proportions? In front of so much media, capital, and industry magnates, to kneel and call someone daddy? The 2025 Internet Conference could undoubtedly be deemed the most spectacular in history, unmatched by any other, a veritable feast of drama. A well-meaning individual cautioned Lu Qi, brother. Do you truly believe your friend can resolve this? Look at how many big shots are here today, yet none dare to step forward. Are you not playing a bit too recklessly? Having just been riled up by Wang Jikai, Lu Qi, now composed, glanced at the media-wielding cameras nearby and felt a pang of apprehension. He recognized Song Yuan's quick wit and meticulous reasoning. Yet, did Song Yuan truly grasp the intricacies of the hacker domain? That remained uncertain. Damn, perhaps he had overestimated the situation. Lu Qi followed Song Yuan to a less crowded area and lowered his voice. Brother, have I landed us in trouble? We aren't truly going to kneel and call that scoundrel daddy, are we? Song Yuan, noticing Lu Qi's expression, felt a chuckle rising within him. Lu Qi's impulsive nature was not a recent development, and Song Yuan decided to tease him. Well, if things go awry, we might just have to honor our bet. Who told you to gamble? Damn, I don't want to call that scoundrel daddy. Brother, muster some resolve. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Song Yuan approached the control panel. Lu Qi's anxiety was palpable. He was more nervous than he had been just a minute before his college entrance exam results. He regretted his impulsive wager, dragging Song Yuan into this predicament. If they lost, how would they ever show their faces in this circle again? It would not only be a disgrace to them, but also to their alma mater, Huada, and to Professor Wang, who had guided their projects. They might even shy away from the upcoming school anniversary festivities. This was disastrous. They had bitten off more than they could chew. Lu Qi sank into deep self-reproach. At the control panel, Song Yuan settled himself with composure, his hands poised over the keyboard. He did not rush to type, but instead glanced at Wang Jikai, who was flanked by Li Mingqi, just returned to the hall. At the moment their eyes met, both Li Mingqi and Wang Jikai wore expressions of disdain. Wang Jikai bellowed towards the control panel. I knew you couldn't do it. You can't even produce a single line of code. You might as well come over now and call me daddy to avoid wetting your pants in fear later. Lu Qi turned and shouted at him, Scoundrel, shut your mouth. Just as Wang Jikai prepared to retort, he heard voices from the crowd. It's happening. It's happening. At the control panel, Song Yuan's fingers began to dance across the keyboard, and all eyes were glued to the display screen, where lines of code scrolled rapidly. Wang Jikai couldn't help but laugh aloud. What is the difference between this and what James just did? It looks impressive, but is he not simply typing irrelevant code? As soon as Wang Jikai finished speaking, Li Mingqi shot him a glare. Shut up. Wang Jingkai obediently fell silent. In the crowd, some were murmuring, well, it seems that this brother named Song Yuan resembles the previous counterfeit James in demeanor while coding. He likely won't amount to much either. So I think I shall cease my observations. This is rather unremarkable. I could manage a few keystrokes myself. Everyone, please disperse. Today has been a disappointment. I had hoped to witness James resolving issues live, only to encounter an imposter. What a waste of 40 minutes. And now another charade emerges. Just as the words left the lips of the person in front, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. No way. No way. The computer has been restored. Was it really fixed just like that? He has only been at it for 3 minutes, hasn't he? Chapter 74. Conquering the big shot. The presentation on the screen had reverted to the previously displayed PPT content. All eyes in the room were fixed on Song Yuan. Filled with astonishment, they never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous programmer possessed such remarkable skills. He had indeed resolved the computer hacking issue. This was a problem that the so-called James, a prominent figure, had struggled with for 40 minutes before resorting to forcibly shutting down the power. Amongst the multitude of industry elites present, not a single one dared to attempt a solution, yet this young man had accomplished it in merely 3 minutes. Had anyone recorded the process? The crowd was bewildered. No one had recorded it. Who would have thought he could actually solve it? I assumed he was merely there to join the commotion. Didn't he claim to be a game developer? Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. As Song Yuan descended from the stage, he was immediately surrounded by tech enthusiasts eager to discuss with him. Brother Song Yuan, could you share the code you just used to solve the problem? Let us learn and improve together. Yes, let us grow together. Song Yuan shared a website link with them, stating, "This is my personal website. I will organize the information and post it there. Interested friends can take a look at their convenience." Great. At that moment, the most exhilarated of all was Lu Qi. Within just a few minutes, he had experienced a whirlwind of emotions. He had feared he was in deep trouble and would drag his brother down with him. Instead, his brother had surprised him. His feelings resembled a roller coaster ride. Song Yuan, you truly are impressive. They exchanged a fist bump, conveying everything without words. Lu Qi did not forget the bet they had just made. Let us go find that guy and settle the score. Song Yuan and Lu Qi navigated through the crowd towards the direction of Wang Jingkai, but upon arrival, they discovered he had already fled, leaving no trace behind. Lu Qi cursed in frustration. I should have just stood there and watched him. Song Yuan reminded him. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit today. Lu Qi quickly regained his focus. Song Yuan glanced towards the robotics exhibition area, where Ji Qing and a few others were discussing the future trends of the internet. Noticing Song Yuan's gaze, Ji Qing nodded in acknowledgement. A sense of assurance washed over Song Yuan. Surely, the recent gamble had caught the attention of this big shot, leaving a favorable impression. He patiently awaited an opportunity. And when Ji Qing's companions departed, he seized the moment to approach. Mr. Ji, may I have a few minutes of your time? Ji Qing, nearing 60, continued to toil at the forefront of the business world, with a fortune in the hundreds of billions. Unfortunately, he had only one daughter, who showed no interest in business, leaving his vast empire without an heir. Up close, one could see the streaks of white in his hair, a testament to the burdens of managing such an enterprise. Having encountered countless individuals, Ji Qing could immediately discern Song Yuan's intentions. Setting aside other matters, he held a degree of admiration for this young man. Otherwise, he would not have granted him the opportunity to converse. I am open to chatting, but seeking investment is unlikely. I have already committed to investing in AI healthcare. Before Song Yuan could utter a word, the path was abruptly closed off. The sense of loss in his gaze was unmistakable. He had anticipated challenges, yet he never expected to be deprived of even the chance to speak. It appeared that a shift in focus was imperative. However, having the rare opportunity to converse face-to-face with this influential figure from the Beijing circle was not without merit. Establishing a semblance of familiarity was still worthwhile. Song Yuan, following the thread of conversation, inquired, Mr. Ji, do you have confidence in AI? Ji Qing nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that indeed, various industries are now emphasizing intelligence. Many simple, mechanical tasks can be entrusted to AI, thus conserving human resources and minimizing errors. Song Yuan could not help but concede that AI in healthcare harbors significant potential for development. The prominent investor before him had an almost flawless track record, with his substantial contributions easily accessible online. Song Yuan recognized that persuading Ji Qing to invest in his mobile game was now an impossibility. He adjusted his mindset. treating Ji Chung as an ordinary friend for the purpose of conversation. He shared his perspective. I, too, have great faith in AI healthcare. I even envision that it won't be long before AI hospitals emerge, automating the treatment of simple ailments. People could avoid long queues at hospitals for minor issues, receiving diagnoses and prescriptions from the comfort of their homes. Ji Chung raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing admiration for Song Yuan. This dialogue evoked memories of his own youth, bold, imaginative, and adventurous. The advancement of society indeed necessitates a cadre of such passionate young individuals, unafraid of failure and possessing an inherent drive. With a hint of curiosity, Ji Chung asked, "May I inquire how old you were this year?" Song Yuan chuckled. "There is nothing presumptuous about that. It's merely age. Not an inquiry into my finances. I will be 28 after my birthday, born in the year of the ox." A sigh escaped Ji Chung, his expression turning somber. If his son had lived, he would be of a similar age. Determined to engage other prominent figures, Song Yuan remarked, "Mr. Ji, I wish you success with your investments." As he turned to leave, Ji Chung called him back. "Are you not going to show me the game you've developed?" Song Yuan paused, contemplating the deeper meaning behind Ji Chung's words. Ji Chung continued, "You are the first person who, after being rejected, did not persistently press me for an introduction. That piques my interest." With a flutter of anticipation, Song Yuan retrieved his phone, already equipped with the game demo, and launched it. "Mr. Ji, feel free to try it out. I am the lead designer and programmer of this game, and I can guide you through the gameplay. It is an action role-playing game, and my team has refined the algorithms twice, ensuring remarkably smooth graphics." Ji Chung tried his hand at the game, genuinely impressed. It was indeed as fluid as Song Yuan had described. The gameplay mechanics were refreshingly innovative compared to many mobile games on the market. He regarded the young man before him with renewed admiration. "What stage is your company currently at?" Ji Chung inquired. Song Yuan candidly replied, "We are preparing for our angel round of financing." Ji Chung understood. The angel round signifies that the company is newly established and has yet to secure funding. He had never invested in a project of such a small scale before. Song Yuan's ambition to target him right from the outset was audacious indeed. The nascent company is fraught with instability, and under ordinary circumstances, he would not entertain such considerations. However, at this moment, he feels a certain alignment with Song Yuan. Ji Chung chuckled heartily. "I shall initially invest 30 million. Should the subsequent developments prove promising, I may augment my investment." The sudden influx of happiness left Song Yuan momentarily stunned. Although Ji Chung's investment was not particularly substantial, gaining the acknowledgement of this cash magnate from Beijing marked a significant milestone in his foray into the gaming industry. Moreover, Ji Chung's influence within the business realm is undeniable. His lead investment could very likely attract further capital from other investors. Song Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. "Mr. Ji, have you not already resolved to invest in AI healthcare?" Ji Chung retorted, "Is it not permissible to invest in an additional venture? My assistant will reach out to you to discuss the details." In the midst of their conversation, a melodious male voice drifted over from behind. "Might I inquire if this is Mr. Song Yuan?" Chapter 75. The Overbearing Protector. Upon hearing the sound, Song Yuan turned to see a gentleman he had previously conversed with alongside Ji Chung. It was Hua Ziming, the president of Mingyang Real Estate. As Song Yuan had verified on his phone, their professional paths had never crossed, and he had never had the opportunity to meet someone of Hua Ziming's stature. The fact that Hua Ziming could address him by his name led Song Yuan to believe that the recent commotion had garnered him considerable attention. He smiled and nodded. "Mr. Hua." Hua Ziming returned the gesture and then resumed his light-hearted banter with Ji Chung. "Uncle Ji, you never include me in your new investments, but what a coincidence. I've run into you here. How much are you investing?" "I'll follow suit." Ji Chung chuckled softly. "You always want to be involved, don't you? I'm investing 30 million. Do you want to join? Then I shall invest 30 million as well. I trust your judgment, Uncle Ji." The two engaged in a lively exchange, appearing quite familiar with one another. Standing to the side, Song Yuan quietly suppressed his burgeoning excitement. Was 60 million being so effortlessly secured? The fate of a startup could hinge on the mere words of the wealthy at that moment. He began to understand the sentiments of those who harbor resentment towards the affluent. Ji Chung's assistant hurried over to whisper something in his ear, indicating that he had an urgent matter to attend to. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed, leaving Hua Ziming and Song Yuan alone. Hua Ziming scrutinized Song Yuan for a moment before extending his hand. "Mr. Song, may our collaboration be fruitful." Song Yuan shook his hand in return. "Indeed, Mr. Hua." May our collaboration flourish. Shouldn't you first review my game demo? Hua Ziming waved his hand dismissively. That S of little consequence. Let us sign the agreement first. My assistant and lawyer will come to your company to discuss the details. Song Yuan handed over his pre-prepared business card, which Hua Ziming accepted. I have other matters to attend to. Mr. Song, do keep busy. His tone was exceptionally courteous, and as he departed, he lingered on Song Yuan for a few extra moments. Hua Ziming's phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. If he continued the conversation, the person on the other end would surely be in a panic. He opened WeChat, where Gu Shiyu was bombarding him with messages. Gu Shiyu, have you found Song Yuan? Gu Shiyu, did you negotiate the investment? Gu Shiyu, be cautious not to invest too much at once. Follow-up investments should come later. This way, he will feel a sense of achievement when successful. Gu Shiyu, once settled, report back to me. You'll be in the spotlight while I handle things behind the scenes. Gu Shiyu, cousin, is your phone out of service? Gu Shiyu, you have 1 minute to reply. Hua Ziming was Gu Shiyu's cousin, the child of her aunt's family. He scrolled through the screen and found a suitable spot to return her call. It's done, though you're being overly concerned. My brother-in-law is quite capable. Before I arrived, he had already secured investment from Ji's capital. You know Ji Qing typically does not invest in startups. This time, he has broken his own rule. On the other end of the line, Gu Shiyu paused in surprise. Ji Qing, did I hear that correctly? Gu Jia primarily engages in the automotive research and development sector. Since Gu Shiyu assumed control of the company, she has expanded its commercial landscape, slightly venturing into real estate and the internet. Though there is little intersection with the financial realm of Ji Capital, as both companies stand as leaders in their respective industries. Gu Shiyu harbors aspirations of entering the financial market. However, she considers herself a novice in that domain. Despite her attempts to arrange a meeting with Ji Qing, she has faced polite refusals. Her assessment of Ji Qing, a senior entrepreneur, is that he is profoundly shrewd, principled, and steadfast, making him somewhat difficult to engage with. She can hardly fathom how Song Yuan managed to win over Ji Qing, thus shattering his principles. Indeed, it is Ji Qing. While she wishes to fiercely protect her partner, he appears to require no such defense. Does she feel any sense of defeat? Hua Ziming's words pulled Gu Shiyu from her reverie, and she replied, defeat? Not at all. This only proves my exceptional taste in men. Just wait and see. Song Yuan will undoubtedly emerge as a dark horse in the Beijing circle, surpassing both you and me. All right, enough of this sweet talk. It's almost nauseating. Is this a display of affection? He is a good man. Your brother has approved him, he added. Additionally, Ji Qing invested 30 million. You advised me against making excessive investments, so I too contributed 30 million. Consider it a welcoming gift from me, the older brother. To my brother-in-law, I'm involved in both the front and back of this scenario, no need for reimbursement. Gu Shiyu chuckled, her rare sweetness shining through. Thank you, brother. After a morning filled with worry and a postponed meeting, she finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. She began to contemplate how to celebrate Song Yuan's success that evening, considering a candlelit dinner as a fitting tribute. Meanwhile, Song Yuan was joyfully sharing the news of securing a 60 million investment with his brothers in their work group, which ignited a flurry of red envelopes in the chat, to which he contributed several himself. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, he decided to step out to the terrace for a smoke to unwind. As he passed the restroom, he noticed a glamorous lady lying on the floor, prompting him to instinctively halt his steps. The lady was gasping for breath, her face flushed and desperate for help. Song Yuan knelt beside her, asking, "Ma'am, are you experiencing an asthma attack?" Unable to speak, she struggled to point at her bag that had fallen against the wall. Understanding her plight, Song Yuan promptly retrieved the bag and discovered an inhaler inside. The lady's face lit up with hope upon seeing it, nearly bringing her to tears. He assisted her in sitting up and administered the medication as instructed on the bottle. After a few minutes, her condition improved, allowing her to articulate her gratitude. "Thank you," she managed to utter. He helped her to the sofa and dialed for emergency assistance. Just as he hung up, Ji Qing rushed in with urgency. "Leah, how are you? Have you taken your medication?" With her breathing more stable, Song Leah was now able to speak slowly. "Yes, I have taken it. It was this gentleman who assisted me." Ji Qing looked up and finally noticed Song Yuan standing nearby. A few moments ago, he received a call from Song Li Yuan and immediately went to find her, only to discover that Song Yuan had arrived first. He felt a sense of relief knowing that someone had assisted Song lying. Otherwise, he could not bear to contemplate the consequences. After a brief separation from Song Yuan, who was engaged in business discussions, they met again. And his heart was filled with gratitude. "Mr. Song, I am profoundly thankful for your intervention in saving my wife. She suffers from acute asthma, which can be perilous during an attack, and she may have encountered something that triggered her allergy this time." Song Yuan appraised the elegantly composed lady, realizing she was indeed Ji Cheng's wife. "Mr. Ji, you are far too gracious. I merely happened to be passing by. Anyone in such a situation would surely lend a hand." Ji Cheng reiterated his gratitude. "On behalf of my wife and my entire family, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks once again. I wonder if you might have the time this weekend to join us for dinner at our home?" Concerned that his invitation might lack sincerity, he added, "Consider it a gesture of camaraderie as business partners. I truly admire the fresh perspectives that your generation brings to various matters. Please, allow me to host you. Would that be agreeable?" Chapter 76, Obedient Son. "Call me father." Once the esteemed gentleman had spoken so candidly, Song Yuan found it difficult to decline. Furthermore, establishing a company and associating with successful individuals to glean insights into their business acumen was hardly a disadvantage. On the contrary, Song Yuan welcomed the opportunity. "Mr. Ji, I shall visit you this weekend," he stated. A smile graced Ji Cheng's face as he extended his hand, which Song Yuan politely shook in return. "Then it is settled. I shall await your arrival at my home this Sunday afternoon. We can enjoy some tea, engage in conversation, or perhaps play a game of chess. We can even share dinner later that evening," Ji Cheng proposed. Song Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Ji, please attend to your wife's medical needs first. We shall connect via phone afterwards." Ji Cheng lifted his wife into his arms, followed by an assistant and several bodyguards as they departed. Shortly thereafter, the sound of an ambulance echoed outside. Seated there, Song Yuan casually twisted open a bottle of water and drank half of it. He had not anticipated that his failure to smoke would result in saving a life. Now, with this distraction, the craving for nicotine had inexplicably vanished. Just as he had rested for a few moments, Lu Qi's call came through. "Song Yuan, hurry over to the robot exhibition area. I've caught that scoundrel Wang Jikai." Song Yuan sprang from the sofa. "You've captured him? Tell him his father is on his way." His prior reluctance to confront Wang Jikai stemmed from more pressing matters. Now that he had secured his investment, it was only fitting to fulfill his earlier wager. He ended the call and made his way briskly to the robot exhibition area. The hotel lobby was indeed vast, and it took him quite a while to arrive. Among the crowd, Lu Qi had a firm grip on Wang Jinsai's wrist, preventing any escape. "Behave yourself. Your other father is on his way. Let the fathers give you a proper lesson." Wang Jinsai's pudgy face turned crimson as he struggled to break free, but he was no match for Lu Qi's strength. As they grappled, Song Yuan pushed through the throng, exclaiming, "Ah, what a rebellious son! Why are you resorting to violence against your father?" Wang Jikai, incensed by Song Yuan's mockery, erupted in a torrent of curses. "Song Yuan, damn you! Listen well, Wang Jikai. Your father will buy you transformers." A considerable number of onlookers had gathered, many of whom had witnessed the earlier wager. Those eager for entertainment began to chime in. "Fair is fair. You initiated the bet with this gentleman. Now that you've lost, you must honor your agreement." "Indeed. We are all adults here, responsible for our actions. No one forced you to gamble. It was your own provocation that led to this. Backing out now would be shameful, wouldn't it? Best kneel and call him father. I was right beside you when you placed your bet, and I heard every word." Wang Jikai felt as though he might go mad. After Song Yuan had restored the computer, he had sensed danger and attempted to flee, never anticipating that Lu Qi would pursue him relentlessly and retrieve him even from the parking lot, in front of so many witnesses. To kneel and address these two as father? He would rather perish than endure such humiliation. If he truly complied, what would remain of his dignity? Wang Jinkai felt a pang of betrayal. Just moments ago, in the parking lot, Li Mingqi had watched as Lu Qi apprehended him, yet had made no effort to intervene. As he lifted his gaze, it met the mocking eyes of Song Yuan, and an endless bitterness welled up within him. All of his misfortunes this year were the handiwork of Song Yuan. "Song Yuan, do you even have the right to run a company? You merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, resolving the hacker attack issue. I am more aware than anyone of your true capabilities." Song Yuan chuckled leisurely. "Let us not dwell on trivialities. Hurry and call me daddy. Your two daddies are waiting for you to address them." Wang Jinkai glared at Song Yuan, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Song Yuan, go to hell." With all his might, he charged at Song Yuan, who deftly sidestepped him. A massive black figure surged past, followed by a resounding thud. Everyone turned to witness the spectacle, jaws dropped in disbelief. Wang Jikai had intended to collide with Song Yuan but ended up crashing to the ground instead. Now, a gash on his forehead bled profusely, swelling into a painful lump. He lay motionless on the ground. Whether dazed from the impact or feigning unconsciousness remained unclear. This Lu Qi had anticipated such an outcome and saw no need to exert effort retrieving him. The call of daddy ultimately went unheard. Never mind. I want to hold it against you. Just avoid your daddies in the future. Song Yuan called out to the crowd, asking if anyone knew Mr. Li, so that he could come and collect his subordinate. The embarrassment should not fall solely on Wang Jikai. The employees of Tianyu should come forward to claim him. Soon, a well-meaning individual dialed Li Mingqi's number, meticulously reporting the situation. Song Yuan, disinterested, departed the scene with Lu Qi. The internet conference held a wealth of information, and the two wandered through the hall, discussing the future trends of the internet. As noon approached, the conference concluded, and the media began to vacate the premises, with attendees gradually leaving. Once in the car, Song Yuan shared his good news with Gu Shiyu. Darling, we secured investment, 60 million. To his surprise, Gu Shiyu immediately initiated a video call. When he answered, her delicate face appeared on the screen. Song Yuan, I want to be working late tonight. Shall we celebrate when we get back? Song Yuan replied enthusiastically, of course. I'll cook dinner for you. Make sure to come home early. He smiled, curious if his wife could indeed cook, as he had yet to witness her in the kitchen. During their marriage, the kitchen had only been used the previous evenings. They often ate out or ordered takeout due to their busy schedules. He envisioned Gu Shiyu bustling about in the kitchen, wearing an apron, and warmth flooded his heart. All right, I'll be home early. In the afternoon, Song Yuan returned to the office and convened a meeting with his team. Now that they had secured angel round financing, the team was beginning to take shape. They needed to recruit more individuals to handle various responsibilities. For instance, the company currently lacked a human resources department and needed to hire someone to oversee recruitment and contract management, as well as a reliable legal advisor to draft various agreements. Lu Qi, working with remarkable efficiency, promptly posted the recruitment requirements on job platforms and reached out to known headhunters for assistance in finding suitable candidates. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with still some time left before the workday concluded, Song Yuan took the initiative to leave early, shouldering his computer bag as he departed. He drove to a nearby large shopping mall. Since he made the decision to embark on his entrepreneurial journey, the person who had offered him the most encouragement and support was Gu Shiyu. Their wedding had been hastily arranged, and Song Yuan had always felt a sense of indebtedness towards her. In this moment, he yearned to share the joy of securing funding with her. He entered a jewelry store and selected a pair of diamond earrings, the delicate tassels perfectly complementing her fair complexion. This marked the first time he had purchased a gift for her since their marriage. After having the earrings wrapped, he proceeded to buy a bottle of fine red wine. As he settled into his car, Gu Shiyu's call came through. Song Yuan, I remember on our wedding night, you mentioned there was a scented candle that you hadn't used. Where did you put it? Chapter 77. Kiss her. Song Yuan activated the speakerphone to converse with her while merging into the flow of traffic. What do you need the essential oil for? To create an ambience for a candlelit dinner. Isn't it more atmospheric? Song Yuan pondered for a moment, recalling that the essential oil given to him by Gu Shiyuan was part of a pair, of which one had already been used. The other, perhaps, resided in the drawer of the bedside table. All right, I'll look for it. Hurry back. After hanging up, Song Yuan accelerated his car. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyuan discovered the remaining essential oil in the drawer, bringing it to her nose for a whiff. The familiar scent warmed her heart. Having studied abroad, Gu Shiyuan had acquired some skills in Western cuisine. She had arranged for the ingredients to be delivered in advance, eagerly awaiting Song Yuan's return to commence her culinary endeavor. This would be her inaugural experience cooking for someone else. Before preparing the main course, Gu Shiyuan decided to bake a cake. Crafting desserts was her cherished hobby. She had honed her skills during her university years to pass the time. Just as she placed the cake batter into the oven and adjusted the temperature, the sound of the door opening resonated from outside. After tidying up the kitchen briefly, she dried her hands and stepped out to meet Song Yuan's gaze. Song Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. Just as he had envisioned, Gu Shiyuan was clad in an apron, her long hair gathered at the back, with a smattering of flour adorning her face. As she busied herself in the kitchen, she shed the aura of a career-driven woman, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. After changing his shoes, Song Yuan approached her and casually grabbed a paper towel from the table to wipe her face. Gu Shiyuan looked up as he gently held her head, advising, "Stay still. There's flour on your face." Gu Shiyuan complied, remaining still until he finished, then inquired, "Is it all clean now?" Song Yuan scrutinized her face, deliberately stating, "Let me have another look. It seems there is some on your lips, too." With a puzzled expression, Gu Shiyuan replied, "On my lips?" Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yuan pressed his lips against hers. He savored her lips tenderly, as if indulging in a delightful treat. This kiss was exceptionally gentle, gradually deepening until he ventured slightly further. Initially clinging to the sides of his t-shirt, Gu Shiyuan eventually wrapped her arms around his waist, reciprocating his affection. They lost track of time, kissing until the oven chimed, prompting Gu Shiyuan to turn her head and break the embrace. "My cake is ready." A hint of surprise flickered in Song Yuan's eyes. "You can bake a cake?" "Of course. It's my specialty. Today is a momentous occasion. Purchasing one would feel rather insincere. It's far more meaningful to make it myself." Song Yuan released her and followed her into the kitchen. Gu Shiyuan donned oven mitts and retrieved the steaming cake from the oven. Having already prepared the cream, she was now ready to decorate. Song Yuan observed her with admiration as she skillfully maneuvered the cake, deftly covering it with a layer of white cream. Next, she switched to red jam to inscribe a message on the cake. Song Yuan stepped behind her and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "What shall we write?" Gu Shiyu pondered for a moment, turned to look at him, and said, "May my Mr. Song's future be as bright as brocade." Inscribing the 4 characters onto the cake, with a piping bag in hand, she elegantly wrote the words, adorning them with freshly washed blueberries. This simple fruit cake was her most sincere wish for him. Song Yuan embraced her from behind, surprised that he could return home to find a cake awaiting him. It was indeed the first gift he received that day. "Shiyu, don't rush. I have something for you," Song Yuan said as he retrieved a delicate little box from his pocket and opened it, presenting it to her. "From now on, for every small success I achieve, I will buy you a gift." Gu Shiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. "That's lovely. It will pair beautifully with my white dress. I hope to receive many more gifts." Of course. She glanced out the window. The sun had set, leaving only the afterglow of dusk. It was almost time to prepare dinner. She brought the scented candle she had found earlier to the dining table, placing it beside the cake. "You go take a shower. I'll prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly." Song Yuan kissed her forehead. "All right." Returning to the kitchen, Gu Shiyu placed the prep steak into the pan, arranged the salad on the table, and made a French onion soup, popping the prepared escargot into the oven. The steak was ready to be flipped. By the time she set the entire meal on the table, Song Yuan emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a robe. The sun had fully set. Gu Shiyu turned off the dining room lights, leaving only a lamp on the balcony. The flickering flames of the scented candle danced on the table, creating a warm ambience. The couple sat facing each other. Song Yuan sampled her cooking, finding the flavors quite agreeable. The previous day, he had prepared dinner for her, and now he was savoring her culinary skills. In that moment, he truly felt that they were earnestly building a life together. The emotional value he had anticipated was abundantly fulfilled by her. "Thank you, Shiyu. This is the most memorable Western meal I have ever had." He poured the newly bought wine, and they toasted under the candlelight. Gu Shiyu sipped lightly, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She looked at Song Yuan and asked, "Do you find this scented candle's aroma particularly special? It feels uplifting and a bit warming to the body." Song Yuan paused, initially not perceiving anything extraordinary about the scent. However, Gu Shiyu's remark reminded him of their wedding night, sparking a thought in his mind. This candle was given to him by a junior. Could it possibly be something significant? He had asked Gu Shiyuan for the link several times, but the lad had always evaded him. Now, Song Yuan felt certain that this was no ordinary scented candle. "Shiyu, should we extinguish the candle for now?" Gu Shiyu disagreed, reaching across the table to hold Song Yuan's hand, as if some skin contact was necessary to finish their meal. The main course had been mostly consumed, and her tone had softened, tinged with a hint of playfulness. "Song Yuan, let us cut the cake." Song Yuan retrieved a nearby baking knife and cut off a piece, while Gu Shiyu stood beside him, cradling a plate in her hands, resembling a child pleading for sweets. She delicately touched her finger, adorned with a hint of cream, to his lips for a taste. Taken aback, Song Yuan momentarily faltered, his nerves momentarily misfiring, and in that stance, he gently nibbled on her fingertip. Perhaps a tad sluggish in responding to the captivating aroma, he now felt a rush of warmth coursing through him, his entire being aflame with desire. "Shiyu." He set aside what he was holding, encircled her slender waist, and drew her close, paying no heed to the cake still cradled in her hands. Lowering his head, he kissed her, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. This kiss was fervent and urgent, raw desire unabashedly revealed, even before they could retreat to the bedroom. Gu Shiyu clung to him, breathless, as the cake was carelessly returned to the table. Shiyu. Let us do this right here in the dining room, she responded with a passionate kiss, just as he prepared to escalate their intimacy. The sound of the door opening interrupted them. Song Yuan turned, caught in an awkward moment. Chapter 78. My sweet wife Gu Shiyuan emerged from the guest room. His hair in disarray. Having spent the previous night gaming, he had worked tirelessly throughout the day. When he noticed Song Yuan leaving work early in the afternoon, he followed suit. Upon arriving at his sister's home, he retreated to the guest room to catch up on much-needed rest. He was roused from his slumber by hunger and decided to seek sustenance. As he approached the dining area, he was met with an unexpected sight. They were locked in a passionate embrace. At that moment, Song Yuan's bathrobe was ajar, revealing a significant expanse of his chest, clad only in shorts beneath. Gu Shiyuan, not a naive child, was acutely aware of their actions. In a flurry, he turned on his heel, his mind racing with a tumult of emotions. Had he known he would stumble upon such an embarrassing scene, he would have preferred to starve rather than step through that door. To make matters worse, he had also noticed the aromatic candle flickering on the table. He harbored a deep-seated grudge against Song Yuan. Why are you still here? Both Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu exclaimed simultaneously, shattering the previously charged atmosphere, leaving them devoid of any thoughts. It was a relief that Song Yuan was not frightened by his sudden appearance. Gu Shiyuan was painfully aware of his blunder. He felt slighted. Recalling how dismissively his sister and Song Yuan had treated him when he sought his belongings earlier, he had hoped to discreetly retrieve them, but instead found himself in this mortifying predicament. He wished he could vanish on the spot, to amuse his sister and brother-in-law. Gu Shiyuan stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Turning back, he saw they had separated, and Song Yuan had composed himself. Yet, Gu Shiyuan still dared not lift his gaze, acutely aware of Gu Shiyu's piercing stare, which felt lethal. I forgot my things. I'll just grab them and leave. He blurted out. For the first time, Gu Shiyu truly grasped what it felt like to be unwelcome, feeling entirely superfluous. He hurried back to the guest room, hastily stuffing his belongings into his bag before making his way to the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he noticed the two were still watching him. Gu Shiyuan felt a wave of dread. He could only imagine how his sister would respond. Resolute in his current predicament, Gu Shiyuan steeled himself and returned to stealthily take the half-burned aromatic candle from the table. He surmised that this would likely be the only time he purchased such an item. He was determined to bring ruin upon the manufacturer of that candle. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him, returning the living room to a world shared by just the two of them. Song Yuan consoled Gu Shiyu. Do not be afraid. My junior may seem unreliable, but his character is sound. He won't speak indiscriminately. I shall discuss this with him at the company tomorrow. Gu Shiyu clenched his teeth and retorted, if he dares to speak out of turn, he will be in serious trouble. Song Yuan contemplated how formidable his wife truly was. He was grateful that their earlier encounter had not progressed further. Otherwise, his junior would indeed have been in dire straits. With the aromatic candle removed, the dining area was illuminated solely by the distant light filtering in from the balcony, casting a dim glow that was sufficient to discern each other's expressions. The darkness invited endless imagination. In that twilight, Song Yuan leaned in to kiss her, gradually rekindling the atmosphere that had been so abruptly disrupted. The recent brief interlude did nothing to diminish the intense desire that the two harbored for one another. Gu Shiyu grasped Song Yuan's hair with both hands, her voice trembling as she uttered his name. Amused, Song Yuan leaned closer, whispering enticingly into her ear, Darling, how sweet. Back to the bedroom. He carried her back to their large bed, retrieving something from the nightstand, for their previous encounter had lacked protection. Gu Shiyu hooked her arm around his, saying, No need to search. It makes no difference whether it's once or twice. Once their final encounter concluded, Gu Shiyu, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep slumber without even washing up. Meanwhile, Song Yuan stepped out to the balcony for a post-coital cigarette. Pulling out his phone to message Gu Shiyuan, You must not mention today's events to anyone. On the other side, Gu Shiyuan sat alone in his villa, tipsy and muttering to himself, I'm doomed. I've wronged my sister. I've let down the Gu family ancestors. The following day, Song Yuan awoke first, having altered his routine to include morning runs. He picked up breakfast for Gu Shiyu on his way back. Placing it on the dining table and recalling the chaotic scenes from the previous night, his ears flushing with heat. His junior had yet to respond to his message, and he intended to have a serious discussion with that fellow, as the fragrance had to be dubious. As Song Yuan cleared the cream from the table, he couldn't help but reminisce about her scent, intoxicatingly sweet. He drank a bottle of cold water and left a note for Gu Shiyu, mentioning that she had been worn out the previous day and might sleep in. He drove to the office, and upon entering, he encountered Gu Shiyuan rushing in. Song Yuan grabbed him and pulled him into the stairwell. "How much did you see yesterday?" Gu Shiyuan ran his fingers through his hair, feeling somewhat dejected. How much had he seen? He felt embarrassed to admit it. Was he supposed to confess that he had witnessed his senior's hands misbehaving on his own sister? He would rather become mute. "I didn't see anything. I'm extremely nearsighted and don't wear glasses, so beyond a meter. I can't distinguish between people and animals." Gu Shiyuan cursed inwardly, calling himself a fool. Song Yuan was aware he was lying. His demeanor betrayed that he had seen everything. "Regardless of what you witnessed, you must not speak of it to anyone. Otherwise, you're finished." Gu Shiyuan scoffed, thinking, "Do you believe that silence will spare me? Even if I remain silent, I'm still in trouble. That merciless sister of mine will surely hold me accountable." He stubbornly insisted, "I truly didn't see anything." Song Yuan, unwilling to debate the matter of what was seen or not, said, "I previously asked you for the link to that aroma. You didn't provide it. What is the origin of that fragrance?" Gu Shiyuan scoffed. "Give you the link? I'd rather die. I found it in a trash bin. There's no link." Song Yuan was taken aback. Who would believe such nonsense? A rich heir rummaging through a trash bin? Enough with the absurdities. First, tell me about that fragrance. It won't cause any harm to the body, will it? Gu Shiyuan, irritated at the mention of the aroma, replied, "It poses no physical harm, but it has inflicted psychological damage upon me. Brother Song, if you continue to pry, I shall divulge everything I observed yesterday, including how you could hardly wait to return to your bedroom." And just then, Song Yuan covered his mouth. Coincidentally, some colleagues ascended the staircase, and Su Yuan, with a smile, inquired, "What are you two doing in the dining hall?" Chapter 79, Marriage and No Dates. Song Yuan turned to see Su Yuan, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was truly awkward to have a female colleague overhear such a matter. "Gu Shiyuan," Song Yuan warned, emphasizing his tone, prompting Gu Shiyuan to turn and discreetly slip away. This morning, representatives from G Capital and Mingyang Real Estate were scheduled to arrive for the signing of an agreement, so Song Yuan postponed his current tasks. At 10 o'clock, both parties arrived at Fengshui Entertainment as if they had coordinated their timing. Song Yuan welcomed them into the conference room, where the process was standard and could proceed simultaneously. From G Capital came Ji Cheng's special assistant and a lawyer, while Mingyang Real Estate was represented by Hua Ziming, who personally brought along a lawyer for the discussion. The agreements to be signed had already been prepared by the lawyers, detailing the timing and methods of the capital injection clearly on paper. Prior to this, Song Yuan had already completed the registration for the change in the company's registered capital, and everything went smoothly. He affixed his resolute and elegant signature at the designated spot. Once the agreements were signed, the G Capital representatives departed first. Hua Ziming, however, did not rush to leave. Instead, he took the time to tour the company with his lawyer, experiencing the games they were currently developing. In the end, he insisted on treating Song Yuan to dinner. Song Yuan was somewhat bewildered. Hua Ziming, as the president of a company, had no need to personally handle such matters. He could easily delegate them to his subordinates. Yet, Hua Ziming not only came in person but also wanted to treat him to a meal? Hua Ziming appeared surprisingly affable, almost like a friendly relative, which contrasted with the image Song Yuan had gleaned from his online research. Yielding to the situation, Song Yuan led him to a nearby restaurant of respectable quality and elegant ambience. Hua Ziming dismissed the lawyer and driver, entering the private room with Song Yuan alone. Familiar with the area, Song Yuan ordered several signature dishes after discerning Hua Ziming's preferences. When he requested the wine list, Hua Ziming stopped him, stating that they had work to attend to in the afternoon and that today would be a simple home-cooked meal without alcohol, reserving drinks for another occasion. Song Yuan returned the wine list and opted for tea instead. He pondered Hua Ziming's words, casual conversation. He had assumed this meal was intended to discuss business. What could Hua Ziming possibly want to chat about in terms of casual matters? Before the dishes arrived, the server brought them tea. Hua Ziming casually took his cup, exuding an air of comfort as if he were at home, devoid of any domineering demeanor. What hobbies does President Song have in his spare time? Song Yuan considered the question. His primary passion was gaming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of developing a mobile game himself. Besides that, he enjoyed jogging to maintain his fitness, participating in marathons several times a year, and occasionally playing ball or swimming with friends. The mention of swimming reminded him of Gu Shiyu. It had been several days since their last swim, and they could go again this weekend. Hua Ziming chuckled. Your lifestyle seems quite healthy. I assumed those in your profession would merely be surfing the internet all day. That won't do, Song Yuan replied. Health must come first. In my 20s, I used to stay up late every night, but I've since adjusted my routine. I can't neglect exercise. Otherwise, my abs will turn into a single block. Hua Ziming raised an eyebrow. You have abs? He then inquired, do you smoke often? Do you enjoy drinking? Song Yuan realized that the conversation diverged significantly from his expectations. It seemed that Hua Ziming had a keen interest in him. Yet he refrained from mentioning work. Was he perhaps concerned that Song Yuan might suffer a fatal collapse, leaving a game undeveloped and 30 million wasted? Song Yuan replied that he did not have a strong addiction to cigarettes, indulging only occasionally, and he typically abstained from alcohol unless necessitated by social engagements. Satisfied with this response, Hua Ziming pressed further, what do you usually do after work? He paused momentarily before adding, I have a friend who has invited a few stunning models. I'll send you the address. Would you like to join us tonight? Song Yuan nearly spluttered his tea in surprise. What was happening here? He felt as though Hua Ziming was testing him. Twirling the ring on his ring finger, he responded, Mr. Hua, I must decline. As a married man, it is inappropriate. Hua Ziming countered, what of being married? Most who go out are married. After a long day of work, one needs an environment to unwind. If you don't mention it, how would your wife ever know where you were? Song Yuan lifted his teacup in a toast. Mr. Hua, I truly cannot go. Perhaps another day, I shall host you for drinks. Hua Ziming merely smiled and remained silent. As the meal drew to a close, Song Yuan excused himself to the restroom but instead stepped outside to settle the bill, only to be informed by the front desk that their private room had already been paid for. This dinner left Song Yuan with a belly full of confusion. In the private room, seizing the moment while Song Yuan was absent, Hua Ziming promptly called Gu Shiyu, reporting, the contract has been signed. I had lunch with my brother-in-law and managed to probe a bit. His character seems sound for now, but we will need to observe further to see if he strays. On the other end, Gu Shiyu erupted, Hua Ziming, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Are you secretly bullying him behind my back? Hua Ziming retorted. What happened to basic courtesy? Have you forgotten to address me properly? Where has your respect gone? Gu Shiyu shot back, spare me the nonsense. Did you bully him, or not? Hua Ziming found it amusing. Can we not be so love-struck? Is this what you call bullying? Just then, Song Yuan returned, prompting Hua Ziming to end the call and resume his role as the elder brother-in-law. Hua Ziming sighed as he put his phone away. My wife has a brother whom she often calls by his first name and frequently loses her temper with. I find myself caught in the middle. Song Yuan mused that if his wife had a brother, and she referred to him by name, would he, as her partner, also call him brother? After a moment's thought, he replied, if she does not call him brother, it implies he has not fulfilled that role well, and thus, I shall not either. Hua Ziming's expression darkened. Let us conclude our meeting here. Perhaps we can gather again another time. As Song Yuan observed Hua Ziming's retreating figure, he pondered which of his words might have displeased this affluent patron. Upon returning to the office in the afternoon, Song Yuan received a call from the hospital, informing him that the results of the paternity test he had undertaken a few days prior were ready for collection. After work, he made his way directly to the hospital. Upon receiving the paternity test results, he immediately opened the document to discover that indeed, there was no biological connection between him and Tao Yulian. While he had harbored suspicions prior, the moment he held the paternity test in his hands, a wave of discomfort washed over Song Yuan. Memories from his childhood flooded his mind. He had been raised with utmost care by Tao Yulian. If she were not his biological mother, then from whence did he come? Today, Song Yuan was determined to uncover the truth. He called his father, Song Heng. Dad, are you coming to the hospital today? I have something of great importance to discuss with you. I'm already in the elevator and will arrive at the ward shortly. Chapter 80. The truth. Do not enter just yet. I shall await you in the stairwell. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan gazed at the changing numbers of the elevator until it finally halted at their floor. Song Heng emerged, carrying a bag of fruits that Tao Yulian cherished. What is the urgency? He inquired. I must deliver these fruits to your mother first. Song Yuan seized him by the arm, presenting the paternity test results. Father, I am not my mother's biological child. What is the meaning of this? Song Heng was taken aback, his expression a portrait of shock as he looked at Song Yuan. He never anticipated his son would pose such a question, a secret concealed for 28 years that he had never wished to reveal. How did you come by this knowledge? It was during my mother's recent illness that I discovered both of you possess type A blood, while I am type AB. Father, am I the child you found? He hesitated to use the word found, recalling how adults often jestingly told children, you were picked up by your father. Now, He found himself wishing he had indeed been picked up rather than trafficked. He could not bear the thought of having been treated like an object, marked for sale in the market. If that were the case, where then lay the dignity of a human being? Song Heng's face fell. The truth could no longer be concealed. He spoke candidly. I suffer from azoospermia and am unable to father children. After consulting numerous hospitals with little success, your mother and I had intended to remain childless. But one day, your grandfather brought you home. Song Yuan, filled with urgency, pressed on. From where did my grandfather bring me? Was I purchased? Song Heng shook his head. No. Our family has always been honest. We would never dare to buy a child. It was a nurse classmate of your aunt who assisted in your delivery. Your biological mother faced complications during childbirth and was sent to the ICU. As she was unmarried and your father was unknown, she had a grandmother with visual impairments who, considering the inability to provide for you, decided to put you up for adoption. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. It dawned on him that his arrival had wrought such calamity upon his biological mother. And what became of my mother afterward? After that, we lost track of her. Your aunt returned but said nothing, and we did not inquire, hoping for her continued health and longevity. Which hospital? East City First Maternal and Child Hospital. Does my aunt still keep in touch with that classmate? That is something you must ask your aunt. Song Yuan pondered this information, retrieving the paternity test results and placing them back into his backpack. Let us not disclose this to my mother for now. Allow her to rest and recuperate. I understand. Song Heng replied. The father and son composed themselves and entered the hospital room, one after the other, having been preoccupied with company matters. Song Yuan had not visited the hospital for the past 2 days. Upon seeing both father and son, Tao Yulian's appetite improved, and she consumed an additional half bowl of rice. Once Song Yuan had finished his visit with Tao Yulian and exited the hospital, he dialed his aunt's number. He got straight to the point. Aunt, is that friend of yours who brought me from the hospital still reachable? On the other end, Song Qingqing fell silent. And after a considerable pause, she finally responded, Song Yuan, how did you come to know of this? My father has revealed everything to me, dear aunt. Now, I long to know the fate of my biological mother. Please assist me in contacting your nurse friend. This means the world to me. I implore you. After a moment of silence, Song Qingqing replied, Song Yuan, your words betray a lack of conscience. How have your parents treated you all these years? They have embraced you as their own, entrusting you with their home and savings, pouring their all into you. Now that you have uncovered the truth, you turn to seek your biological parents. Does your conscience not ache? Song Yuan anticipated such reproach, yet he felt compelled to inquire. I merely wish to understand my origins. My biological mother's fate remains a mystery. Should I not be concerned? The kindness of those who raised me is equally significant. Seeking my biological mother does not equate to abandoning my current parents, dear aunt. You perceive me too narrowly. I am not devoid of affection or loyalty. I will not divulge this to you, Song Qingqing retorted before abruptly ending the call. Song Yuan returned home, burdened with unasked questions. Gu Shiyu was working late that evening, so he hastily ordered takeout and consumed a few bites before retreating to his study. Upon opening his computer, he infiltrated the information system of the East City First Maternal and Child Health Hospital. He was born on October 1st, 1997, a day of national celebration. Surely, the hospital would maintain records, he mused. He painstakingly decoded layers of information until he located the maternal records, inputting his birth date for retrieval, only to discover 0 entries in the database. Adjusting the search to the earliest records, he found that the database only contained data commencing from 2005, with no archives preceding that year. Faced with this setback, Song Yuan felt despondent. He wondered if the hospital had preserved records prior to 2005 in paper form. To investigate, he would need connections within the East City First Maternal and Child Health Hospital, but he realized he had no such contacts. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, and a craving for nicotine struck him. He took a lighter to the terrace and smoked half a cigarette before Gu Shiyu returned. Noticing his troubled demeanor, she changed her shoes and joined him on the terrace. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Did an investor give you a hard time? She had already formulated a plan to confront Hua Ziming, but Song Yuan responded, No, Shiyu. My paternity test results have come back. I am not my parents' biological child. Then, Gu Shiyu found herself at a loss for words of comfort. Shiyu, my biological mother, may no longer be alive, and I yearn to learn of her whereabouts. However, the hospital's database only retains information from the last 20 years. Gu Shiyu's brow furrowed slightly. Most hospitals maintain a document archive. The absence of data in the database does not necessarily imply the archive is empty. I have relatives working in hospitals and know many people. Tell me which hospital, and we can directly investigate the document room. Song Yuan smiled appreciatively, extinguishing his cigarette and pulling her into an embrace. They were on the same wavelength, and for the first time, he felt that their connection transcended the physical realm, resonating with harmony in every aspect of life. Shiyu, the foremost maternal and child hospital in Dongcheng. Could you please inquire with your relatives if they know anyone there? Gu Shiyu replied affirmatively, suggesting that it was quite possible. Although she had never heard of this hospital, there was no place in the capital that the Gu family could not investigate. Please wait a moment. I will reach out to that relative, she said. Gu Shiyu returned to the living room and sent a message to her assistant. In my name, donate 5 million to Dongcheng's foremost maternal and child hospital, and instruct their director to contact me tomorrow morning at 9. Proceed with this immediately. Suli had already returned home after a long day's work when she received this unexpected directive from her boss. President Gu, a donation overnight, in my name? Yes, overnight. Suli lamented, feeling the weight of her superior's demands. It seemed that her boss must be expecting, as there could be no other reason for such a late-night donation to a maternal and child hospital, especially in her name. Chapter 81. Investigating archives. Song Yuan stood alone on the terrace, enjoying the gentle breeze. In the WeChat work group, someone had shared a striking post titled, "James appears at the internet conference, only to be exposed as a fraud." Intrigued, Song Yuan clicked on the post, which featured several photographs of Liang Quan. The author meticulously detailed the embarrassing incident in which Liang Quan had publicly humiliated himself, concluding that he was impersonating James. The post garnered an overwhelming number of likes, and the comments were filled with outrage. In this day and age, everything is a fade. Even identities can be fabricated. Can people outside just conjure identities at will? What a disgrace to impersonate my idol James. Let us unmask him and demand a public apology. Indeed, an apology is warranted. By masquerading as James, he tarnishes his reputation. This incident merely revealed his true colors. Who knows how many others he has deceived under James's name. The post resonated widely, rallying support for James and calling for Liang Quan's exposure and apology. Within a mere 2 hours, the post climbed to the trending section of IT News Network, capturing the attention of the entire industry. Meanwhile, the subject of the post, Liang Quan, squirmed uncomfortably. At Tianyu Company, Li Ming was under immense pressure. Not a single one of the hundreds of employees dared to leave work. Confident in his financing efforts, Li Ming had believed that with James as his ace, success was inevitable. However, the entire endeavor now hinged on what he had presumed to be his trump card. Are you still denying your impersonation? Li Ming confronted Liang Quan, who obstinately replied, I am James. Regardless of public opinion, as long as Liang Quan refused to admit his deception, Li Ming found himself powerless to rescind the contract. As the higher-ups could not furnish irrefutable evidence of Liang Quan's fraudulence, Li Ming glanced between the trending post and Liang Quan, his frustration mounting to the point where a few strands of gray hair appeared. Standing nearby, Wang Jinkai, sporting a bandage on his head, kept his gaze lowered, fearful of speaking. He had been responsible for bringing James into the fold. If it turned out that James was indeed a fraud, he would be in serious trouble. Wang could only silently pray that the man before him was the genuine James, merely having an off day. Despite Wang's efforts to remain inconspicuous, Li Ming's attention turned to him. Wang Jinkai, you assured me that this venture was foolproof. Now, Tianyu's reputation is being dragged through the mud, and you cannot escape responsibility. This job, it appears, you are no longer suited for. Perhaps it would be best to find someone more capable. Wang Jinkai wiped the sweat from his brow. Li Zong, I have a solution. He leaned in close to whisper to Li Ming, who regarded him with a hint of newfound assurance. Are you serious about this? Wang Jinkai assured him repeatedly, I am serious. If this fails, I will present myself for punishment. Li Ming replied, then expedite arrangements. I want results within 3 days. The next day, Song Yuan gathered his colleagues for an early morning meeting. The first phase of development has concluded, and we have secured investment. Next, we aim to officially launch the game on both Android and iOS platforms, gradually expanding its features to ensure the development progresses smoothly. Song Yuan has established a bi-weekly code iteration schedule, and no one is to take leave on the project launch date unless for exceptional reasons. As the game content becomes more enriched, we can then contemplate promotional efforts. Entrepreneurship is a challenging endeavor, with each phase being crucial. Upon finishing his statement, Song Yuan noticed that one member of the development team was absent. Has Wang Shui not come today? Li Lei responded. His sister is undergoing surgery today. He is at the hospital. He mentioned he had informed you. Song Yuan took out his phone and indeed found a message from Wang Shui requesting leave. After the meeting, Wang Shui called, explaining that his sister's hospitalization costs were short by 20,000 yuan and he wished to advance next month's salary. Song Yuan lent him the amount from his own account. For a brother who is striving in entrepreneurship should not be forsaken. Just after the transfer, Gu Shiyu called, saying, Song Yuan, my relative has replied. He knows the director of the East City First Maternal and Child Health Hospital and is willing to assist with an introduction. I've already contacted the director. When are you available for me to accompany you to inquire further? Song Yuan replied joyfully, Really? Would it be too intrusive to go after work? Not at all. I will schedule a time with him. How does 7 o'clock sound to you? That works for me. Then you go ahead and handle that. I will make the arrangements. After hanging up, Song Yuan stood in a daze for a moment, overwhelmed with emotion. His wife seemed to possess a superhuman ability to connect with such obscure networks. A hospital like East City First Maternal and Child Health, which is relatively small and has aged facilities, has seen little development over the decades, and many young people have scarcely heard of it. Yet, his wife managed to reach the director. Song Yuan was somewhat astonished. After work, Song Yuan drove directly to East City First Maternal and Child Health Hospital, arriving to find Gu Shiyu already there. Shiyu, have you been waiting long? Not at all. My company is somewhat closer. The director is waiting for us upstairs. Let us go? After parking, the two walked side by side toward the office building. As they walked, Song Yuan observed the hospital. The facilities were quite outdated, retaining the decor style of decades past. Over 20 years ago, he was born there. He wondered silently about his biological mother, hoping she was well. They soon reached the director's office, where the door was ajar. Gu Shiyu politely knocked a few times, announcing, Director Zhang, this is Gu, the one you spoke with over the phone. The director was particularly courteous. Miss Gu, I recognize you. Assistant Su has specifically instructed me to treat you well. Director Zhang, you're too kind. I am here primarily to request your assistance regarding a matter. This is my husband, Song Yuan. After being born in your esteemed hospital, he was adopted by relatives and is now seeking information about his biological mother. Song Yuan, I apologize for the inconvenience, but hospitals typically maintain archives of maternity records. May I request to access the files from 1997? The dean glanced at his watch. The archives from years past had not been entered into the electronic database, and the documents were not meticulously organized, making the search somewhat cumbersome. As the personnel in the archive room had already clocked out, he suggested that if it was not too much trouble, they could look for it themselves. Song Yuan responded eagerly, expressing that he did not mind the inconvenience. The dean retrieved a set of keys from his drawer and led them towards the archive room. Song Yuan's heart raced. The closer they drew to the truth, the more anxious he felt. Surely, they would be able to uncover information about his biological mother. Chapter 82. A visit to Dean Ji. The dean opened the door to the archive room, ushering Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu inside. He pointed to a row of file bags on the bookshelf, stating, All the documents are here. Due to the passage of time, the dates inscribed have become somewhat indistinct. You'll need to sift through them yourselves. Gu Shiyu expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dean Zhang. Song Yuan scanned the worn file bags, the date labels rendered completely illegible, compelling them to search from the beginning. Each took responsibility for a row of the shelves, commencing their search. Fortunately, the records of the mother's admissions and the ultrasound reports contained dates. After 2 hours of meticulously examining every file bag, Gu Shiyu sighed as she collected the last one. How about you, Song Yuan? Song Yuan scratched his head. I found records from 1997, but there are no files for October. Gu Shiyu's expression froze as she recalled that Song Yuan's birthday was in October. She consoled him, saying, Don't be anxious. Let's ask the dean. They restored the archive room to its original state, locked the door, and returned to the dean's office. Dean, why are there no records for October 1997? The dean paused, seemingly lost in thought. Many years ago, the archive room suffered a fire that destroyed a portion of the files, and unfortunately, they cannot be recovered. Song Yuan's hopes were dashed. As he left the hospital, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. The more perplexing the situation became, the more unsettled he felt. Why had the fire solely consumed the files from October? Was there an undisclosed secret lurking within, or was someone deliberately concealing something? He believed he must find his aunt's friend, who surely possessed vital information. Once seated in the car, Song Yuan dialed his aunt Song Qingqing's number once more. The call connected, But before he could utter a word, he was met with a barrage of reproach. Song Yuan, I watched you grow up. I held you in my arms, and when your parents were busy, I took care of you. I never imagined you would turn out to be such an ungrateful wretch. As if raising you was merely to nurture someone else's child. In that moment, Song Yuan's own feelings were far from amicable. Aunt, why are you saying this? Are you so afraid of me finding my biological mother? Are you genuinely concerned for my parents? Or is there something more sinister behind it? Song Qingqing fell silent for a few seconds before erupting. What nonsense are you spouting, Song Yuan? You are the child I brought back. Your biological mother has long since passed away, and as for your biological father, your mother may not even know who he is. What significance does rummaging through these old records hold for you? Why can't you live in the present? Even if you don't give me your nurse friend's contact information, I will find her. Do as you wish. With that, Song Qingqing abruptly hung up. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Song Yuan leaned back against the seat to collect himself. Gu Shiyu had overheard the entire conversation and could empathize deeply with his turmoil. You take the passenger seat. I'll drive, she offered. With his mind in disarray, Song Yuan did not refuse and switched places with Gu Shiyu. She drove them directly to the restaurant where she had previously taken him, the Qinyuan private kitchen. The environment here is serene and elegant. Whenever she feels agitated, she often spends half a day here, sipping coffee and feeding the fish. Sometimes, questions that once perplexed her may find their answers in due time. It has been a while since her last visit, yet the proprietress remembers that Gu Shiyu mentioned Song Yuan's aversion to coriander. Today's menu features dishes that Song Yuan relishes, devoid of any coriander. Song Yuan does not eat much. After the meal, Gu Shiyu approached the proprietress to exchange a few coins and took a packet of fish food, leading him to the courtyard to feed the fish. In the yard, there is a wishing pond where Gu Shiyu frequently tosses a few coins to alleviate her emotions. She pressed the coins into Song Yuan's palm, keeping one for herself. Make a wish, it's quite effective. Song Yuan chuckled wryly. Do you really believe in this? I do not, she replied. This time, Song Yuan genuinely found her amusing. You don't believe yet you still make a wish? Just for fun. With a splash, Gu Shiyu tossed her coin into the water, clasped her hands, and began to make her wish. Once she finished, Song Yuan inquired, what did you wish for? Not telling. I'll share it once it comes true. Following suit, Song Yuan cast the coin from his palm into the pond, silently wishing for his mother's well-being and for the mother who raised him to soon find a matching kidney donor. Upon leaving the restaurant, Song Yuan felt considerably lighter in spirit. Back at home, he secluded himself in his study, hacking into Song Qingqing's phone to copy her contacts. His conversation with his aunt was not one of warnings or threats, but rather a notification. With lingering doubts in his heart, he was determined to unveil the truth. By obtaining the contact list, he could meticulously trace back to the nurse who had carried him out. By the time he completed these tasks, night had fallen. Song Yuan returned to the bedroom, gently lifting a corner of the quilt to slide in, while Gu Shiyu rolled into his embrace, drawn by his warmth. Sleepy and disoriented, she nestled comfortably, while Song Yuan softly murmured above her, Shiyu, that aroma diffuser is a Q gadget. Uncertain if she heard him, she settled into a snug position and continued to sleep. As the weekend swiftly approached, Song Yuan did not forget his appointment with Ji Cheng. It would be impolite to visit someone's home empty-handed, and he discovered that Ji Cheng enjoyed tea. Coincidentally, Lu Qi had gifted him 2 boxes, which he had yet to open until now, making them quite useful. Lu Qi's family owned 2 acres of tea fields, yielding only a modest annual harvest. Strictly for their relatives and friends, never for sale. The tea-making process was personally conducted by Lu Qi's father, resulting in a fragrance that rivaled even the most expensive offerings on the market. Song Yuan activated his navigation system and drove to the address provided by Ji Cheng. This luxurious villa district was a first for him. The vehicles he encountered along the way were nearly all extravagant, worth millions, making his own seem somewhat out of place. He arrived at the grand entrance of the estate, where a servant awaited him. You must be Mr. Song. Welcome. Mr. Ji and his wife are expecting you. Please. Drive right in. As the imposing gate, several meters high, swung open, the servants on either side gestured a welcoming sign. Song Yuan proceeded into the estate, following the road signs along the main pathway, where he was greeted by an array of intricately designed buildings. The villa's yard was expansive, even larger than that of Gu Shiyu's friend. Song Yuan parked the car and surveyed the surroundings. The garden featured an artificial mountain, a man-made lake, and even a miniature golf course. What was the distinction between living here and residing in a park? Poverty had indeed curtailed his imagination. Ji Chung emerged from the villa clad in casual attire, a stark contrast to his usual suited appearance in financial news, which made him seem more approachable. Xiaosong, it's quite warm, isn't it? Come inside for a slice of chilled watermelon to cool off. Song Yuan noted the shift in Ji Cheng's address from Mr. Song at the internet conference to Xiaosong, which felt considerably more intimate. In truth, Song Yuan had felt quite anxious before arriving. He had no friends of his age and had never interacted with such prominent figures in the business world. He had even worried about the possibility of uttering an incorrect word that might jeopardize the investment he sought. Chapter 83. Grateful for his life-saving grace, Song Yuan followed Ji Chung inside, where the DCOR boasted a traditional Chinese style, indicative of Ji Cheng's penchant for collecting antiques. With various artifacts displayed in the grand hall, Song Yuan presented the tea he had brought, saying, "Mr. Ji, this tea comes from my friend's own tea garden. I hope you will enjoy it." Ji Chung, devoid of any airs befitting a CEO, promptly instructed a servant, "Please brew some now." Mrs. Ji, who had just been supervising the household staff as they sliced watermelon, emerged upon hearing the voices outside. "Ah, Song Yuan has arrived. You needn't have brought anything." Song Yuan exchanged pleasantries, inquiring, "How is Mrs. G's health? Have you been feeling better these past few days?" Mrs. G sighed. "It's merely an old ailment of mine. My constitution is prone to allergies. As long as I am cautious in my daily life, I fare well. I dread exposure to unfamiliar environments where allergens might lurk. That day, I was truly fortunate to have you around. Mrs. G, you are too kind. I simply happened to be passing by. Anyone would lend a hand," Song Yuan replied humbly. Mrs. G beckoned a servant to bring over the chilled watermelon, saying, "At your age, you are not much older than my daughter. Do refrain from calling me Mrs. G. Just call me Annie. It makes things less formal. If you keep addressing me as Mrs. G, I might have to call you my lifesaver. Come, enjoy some watermelon." Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. Song Yuan acquiesced. "Thank you, Andy." Ji Cheng took a seat beside them, stating, "Make yourself comfortable for a moment. I will take you to the underground garage shortly." Song Yuan, not grasping the deeper meaning behind Ji Cheng's words, only understood their implication after finishing a piece of watermelon. Ji Cheng rose from the sofa, commanding, "Leah, bring all the car keys. We are leaving now." Leah responded with a smile, "I have been prepared for quite some time." Song Yuan, in a state of bewilderment, was escorted by the couple to the underground garage. Ji Cheng presented dozens of car keys in his hand, saying, "Song Yuan, take a look and see which car you fancy. Feel free to choose any, except for that blue Pagani, which belongs to my daughter." Song Yuan was taken aback. What does this mean? Is this esteemed gentleman offering me a car? He glanced around the underground garage, which resembled a miniature parking lot, filled with an array of vehicles, each worth no less than $1 million. It was a veritable collection of luxury cars, including a limited edition Bugatti released 2 years prior, an acquisition unattainable even for the wealthy. Song Yuan swallowed hard, experiencing a palpable realization of wealth for the first time. Such an abundance of luxury vehicles would be difficult to witness even on television. Ji Cheng's voice pulled him from his reverie. "Would you like to take one for a test drive?" Song Yuan shook his head in refusal. "Mr. Ji, that would not be appropriate." Ji Cheng anticipated that Song Yuan would be reluctant to accept his token of gratitude. Hence, during the internet conference, he refrained from explicitly offering gifts, merely suggesting they share a meal together. "Song Yuan, this is merely a gesture from my wife and me to express our gratitude. If you continue to decline, it may lead me to believe my wife's life is worth no more than a mere automobile." Song Yuan was momentarily struck speechless. Ji Cheng's casual reference to those precious cars as mere automobiles pained him deeply. The temptation before him was undeniably great, yet since childhood, Tao Yulian had instilled in him the lesson of not accepting overly extravagant gifts from others, for the weight of obligation behind such offerings could be unbearable. "Mr. Ji, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps consider investing in the project instead. Thus I would graciously accept." Song Leah, having listened intently, could no longer refrain from interjecting, "These cars are merely gathering dust here. Only a few are regularly driven, no matter how luxurious. If left unused, they fail to reflect their true worth. Consider it a simple mode of transportation. Take one to alleviate our burden." The couple's sincerity was palpable, leaving Song Yuan feeling somewhat awkward. He had merely lent a helping hand and did not wish to appear overly dramatic in receiving thanks. "Mr. G, Mrs. G, I truly cannot accept this. I appreciate your kindness, but my actions were merely a small effort, and you need not feel indebted." Ji Chung chuckled from the side, suggesting, "Then let us consider it a loan. Feel free to take one of the cars and return it when you no longer wish to drive it." Observing Song Yuan's hesitation, he pointed to a Bugatti. "How about that one? If you refuse again, we might jeopardize our business dealings." He found a compromise and had already removed the Bugatti's key from the chain. This time, Song Yuan did not decline, graciously accepting the magnate's gesture of gratitude. Upon returning upstairs, Ji Chung invited Song Yuan to engage in a game of chess while savoring the tea Song Yuan had brought, discussing the current economic climate. Their conversation transitioned from investments to financial management. Song Yuan had not previously cultivated any financial habits, keeping his money merely in his bank account. Ji Chung mysteriously recommended a stock to him, which Song Yuan quietly noted. The dinner was quite sumptuous, prepared by a chef from a five-star hotel, and their discussions revolved around everyday topics, allowing Song Yuan to unwind. Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated discussions centered around work-related matters. However, Ji Chung refrained from mentioning anything of the sort, inviting him purely to express his gratitude for saving his life. After dinner, Song Yuan bid farewell to the Ji couple, departing in the Bugatti under their watchful eyes, while Ji Chung had a driver take his own vehicle back. This was the first time Song Yuan had ever driven such a high-end car, and he felt a surreal sense of disbelief as he settled inside. Gu Shiyu's company was working overtime that day, so Song Yuan decided to pick her up after work. He drove to the vicinity of Hengyue Building. Typically, he would park temporarily on the roadside, but today, he found a parking space and waited at the entrance for Gu Shiyu. Song Yuan sent her a message. "Wife, I'm here to pick you up. You can come down when you finish your work." While scrolling through his phone, he was interrupted by a mocking voice from behind. "Oh, if it isn't the number one sycophant in the country, Song Yuan. What is this? Are you here waiting for Lin Shuiyao?" Xiao Nianchen, having learned that Gu Shiyu was at the company, had come hoping to catch a glimpse of this formidable woman, perhaps even share a meal. Upon seeing Song Yuan standing downstairs, he nearly burst into laughter. After the wedding fiasco, he had initially thought more highly of this sycophant, believing he had made progress. Yet here he was, back to his old ways just days later. It appears that the term is ingrained in one's very essence. An indelible mark that cannot be altered throughout this lifetime, which is truly pitiful. Song Yuan furrowed her brows as she observed him, retorting in the style of Xiao Nianchen. "Oh, isn't this the renowned first of the national server, Xiao Nianchen? What is this? Have you unexpectedly become a father?" Xiao Nianchen was incensed by Song Yuan's words. "Song Yuan, who are you calling a? Lin Shuiyao and I shared our first experience together. Would you like me to recount our tale of innocence?" Song Yuan was suddenly rendered speechless, exclaiming, "What? Xiao Nianchen, did you truly believe that Lin Shuiyao was your first?" He never anticipated that this so-called would possess such naivety. Chapter 84. Song Yuan undermined him, and he accepted the unwanted advances of Song Yuan. Xiao Nianchen felt an overwhelming discomfort under Song Yuan's gaze, which was laced with silent mockery and a hint of pity. This sensation pressed heavily upon him. The man's competitive spirit urged him not to concede defeat, particularly not to the individual before him. "Song Yuan, it is just the two of us here. What pretense is necessary? After 3 years. She has allowed you even a touch, has she?" Song Yuan recalled the message he received a few days prior from Qiao Shi, who personally accompanied Lin Shuiyao to the hospital for a procedure. He held no interest in Lin Shuiyao's affairs and wished to hear nothing more about them. Yet at this moment, Xiao Nianchen approached him provocatively, and he felt an irresistible urge to reveal a certain truth to this naive interloper. "Have you ever heard of a technique? Something that can be restored?" Xiao Nianchen stammered, unable to articulate a response, his entire being frozen in disbelief. He vividly remembered his first encounter with Lin Shuiyao, the telltale marks left upon the sheets, and her own words declaring it was her first time. Had he been deceived? Lin Shuiyao had undergone a procedure? His mind reeled as he desperately recalled that night, her demeanor shy and innocent, like a pure-hearted maiden. If she truly had undergone such a procedure, then she deserved an Oscar for her performance. Damn it! Song Yuan had undermined him, and he had inadvertently accepted the leftovers that Song Yuan did not want? This was inconceivable. Song Yuan's laughter dripped with derision. He knew Xiao Nianchen was not disbelieving, merely unwilling to accept the truth. Before you two were intimate, did she not lay out a plethora of demands? Did she not ask you to assist her in bathing afterwards? Is there not a small mole down there? Does she not have a penchant for biting in bed? Xiao Nianchen felt his breath quicken, fury boiling within him. Every word from Song Yuan struck him like a slap, leaving him reeling. He remained silent, a torrent of rage coursing through his chest. He longed to confront that woman and demand answers. Why had she deceived him? In that moment, he felt like a clown. Song Yuan graciously offered his blessings. She wishes to reap without sowing, and you wish to take without giving. You two are a match made in heaven. I wish you both early progeny and a long life together. May you never part, and do ensure you keep her locked down. Xiao Nianxin was rendered speechless. Indeed, he had wished for a no-strings-attached arrangement. A woman like Lin Shueyo, who could be taken away for the price of a 200 yuan lipstick, was hardly worth his investment. It dawned on him that he had truly become a mere pawn. Anger brimmed in Xiao Nianxin's eyes as he glared at Song Yuan. You come to mock me. Yet what of your own situation? After being rejected, you still return to seek her, a love-struck fool left with nothing. Who told you I was here for her? I am here to pick up my wife. As they exchanged words, the sound of high heels echoed from the Hengyue building, and Xiao Nianxin saw Lin Shueyo emerge. He couldn't help but chuckle, still pretending. The woman has appeared. Never mind. I shall concede today. I am here to pick someone else up. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Nianxin spotted Gu Shiyu emerging from behind. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her silky black hair elegantly styled at the back. Adorned with dangling tassel earrings that sparkled with tiny diamonds under the sun, Gu Shiyu flashed a smile in their direction, and in that moment, half of Xiao Nianxin's soul seemed to drift away. This was the first time Gu Shiyu had laid eyes on him, and instead of offering him a scornful glare, she smiled. He couldn't help but acknowledge that although the formidable woman was not as gentle as other women, often displaying a rather foul temper, her beauty and figure could undoubtedly be described as a celestial enchantress. At that moment, Xiao Nianxin found himself too preoccupied to argue with Song Yuan about Lin Shueyo. Today was his lucky day as he finally encountered the enchanting Gu Shiyu, and he was determined to win her over. He took a few steps forward, eager to approach her. In preparation for this meeting, he had meticulously styled his hair and donned a newly purchased suit, exuding sincerity. Moreover, he carried with him a precious item acquired from the black market during his last venture, convinced that once Gu Shiyu dined with him, their fate would be sealed. Shiyu, have you finished work? He inquired. Gu Shiyu cast a fleeting glance at him, her expression darkening, her delicate brows knitting together. Yet, her gaze lingered on him only for a brief moment before she gracefully strode past him without uttering a single word. Xiao Nianxin rubbed his forehead in frustration. Did this woman truly consider him invisible? Excellent. The more tempestuous her demeanor, the more it ignited his competitive spirit. Gu Shiyu, shall we dine together this evening? He proposed, turning on his heels only to discover her standing before Song Yuan, who was unscrewing a water bottle for her. She took a gentle sip, her smile radiant. Song Yuan, have you been here long? Xiao Nianxin felt a surge of bitterness rising in his throat as confusion clouded his mind. Lin Shueyo stood nearby, seemingly lost in thought, while Song Yuan, instead of seeking her out, stood in camaraderie with Gu Shiyu. Their shared joy was palpable, their eyes reflecting an unspoken connection, as if they were each other's missing halves. At that moment, Xiao Nianxin could no longer contain his emotions. He recalled Gu Shiyu's earlier smile directed at him. Could it have been meant for Song Yuan instead? What was the nature of their relationship? Gu Shiyu, do you know Song Yuan? He questioned, but she disregarded him entirely, treating him as if he were transparent. Then, he witnessed Song Yuan grasping Gu Shiyu's hand, and it appeared they were about to depart together. The sight pierced through Xiao Nianxin's heart like an arrow. After all, Song Yuan was holding on to his future wife, though she currently evaded the pressures of marriage. He was certain they would eventually reach that milestone. After all, could a woman remain single forever? With determination, Xiao Nianxin hastened forward, seizing Song Yuan with one hand while grasping Gu Shiyu with the other, forcibly separating them. Song Yuan, how dare you touch her? He challenged. Song Yuan regarded him with a baffled expression. Are you out of your mind? My wife is off limits. Xiao Nianxin stood frozen, as if paralyzed, unable to articulate a response. Song Yuan claimed Gu Shiyu was his wife. He laughed incredulously. How could that possibly be true? Gu Shiyu is to be wed to him, their families having already arranged the union, even selecting a location for their marital abode. All that remains is for her to give her assent. Yet now, she has become another's wife, and that individual turns out to be the obsequious Song Yuan? Song Yuan, how dare you encroach upon my territory? I shall not let this pass. With a swift motion, Xiao Nianxin advanced, and before even reaching Song Yuan, his hand struck fiercely against the latter's right cheek, leaving a burning sensation in its wake. Gu Shiyu, shaking her hand, regarded him with profound disdain. Xiao Nianxin, you truly are insufferable. Did you not grasp my words the last time? Who would desire someone as tasteless as you, a mere wilted cucumber? Chapter 85. The guardian Xiao Yinshan stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu, you protect him? You protect Song Yuan? If I do not safeguard my own man, why would I shield you? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Yinshan seethed with indignation. What right did Song Yuan have? He turned to look at Song Yuan, who wore a satisfied, even smug, smile. Song Yuan was massaging Gu Shiyu's hands, saying, Shiyu, did I hurt your hands? Next time. Let me take care of it. Xiao Yinshan felt like a joke standing in front of them, as Song Yuan not only undermined him but also flaunted their affection right before his eyes. Gu Shiyu, why did you choose Song Yuan? What makes him superior to me? At least I have a family business. I am a second-generation rich kid and the president of a company. What is Song Yuan compared to that? Gu Shiyu articulated each word with precision. You fall short in every aspect compared to Song Yuan. In looks and height, he surpasses you. His intelligence and emotional quotient exceed yours. His character is far superior, and his capabilities outshine yours. Do you understand, Xiao Yinshan? If you dare to entangle yourself with me again, or with Song Yuan, I will not show you any mercy. Xiao Yinshan's lips trembled with rage. It was the first time a woman had spoken of him in such derogatory terms. In Gu Shiyu's eyes, he was nothing but worthless. What did she think of herself to humiliate him so? If it weren't for her family's background, who would even want a woman like her? Fierce-tempered and lacking any semblance of feminine gentleness, she was beneath his notice. The more she elevated Song Yuan, the more he wanted to humiliate him, regaining his composure. Xiao Yinshan toyed with his car keys, a newly acquired Range Rover, which had cost him over 2 million, a prize he had negotiated with his father for several days. Today, he would let that inexperienced sycophant see the disparity between them. Song Yuan, you didn't come in that second-hand Volkswagen, did you? Xiao Yinshan had seen Song Yuan's car, worth less than a fraction of his own. The thought of Gu Shiyu, that high-priced diva, squeezing into Song Yuan's shabby little vehicle made him want to laugh. It was akin to a flower blooming from a pile of dung. Song Yuan wrapped his arm around Gu Shiyu's slender waist. What car I drive is none of your concern. Do you wish to be our chauffeur? Xiao Yinshan spun the car keys around his fingers, eager for others to take notice. I merely believe that if it were me picking up my wife from work, I certainly wouldn't arrive in such an inferior vehicle, as it would diminish her stature in front of her colleagues. Wouldn't you agree, Gu Shiyu? Gu Shiyu shot him a glance, her eyes landing on the keys in his hand with a scoff, clearly seeing through his vanity. You think you're driving something impressive, but it's just a Range Rover. Xiao Yinshan endured. Indeed, a Range Rover was nothing remarkable to Gu Shiyu. Yet, it was sufficient to slap Song Yuan in the face. Song Yuan, why are you silent? Can't you afford a slightly more upscale car? If you truly can't, I have a proposition. I could lend you money, but you would need to work for me as my subordinate. What do you say? Song Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yinshan, aren't you supposed to be a wealthy heir? Why do you seem so inexperienced? The best car you've encountered can't possibly be a Range Rover. Can it? Is your family unable to afford something better? A fire ignited within Xiao Yinshan, driven by a man's competitive spirit. He was determined to challenge Song Yuan today. As Song Yuan led Gu Shiyu towards the parking lot, Xiao Yinshan followed closely behind like a tail. What right did a mere worker from a humble background have to look down upon cars worth millions? He was intent on driving his new vehicle in circles before Song Yuan's modest car, forcing him to confront reality. The parking lot was bustling with employees from the complex. Gu Shiyu trailed behind Song Yuan, her mind replaying Xiao Yinshan's disparaging remarks. She pondered what excuse she could conjure to gift Song Yuan a new car. Up ahead, a crowd had gathered around a vehicle, engaged in animated discussion. Wow, I've never seen such a cool car before. I wonder how much it costs. It seems more valuable than my life. One exclaimed. I know. I watched the Bugatti press conference. That car is a limited edition from last year, with fewer than 100 made globally. Even with money, it might be unattainable. So how much does it cost? I would estimate it to be in the 8-digit range. As the speaker finished, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. The owner is here. The owner is here. They murmured, glancing back. Xiao Yinshan could not help but snicker. Everyone, step aside. This is the owner of the Volkswagen, next to the Bugatti. His laughter was sharp, laced with derision. Gu Shiyu felt the urge to retort, but Song Yuan squeezed her hand gently, signaling her to refrain from engaging with such foolishness. The crowd parted, allowing Xiao Yinshan to see that Song Yuan was ignoring him, leaving him feeling as though he had struck a pillow, no satisfaction in his blow. He called out, if that car were mine, how about I perform a dog bark for everyone? This piqued Song Yuan's interest. Are you serious? He replied. Xiao Yinshan understood Song Yuan well. Had he been able to afford a car worth tens of millions, would Lin Shuiyao, that opportunistic woman, have let him go so easily? Of course I'm serious. There are plenty of witnesses here, but if the car isn't yours, how about you get down and bark like a dog? Song Yuan chuckled, intrigued by the audacity of Xiao Nianqin's challenge. Are you afraid to bet? Wouldn't it be amusing for the loser to get down and bark like a dog? Xiao Nianqin laughed heartily and turned to Gu Shiyu. Where did you find such a gem? Can he live without showing off? Fine. Let us do it your way. Down you go to bark like a dog, and everyone here will be a witness. Gu Shiyu squeezed Song Yuan's hand, her eyes urging him to remain composed. She would help him reclaim his dignity. However, Song Yuan offered her no response. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyao rushed over, grabbing Xiao Nianqin in an attempt to pull him away from the crowd. Xiao Nianqin, you know very well that Song Yuan only has a shabby Volkswagen. What is the point of betting with him? You truly lack taste. Xiao Nianqin spat disdainfully, questioning why he felt the need to put on airs. Why couldn't he simply embrace his true self as an ordinary person? Naturally, he felt compelled to expose the facade. Lin Shuiyao glanced between Song Yuan and Xiao Nianqin, almost pleading with him, please, don't make things difficult for him. I beg you. He didn't mean to pretend. There must be some pressing reason behind it. Xiao Nianqin retorted angrily, why are you defending him? You two have already broken up. What grievances do I have with him that concern you? Why do you protect him? Lin Shuiyao looked at Song Yuan, her eyes filled with desolation. Those nearby overheard their conversation. What? This guy is actually the owner of that Volkswagen? Haha. I thought it was a Bugatti. This is utterly surreal. Does that mean this fellow is going to have to get down and bark like a dog? Chapter 86. My excessive romantic entanglements. Countless sympathetic gazes were directed towards Song Yuan, surrounded by a chorus of mockery. Gu Shiyu had endured enough of Xiao Nianqin's provocations. Xiao Nianqin, if you can manage to remove yourself from my sight at this very moment, I might consider letting today's incident slide. Otherwise, Gu Shiyu cast him a warning glance. Should he continue to provoke and embarrass Song Yuan, she would ensure that the Xiao family faced dire consequences in their business endeavors. Having endured Gu Shiyu's rebuke, Xiao Nianqin's mindset had become reckless. His sole objective was to humiliate Song Yuan, indifferent to the repercussions. Leave. And miss the spectacle of Song Yuan on all fours barking like a dog? But scarcely had he uttered those words when Song Yuan pressed the button to unlock his car, the headlights of the Bugatti flashing, nearly blinding everyone present. Even Gu Shiyu stood momentarily stunned. She had not closely observed the vehicle beside the Bugatti, which resembled Gu Yuan's car model, yet the license plate was not his. In his hand, he held the key to the Bugatti. At that moment, Xiao Nianqin's countenance was one of sheer astonishment. How could this be? He had investigated and found no record of such a car under Gu Shiyu's name. It could not possibly belong to her. Where could this laborer, Song Yuan, have acquired such an exquisite vehicle? Song Yuan approached the car, leaning against it nonchalantly, and remarked, go ahead and bark, Xiao Nianqin. There are plenty of people eager to witness it. Dozens of eyes turned towards Xiao Nianqin, mirroring how they had previously gazed at Song Yuan. The buzzing in Xiao Nianqin's head intensified. He had approached this humiliating wager with an unwavering sense of superiority, intending to degrade Song Yuan, only to have the boomerang of his own arrogance return to strike him. Just a jest. How childish to engage in such games at our age. Song Yuan, entertain yourself. I have no time to indulge you. A flicker of panic crossed Xiao Nianqin's eyes as he turned to leave. Lin Shuiyao stepped into his path. Xiao Nianqin, can you not act like a man just once? Are your words not worth more than mere flatulence? Xiao Nianqin felt a surge of frustration. He had yet to settle the score with her for her deceit, and now she was dancing in front of him. Lin Shuiyao, do you truly have the audacity to negotiate with me? Are you implying that my visit to the hospital was a ruse from the outset? Lin Shuiyao's face flushed crimson. Her secret exposed before Song Yuan and his current wife, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Xiao Nianqin, regardless of whether I was a novice, you still slept with me. Did you not? Have you fulfilled even one of your promises? A deceiver, a scoundrel. Lin Shuiyao, you must be a fool, a gold digger, a wretch. The two engaged in a heated verbal clash, their tempers flaring as they tore into one another. Song Yuan glanced at Gu Shiyu, gauging her emotions. Their past entanglements with Lin Shuiyao were behind them, and he wished not to dredge them up and jeopardize their relationship. Shiyu, shall we depart? Gu Shiyu settled into the car, and Song Yuan fastened her seatbelt before pressing the accelerator, the vehicle surging out of the parking lot, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust for those lingering. As the distance stretched, Song Yuan finally spoke. Sure you, Xiao Nianqin is Lin Shuiyao's white moonlight. He approached me provocatively because of her, yet there is nothing left between Lin Shuiyao and me. You're not upset, are you? Gu Shiyu glanced at him. It's probably not just because of Lin Shuiyao. Xiao Nianxin is that dreadful man my grandmother introduced to me. I have made my disinterest quite clear. I am married. Who knows if he... You're not angry, are you? The two of them were on the same wavelength, both fearing to upset the other. Song Yuan was surprised to discover this layer of connection between himself and Xiao Nianxin. From Xiao Nianxin's perspective, they could indeed be seen as rivals in love. Even though his wife had never cast a glance at Xiao Nianxin, Song Yuan smirked. I didn't realize my wife had so many troublesome admirers. Gu Shiyu shot him a look. Do you want this fortune? I can handle my own troublesome admirers without your help. Pleased with her response, Gu Shiyu inquired. What is going on with this car? Song Yuan recounted his visit to Ji Cheng's residence that afternoon in detail, leaving Gu Shiyu astonished. Ji Cheng, the notoriously unapproachable figure in the capital's business circle, seldom invited anyone to his home except for very close friends. Yet, Song Yuan had become a guest of honor after just a single meeting. What do you want to eat tonight? Song Yuan asked. Something light. Let us go to Qi Yuan private kitchen, Gu Shiyu replied. Song Yuan turned the steering wheel towards their destination. After dinner, he drove Gu Shiyu around the Fifth Ring Road. Relishing the luxury of the car, he planned to return it the next day. Such an expensive vehicle was not something he could afford to repair if damaged. Today, he intended to indulge himself. Since their marriage, both had been caught up in their busy lives and had yet to enjoy the night scenery of the capital together. Sure you, how about we take some wedding photos during the May Day holiday? Gu Shiyu looked at him, puzzled. The last time he mentioned this, he had been drinking. And she thought he was simply talking nonsense. She hadn't expected him to remember. Are we really going to do it? Yes, we are, Song Yuan affirmed. Just then, his phone rang, and he asked Gu Shiyu to connect the call on speaker. Gu Shiyuan's distressed voice came through. Senior brother, I'm hurt. Gu Shiyu's heart sank. Previously, when Gu Shiyuan found himself in trouble, he would seek her help, but now he had turned to Song Yuan. Song Yuan slowed the car. What happened? Speak clearly. On the other end, Gu Shiyuan was gasping. I had a car accident on the winding mountain road in the outskirts of the city. My leg is immobile. I've called the police, but they haven't arrived yet. Can you come here? After Gu Shiyuan finished speaking, a muffled groan of pain echoed through the phone. Song Yuan pulled over to the side of the road. Send me your location. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Gu Shiyuan sent his location to Gu Yuan via WeChat. Song Yuan glanced at it. The distance was not too far, and it would take him about half an hour to get there. He activated the navigation system and drove towards Gu Shiyuan's location. Shiyu, we can't afford to take a leisurely drive. I must see how my junior is doing. He remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Shiyu's expression had darkened considerably, as she suspected that the reckless young man had likely gone racing again, providing her with no respite. Under the condition of ensuring safety, Song Yuan accelerated the vehicle and reached the site of Gu Shiyuan's accident in 20 minutes. At that moment, Gu Shiyuan lay on the road clad in motorcycle gear, his head still encased in a helmet. Song Yuan and Gu Shiyu rushed towards where he lay. Gu Shiyuan, the individual on the ground, remained unresponsive, prompting Gu Shiyu to grow anxious and call out, Gu Shiyuan, make a sound. Yet, the figure on the ground continued to offer no reply. Had this young man sustained serious injuries? Chapter 87. Transfer of ownership. Song Yuan hastily approached, calling out once more, Gu Shiyuan, wake up. Gu Shiyuan slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing his sister and brother-in-law present, a smile graced his face. I'm fine, perhaps just a minor concussion and a bit dizzy. Song Yuan examined him, finding no apparent external injuries, but when she touched his leg, Gu Shiyuan let out a cry of pain. His left leg had been struck when the motorcycle fell. Relieved to see that he was not gravely injured, Song Yuan exhaled. The scene she had encountered earlier nearly frightened her to death. She had feared that this reckless boy had been severely harmed, though she often felt exasperated by him. They had grown up together under their grandmother's care and were each other's closest kin. The police and ambulance arrived a few minutes later than they did. Gu Shiyuan was lifted into the ambulance, where the medical personnel requested that a family member accompany him. Song Yuan followed, leaving Song Yuan to handle the aftermath of the accident. Inside the ambulance, without hesitation, she admonished him, Gu Shiyuan, if you get into trouble again, don't call me sister. Gu Shiyuan looked at her with the eyes of a wronged puppy. Sister, are you going to abandon me? I'll just ask my brother-in-law. He's much easier to talk to. Does he owe you something? No more riding that motorcycle. I'm confiscating that one. Gu Shiyuan felt choked. He feared no one, not even his parents, but he held a deep respect for his sister's words. That motorcycle was newly modified, with all parts imported from abroad, and he had only ridden it twice before it was seized, causing his heart to bleed with regret. All right, I won't ride it anymore. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Shiyuan underwent a full examination. His left leg was fractured, requiring rest, and he had a mild concussion. Fortunately, he had been wearing a helmet, so there were no major issues. Hearing the news, Grandma Gu hurried over, her cane echoing against the floor. Upon entering, she immediately began to inspect Gu Shiyuan, her heart aching for him. "Oh, my dear grandson, listen to Grandma. Never touch those dangerous things again. I'll arrange for a driver. We won't drive ourselves anymore." Gu Shiyuan, overwhelmed by her concern, replied, "Grandma, I'm fine. I just need some time to recover. And it's all thanks to my sister and brother-in-law for arriving quickly. One can never be too careful. You'll stay at home. I'll have someone prepare nourishing soup for you every day." "What? Brother-in-law?" Grandma took a moment to process this, turning to Gu Shiyuan. "Shiyuan, tell me, is your marriage certificate genuine? You haven't tricked me with a false one, have you?" Gu Shiyuan replied calmly, "Grandma, forging a certificate is illegal." Finally convinced, Grandma sighed. "All right, you've always had your own ideas since you were little. I can't control you. Next time you have the chance, bring him home for a family meal. You can't keep him hidden forever." Previously, she had hesitated to bring Song Yuan home due to concerns about Grandma's affection for Xiao Nianchen. She feared her grandmother would make things difficult for Song Yuan. Now, however, as Grandma gradually accepted her impulsive marriage, Gu Shiyuan contemplated bringing him home. "When my birthday comes next month, I'll bring him to the old residence to celebrate. You mustn't make things difficult for him." Grandma sighed. "Since you care for him so much, if I were to cause trouble, it would only damage the bond between us." Gu Shiyu embraced the elderly lady, who now served as the backbone of the family, orchestrating every detail. With the hour growing late, I suggested that the driver escort her home. I had arranged for a caregiver for Yuan, so there was no need for her to keep a vigilant watch. One shouldn't coddle someone to the point of needing to be spoon-fed. After some time, the elderly lady was sent on her way. 2 caregivers, 1 male and 1 female, whom Gu Shiyu had hired, remained in the ward, ensuring everything was in order while she returned home. Song Yuan, having cooperated with the traffic police to resolve the accident, arrived home to find Gu Shiyu waiting for him in the living room, clad in her pajamas. She rushed over in her slippers and wrapped her arms around his waist. Thanking him, Gu Shiyu, having faced her parents' divorce at a young age, had shouldered the family's burdens since turning 18. No one is inherently a strong woman. Life circumstances often compel one into that role. Now, with Song Yuan by her side, she felt a newfound sense of support, realizing she did not have to shoulder every hardship alone. Song Yuan, momentarily taken aback by her gratitude, reciprocated her embrace. Feeling somewhat fatigued, they both retired to bed early that evening. The next day was Monday, the stock market opened, and Song Yuan purchased a stock recommended by Ji Chung. After completing the transaction, he immersed himself in work. At noon, he called Ji Chung. "Mr. Ji, I'll return your car this evening. Is that convenient for you?" "Not convenient. I'm away on a business trip, and my wife is with me. We won't be back for a while, so you can keep the car for now." Song Yuan rubbed his forehead. "All right then. Could you have your assistant inform me when you return? I'll deliver the car. Let us discuss it later." After hanging up, Ji Chung sat in his office and summoned his assistant. "How is the car transfer process coming along?" "Mr. Ji, the transfer requires Mr. Song's ID and the vehicle registration. I have obtained copies of both documents, but Director Chiao at the Vehicle Administration is unavailable today and will return tomorrow. Ensure you handle it first thing tomorrow." "Understood, Mr. Ji." Meanwhile, after his lunch break, Song Yuan checked his stock account and was astonished to see that the stock he purchased that morning had reached its trading limit. He was taken aback. It was an obscure stock that all prominent stock traders had dismissed. Regretting not having bought more, he found it impossible to increase his holdings now. His respect for Ji Chung deepened. Clearly, the title of financial mogul was well-deserved. Ji Chung was like a fortune god to him, and he should seek to engage with such influential individuals more often. As fate would have it, he soon received a call from Ji Chung. "Song Yuan, can you come to my office now? It's urgent business." Song Yuan, puzzled, replied, "Mr. Ji, aren't you on a business trip? I returned early. Please come by this afternoon. It's too complex to explain over the phone." "Understood." After hanging up, Song Yuan packed away his computer and hurried to G Capital. Ji Chung had not elaborated on the situation during their call, but his tone had been grave, leaving Song Yuan with an uneasy premonition. Upon arrival at G Capital, Ji Qing's assistant awaited him in the lobby and escorted him directly to the executive elevator leading to the top floor. Ji Qing's office, adorned in shades of black, white, and gray, exuded a somber and solemn atmosphere. Ji Qing, clad in a sleek black suit, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon hearing Song Yuan's entrance, he turned and extended his phone towards him. Take a look at this. It's the game demo sent over by Li Mingqi from Tianyu Company. Please have a glance. As Song Yuan opened the phone, he was confronted with the installation package for the internal test, now residing on Ji Qing's device. The game's content bore an uncanny resemblance to their own development. With each passing moment, Song Yuan's expression darkened. Their code had been stolen. Chapter 88, The Traitor Mr. Ji. Here is our game demo, the one you reviewed previously. Ji Qing gestured for Song Yuan to take a seat and remarked, I trust that the code belongs to you. But Li Mingqi sending this to me merely signifies our collaboration. His side has already submitted applications to the Android and iOS markets, once approved. Everyone will be able to download and install this game. You must understand that the market does not adhere to reason. Whoever gets their product listed owns the game. Furthermore, Tianyu's legal team is prepared to sue you for copyright infringement, so you need to contemplate your response. Song Yuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Just as he had secured investment, he was met with a devastating blow. His mind raced, pondering where the misstep had occurred. The company's source code was accessible only to a select few developers, all of whom had rallied to his side during his darkest times. Could there be a traitor among them? The thought sent chills down his spine. If that were the case, the infiltrator had concealed themselves remarkably well. Mr. Ji, I will find a way to identify the true plagiarist. Ji Qing, seated comfortably in his leather chair, replied with a composed demeanor. What you need to prioritize now is preventing Apple and Android from approving Tianyu's application. Once their submission passes the email review, Fengxue Entertainment will have little chance of recovery. Moreover, you must devise a method to substantiate your claims before facing Li Mingqi in court. Until these matters are resolved, the agreed-upon funds cannot be disbursed. Additionally, should you pursue legal action, you will have to contend with the exorbitant compensation stipulated in the investment agreement. I trust that Hua from Mingyang Real Estate has also received this installation package. Regaining his composure, Song Yuan replied, Mr. Ji, I will resolve this and return to you. My apologies. Upon exiting the G Capital building, Song Yuan indeed received a call from Hua Ziming, who also had received the same installation package. It appeared that Tianyu's objective was to utterly dismantle him. Fortuitously, Song Yuan had brought his laptop. Time was of the essence. So he quickly returned to his car and began working. He infiltrated the official email accounts of the Apple and Android markets and, to his relief, discovered the application for listing from Tianyu still marked as unread. There was still time. With decisive action, he deleted both emails. This marked his first foray into unethical conduct as a hacker, yet he felt no remorse knowing that the emails were dispatched by the unscrupulous Li Mingqi. Against malevolence, one must employ the most ruthless means. Next, he needed to investigate who among his ranks was the mole planted by Li Mingqi, until the traitor was unearthed. The company would never find peace, and similar incidents would inevitably recur. Driving back to the company, Song Yuan ensured no one was aware of his whereabouts. He kept a low profile, logging onto his computer and immersing himself in work as usual, careful not to arouse suspicion. He scrutinized the system's records for uploaded and downloaded code, discovering that in the past 2 days, the code had been accessed by himself, Lu Qi, Li Lei, and Zhang Chang. Gu Xiwan and Wang Shui were absent due to leave, leaving no traces of their login in the system. Lu Qi and Gu Xiwan were the brothers with whom he initially struggled side by side, and they bore no direct relation to Li Mingqi. Therefore, Song Yuan excluded them from consideration. This left only Li Lei, Zhang Chang, and Wang Shui. As Song Yuan glanced over in the distance, he noticed that Li Lei and Zhang Chang were seated adjacent to each other, both engrossed in their work. Who could it be? Developers possessed the authority to download the code, and if the individual in question stubbornly refused to admit their involvement, it would be challenging to procure any evidence. As the workday approached its conclusion, Song Yuan initiated a small group chat, inviting several colleagues from Tianyu Company, while also including some from the department who were still at Tianyu. This evening, I shall treat everyone to dinner. It has been a long time since we last gathered, and it would be delightful to discuss our recent work. Once the message was sent, Li Lei was the first to respond. The boss finally remembers us. Let us initiate a team-building event. A colleague still at Tianyu chimed in. How about we return to that private villa we rented for our previous team-building barbecue? Sounds great. I volunteer to grill the skewers, and Su Yuan can prepare the condiments. The chat buzzed with lively exchanges as everyone collectively agreed to revisit the previous barbecue venue. Song Yuan promptly made a phone call to secure the location and requested the owner to prepare the ingredients. After work, the group began to arrive at the venue in succession, totaling over 20 people, all of whom shared a close rapport with Song Yuan. He phoned Gu Shuan to inform her that he would be late returning home and would not be having dinner there. After hanging up, Su Yuan handed him a bottle of chilled cola, exclaiming, "Boss, have a bottle of joy to brighten your evening." Su Yuan's workstation was situated closest to Song Yuan, and she had noticed his unusual mood earlier in the afternoon. Song Yuan accepted the cola, and Su Yuan inquired, "Boss, has our game development encountered any issues?" He offered a brief smile, choosing not to divulge details. Until the traitor was apprehended, everyone remained a potential suspect, and he would refrain from revealing anything for the time being. "No, it's a personal matter. How about you all? Has anyone encountered any unfortunate incidents recently?" Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback by this sudden inquiry from Song Yuan. "Not really. Everyone seems to be doing well." "That's good to hear," he replied nonchalantly. While in the distance, colleagues busily grilled skewers. In addition to the skewers, they had also prepared a plethora of lamb chops. Once all the food was served, the group of over 20 gathered to raise their glasses. It had been a while since their last gathering, and everyone was quite excited. These individuals were all hired by Song Yuan after a series of interviews at Tianyu, and it was no small feat to reunite them. They began to share amusing anecdotes from recent times. Song Yuan interjected, asking the colleagues still at Tianyu, "Have there been any interesting happenings at Tianyu lately?" "Interesting?" The most amusing incident was when Liang Quan and Wang Jikai impersonated James at the internet conference a few days ago. They returned to be reprimanded severely by President Li. But his demeanor has since returned to normal. I wonder if some joyous event has occurred. Song Yuan understood the situation. It seemed that Li Mingqi's request to list the stolen game had not been disclosed to the development team, at least not publicly for now. Perhaps they were taking precautions against him. Then a colleague remarked that the higher-ups seemed to be engaged in some mysterious affairs. Wang Jikai had been in high spirits these past few days. The day he returned from the internet conference, his face was swollen like a pig's. Yet by the following day, he appeared as though he had won 5 million in the lottery, humming a tune as he walked. Song Yuan felt a flicker of unease. Realizing that the day after the internet conference concluded, his game code had been stolen, he took a sip of his drink and casually inquired, "Has Wang Jikai been busy at the company lately?" "Well, what could a mere bystander possibly be busy with? I always see him stepping out while working, disappearing for 2 hours at a time. I should record this. If he annoys me again, I'll send it to the boss to expose this slacker." As Song Yuan reflected on the past few days at work, he could not recall anyone else leaving their posts during working hours, although he had stepped out himself, even leaving early. During his absence, if there were any traitors at play, it was difficult to say. Song Yuan texted Lu Qi, "Have you noticed anyone leaving their workstation during working hours over the past few days?" Chapter 89, What's the matter? Lu Qi received the news, utterly bewildered, sending a flurry of question marks. Lu Qi, who even pays attention to this? What's the purpose of your inquiry? Song Yuan, the company code has been pilfered by Tianyu Corporation. They intended to launch our game demo on the Android and iOS app markets, but I intercepted it. Lu Qi, who has the time to notice this? I don't recall anyone being out. Song Yuan, all right, let me ponder further. Song Yuan put away his phone and scrutinized the individuals around him, determined to identify the traitor among them. After the meal concluded, he retreated to his study at home. He modified the code permissions, wielding his administrator privileges to allocate varying levels of access to the developers beneath him, marking different code modules visible to each individual. After completing this, Song Yuan tagged everyone in the workgroup, all members of the development team. There was a critical vulnerability in the code previously, which I have now rectified. Please download the code anew to proceed with the development of the new tasks. Upon sending the message, responses flooded in almost immediately. Li Lei, received. It's impressive that the boss is still coding at this late hour. Zhang Cheng, received. I have downloaded the latest code. Wang Shuai, received. Boss V5. Gu Xiuan, injured. I will update tomorrow. Seeing the replies, Song Yuan sent an OK gesture in the group. He then hacked into Tianyu Corporation's server, completely erasing his segment of the game code stored there. Since Li Mingqi was able to find the traitor by requesting the initial code, he would undoubtedly seek a second time. Tomorrow, When they discover the code on the server has vanished, they will surely panic and hunt for the individual responsible. By observing which segment of the code Li Mingqi seeks, Song Yuan would ascertain the identity of the corresponding traitor. With the net cast, Song Yuan leaned back in his chair to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyu had yet to leave the company. Earlier that afternoon, she received a call from Hua Ziming. She was now fully aware of all that Song Yuan was confronting. She understood that Song Yuan could not have plagiarized from others. She recognized that everything was orchestrated by Li Mingqi. After hanging up the phone, Gu Shiyu could no longer remain still. If Li Mingqi dared to employ such despicable tactics against Song Yuan, she would not show leniency towards Tianyu Corporation. Having long monitored Li Mingqi's actions, she was accustomed to knowing both her own and her adversary's circumstances, especially given that he was Song Yuan's commercial rival. Gu Shiyu had already obtained evidence of Li Mingqi's extramarital affair and his illegitimate child. That very day, she reached out to the media, providing them with photos and videos, ensuring that Li Mingqi would awaken to a significant scandal the following day. The exposure of such disgraceful conduct would inevitably cause Tianyu Corporation's stock to plummet. For a company that had only recently gone public and lacked substantial strength, this would be a devastating blow. This was merely the first step in Gu Shiyu's strategy against him. Her assistant, Su Li, knocked and entered, saying, "Ms. Gu, we have finalized negotiations with the media. Would you care to review the draft?" Gu Shiyu took the printed paper that Su Li had handed over, which contained meticulously crafted gossip news from the public relations department. She perused it, noting the incisive language, each word akin to a sharp blade. "Very well. Let's proceed with this and ensure it gains widespread attention. I expect to see it on the front page tomorrow." Su Li promptly acknowledged the directive and hurried off to execute the task. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Song Yuan. Gu Shiyu answered. "Have you finished work?" "I'm at home. Are you still at the office?" Gu Shiyu glanced at the clock. It was already past 10. She was surprised, presuming that Song Yuan would be overwhelmed with urgent matters at the company. "I'm done and about to leave. I'll come pick you up." "All right." After hanging up, Gu Shiyu dialed the internal line to her secretary's office, instructing, "Please bring me a cup of coffee." As long as she remained at work, none of the several secretaries in the presidential office could leave. 2 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Lin Shueyo entered, carrying a cup of coffee. "President Gu, here is your coffee." After a long day of work, Gu Shiyu finally found a moment to relax. Upon seeing Lin Shueyo, she recalled that the latter had submitted her resignation the previous day. Typically, such minor employee departures would not warrant her attention as the president. They would simply follow the human resources process. However, Su Li, aware of the underlying personal grievances between Lin Shueyo and her superior, had forwarded the resignation email to her. Gu Shiyu opened her email and inquired, "You wish to resign?" Lin Shueyo, who had always been intimidated by Gu Shiyu, now appeared even more like a mouse before a cat, lowering her head as she replied, "Yes." "Have you secured a new position?" "I've sent out my resume." "But haven't found anything yet?" Gu Shiyu paused before speaking. "If your resignation stems from my relationship with Song Yuan, there is truly no need for that. I am not so petty as to make your life difficult over such matters. However, if your performance is lacking, I will still reprimand you, just as I would any colleague in the secretarial office." Lin Shueyo clenched her fists, hesitating before stammering, "President Gu, may I skip this year's health check?" Gu Shiyu's brow furrowed. The annual health check was a company benefit for all employees, and her exclusive secretarial team, due to their frequent interactions with the presidential office, was required to undergo a health check each season. Gu Shiyu asked, puzzled why. "The health reports are personal and confidential. The company does not pry into any employee's health information. It is merely to prevent the spread of contagious illnesses among colleagues." "Are you?" Gu Shiyu's probing gaze intensified the pressure on Lin Shueyo, who bowed her head even lower. "President Gu, I do not have any issues." "Then you must comply with the regulations for the health check, as stipulated in your employment contract." "All right." Lin Shueyo acquiesced, as Gu Shiyu had anticipated. She indeed did not wish to resign. Currently, she rented a small room, with her monthly rent consuming 3,000 yuan, leaving her with barely enough for basic living expenses. Until she found a new job, she lacked the courage to resign. Yearning to depart, yet she finds herself daily at the service of her rival. A situation that gnaws at her insides. Occasionally, she catches sight of Song Yuan arriving at the company to pick up Gu Shiyu, and the intimacy they share pierces her heart like a dagger. However, constrained by the realities of her circumstances, she must endure. As long as Gu Shiyu refrains from sabotaging her at work, she can temporarily continue in her position. Gu Shiyu estimates that Song Yuan is nearing, and she picks up her coat from the rack, preparing to descend the stairs. You may also leave for the day, she announces. Lin Xueyao's complexion pales, her discomfort almost rendering her unable to stand. Gu Shiyu halts beside her, inquiring, what is wrong? Chapter 90. Denying her any opportunity for moral coercion, Lin Xueyao felt a wave of nausea rising in her throat, leaving her speechless. She hurriedly crouched down to embrace the trash can, retching violently. Gu Shiyu frowned. Her mild obsession with cleanliness made it clear that this trash can would no longer suffice, and the office required a thorough disinfection. Once Lin Xueyao had finished vomiting, Gu Shiyu, despite her discomfort, offered her a pack of tissues. Are you pregnant? Lin Xueyao's spine stiffened. She had intended to conceal this information, but Gu Shiyu's astuteness had unraveled her secret. Supporting herself against the desk, she slowly rose, her eyes glistening from the ordeal. She did not deny it, but merely nodded. Gu Shiyu hung the clothes she had just picked up back on the rack and closed the office door. She regarded Lin Xueyao with an unnerving calmness. Is it Song Yuan's? Lin Xueyao hesitated to answer, as she too was uncertain of the child's paternity. During that period, she and Xiao Nianchen had engaged in unprotected encounters. Although Song Yuan had always taken precautions, there was an incident where the protection failed, and he had advised her to take medication, which she forgot the following day. By the timeline, either could potentially be the father. Gu Shiyu's gaze seemed to penetrate Lin Xueyao's thoughts. She understood her temperament well. Lin Xueyao's silence suggested her own uncertainty regarding the child's father. With current technology, a DNA test can be conducted while the child is still in utero. I will assist you in contacting a private hospital. If the child is Song Yuan's, he has the right to know. If not, it is entirely your decision. However, prior to the DNA comparison, you must not utter a single word to Song Yuan. You are aware of the consequences. Gu Shiyu's words were resolute, leaving no room for Lin Xueyao to maneuver. Frightened into silence, Lin Xueyao watched as Gu Shiyu immediately dialed her friend's number to arrange the DNA test for the following day. Just as she hung up, a call from Song Yuan came through. Have you arrived? I will be right down. Gu Shiyu answered the call and exited, taking the private elevator reserved for the president, leaving Lin Xueyao standing alone. Gradually regaining her composure, Lin Xueyao returned to the secretary's office, where her colleagues were preparing to clock out as the president finished her day. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Xueyao's mind was consumed with Gu Shiyu's recent words. She had fantasized about presenting her pregnancy test to Song Yuan. A man known for his sense of responsibility, surely he would not consider a paternity test. Upon learning of her pregnancy, he might accept her back and end his relationship with Gu Shiyu. However, Gu Shiyu's assertions shattered her idealized scenario. Song Yuan was now with Gu Shiyu, a woman of exceptional caliber. Would he truly embrace fatherhood? The answer was evidently no. Through the expansive window, Lin Xueyao observed Gu Shiyu exiting the building, where Song Yuan greeted her with an embrace before they strolled hand in hand toward the parking lot. The sleek car illuminated its lights. A deep regret gnawed at Lin Xueyao. Had she not foolishly sought out Xiao Nianchen, she would be the one settling into that sports car. She would not have to fret over a few thousand yuan in rent or endure daily commutes on the subway. Downstairs, Song Yuan assisted Gu Shiyu in fastening her seatbelt. Today had been filled with numerous events, leaving both of them in a state of tension. Gu Shiyu remained silent for quite some time. Typically, she would engage him in conversations about the news or share amusing anecdotes. Song Yuan, not in a rush to start the car, leaned over and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Shiyu, are you feeling unhappy today? Gu Shiyu paused momentarily, clarifying that it was not unhappiness that enveloped her. Something happened at the office today that I'd like to share with you. A male colleague of mine, who recently broke up with his ex over a month ago, was approached by her, claiming she is pregnant with his child. What do you think he should do? She was curious about Song Yuan's perspective. After contemplating, Song Yuan replied, well, he cannot simply accept it without verification. That could lead to an unexpected responsibility. He should first consider a paternity test to avoid becoming an unwitting victim. Gu Shiyu smiled faintly, appreciating his insight. She had anticipated that Song Yuan might suggest accepting reality, as she was unaware of the complexities of a man's feelings towards fatherhood. The history between Song Yuan and Lin Xueyao had never concerned her much, after all. It was a thing of the past, and dwelling on it seemed futile. However, she would feel a sense of disappointment if Song Yuan could not express a definitive stance on such matters. Let us head home, Song Yuan said, his gaze lingering on her for a few moments. He felt confident in managing the crisis at work, a matter he chose not to disclose to Gu Shiyu, believing that fewer people knowing would lessen the burden of worry. Upon arriving at their residence, they ascended the stairs hand in hand. He felt that the warmth of home manifested only when she was present. During the time she had stayed late at work, Song Yuan, after finishing his tasks, had resorted to smoking several cigarettes out of sheer boredom. By now, it was quite late. According to Gu Shiyu's routine, she should be preparing for bed. She changed her shoes and headed straight to the master bedroom, retrieving her pajamas and a towel before entering the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon echoed. Having already showered earlier, Song Yuan changed into comfortable attire and lay on the bed, scrolling through short videos. As time passed and Gu Shiyu took longer than usual, he was nearly asleep when he heard her calling him from the bathroom. Song Yuan, Song Yuan. He sat up, responding, Shiyu, what's wrong? I forgot to bring my underwear. Could you please fetch a pair for me from the drawer in the wardrobe? Song Yuan got up, slipping on his slippers, and made his way to the wardrobe, locating the item as she had instructed. She favored lighter colors, pale pink, white, and light beige, neatly stacking them according to color. He picked out a delicate pale pink pair, which was remarkably small, and found himself puzzled by the minimal fabric of women's underwear. In the bathroom, Gu Shiyu called out again, Song Yuan, did you find it? He approached the bathroom door, the frosted glass obscured by steam, with droplets of water occasionally sliding down its surface, rendering everything within a vague blur. The scent of body wash wafted through the crack beneath the door, mingling with her natural fragrance. Though separated by a mere door, Song Yuan could vividly imagine her appearance. Gu Shiyu's skin was smooth and as radiant as pearls. She maintained a fitness routine, giving her physique a firm, alluring silhouette. Song Yuan envisioned that at this very moment, she might be standing before the mirror in her natural state, indulging in her skincare routine or perhaps applying body lotion. It was also possible that she was attending to her personal grooming. Gu Shiyu, having been educated in the Western manner from a young age, routinely maintained her physique, leaving no aspect unattended. Song Yuan could not suppress a slight cough, a surge of heat coursing through her body. It had been 3 days since the little incident with Gu Shiyuan, and they had not been intimate since then. Returning to the bedroom, Song Yuan opened the nightstand to retrieve a piece, gently knocking on the bathroom door. Inside, Gu Shiyu was preoccupied and did not hear her. After a brief pause, Song Yuan called out, Shiyu, I'm coming in. She softly pushed the door open, and the hum of small appliances filled the air. As she had anticipated, Gu Shiyu was indeed. Shiyu, may I assist you? Gu Shiyu quickly turned around, her face instantly flushing crimson. She had not expected Song Yuan to enter at that moment, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Song Yuan took the bath towel and wrapped it around her from behind, gently drying the droplets from her skin. As she moved around to face Gu Shiyu, her palm inadvertently brushed against her, causing Gu Shiyu to freeze, her breath becoming heavy. Chapter 91. Shiryu, you come with a sudden clatter. The small device in Gu Shiyu's hand tumbled to the ground. Song Yuan, I have already completed it. You need not assist me, she stammered. Her words caught in her throat, for Song Yuan had thrust a square package into her hands, the meaning of which she already comprehended. In the realm of adult communication, certain sentiments need not be explicitly articulated. Song Yuan pressed a gentle kiss to her ear, his large hand reaching forward. Is it truly done? Allow me to check. Gu Shiyu's back pressed against Song Yuan's chest, her slender body quivering slightly. Song Yuan, please don't. Song Yuan chuckled softly, nibbling her earlobe, aware that women, often contradictory in their expressions, should not always be taken at their word. When she uttered don't, if one believed her, it would result in a torrent of unspoken grievances. If provoked, she might refuse his advances in the future. He showered her with tender kisses, his patience boundless, as if intent on melting her into his embrace. The shower head was activated, warm water cascading down from above. Song Yuan had never realized how soothing a shower could be. In that moment, all burdens and worries were cast aside. Gu Shiyu tilted her head back in his arms, drawing in small breaths like a parched fish. He had yet to reach the final step when she had already surrendered herself. Shiyu, you shall do it yourself. Song Yuan gently grasped the hand that held the device. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Shiyu regained some clarity and tore open the packaging. She would assist him. What followed unfolded seamlessly. Afterward, Gu Shiyu's legs trembled as Song Yuan carried her back to the bedroom. She burrowed under the covers, cocooning herself tightly, leaving only her radiant face exposed. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, rendering her exceedingly bashful. Song Yuan found delight in her current expression, a stark contrast to her usual cool and astute demeanor. evoking a feeling of playful dominance. He retrieved a fresh set of pajamas from the wardrobe, preparing to help her dress, but Gu Shiyu clutched the covers tightly, refusing to let him. Unable to suppress a laugh, Song Yuan cupped her face and pressed a kiss to her warm skin. Why are you so pitiful? Just put the clothes down and turn around. I can dress myself. Gu Shiyu insisted. He set the garments down and turned his back, resisting the urge to glance back as he heard the rustling behind him. Only turning when she proclaimed she was ready. Song Yuan switched off the bedside lamp and climbed into bed, enveloped by the fragrance of her body wash. Shiyu, how was today's experience? He inquired, pulling her close. Gu Shiyu's eyelids fluttered, but she offered no reply. Next time, let us use the bathroom again to avoid taking 2 showers, he added. Gu Shiyu raised her hand to cover his mouth, silencing him. Song Yuan's chest rumbled with a quiet laugh, merging with the night's tranquility. The following day, Gu Shiyu arose a quarter of an hour earlier than usual. With Song Yuan still out for his run, she collected several cigarette butts from his ashtray on the balcony and disposed of them. Upon his return with breakfast, they shared a meal before he escorted her to her office. After stepping out of Song Yuan's car and watching him drive away, she turned to her own vehicle, heading to Xingji Hospital. Today, the driver took a leave of absence, leaving assistant Su Li to take the wheel as she turned towards the direction of Xingji Hospital. Lin Shuiyao had already arrived at the hospital ahead of time, feeling compelled to heed Gu Shiyu's words from the previous day. When Gu Shiyu arrived, Lin Shuiyao was seated in the lobby, waiting. This hospital is a chain established by a friend of Gu Shiyu, and she had made arrangements in advance to avoid the queues. As she entered the lobby with her assistant, a designated individual approached to attend to them. Gu Shiyu handed over the collected cigarette butts to the doctor, while Lin Shuiyao underwent a blood test for fetal DNA separation. Typically, the results would take about a week. However, Gu Shiyu requested expedited processing, and the hospital assured her that the results would be available in 2 working days. Upon leaving the hospital, Gu Shiyu headed straight back to the company. En route, she came across the news released the previous day, which had already surged to the top of the trending topics. Excellent, the game has begun. Meanwhile, Song Yuan arrived at the company and gathered everyone for the morning meeting. At this moment, aside from Lu Qi, no one was aware of the enormous crisis facing the company. Song Yuan, known for his calm demeanor, suspected that the traitor would soon reveal themselves. Everyone, please be aware that the previous version of the code contains significant vulnerabilities. Ensure that you download the latest version I have modified and conduct development on the updated framework. He emphasized the changes made in the code. The members of the development team responded in turn. Li Lei said, understood, boss, I downloaded the new version yesterday. Wang Shui confirmed, downloaded. Zhang Chong added, downloaded. Gu Shuan was still at the hospital, although he had no major issues. The doctor advised that he would be discharged in 3 days. Despite being hospitalized, he insisted on attending the meeting and responded from the video call, downloaded. Song Yuan concluded the morning meeting, instructing everyone to get to work. After the meeting, Lu Qi called Song Yuan outside, exclaiming, what the hell? Why didn't you tell me about such a significant matter yesterday? Song Yuan had been overwhelmed the previous day. Had he delayed even slightly in breaching the official email of the Android and Apple app markets, the approval of Tianyu Company's 2 application emails would have complicated subsequent matters. He truly had no time to inform Lu Qi taking a drag from a cigarette. He acknowledged the mounting pressure and his growing addiction, stating, I have managed the critical issue. Now, the primary focus is on apprehending the traitor. I believe it will happen soon. Lu Qi had absolute trust in Song Yuan, however. He was unfamiliar with those from Tianyu, who were supposedly Song Yuan's close friends. Did you not say those individuals were your trusted brothers? I can't accept being betrayed by someone I know. Have I really been laboring for others all this time? Had I known, I would have exchanged that 30 million and enjoyed a bit longer. Song Yuan was confident, reassuring him, do not worry, we won't be caught. All right. If there is anything you need me to assist with, just message me on WeChat. Upon returning to his workstation, Song Yuan noticed in the workgroup that someone had shared a post exposing Li Mingqi's scandal. The images and short videos released in the post were irrefutable evidence. Captured from angles that were both clear and cunning, it showed Li Mingqi entering a hotel with a voluptuous woman, and upon returning to the room, they proceeded to engage in explicit acts against the window, the visuals being quite shocking. The video by the window pixelated the bodies of the 2 individuals, yet their faces remained distinctly clear. The comment section below erupted. Brothers, I've already LU'd the video, you guys keep it up. Exciting. I LU'd it. It's even more thrilling than the short films I've saved. But shouldn't he Mr. Lee take better care of himself? This duration seems rather brief, doesn't it? Damn you, Li Mingqi. If you're going to have an affair, at least draw a curtain. You enjoyed yourself, while I invested heavily in your company's stocks, only for them to plummet at the market's opening. Same here. I lost several tens of thousands within the first minute of trading. I'm going to take you down. Song Yuan opened his stock trading app, and, indeed, the stock of Tianyu Company had dropped within the first minute of trading, leaving shareholders with no chance to sell. Conversely, another stock he had purchased surged to its limit at the opening. He discovered favorable news in the web push notifications, confirming Jiqing's speculation. Remarkable. Chapter 92. Finding a matching kidney source at Tianyu Corporation, chaos reigned supreme. In the president's office, Li Ming was engulfed in fury, berating his assistant, who had been by his side for over a decade. Are you utterly useless? I instructed you to remove the trending topic, yet it remains. I asked you to contact the media, yet you have failed to do so. What purpose do I serve in sustaining your position? With a sorrowful countenance, the assistant replied, President Li, have you perhaps offended some formidable individual recently? We have invested over 2 million in public relations this morning alone, and under normal circumstances. Acquiring a spot in the trending topics would be a trivial matter. Yet now, it is utterly unattainable. Even our hired influencers cannot sway the narrative. The opposition is determined to dismantle us. Li Ming paced anxiously, hands clasped behind his back, overwhelmed with distress. Whom could I have possibly offended? Our company has not engaged in any collaborations recently. Which influential figure could I have crossed? Suddenly, he paused, a realization dawning upon him. Yu has had recent disputes with Song Yuan's small workshop, but does Song Yuan even qualify as a significant player? His company is on the verge of collapse. How could he afford to manipulate trending topics? What if it is indeed Song Yuan? The assistant interjected. Could he have someone backing him? Li Ming dismissed the notion with conviction. Impossible. Look at his impoverished state. Does he seem like someone with support? If he had backing, he would not be so desperate for investment. He could simply approach his financial backers directly. The assistant appeared troubled. President Li, please reconsider if there is anyone we might have overlooked. Our predicament is dire. The media remains unreachable. Even when I propose financial incentives, they ignore us, as if they have all been handsomely bribed. We are losing control over public opinion. Do you think I am idly standing by? A bunch of inept fools. Li Ming retorted, just as a throng of directors from Tianyu Corporation arrived, having panicked upon witnessing the plummet of their stock prices earlier that morning. By noon, they had yet to receive any strategic response from the company. Their holdings had depreciated significantly within a single day, inflicting considerable financial pain, without an appropriate strategy. Further declines were imminent. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ming, open the door. Stop pretending. We know you are inside. This situation has arisen due to your personal conduct. So cease your feigned ignorance. You must provide us with an explanation today, Li Ming. The company does not belong solely to you. Where do you place the board of directors? Today's losses must be compensated by you. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Li Ming felt as though his head might explode. He was like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss. The shareholders outside continued to pound on the door, growing impatient and threatening to force their way in. Reluctantly, he instructed his assistant to admit them. Being president was no simple task. Despite holding the largest share, those older gentlemen could easily conspire to consolidate their stocks and potentially oust him from his position. At this moment, Li Mingqi did not dare to confront the situation head-on. He bowed his head in apology, expressing his regret to the shareholders. This matter stemmed from my actions. I will swiftly devise a solution and assure you all that whatever the decline in stock value today, I will ensure it rises again, perhaps even surpassing its previous heights. Some among the crowd scoffed, questioning his credibility. What gives you the right to guarantee that? With your questionable character, which indulges in extramarital affairs, how can we place our trust in you? Today it's a mistress, tomorrow it could be another. Do you think we are fools to be played with? Li Mingqi found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter the barrage of accusations. In silence, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his eyelids fluttering. The onlookers were startled by this unforeseen turn of events. Assistant Yang, quick. Call an ambulance. Dial 120, hurry. I'm not the one pressuring him. I haven't said anything. This isn't my fault. The group, who had been pressing him moments ago, hastily retreated, fearing that any misfortune befalling Li Mingqi might implicate them. As Assistant Yang pulled out his phone to dial 120, a sigh emanated from the floor. He looked down to see Li Mingqi sitting up, appearing unscathed. Realizing the president was merely feigning, He quickly shut the door. Li Mingqi took a moment to collect himself and commanded, "Bring Liang Quan and Wang Jikai to me." When Liang Quan and Wang Jikai entered, they wore expressions of unease. "President Li, inexplicably, the game code on our servers has gone missing, likely deleted by someone. Have the applications for the Android and iOS app markets been approved?" No response yet. Li Mingqi frowned, then instructed Wang Jikai, "If it could happen once, it can happen again. Contact that individual and have them replicate the files." "I will reach out immediately, President." At Henyue Building, Gu Shiyu received a phone call from abroad. "Ms. Gu, we have found a match for the kidney source you were seeking." Gu Shiyu dropped the documents in her hands, her heart racing with excitement. "When can it be transported back to the country?" "The donor's condition is critical. The hospital has given a countdown of 1 week at most. Thus, preparations can commence in the country." A weight lifted from Gu Shiyu's heart. She knew that Song Yuan had been under considerable stress lately, partly due to his mother-in-law. Tao Yulian. Though not related by blood, they treated each other with the same affection as if they were. After hanging up, Gu Shiyu immediately informed Director Wang to prepare for Tao Yulian's checkup, readying her for the organ transplant. Song Yuan received the news an hour later when Tao Yulian's attending physician contacted him with the good tidings. After working until 6 o'clock, he gathered his belongings and hurried to the hospital. Tao Yulian was already aware of the news, engulfed in excitement. Believing she would have to rely on dialysis for the rest of her life, yet now she could await a kidney source. Upon seeing Song Yuan enter, she grasped her son's hand tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Song Yuan comforted her. "Mom, you will regain your health. Let us maintain a cheerful disposition in these days leading up to the surgery." Brimming with excitement yet tinged with a hint of concern, addressed her son, "My dear, the money I have saved for you is intended for you, ensure you to purchase a marital home. After your surgery, you won't be left without funds. Will you?" Song Yuan reassured his mother, "Rest assured, I still have enough money. Just focus on your health. Your well-being is my greatest joy." Wiping away her tears, replied, "Then let me be a bit selfish. I wish to live a few more years and to hold my grandchild. You too are planning for a baby, aren't you?" Song Yuan responded with a pleasing tone, "Yes, indeed. Just wait for the day when you can hold your grandchild." As his words lingered in the air, Gu Shiyu entered from outside. Chapter 93. Human traffickers. A fleeting shadow of embarrassment crossed Gu Shiyu's face, which she quickly concealed. "Mom, if there's anything you wish to eat in the coming days, just inform Aunt Zhang. She can prepare anything. Do not hesitate to ask. You should fast the day before the surgery." Tao Yulian adjusted her hair and leaned back slightly. "I have a decent appetite. Aunt Zhang's culinary skills are quite commendable, and her dishes suit my palate well." Tao Yulian glanced at Song Yuan, then at Gu Shiyu, her face illuminated by a smile. "Seeing both of you happy can improve my appetite. I initially thought this body of mine wouldn't last much longer, yet here I am, fortunate enough to await a kidney source. The director mentioned I am the first patient to receive a kidney in the past 6 months. Many of my fellow dialysis patients have been waiting for over a year without any hope. Do you think it's selfish of me to feel fortunate? If it weren't for our lack of connections to the hospital, I might suspect they were giving me special treatment." Song Yuan had always harbored this feeling. Ever since his biological mother was admitted to the hospital, everything had been smooth sailing, with no difficulties encountered. The director and the hospital president had even personally come to inquire about her condition, and in such a short span, she had managed to secure a kidney source. He dared not dwell on it, knowing he had no acquaintance with the hospital president and no influential relatives. "Mom, didn't Dad say he would come today? Where is he?" Tao Yulian suddenly remembered her husband, who had been out for quite some time. "Your father mentioned he went out to buy toothpaste. He has been gone for quite a while. He has high blood pressure. I hope nothing has happened." Song Yuan rose from his chair. "I'll go take a look." Gu Shiyu followed him, and the two made their way towards the elevator. As they passed the water cooler, they overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. Song Yuan paused. The male voice belonged to Song Hong, while the female voice was that of Song Yuan's aunt, Song Qingqing. "Song Qingqing, listen to me. You cannot allow him to return to seek his biological mother. Even though I spent 8,000 to adopt him, our entire family has treated him as our own. He has never suffered any grievances. Now that he knows his origins, he intends to seek his birth mother, making our family's years of raising him seem futile." Song Hang paused for a few seconds, bewildered. "What did you say? You bought Song Yuan? That's not how you presented it initially. You claimed the child was abandoned at birth, and your elderly mother was unable to care for him, which is why he was given up for adoption. Have you deceived us? Sister, does it matter to discuss this now? If I had revealed the truth about him being purchased, would you have agreed to raise him?" I couldn't bear to see you and my brother-in-law deprived of children. Our family must have descendants. Song Hung, you are truly foolish. Do you realize that purchasing a child is illegal? Where exactly did you acquire him? From human traffickers? Mind your own business. Separated by a mere wall. Song Yuan felt as if he had rooted himself in place, unable to move. He had believed, as Song Heng stated, that he was reluctantly given up for adoption by his biological grandmother. Yet there lay a deeper truth behind it, one that sent tremors through him. He had once been treated as a mere commodity, bought and sold like an animal, stripped of dignity and worth. The only solace lies in the fact that he was not purchased by his parents, had they acquired him from a trafficker. He would be at a loss on how to confront such an act of nurture. Song Yuan's fist clenched tightly, the veins in his arms taut, as he stood there, utterly still. Yu Shiyu, having overheard the conversation within, was rendered speechless in shock. She understood what weighed most heavily on her husband's heart. The dialogue continued, with Song Qingqing steadfastly refusing to divulge Song Yuan's origins. As Song Yuan inched closer, the siblings within the room fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to the doorway. With great difficulty, Song Yuan swallowed hard and questioned Song Qingqing, urging her to reveal any information regarding the trafficker. In his childhood, he had adored his aunt, for her youth and vivacity allowed her to bond effortlessly with children. Now, however, his demeanor was grave, instilling fear in those around him. After a moment's hesitation, Song Qingqing averted her gaze, asserting that the trafficker had long since perished. This was an old tale, and one could hardly seek out a ghost from the past. Song Yuan anticipated that extracting the truth would not be an easy endeavor, and he issued a solemn warning. I will report this to the authorities. If you disclose the trafficker's information, I promise not to pursue the matter of your involvement in my acquisition. Otherwise, we are equally culpable. As a lawyer, your husband should understand this principle. Leaning against the wall, Song Qingqing's face flushed with indignation. She had not expected Song Yuan to disregard familial bonds and speak to her in such a manner. Having watched him grow, she was well aware of his temperament. His words were genuine, not mere bluster. She was apprehensive about the prospect of being apprehended and reluctantly divulged the truth. The trafficker's surname is Yang. I am unsure of her given name, but others refer to her as Sister Yang. When I knew her, she was a woman in her 40s, with a prominent mole at the corner of her eye and a scar on her left hand. That's all I know. May I leave now? Without waiting for Song Yuan's response, she swung her bag and brushed past him, deliberately jostling Gu Shiyu, who stood behind him. Song Yuan caught Gu Shiyu's arm just in time to prevent her from stumbling. Song Heng let out a long sigh, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Gazing at Song Yuan with regret. Son, I'm sorry, though anger coursed through Song Yuan. It was not directed at his parents, who were also victims in this harrowing tale. The true villain was the trafficker. Father, I do not blame you. Song Heng scrutinized his son's expression carefully. Song Yuan continued, Father, I intend to approach the police for a DNA test to search for my biological family. I hope you can understand. I was taken by the trafficker, and my real parents must be grappling with the profound sorrow of losing a child. Nevertheless, I shall treat you both as my true parents. Will you hold that against me? Song Heng rubbed his temples, pondering for a moment before responding. I support your quest for your origins, but this matter should not be mentioned to your mother until after her surgery, or until her health improves, to avoid distressing her. I understand, replied Song Yuan. He and Gu Shiyu returned to the hospital room to spend a few more minutes with Tao Yuan before he concocted an excuse to take Gu Shiyu out. Song Yuan leaned against the car as he smoked a cigarette before settling into the driver's seat, driving straight to the police station. He reported the incident, divulging all the information provided by Song Qingqing, and submitted a DNA sample for the familial search database. Should his biological father also submit a sample, a match would be made. Yu Shiyu, too, was burdened with her own concerns. She was troubled about Lin Xueyao's unborn child. If it were to be Song Yuan's, she would feel an unbearable ache in her heart. She yearned for the child to be born of her. Chapter 94. The results are out. Gu Shiyu concealed her worries and reassured Song Yuan, urging him not to fret, for matters would surely progress in due course. Your impatience will not hasten the outcome. It is wiser to remain calm and await the news. Song Yuan clasped her hand, his heart in turmoil, oblivious to the unusual emotions flickering within Gu Shiyu. The following day, Gu Shiyu found herself unable to settle her mind until the evening when the hospital called to inform her that the DNA test results were ready. She descended with the driver, summoning Lin Xueyao to accompany her. Upon receiving the report, Gu Shiyu's tension dissipated as she read the results. Song Yuan was not the father. A sigh of relief washed over her. She handed the document to Lin Shueyao, who stared blankly at the data for an extended period. Unlike Gu Shiyu, she felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped that the child could mend the rift between her and Song Yuan. Now, it appeared that her last chance had vanished. Gu Shiyu had even severed her escape route, leaving Lin Shueyao with no opportunity to fabricate a lie. Gu Shiyu observed the flicker of emotions in Lin Shuyao's eyes. Today's revelation was mutual knowledge between them, and regarding the pregnancy, it bore no connection to Song Yuan. Should you dare to use this as leverage against him, I shall not remain a passive observer. Lin Shueyao, clutching the report and with her head bowed, felt tears trickling down her cheeks. Silently absorbing the moment without uttering a word, she lacked the audacity to act theatrically beneath Gu Shiyu's watchful gaze. As Gu Shiyu departed with the driver, Lin Shueyao suggested taking the subway back to the office. Having already hitching a ride with her boss, she dared not ask for another lift. Gu Shiyu felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her spirit. A relief so profound that she had never experienced such liberation even when negotiating billion-dollar deals for the company. With the day's tasks left unattended, she returned to the office. Meanwhile, Song Yuan had spent the day scrolling through trending topics, where posts regarding Li Mingqi's private life dominated the headlines, overshadowing even the release of a new album by a rock legend. Observing Tianyu Corporation's stock plummeting for the second consecutive day, he speculated that it would continue to fall tomorrow. One could only say that one reaps what one sows. A scoundrel like Li Mingqi deserved no sympathy. As the evening settled in, Song Yuan stepped outside for a cigarette and dialed Gu Shiyu. Darling, are you working late today? Gu Shiyu, engrossed in her documents, replied that she would likely remain for at least another hour. Considering the solitude of returning home alone, he decided to linger at the office. I shall come to fetch you in an hour. Don't forget to eat dinner. Understood, you two must eat well. After hanging up, he heard a soft chuckle behind him. Lu Qi had arrived unnoticed, having overheard a few affectionate exchanges, and teasingly mimicked Song Yuan's tone. Oh, darling, I'm here to pick you up. Song Yuan playfully kicked at him, missing and striking on the air. Are you envious, you old bachelor? Huh? Am I envious of you? Is it the game that's dull or the drink that's unappealing? I can return home whenever I please after work. Would you dare? Song Yuan exhaled a cloud of smoke, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I find your words lacking in the charm of sleeping beside my wife. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Qi. After so many years as a single man, I suppose you've developed quite the muscular arms? Lu Qi gritted his teeth and muttered an expletive. Damn. Tone it down. Let's get to the point. He concealed his playful demeanor and handed over a series of photographs taken with his phone. I made a quick trip to the hospital at noon. Take a look at what I captured. Lu Qi's frustration was palpable. What have we done wrong for him to betray us? I was concerned for his family's financial struggles while hospitalized, even skipping lunch to deliver him money, only to find out he had sold us out. How does my generosity differ from aiding a villain in profiting from their own betrayal? Song Yuan glanced at the images, his expression shifting to one of calm contemplation as he returned the phone to Lu Qi. I had my suspicions, but lacked the evidence. And there is one more fool. I lent him 20,000 a few days ago. Lu Qi, infuriated, slapped his forehead. What do you plan to do now? I only captured Wang Shuai and Wang Jikai interacting, which isn't sufficient proof of him selling the company's codes. We still need concrete evidence. Song Yuan extinguished his cigarette. That's simple enough. I can procure evidence of his access codes. The net can be drawn in. Lu Qi, perplexed, followed Song Yuan back to the office where, with the colleagues gone for the day, they could speak freely. Song Yuan powered on his computer and swiftly penetrated the Tianyu Company's server. Indeed, he found the code he had deleted yesterday reappearing on their server, but this time it was a marked version. The file displayed on Tianyu's server was the very one that Wang Shuai had the permission to download. This was irrefutable evidence. Lu Qi stood beside him, astonished. Holy crap! How did you access their server? Don't you lose your privileges after resigning? Song Yuan looked up with a smile. I have a bit of knowledge in hacking. Lu Qi was utterly shocked. I knew you were no ordinary guy. Calmly, Song Yuan stated, we can report this now. However, it's slightly late. Uncle Hat may have already finished work. Perhaps you could report it tomorrow? Lu Qi accepted this daunting task. I will. I absolutely love doing this. Checking his watch, Song Yuan remarked, my wife is about to finish work. I must go pick her up. Enjoy yourself. Lu Qi grumbled, damn. You never miss a chance to flaunt your affection. Ignoring him, Song Yuan packed up his computer for the day. He drove to the Hengyue building, parked his car, and called Gu Shiyu. Dear, I'm downstairs. You can come down when your work is done. I'm sorry, Song Yuan. Please wait another 15 minutes. No rush. Take your time. After hanging up, Song Yuan casually stood outside. He frequented this area, and the patrolling security guards recognized him. Mr. Song, here to pick up your girlfriend again? With a smile, Song Yuan replied, I'm here to pick up my wife. The security guard responded, That's wonderful. I had no idea you were married. Congratulations. Thank you, came the reply. The guard glanced in the distance and cheerfully remarked, Mr. Song, your wife has just come out. You should hurry, lest she grows anxious waiting for you. Following the guard's gaze, Song Yuan spotted Lin Shuiao emerging from the building, pausing a short distance away. It was evident she had overheard the guard's words. Song Yuan remained silent, directing his gaze elsewhere, treating her as a stranger. After a brief pause, Lin Shuiao approached him, saying, Song Yuan, you're here? A faint smile graced Song Yuan's lips as he replied, I came to pick up my wife from work. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Perhaps we should refrain from speaking. His indifference was like a sharp blade, piercing Lin Shuiao's heart. She faltered, recalling how kindly he had once treated her. His current aloofness inflicted deep wounds. Song Yuan, could you please refrain from treating me this way? I beg you. Her voice trembled with the threat of tears. Chapter 95. Reclaiming the loan money. Song Yuan had long since become immune to Lin Shuiao's tears. The weeping of a stranger held no significance for him. There was no necessity for this display. She could seek solace elsewhere. This remark triggered an abrupt collapse in Lin Shuiao, who had been suppressing her emotions. Must our separation preclude any possibility of friendship? Song Yuan, can you truly be so heartless towards me? With a frosty demeanor, Song Yuan turned to head towards the building. Contemplating that Gu Shiyu should be descending shortly, Lin Shuiao pursued him, tears streaming as she pleaded, Please, don't leave. I have nothing left now but you, Song Yuan. He took a few steps back to create distance, asserting coldly, Miss, let us not speak recklessly. I have no ties to you. I am a married man. Lin Shuiao, still in tears, responded, I am aware that I have wronged you, but everyone makes mistakes. Can you not grant me a chance to amend my errors? I did squander your funds and betrayed your trust, yet I have realized my missteps. Please, just allow me one opportunity. Let us reconnect on WeChat. Even if only as friends. Song Yuan scoffed, I apologize, but I have no need for friends. Furthermore, I neglected to inform you of one crucial detail. Your family spent over 200,000 on building a house, of which 200,000 was contributed by me. Additionally, your brother's tuition transfer of 30,000, along with the purchase of an Apple 3-piece set, also funded by me. Let's not detail my expenditures on you. As I have been with you for 3 years, consider it compensation. However, the 260,000 loan to your father, I shall reclaim. I have already notified your father, Lin Hai, to repay me, granting him a mere 3 days. Should he fail to comply, I possess my own methods to ensure repayment. Lin Shuiao wiped her tears, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. You intend to ask my father for money? It was my money. What issue lies in reclaiming it? Furthermore, each sum given to your father and brother was explicitly labeled as a loan. Does your family intend to default on this debt? Do not forget the promissory note your father signed. I have preserved it meticulously. Lin Shuiao found herself at a loss for words. Song Yuan was indeed correct. Her father, Lin Hai, had no intention of repaying that sum. The year prior, she had taken the money from Song Yuan and handed it over to Lin Hai. He, filled with pride, had remarked, I raised a wonderful daughter and found a commendable son-in-law. Consider this money a token of your filial piety. What is there to borrow among family? Do not be so formal. The promissory note for the 200,000 and all previous debts, surely you burned them. At that time, Lin Xiao assumed Song Yuan was not one to hold grudges and had readily agreed. Father, this money is a gift from your son-in-law. Please accept it without reservation. It is not a loan. Yet, she had forgotten to ask Song Yuan to destroy the promissory note. Suddenly, Lin Shuiao recognized that beyond financial matters, she had little to discuss with the man before her, who was earnestly demanding repayment. Song Yuan, my father, he cannot possibly produce such a sum. Are you not pressing him unduly? Song Yuan chuckled coldly. If he lacks the means to repay, is he to become a deadbeat? Can you not extend your patience for another 2 years? He answered her resolutely, I cannot. Song Yuan preferred not to engage in lengthy conversation with her. As he entered the lobby of Hengyue building, he happened upon Gu Shiyu exiting after work. She appeared somewhat fatigued yet in high spirits. Song Yuan, have you been waiting here anxiously? She inquired. Not at all. The evening is quite pleasant, he replied, gently taking her hand. Have you had dinner? Yes, she answered. Behind them, Suli hurriedly approached, clutching some documents. The new copy for the resort was just revised this afternoon. It requires your approval, Gu Shiyu. The president insists on reviewing it at home, and I forgot to bring it down in my haste. Su Li trailed off, leaving the rest unspoken. Hearing the commotion, Gu Shiyu turned to ask, "What is the matter?" Su Li quickened her pace to deliver the documents. "You need to take your work home," she said. Gu Shiyu accepted the papers without further comment. Once back in the car, Song Yuan looked at his slender wife with a pang of sympathy. Overtime had become a regular part of her life. A young woman, working so hard, made him feel a sense of shame for his past laziness. If only he had ample wealth, she wouldn't he have to endure such immense pressure daily. Shiyu, if you're tired, perhaps you should take a few days off to rest. We actually have some savings, he suggested. Gu Shiyu did not grasp the implication of his words. She pursed her red lips and sighed. I feel trapped. I would love to take a break, but after so many years of intense work, I've become accustomed to it. If I stop, I feel uneasy. Song Yuan resolved silently to earn more, wishing to pamper his wife and allow her to thrive. Just as he was about to start the car, a call from Ji Cheng came through. Mr. Ji, he answered. Ji Cheng got straight to the point. How is that matter being handled? Rest assured, I've identified the mole. I will report it tomorrow morning, exposing Tianyu Company's unscrupulous actions. It will not affect the project's progress, Song Yuan assured him. Ji Cheng expressed his confidence. I look forward to it. As the call was about to end, Song Yuan suddenly recalled something important. Mr. Ji, is it convenient for me to deliver the car to you now? Ji Cheng chuckled lightly. Why would you bring me your car? Song Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean, Mr. Ji? When he had taken the car out, Ji Cheng and his wife had both said it was a temporary loan, and a loan must be returned. Feeling uneasy, Song Yuan insisted, I'll bring it to your home. Ji Cheng cleared his throat. That car is now registered in your name. You should change the license plate. Mine will be claimed by someone else. Feel free to drive it. It is our token of gratitude for saving my wife's life. Gifting you a car is a modest gesture. If I were to ask for its return, I would think you were dissatisfied with my gratitude. Without waiting for Song Yuan's response, Ji Cheng hung up. Song Yuan sat in silence for a long moment, astonished. How had Ji Cheng transferred the car to his name without notifying him? Was this the power of wealth? He adjusted his seatbelt and asked, Shiyu, I would like to visit my junior fellow. Are you in a hurry to return home? Gu Shiyu happened to be curious about how that young man was recovering. She hadn't had the chance to check on him during the day, and now seemed the perfect moment. No rush. First, let us see your junior. Song Yuan parked the car at the hospital where Gu Shiwan was located, reversing into a space and preparing to exit. He casually remarked, speaking of which, your name is only one character away from my juniors. Gu Shiyu's breath hitched, and her spine stiffened. At that moment, she had yet to leave the car. But as she turned her face, she spotted the van parked diagonally across, about 20 meters away. It was the vehicle used by her grandmother when she ventured out. An alarm blared in Gu Shiyu's mind. She hadn't anticipated that her grandmother would be at the hospital at this hour. Chapter 96, revealing the traitor Song Yuan had already disembarked and stood on the ground, inquiring, Are you not coming down? Gu Shiyu hesitated for a moment. Shaking the documents in her hand, Perhaps you should head in by yourself. I have some work to attend to in the car. Very well, I shall return shortly. Song Yuan replied, taking a step towards the interior. Inside the ward, Gu Shiyuan had one leg bound in bandages. The young master was notoriously finicky, deeming the meal brought by the caregiver unpalatable, prompting the elderly matriarch to personally deliver his dinner that evening. Grandmother, please hurry and take Uncle Zhang away. My sister will surely scold you for indulging me. The elderly lady watched him finish his meal and said, If I do not indulge you, who will? Tomorrow, I might as well have the driver bring you 3 meals a day. Forget about the food from outside. Grandmother, have you forgotten that I am being discharged tomorrow? The elderly lady sighed. I have already informed the hospital. You shall stay for 3 more days for observation to confirm your recovery before being discharged. Afterwards, you will reside in the old residence, so I can keep an eye on you. Gu Shuan let out a lament just as Song Yuan entered the room. Upon seeing someone in the room, Song Yuan paused, politely nodding to the elderly lady. Good day, ma'am. I am a colleague of Gu Shiwan, here to check on him. Gu Shiwan cleared his throat. Senior brother, this is my grandmother. The elderly lady scrutinized Song Yuan and smiled. Thank you for your concern for our Yuan. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. Do enjoy your conversation. With that, the elderly lady departed with the driver and housekeeper, leaving Song Yuan and Gu Shiyuan alone in the ward. Gu Shiyuan had never mentioned to his grandmother that he worked with his brother-in-law, and she was oblivious to it. The earlier scene had left him so anxious that he could scarcely speak. Fortunately, his grandmother had left. Song Yuan placed the fruit he had purchased on the table, saying, "I noticed your grandmother seemed somewhat familiar, as though I have seen her somewhere before." Song Yuan racked his brain and finally recalled, "Isn't your grandmother a well-known entrepreneur? Her name is Gu Jiangying, if I am not mistaken." Song Yuan remembered encountering her in a financial news segment that featured an interview with the founder of the Gu Group, his impression of her astute eyes lingering vividly. Gu Shiyuan scratched his head. "Yes, that is indeed my grandmother." Song Yuan appeared somewhat astonished. He was aware that Gu Shiyuan came from a wealthy background, but did not anticipate him being the grandson of Gu Jiangying. To have such a large enterprise at home, yet still engage in entrepreneurship with him, was a testament to his passion for the industry. "You've kept your secrets well." Gu Shiyuan refrained from responding, fearing that if Song Yuan were to discover that Gu Shiyu was his sister, he might be utterly taken aback. He dared not divulge this information, as it could lead to an unwarranted scolding from his sister. "Senior brother, did you come to see me for a specific reason?" Song Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Nothing in particular. I merely came to check on you. Additionally, refrain from participating in work for the next few days. Focus on recuperating, and we can discuss matters after your discharge. That won't do. I shall become utterly bored." Song Yuan glanced at his watch. "My wife is downstairs. I must take my leave. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me." As Song Yuan descended and returned to the vehicle, he found Gu Shiyu seated inside. Her cheeks flushed, lost in thought. "Shiyu, what occupies your mind?" Gu Shiyu cast a fleeting glance ahead. The old lady's car had already receded into the distance. After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's nothing." Gu Shiyu felt an urgency. She needed to clarify matters with Song Yuan sooner rather than later. "Song Yuan, what would you do if you discovered that I had deceived you about something?" Song Yuan paused, his expression shifting as thoughts of Lin Shuiyao invaded his mind. Lin Shuiyao had been with him solely for the sake of a free meal ticket, having deceived him for 3 years regarding her affections. Song Yuan was acutely sensitive to the notion of deceit. He abhorred being misled. "Shiyu, would you ever deceive me?" After a brief pause, he added, "I would sever all ties with anyone who deceives me." Gu Shiyu felt an inexplicable dryness in her throat. It took her a moment to respond to his earlier question. No. Though her exterior appeared calm, her heart raced with anxiety, instinctively urging her that delaying only complicated matters further. Gu Shiyu resolved to find an opportunity to clarify everything with Song Yuan before her birthday next month. As she pondered the best context for her confession, a message from Gu Shiyuan arrived. "Grandma met my brother-in-law. I didn't say a word. If he discovers anything, don't implicate me." Gu Shiyu chose not to reply and promptly deleted the message. By now, Song Yuan had driven out of the hospital, heading home. Gu Shiyu inquired, "How is your junior recovering?" Song Yuan responded, "No major issues. His leg is wrapped like a mummy. It takes 100 days for bones and muscles to heal, so he will need some time." Gu Shiyu responded with a casual "oh," her mind wandering in thought. The next day, upon arriving at the company after the morning meeting, Song Yuan received a subpoena from the court regarding a plagiarism lawsuit filed by Li Mingqi. Lu Qi was preparing to report the matter to the police, but it was Tianyu Company that had first accused them. Lu Qi carefully tucked the 2 pages away, declaring, "Then let's meet in court. We shall see who gets embarrassed." The office staff was still bewildered, unaware of the unfolding drama, while Song Yuan had already identified the mole and was no longer concealing the situation. "Everyone, remain calm. Our code has been stolen by Tianyu, and they are countersuing us for plagiarism. We cannot lose this lawsuit." Li Lei, known for his fiery temperament, despised such underhanded tactics. "Damn Li Mingqi. If he has the guts, let him confront us head-on. What is this petty maneuvering? We should confront him at Tianyu." Another chimed in. "I held him in higher regard, believing Li Mingqi to be an honorable person, only to find he is no different than Wang Jinkai. Let this incident spread within Tianyu Company. Let us see if he, as their president, fears losing face. His company's stock has been plummeting. Is he truly that desperate?" Song Yuan attempted to calm everyone down. "Let us not rush. We are outnumbered, and we won't gain any advantage by confronting Li Mingqi directly. We have evidence. I can prove the code belongs to us. Lu Qi is preparing to report to the police, and we will leave everything to them. If he wants to fight this lawsuit, we shall see it through to the end." Su Yuan, standing beside Song Yuan, hesitantly asked, "Is everything really all right?" Song Yuan chuckled softly, assuring everyone that their work was progressing as scheduled. Furthermore, the responsibilities associated with Wang Shuai's tasks would need to be distributed among several developers. as he would no longer be their colleague. The few who had transitioned over with Tian Yu widened their eyes in astonishment, one of them inquiring, "Boss, what do you mean?" With a calm demeanor, Song Yuan replied. The code was handed over to Tian Yu by him. As for what benefits Tian Yu provided in return, that remains unknown. Upon hearing this, all present were left utterly astounded. A comrade with whom they had fought side by side had turned out to be a traitor. The reality was difficult for everyone to digest. However, they held a firm belief in Song Yuan's integrity, trusting that he would not unjustly accuse Wang Shuai. Boss, will Wang Shuai face imprisonment? Chapter 97. Boss, I was wrong. Song Yuan informed them that Wang Shuai's actions constituted a crime, and the severity of that crime was closely related to the amount of money he had received from Li Mingqi. I tend to approach matters with a rational mindset. As a friend, I would lend him money when his family needed it for surgery, but when he jeopardized the company's interests, I would pursue the matter to the fullest extent. Anyone who disagreed with my approach was welcome to voice their opinions, and those who wished to leave would not incur my displeasure. Song Yuan's words signified his stance. He would not overlook this matter merely due to their previous collaboration. It would not matter if it were Wang Shuai or anyone else in the company, his response would remain consistent. After he finished speaking, Li Lei chimed in, asserting, "Boss, such matters must be pursued thoroughly. That is our hard-earned labor." He carelessly copied and handed it over to others. Such a person deserves no sympathy and must not be associated with. Indeed, boss, I support a thorough investigation. We are addressing the issue, not the individual. This has crossed a line. Let us pursue it to the end. I stand with you, boss. A chorus of voices subsequently expressed their support for holding Wang Shuai legally accountable. Lu Qi, who had been listening quietly, reflected that the others still possessed a sense of conscience and integrity, without subjecting Song Yuan to moral coercion. Even if there were dissenting opinions, he would still report it. However, after hearing everyone's consensus, he felt somewhat relieved. Song Yuan reassured everyone, "Let us return to work. I will follow up on this matter and ensure it does not affect our development progress." As he concluded, he noticed the expressions of those around him visibly stiffening, their gazes converging behind him. Turning around, he saw Wang Shuai hurriedly approaching with his computer bag. Recently, Wang Shuai had been frequently visiting the hospital, and Song Yuan had granted him the privilege of arriving late and leaving early, provided that he completed his work on time. Wang Shuai, unaware of the tension in the office, walked directly to his workstation, unpacked his computer, and cheerfully inquired, "Did I miss the morning meeting again?" His question was met with a brief silence, which was abruptly shattered by Li Lei's furious shout, "How dare you show your face here?" Li Lei seized Wang Shuai by the collar and pulled him close, delivering a punch to his face. Caught off guard, Wang Shuai felt the impact, blood immediately seeping from the corner of his mouth as he realized the gravity of his situation. He was indeed exposed, and there was little he could say in his defense. Li Lei swung another punch, but this time Wang Shuai managed to catch Li Lei's fist with one hand. Wang Shuai, being shorter and slender compared to the robust Li Lei, found his strength waning. Yet, with a dozen colleagues surrounding them, no one intervened. Their mere presence was a significant act of forbearance towards Wang Shuai. Li Lei, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Your family needed money for surgery, and the boss lent you from his own pocket, and this is how you repay him?" Wang Shuai had no words to respond, only perplexity within. He had been so discreet in his actions. How had he been exposed? Licking the blood from his lip, he turned to Song Yuan and murmured, "Boss, I am sorry. I find myself utterly helpless. My sister's surgery requires over 300,000 yuan, a sum I cannot possibly afford." Li Lei shoved Wang Shuai, causing him to stumble precariously. "What nonsense. If you lack funds, speak up. Those of us with some financial flexibility can assist you. If that fails, consider crowdfunding, borrowing, or taking out a loan. I am thoroughly exasperated with individuals like you, who contribute nothing and ultimately burden everyone." Wang Shuai, feeling guilty, averted his gaze from Song Yuan, without indulging in pleasantries. Song Yuan stated plainly, "You need not return. I have revoked your developer privileges. Lu Qi has reported this to the police, and I will pursue legal action." The previously silent Su Yuanyuan echoed, "Indeed, you have committed a crime. Prepare for the police to contact you. An estimate of 8 years is a mere starting point." The mention of 8 years was intended to intimidate him. Su Yuanyuan was infuriated by Wang Shuai's betrayal and, lacking the means to resolve the issue through violence as Li Lei did, could only express her frustration verbally. Other colleagues chimed in, "Indeed. Do you comprehend the trouble you have caused the company? Perhaps a decade or more will teach you how to conduct yourself." Wang Shui raised his head to meet the scornful gazes of his peers, ultimately locking eyes with Song Yuan. Boss, I implore you not to involve the police. I resorted to this out of sheer desperation. My heart is tormented, yet I truly do not know where to acquire over 300,000. Song Yuan scrutinized him. So, how much did you accept from Li Mingqi? Wang Shui confessed, I accepted 500,000. Song Yuan retorted, your sister's surgery requires 300,000. Yet you possess 500,000. Return the 2,000 I lent you. Wang Shui, upon hearing this, immediately transferred the funds to Song Yuan. The latter swiftly received the notification, acknowledging the transaction. You may leave now. The police will be seeking you. Wang Shui was taken aback, his eyes reddening. He believed that repaying the debt would equate to forgiveness. However, he was mistaken. Legal consequences were still forthcoming. Boss, I cannot be apprehended. Surely, you have the means to resolve this matter. Could you not reconsider? Song Yuan replied with unwavering resolve, business is business. Boss. Wang Shui's voice trembled, tears forming in his eyes as he pleaded, if this goes to the police, my life will be ruined. Will you not forgive me this once? Song Yuan responded. Once a betrayal occurs, trust is irrevocably lost. After 3 years of following me, you should understand my character, regardless of who is at fault. My approach remains consistent. Business is business. Wang Shui fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly slapping his own face, alternating sides with fervor, while uttering, Boss, I was wrong. I should not have heeded Wang Jinsai's deceit and stolen the company's code. Please forgive me this time. I will devote myself to you henceforth and will never slack off at work. Boss, please forgive me. Song Yuan, feeling a throbbing headache, dialed the security downstairs, instructing them to escort the individual away. At last, the office fell into a tranquil silence. Song Yuan returned to his workstation and opened his stock trading application. He glanced at the market, noting that Tianyu Corporation's shares had once again hit the daily limit down, while the stock he had invested in had experienced the opposite, soaring to the daily limit up. He had enjoyed 3 consecutive limit up days, amassing nearly 100,000 yuan in just 3 days. His little treasury had swelled once more. Recalling Ji Cheng's suggestion to hold onto his shares for a week, he contemplated exiting his position in a couple of days, just in time for Valentine's Day, to purchase a gift for his wife. The profits would suffice for a weekend getaway with Gu Shiyu, as they had not traveled together since their marriage. Chapter 98. The villa holds his wife's photos. Song Yuan perused the trending news once more, finding the scandal involving Li Mingqi and his extramarital affair still reigning supreme, far surpassing the second most discussed topic. Despite being the president of a relatively modest company with little philanthropic involvement, Li Mingqi had somehow captured public attention, eclipsing even that of major celebrities. Song Yuan surmised that someone was deliberately orchestrating this situation against him. As for the identity of this adversary, he could not ascertain. Yet it was clear that the outcome would only benefit him. At that moment, Li Mingqi had been coerced by the board of directors into avoiding any public appearances at the company, and his home life was equally tumultuous. His wife had initiated divorce proceedings and retained a lawyer to divide their assets. Li Mingqi found himself in disarray both personally and professionally. His assistant delivered documents requiring his signature to his residence, only to be met with Li Mingqi's furious outburst. 5 million spent, and you cannot even remove a trending topic? The assistant lamented, Sir, typically 100,000 suffices to buy a trending topic, but this time, 500,000 is inadequate. It seems that those manipulating this situation are investing even more, or perhaps they are figures the media dare not offend. Frustrated, Li Mingqi paced back and forth in his study. Did you not have connections with several media personnel during our promotional endeavors? Are they unable to assist now? The assistant replied, They are ignoring my calls, and my messages have vanished into the void. Invest more, 3 million to hire a social media army, push those ranked second, third, and fourth up the charts, and we shall see if we cannot dislodge this topic. The assistant, sweating profusely, responded, We have already attempted this strategy. Yet it has failed to budge the top position. I have endured the brunt of criticism over the past few days. It has been unbearable. Sir, in my opinion, throwing money at this issue may prove futile. Perhaps it would be wise to reflect upon which powerful entity we have offended and consider humbling ourselves to seek resolution. You are the president. I am the president. 3 million to procure a social media army. The assistant, steeling himself, acquiesced to the command and departed. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyu had spent the afternoon in meetings, her desk cluttered with documents awaiting her approval. A cup of coffee was delivered, and upon lifting her gaze, she recognized Lin Xueyao. Her eyes lingered on her for a few seconds before she instructed, From now on, let someone else handle the coffee deliveries. If you feel unwell, please take a leave. I do not wish to exploit pregnant employees. Lin Shuiyao nodded and exited. Gu Shiyu glanced at the trash bin, replacing it with a new one. She harbored a slight aversion to Lin Shuiyao potentially succumbing to nausea in her office, as she had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. A call from Song Yuan interrupted her thoughts. Shiyu, will you be working late tonight? Would you care to join me for a swim? After reviewing her workload for the day, Gu Shiyu noted that there were no social obligations, and all urgent tasks had been completed by the morning. She readily replied, yes. Let's dine before we swim. I will pick you up after work, Song Yuan confirmed. As the end of the workday approached, Song Yuan promptly closed his computer and descended to the parking lot, only to hear someone calling his name from a distance. Upon focusing, he recognized Lin Shuiao's father, Lin Hai, and her brother, Lin Yu, standing before his car. Song Yuan observed Lin Yu circling his car several times, snapping photos and dawdling, nearly drooling in anticipation. When Song Yuan approached, Lin Yu, with an obsequious demeanor, inquired, brother-in-law, is this your car? I recognize your license plate. How much does this vehicle cost? Lin Hai kicked his son lightly, admonishing, have some ambition. We are not here to admire cars. Song Yuan placed his laptop bag inside the vehicle and casually leaned against the door, asking, have you brought the 260,000? Lin Hai smiled ingratiatingly, son-in-law. We are family. Discussing money feels rather crass. Dad has already informed our relatives that you and Yao Yao will be marrying next month. And you should obtain your marriage certificate this week. Today, your mother has prepared a lavish feast for you and Yao Yao to return home. Let us gather as a family and share a toast. Lin Yu chimed in, yes, brother-in-law, you should first get the certificate with my sister. Can I borrow your car for a few days? Song Yuan sneered, realizing that Lin Shuiyao had not disclosed their marital status to her family, evidently. Her relatives were still unaware of his marriage. Lin Hai's sycophantic attitude likely stemmed from his inability to repay debts, now further exacerbated by the sight of Song Yuan's luxury vehicle. Let us converse civilly. Do not misidentify kin. My parents are at home. What sort of father do you presume to be? Furthermore, I am already married, and the state prohibits bigamy. What exactly do you mean? Upon hearing this, Lin Hai and Lin Yu were both taken aback. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Hai stammered, what? You are married? Yao Yao did not inform us. To whom did you marry? Do not flatter yourself. There are countless women in this world. Must I marry your daughter? What makes your family so distinguished that I would be compelled to marry? Lin Hai felt his pride wounded, chastised publicly by a younger man, who was once regarded as a mere prospective son-in-law. Yet, more than embarrassment, he was struck with astonishment. Song Yuan was indeed married, and to another woman, not his daughter. He had assumed that someone like Song Yuan, who had always been subservient, would never stray from his daughter's side, always obedient to her wishes. Song Yuan, you. Lin Hai coughed in frustration. Song Yuan had no time for idle chatter. Have you prepared the money? Lin Hai collected himself, glaring with his beady eyes. Song Yuan, the money you previously gave to Yao Yao was a gift. If you desire repayment, you shall not receive it. Song Yuan had anticipated that recovering the debt from the Lin family would not be straightforward. A gift? The promissory note bears your fingerprint. If you refuse to repay now, I will enlist the services of professional collectors. They are far less accommodating than I. After delivering this ultimatum, Song Yuan entered his vehicle, indifferent to the expressions on the faces of the father and son. Upon arriving at Henyue building, he fortuitously encountered Gu Shiyu exiting. Gu Shiyu opened the passenger door and settled in. Shall we head home first or dine out? No need to return home. I have already brought your swimsuit. We can go directly after our meal. Gu Shiyu stared at him, momentarily stunned. She had purchased a snugly fitted swimsuit expressly for the purpose of exercising, to prevent him from harboring inappropriate thoughts. To her surprise, he had remembered to bring it along. Gu Shiyu inquired, which set did you bring? Song Yuan deftly shifted the topic. What would you like to eat later, Shiyu? Ignoring him, Gu Shiyu remained silent, while Song Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her, his eyes unabashedly revealing a hint of desire. Noticing her reticence, he returned to her earlier question. I brought that pink set. Gu Shiyu replied. The pink bikini. After arriving at Qin Yuan Home Cuisine, they finished their meal and proceeded directly to the villa of Gu Shiyu's enigmatic friend. She had already discreetly sent away the household staff and aunt, leaving the villa devoid of any presence. With ample time at hand, Gu Shiyu instructed someone to clear the rooftop swimming pool. Familiar with the place after several visits, Song Yuan parked the car and followed her upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, he paused, captivated by a photo hanging nearby. Shiyu, why does your friend's house display a picture of you? Gu Shiyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Chapter 99. Astonishing. His wife is the CEO. Gu Shiyu's mind was a tumultuous haze. She only thought to have the servants retreat, completely forgetting about the photo wall in her home. No one would affix unrelated individuals' photographs in their own abode. As Gu Shiyu gazed at Song Yuan, her thoughts drifted back to that day when she had tested him and his words echoed in her mind. In such a precarious situation, if Song Yuan were to discover the extent of her deceit, would he consider divorce? A wave of anxiety washed over her, leaving her uncertain. During their time together as a married couple, she had grown accustomed to his presence, to the comfort of sleeping in his embrace. And the mere thought of him potentially leaving her stirred a profound discomfort within her. The prospect of separation filled her heart with an inexplicable heaviness, which she could scarcely endure. After a moment of silence, Gu Shiyu crafted another lie. My friend entrusted me with their house before going abroad. I've lived here for a few months. She spoke while cautiously observing the expression on Song Yuan's face. He exhibited no suspicion and refrained from pursuing the topic of her friend, instead following her upstairs. Gu Shiyu exhaled in relief. The rooftop pool was slightly smaller than the one below, and there was only a single changing room. Gu Shiyu led Song Yuan to change into their swimsuits. Despite knowing the allure of her attire and having experienced its effects before, Song Yuan's gaze remained fixated upon her, unable to look away. Her skin, luminous and fair, glimmered like a radiant pearl against the night backdrop. Song Yuan wrapped his arm around Gu Shiyu's slender waist, pulling her close to his chest. Shiyu, let us share a kiss first. Gu Shiyu knew that wearing this bikini for a swim would lead to such an outcome. Song Yuan, we are here to exercise. She protested. Song Yuan coaxed her, just one kiss, and then we'll exercise. He had observed that there would be no cameras. Lowering his head, he gently pressed his soft lips against hers, offering a light peck before deepening the kiss. He recalled that she had indulged in a special candy from the proprietress after dinner, leaving a subtle orange flavor on her lips, pleasant and enticing. As their kiss lingered, Gu Shiyu felt herself becoming somewhat overwhelmed. Song Yuan, in a playful gesture, helped her remove the bikini top, fully engrossed in the moment. Gu Shiyu bit her lip. Feeling both bashful and exhilarated, her heart racing as their breaths became heavier. What was meant to be a brief kiss had turned into something prolonged, almost melting her into a puddle of longing. Song Yuan, Gu Shiyu's voice was sweetly soft, brushing against his consciousness, as if beckoning him further. He lifted her effortlessly. Her skin was exceptionally tender, leaving ambiguous traces of affection where he had kissed. The night breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill, while the full moon above bore witness to their shared intimacy. Look up, my wife, the night is truly beautiful. Song Yuan encouraged her to gaze upward. Gu Shiyu playfully tapped his shoulder a couple of times, her strength barely registering. What followed was a natural progression. They had intended to swim, yet found themselves submerged without swimming a stroke. Indeed, they had engaged in exercise, the exertion rivaling that of actual swimming. As their second encounter concluded, Gu Shiyu clung to the edge of the pool, protesting, Song Yuan, you are being too much. Song Yuan embraced her from behind, fully aware that he had been a bit too harsh this time and needed to coax her. Shiyu, I shall let you go swimming now. Gu Shiyu took a moment to turn around, facing him. What swimming? I can't move. Her limbs felt utterly weak. She had no strength left for swimming. Song Yuan chuckled softly and lifted her to her feet. Then no swimming it is. Besides, we've already met our exercise quota for today. Gu Shiyu, in a playful defiance, refused to budge, prompting Song Yuan to carry her to rinse off. Despite their honesty with each other, Gu Shiyu still felt a wave of shyness, burying her flushed face into the crook of his neck. Despite her bashfulness, Gu Shiyu never concealed her thoughts on intimacy. Occasionally, she would bring up something intriguing she had encountered, eager to discuss it with Song Yuan. He cherished her duality. By day, she was the composed, icy professional at work. And by night, a vulnerable kitten nestled against his chest, sometimes weeping so heartily that she would cling to him. Who could resist a woman with such contrasts, constantly bringing him new experiences? Song Yuan found himself utterly captivated. Shiyu, when we weren't together, did you ever try it on your own? Gu Shiyu, momentarily bewildered, blushed and asked, try what? Song Yuan provided her with an answer using his hand. Gu Shiyu playfully bit his shoulder in response. Exiting the villa, they returned to their cozy abode just as it was time for Gu Shiyu's beauty sleep. After the tiring escapades, they chose to rest peacefully, with no other plans for the evening. The following day, after attending a morning meeting with his colleagues, Song Yuan instinctively checked the stock market. Tian Yu's shares continued to plummet while the stock he had purchased soared, lifting his spirits. As the workday neared its end, he called Gu Shiyu, "Darling. Shall we meet up after work?" Their relationship had evolved into a comfortable familiarity both in and out of bed, allowing Song Yuan to tease her privately. At that moment, Gu Shiyu was reprimanding an employee in her office. Upon hearing Song Yuan's voice, she dismissed her subordinate. "Song Yuan, I have to work late tonight, so don't wait for me." Gu Shiyu intended to visit Gu Shiyuan but told Song Yuan a fib instead. When the clock struck quitting time, she headed straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, after work, with time to spare, Song Yuan decided on a whim to visit his determined junior, who was still coding from a hospital bed. Driving to the hospital, he spotted a familiar figure stepping out of a Maybach. She was elegant in 8-centimeter red-soled high heels. Moving with grace. After exiting the car, she hurried inside, carrying a takeout bag filled with food. Song Yuan was taken aback. That was his wife, Gu Shiyu. She hadn't stayed late at work. She had deceived him. But why? He scanned the area around the car, noticing it lacked a driver, ruling out the possibility of her having hitched a ride. It dawned on him that she had driven herself. Shocked, he recalled their first meeting when she had arrived in a dilapidated vehicle she had purchased from a second-hand site. His intuition whispered to him that his wife harbored a secret. After parking the car, he quickly pursued her. Inside the hospital room, Gu Shiyu entered to find an elderly lady present. Gu Shiyuan was propped up against the headboard, enjoying a meal. With a plate of 4 happiness meatballs, an exclusive recipe of the elderly lady's. "Grandmother, you have brought him a meal once again. And you have even taken the time to cook for him yourself. Just look at how you've spoiled him." The elderly lady gazed at Gu Shiyu with a touch of grievance, retrieving a handcrafted wool felt from her bag. "Do not worry, Shiyu, your grandmother ensures fairness. I have prepared a gift for you as well. Grandmother, I am not envious of that. He is a young man, and you must not raise him to be incapable of carrying burdens or shouldering responsibilities. I would like him to assist me at the company as the CEO. I find myself quite exhausted and in need of a respite." Upon finishing her statement, Gu Shiyu noticed that Gu Shiyuan's expression was somewhat off. He was chewing his food while staring blankly at the doorway. When she turned around, she discovered Song Yuan standing there. Observing them, his expression inscrutable. Gu Shiyuan softly called out, "Brother-in-law?" Chapter 100. Song Yuan felt a slight ache in his head, standing there at a loss for words. Confronted by Gu Shiyuan and Gu Shiyu, he should have anticipated their sibling relationship, for she had concealed far too much from him. It was only upon hearing her utter those words to her family that he truly believed it. His wife was indeed the president of the Gu Corporation, the workaholic tyrant that Lin Xueyao often spoke of in his ear. When Gu Shiyuan addressed him as brother-in-law, even the elderly matriarch was taken aback. "Brother-in-law? Who is your brother-in-law?" She had yet to meet her granddaughter's husband, having long desired to see the young man who had captivated her granddaughter so thoroughly. But opportunities had eluded her. Gu Shiyuan gestured towards the doorway, where everyone had coincidentally converged today, rendering further concealment impossible. The matriarch turned her gaze towards the entrance. Recognizing the young man who had previously visited the hospital, claiming to be her grandson's colleague, in the face of Song Yuan's astonished expression, the matriarch deduced the truth behind the situation. It appeared that both she and her grandson-in-law had been kept in the dark, while this brother-sister duo had conspired to deceive them. "Gu Shiyu, what mischief have you wrought?" Snapping back to reality, Gu Shiyu replied, "Grandma, I will explain everything later." She rushed to the doorway, taking Song Yuan's hand and leading him to a more private space to speak. "Song Yuan, I request an opportunity to explain." Never before had Song Yuan experienced such shock. His wife, the person closest to him, had hidden an immense secret. Rubbing his temples, he felt a throbbing pain, as if his CPU were overheating. The realization that Gu Shiyuan was the grandson of the renowned entrepreneur Gu Jiangying left him utterly astounded. Today, he learned that his wife was Gu Jiangying's granddaughter and the current president of the Gu Corporation. Was everyone now a second-generation wealthy heir? How was it that he casually befriended a junior and ended up marrying someone with a status typically reserved for characters in novels? Observing Song Yuan's emotional turmoil, Gu Shiyu cautiously began, "Song Yuan, I am Gu Shiyu, the president of the Gu Corporation." She reiterated the truth of her identity. With a bitter smile, Song Yuan replied, "I understand." Gu Shiyu was now gripped by fear, terrified that Song Yuan would propose divorce or react with the same cold indifference he had shown towards Lin Xueyao, relegating her to the status of an ex. She stood on tiptoe, leaning in to kiss him, her gesture laden with a desire to appease and apologize. Song Yuan typically adored her initiative and found it difficult to resist her kisses. Yet, in that moment, his heart remained tumultuous. He turned his face slightly, evading her lips. Shiyu, I am not in the right frame of mind right now. Understanding his feelings, Gu Shiyu empathized. Had she been deceived for so long, she too would feel anger. Song Yuan, I have wanted to confess to you many times, but I feared. Would you please not divorce me? Each day spent hiding this secret was an agonizing ordeal for her. She longed to be honest with him, wondering how he would perceive a woman stronger than herself. He had once expressed disdain for men who relied on others. She had contemplated revealing the truth countless times, often worried that she might accidentally slip up in her sleep. Everything is out in the open now. Song Yuan could not fathom the woman's thought process. Why was she so afraid of his divorce? This was not a matter of principle. Moreover, he had witnessed the efforts Gu Shiyu had devoted to him during this period, which had undeniably stirred feelings within him. He had no intention of divorcing her. Reflecting on the peculiar events that had transpired since marrying Gu Shiyu, it became evident that Tao Yulian's hospitalization had been orchestrated by her, and the discovery of a kidney source was undoubtedly her doing. She had facilitated connections with the director of Dongqing Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the inexplicably investing Hua Ziming, and the recent predicaments of Li Mingqi. All of these, without question, bore her fingerprints. Even the villa belonged to her. As for her friend abroad, she was merely a figment of imagination. As the two remained in a standoff, Gu Shiyu's phone rang. Upon answering, the tranquility of the moment shattered. The voice on the other end resonated as if amplified. President Gu, Li Mingqi is throwing money to hire online trolls to suppress our trending topics. What should we do? Gu Shiyu responded with remarkable composure, her voice exuding authority. He cannot afford to squander his meager fortune. If he wishes to play, then let us engage him to the fullest. Understood, President Gu. Came the reply before she ended the call. Song Yuan observed her, a wry smile escaping his lips. His devoted wife was perceived by others as a ruthless queen. Even a grim reaper to Li Mingqi. She had sacrificed so much for him. What right did he have to harbor anger? Yet, the overwhelming influx of revelations left him momentarily disoriented, necessitating time for contemplation. The craving for a cigarette surged within him. Shiyu, you should return home first. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Gu Shiyu clung to him, still uncertain of his stance, even questioning the future of their marriage. Song Yuan, could you hold me for a moment? She implored, fear evident in her voice. He embraced her, kissing the top of her head. Shiyu, I'm going to have a drink with Lu Qi and 1TB home tonight. Sleep early and don't wait for me. We can discuss everything tomorrow evening. I need time to sort through the recent events. He added, we will not divorce. Her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found solace. Just don't drink too much. Be cautious of your stomach, she cautioned. He nodded and descended the stairs alone. Returning to the hospital room, the elderly woman scrutinized her. Finding no one else present. Has the one who was so agitated left? She mocked. Oh, has the liar returned? What about the gullible fool you deceived? Gu Shiyu sank into the sofa, tilting her head back against the cushion, exhaling deeply. While Song Yuan had declared he would not divorce her, he had not extended forgiveness. She was at a loss as to how their marital relationship would unfold moving forward. Her dependence on him had escalated to the point where she could not sleep without him. Would he still hold her at night? Would he propose separate rooms? Could he interact with her without reservations? These questions bombarded her mind, leaving it in disarray. She even contemplated using alcohol to numb her thoughts. The elderly woman continued to stoke the flames. Deceit is the most abominable sin between spouses, especially when sharing the same bed. What words are too difficult to speak directly? You young ones truly deserve it. Gu Shiyuan echoed. Indeed, grandmother speaks the truth. I have long wished to convey this to my brother-in-law, yet I have always hesitated. Sister, you have truly stirred up trouble this time. Your brother-in-law is likely very upset. Gu Shiyu also realized the extent of her folly. Grandmother, what should I do? The elderly lady, observing Gu Shiyu's despondent demeanor, could not help but impart a few words of wisdom. What should you do? Win him back, of course. Can one truly sustain a relationship built on deceit? Be sincere. Set aside your lofty demeanor. It is not only women who possess the right to be cherished. If you show genuine care, he will surely soften his heart. Gu Shiyu etched the elderly lady's counsel into her memory.